Yesterday was intense, but today we are cranking the heat even higher. Welcome back to the World Esports Championship 2025, live from the very beautiful city of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This event is proudly organized by the IESF and MESF, with the ESI as our strategic partner. And of course, it is supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital, with our official partners Red One, IQ, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and lastly with our official chair partner, Razer. My name is Rose, and today is about to be intense as we enter a very crucial part of the competition where one mistake could definitely end your journey here at WEC 2025. If you guys want to know just how intense today is going to be, and of course what matches is awaiting you guys today, let us show it to the desk. So casters, take it away.
And take it away we shall. Thank you very much, Rose. And thank you to all of you for once again joining us for day 2 of the IESF World Esports Championship 2025, where we will be witnessing both men and women's categories face off in the land of Dawn to find out who is going to be the best in all of the regions participating this time around. My name is Stafa, and once again, joining me on the desk is Basha.
Yes, sir. And we're going to start off with the play-ins first, because we've already done all the math. We've already set up filters, every team that has able to actually qualify to the playoffs straight away. We are going to congratulate Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia, that they were able to do so well yesterday for their own group stage. But here's the thing, there are other teams that did not qualify, but they still have one life left right here, and this is the day. Today is the day for them to prove themselves. Can they make it through the playoff?
It's gonna be a scary situation to have to play in the play-ins, but at the very least, we know that their journeys are not over yet. So we'll get to witness a little bit of that, and then later on, we'll actually get to see the teams that did well on day 1 go head-to-head as well. So it's gonna be a very exciting day of Mobile Legends once again, everyone. And make sure you guys show your support. Tell us in the chat right now which of these regions you guys are looking forward to seeing, and what kind of heroes and strategies that you're excited to witness as well, because we got to see a little bit of the typical meta yesterday. I'm still holding out hope that we get to see something a bit more unique.
Oh, agree, definitely. I think that there are certain strategy that we saw not really unorthodox for the side of the players, especially from the lady sides, right? But most of it are pretty much playing by the book. It is straightforward. So again, there's not much of the essence of surprise coming from all of our players. But again, it's okay, because not only the fact that we're looking for the surprise, we're also looking for those who are consistent and committed. And those are the things that are already been served by the players that already qualified to the playoff. But before we actually get involved or even into it, let's recap again what is the format for our ISF 2025.
And of course, we can't talk about the format without talking about what these players are playing for in the first place, right? It is not just the glory of representing their region, it is also for the prize pool. Here we have the breakdown for the MLBB women's category once again, with the champion taking home 17,500 USD, second place taking home 10,500 USD, and then third place taking home 7,500 USD.
Yeah, and that is only for the prize pool. It's not just the money that they're looking for, right? It definitely will boost up the org or even their countries, and it gives you so much of the help for the side of your benefits, as well as support, when it comes to accessories of your lifestyles, or even your going into the playing style as well. But as well, you have the bragging rights representing your country, and that's what we have here to give to all of our players of WEC 2025. So a lot on the lines right now: money, pride, as well as knowing how you are representing your country right now. And most of it right now, we are seeing that players are still trying their best to show to their countries that they are the best representative to themselves. And not only that, we are going to actually check out the standings so far after the first group stage, whereby, like we talked about, Malaysia was able to actually qualify from the Group A, winning 2-0, completely clean sweep against Iran as well as RSA. And then we are seeing that from the Group B, Indonesia, our reigning champion from last year, managed to get 2-0 as well. And Uzbekistan, unfortunately, will be the one with Turkey to fight it off for the play-ins. Group C, on the other note, you have to say congratulations to Cambodia for qualified to the playoff, as well as Nepal from the Group D. But now, Mongolia, Colombia, Egypt, as well as Argentina, they have to fight again here for the play-ins.
Actually, there's a little bit of a switch up on the Group D where Egypt's actually the team that was
Oh wait,
top.
oh my bad, my
So
bad.
Egypt's the one that got the direct qualification to the playoffs. Nepal and Argentina will be heading on into play-ins. So we get to see the scores here that we didn't get to witness yesterday.
Yeah.
Because as we've already highlighted, we don't actually get to watch every single match happening because there would just be too many to keep track of. But we get to see the more interesting ones going on here. And I can talk about the schedule for day number 2. Because our very first match of the day is going to be one of our play-in matches. Winner moves on, loser goes home. It's gonna be Uzbekistan up against Mongolia. And then after that, we will have Indonesia versus Cambodia in our upper bracket semifinals.
And we are looking forward for another upper bracket semifinals between the teams that probably will be fighting behind the scene. We are knowing for a fact that it is going to be checking out whether or not it will be updated soon, because we have the upper brackets of the semifinals between Malaysia versus Egypt, Indonesia versus Cambodia. So these are the 4 teams that are still to be determined which of them that we will be seeing right after this for the match number 3, as well as the rest of the highlights as well is going to be depending on what the schedule is going to be like. So please hold your horses, everybody. Just stay tuned and check out every single time. And this is why we keep on saying just watch the live stream to see which team and who are the players that you are looking for. Just support everyone and check out the live stream itself.
And for those of you who might be wondering when the men's category matches are going to be happening, it is going to be the last 2 matches of the day. We're actually going to be having 6 best of 3 series for day 2 of WEC. So we're going to have 4 matches of the women's category and then 2 matches of the men's. So there's going to be plenty of action. It's going to be going on for basically the entire day. You guys can check in anytime you guys want to see what is happening on that stage and keep track of the results of this entire tournament. But now, we can shift our focus a little bit to the first match of the day. Once again, it is going to be a play-in match. We have Mongolia versus Uzbekistan. What are your thoughts?
I mean, we're gonna go in straight to the books, right? We're gonna go for the statistics first. You saw how it was when it comes to the standing-wise. Team, we do see there on the side for the Uzbekistan, they could not make a good statement whereby they lost 2 of their fight on the group stage itself. That shows how much of they need to do well here when they're fighting with Mongolia, because Mongolia on the other hand had a really good stats, right?
All things considered, they actually did pretty all right. But let's get things started here. We got our teams ready to walk up on stage. Let's bring him up. Starting off, we've got a squad walking up onto the stage, ready to give their all once again. While they weren't able to achieve a clean sweep record throughout their group stage, they were still able to take a single victory. And they're looking for more to move into the next step of the competition. Give it up for Team Mongolia!
Unlike their opponents, they have a really 0 record of winning here at the ISF 2025. This is something they need to prove themselves. They lost their chance for group stage last year. Will they make a difference here for 2025? Give it up to our teams that is meeting off with the team of Mongolia. It is going to be Uzbekistan!
We once again welcome fist bumps between the two teams. 10 competitors up on this stage. We have officially arrived at the play-in stage of the WEC Women's MLBB category, which means only one of these squads will be able to move on and continue representing the glory of their country here at WEC 2025.
It is all or nothing at the moment right now, as they only have one chance to be here, to stay in the WEC 2025. Either of one, if they stay, one of them have to go home and say goodbye to the 2025. It's all up to them. And we know for a fact now, like we talked about, how both of the team has different stats. When it comes to Uzbekistan, they lost 2-0. Completely 2 games, give it to Indonesia as well as Turkiyye. Compared to Mongolia, they had a good fight with their opponent, but unfortunately they do lost their chance with Colombia as well. So the question is, can Mongolia, who has a better stats compared to Uzbekistan, can make a difference here?
We didn't get to see a lot of these teams so far, but as Pasha has already highlighted, they have some slightly different records based on how they've seen. Yesterday, we didn't actually get to see a single match out of Group C, which is actually the group where Team Mongolia was playing. And as you pointed out, while it wasn't a complete clean sweep, they were able to take a 2-0 against Colombia, and even one game from Team Cambodia as well. They're actually the only team that ended up going 2-1 throughout the entire group stage. Every other match was a 2-0 record. So let's talk a little bit about this squad. We got Anu 7, Kairi 6, Zulana 5, Mob Psycho, and Anika representing Mongolia.
I think pretty much we saw how it was from the stats, right? It looks like they have a little bit of struggle with Cambodia, but yet to actually able to get one map from the one who able to qualify to the playoff, that shows how much potential it is for the team of Mongolia. Do you agree on that?
I think when we look at the men's category, the history of MLBB itself, there are a few teams that always stand out as dark horses. Teams like Mongolia, teams like Myanmar, teams like Cambodia. And I think they're holding similar positions moving into this competition as well. But this time, they're going to be facing off against Team Uzbekistan, composed of Hinata, Slowly, Yasha, Ellis, and Sogdefly.
I think pretty much we saw how it was. It is kind of difficult to be in a group where you have a reigning champion. And not only that, they were actually the world champion just recently last July at Riyadh. So it's a lot of pressure coming in from Uzbekistan indeed. And the fact that they lost to Indonesia 2-0 as well as to Turkey, that shows how much of the improvement that is needed here for the team of Uzbekistan.
Yesterday, we already pointed out how Team Turkiyye was a little bit unlucky to be drawn into the same group as Indonesia. But you could say that Team Uzbekistan was the least fortunate of them all, having to share a group with these two other squads who already have notable international experience. Now that they unfortunately were not able to get the record they were looking for, they have one more opportunity, but their opponent is no slouch. Team Mongolia has already had some proper performances, especially from the men's representatives in international tournaments. Let's see if the women will be able to perform the same.
Okay, checking out from what we see, the fight between Uzbekistan versus Turkey, or even from Indonesia, right? And this is also actually what we see from the pattern of yesterday. Let's recap back what happened on the first day of the group stage. A lot of the times that the teams or the series that was highlighted in our live stream prioritize Gatot Kaca most of the time. Do you agree on that? And the fact that it feels like, even though, there are certain teams that did, prioritize on getting Gatot Kaca first, did not kind of actually promise that you will get the 100% win rate. But nevertheless, it is seen from Indonesia fighting off with Turkey, who keeps on taking Gatot Kaca first of all. They had a really good run with Turkey.
Yeah, Gatot is still a very safe opening pick regardless. But I personally don't really think he should be picked up as a first hero pick, because even if he is flexible, there are more valuable heroes that offer higher value in their specific positions. But oh, here we go! The first appearance of broken walls on the main stage. This map eluded us the entirety of day one, or at least in the first half. I can't actually remember if it happened when Husky and LaFell were up on here, but this is the first time we're going to be seeing a match between the two of us. Gonna be interesting to see what strats these teams bring.
The thing about broken walls, right? We talk about how between the 4 maps that is inside the Land of Dawn, the least one is going to be the Flying Clouds. Not to say that it doesn't have any much of effects or impacts for the player's gameplay, but when it comes to the rest of the 3 maps, it definitely gives a lot of changes in the strategies. And those are the things we require when it comes to the expanding river for the movement, mobility-wise, and it comes to the dangerous grass itself. You have a way to do an ambush, or you can actually use it for your passive of your heroes itself. Now, broken walls, on the other note, you have so much of the free space to move around and be able to use it out.
Broken Walls is a map that facilitates slower heroes with less mobility skills, because you just have a lot more gaps in the jungle to be able to move around and facilitate easier invasion from heroes like Baxia as well as Hilda. And then a very important thing is going to be the fact that both Lord and Turtle Pits are going to be open on both sides, allowing for the Lord or Turtle dances to occur in various different angles. And as we jump into the draft for game number 1, we can instantly see the Baxia being picked up first by Team Mongolia.
Wow, okay, and going on to the phase of banning though, Hilda, Alice, and Grot been taken out already by Mongolia. Eve, Angela, as well as Alat been taken out. But now for the 2 heroes that have been picked out by Uzbekistan is going to be Gatot Kaca. Again, is going to be one of the heroes that prioritize here. But at the same time, Lunox been taken out. Now Chi-Chi been picked up immediately by Mongolia.
Mongolia already played 2 games of CC yesterday when they were up against Cambodia. Looking at the scoreline, didn't actually pick it at all against Colombia though. Not too sure if it was banned out, but still a very solid hero overall. Despite the multiple nerfs that have been put on her, CC remains a beast in both the EXP and the gold lane. And then the Kimmy is going to be locked in alongside her. So already a very solid starting half from Team Mongolia.
Oh, agree, definitely. I'm liking how the way that Mongolia right now got a lot of sustainability, damage-wise also will be able to do well for the whole entire team fight itself is already grounded for the side of Mongolia. Now going to Uzbekistan, taking off YSS immediately before the second phase of the banning. I think pretty much right now Uzbekistan is prioritizing to make sure that their assassin jungler will not be taken out very quickly. So these are part of the things that Uzbekistan is taking priority right now.
Going for the Yi Sun-shin as well as Lunox in means that Uzbekistan now has a very high potential of going for the double fighter side lane strat. Wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Mongolia get rid of the stronger side laners, especially since they already have a CC on their side. If they get rid of heroes like the Yu Zong, get rid of things like the Lapu Lapu, then it'll be very difficult to actually match up to the CC regardless of whether it ends up in the EXP or the gold lane.
That's kind of true though. There's a lot of flex can be done here coming from the draft wise, and at the same time coming into Mongolia, right, we know for a fact that they can actually just cut off more of the hero pools itself for their own system, because right now for Uzbekistan they kind of need someone to be even more on the front line as well, or even to actually go out for the back line, and having only Gatot Kaca will not actually give so much of the leeway as well. But looking out for the Phoveus to be taken out from the equation.
Phoveus being banned is quite interesting. CC normally pairs up quite well into the Phoveus. There aren't a lot of EXP laners left in the pool that would have a difficult time against Phoveus. Typically when you see this banned out, it's usually to enable like an assassin, like Lancelot. But Mongolia has already revealed the Baxia, so there is the potential of flexing this. So I think Mongolia might actually still want to grab something like a Lance or a Hayabusa, and they could put this Baxia into the roam position instead.
Oh, definitely. This is the way that they're trying to actually play around with it, and I kind of do agree on that, and that still haven't been actually exposed yet to which of the heroes that they're going to actually put out. But here, Uzbekistan try to actually hold out even more of sustained hero, such as Minotaur, knowing for a fact now there's a lot more of the hideout, or should I say more of the sustained heroes that you want to actually take out. But Granger been picked up for the last ban from Mongolia. What are your thoughts on this, Tava?
Very interesting ban. Don't really feel like it's necessary. But Mongolia indicating they might want to play more of a front-to-back position right now. CC would normally be okay for handling the creator, so I'm kind of surprised they would ban this. It means that they might be leaning into a marksman in the gold lane still, and this is actually a CC EXP. Now the Ruby going to be locked in from Uzbekistan, once again lending itself quite well to the double fighter side lane, and most likely leaving their EXP laner for last, since it would be the most valuable to counter against Team Mongolia.
This is very interesting coming off from both sides of the teams itself. And knowing now, we are seeing that Lapu as well as Khalid been picked off. Oh, I'm not sure about this choice though.
Why not?
How do I say? I feel like pretty much you have a lot of the grounds of sustainability, right? But I do feel like for the damage wise, it's still not going to be enough compared to how it's going to be like for Uzbekistan, especially with the Xbox coming along for the front line itself, burst it down immediately with the ulti itself. It kind of shows how much that Mongolia, yes, they have so much of potential of surviving any kind of damage wise, but are they going to be able to push through with the damage towards Uzbekistan?
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from here. So it does look like this is going to be a Baxia jungle. Then we have the Khalid roam. It is double fighter, but with a tank jungle, it means that Kimi is going to be a majority of their damage.
Yeah.
Lapu, Khalid, CC all can output good DPS, but they're largely cooldown dependent or not quite bursty enough, which means that they have to play quite hard for the early to mid-game scaling phase. Whereas on the opposite side, you have the Yi Sun Shin, and the X4 glass pick is excellent here because you are dealing with 1 tank and 3 fighters. So Xborg is very good at dealing with dive compositions like this with a large number of frontliners. Right now, draft-wise, I do think that Uzbekistan looks a little bit better, but based on gameplay so far, Team Mongolia has displayed strong mastery. So let's find out which of these two squads will be able to come out on top in game number 1.
It is very tricky. It's going to be like how we see where between the fights, who will actually withstand more and who will actually have much more damage compared to the rest. Because the fact is, yes, like I talked about how DPS-wise, it is not going to be enough much compared to how it is from the Uzbekistan side. But when it comes to Mongolia, I like the fact that they are prioritizing on sustainability-wise and now coming in to fight with Hinata, just messing around, trying to invade the area of the team of Uzbekistan and looking for a way to just holding out, such as just trying to actually mess around, try to actually make sure that she doesn't have much of a potential to move around the area. But at the same time, Nika, here's the thing about Khalid, right? Khalid, I love the fact that mobility-wise, Nika can move around very quickly, can actually safeguard herself with the sand itself to give a little bit of health, revitalization for her own health line. But at the same time, here's the thing, once you're moving for the sandstorm as well, you might actually be in a very scary situation or dangerous situation because your lifeline is also very, very slippery.
They definitely can afford to play aggressively with the Khalid, but you still gotta keep in mind on your positioning overall. Looking at the emblem setup on both sides, nothing too out of the ordinary. Zulana is actually going weakness finder on the mid lane Kimi, so intending to be the late game scaler as is expected, since that is going to be Mongolia's main win condition. Whereas on the opposite side, we see Impure Rage coming in on the Xborg as well. Ellis is well aware of the impact that her hero pick is gonna have this game.
Oh, but Saltify coming in, trying to actually move a little bit closer. But at the same time, Yasha takes down Zulan at first. At the same time, Carry shuts down Slowy. Now, Saltify trying to go in for the zoning, but at the same time, is it gonna be enough though? They had to pull away first of all with Nika. No one to defend, but at least she's managed to actually pull through. Now, moving along, they try to actually shut down Carry, so that's going to be at least 2 wins in the hands of Uzbekistan. This turtle, it seems like, is going to be in the hands of them if they can actually manage to just shut down and zone out Anu before she takes down. But at the same time, lovely contribution to the fact that even Anu takes down Solify, the turtle will be in the hands. But double kill comes through, even with the fact that they try their best to hold out Uzbekistan. That is still not enough, but Anu, great mobility-wise to make sure that she will get that 2-piece without being taken out by Zulana. Shuts down Hinata. It is a back and forth fight indeed, but at the same time, it's just not enough for Uzbekistan to make a difference.
very messy fight there, unfortunately, from both teams. I do believe that could have done a lot cleaner on both sides. The Raging Sandstorm gonna be forced out here as well. Mongolia has a team comp that's very good at diving, but when they dive, they need to keep the mindset about their backliner, their Kimi, their one solo consistent DPS being targeted down by Yasha right at the very beginning. Uzbekistan had already mainly won the fight by taking advantage of Mongolia's overextension, but then Anu7 got a great play and basically made the difference, even though Mongolia still did end up losing the turtle in the end.
But at the same time, it's Ogify trying to actually out to Nika. Nika will be taken immediately by Yasha. Now going in for the traction pulse. It's not going to do so much damage though, as much as Uzbekistan is doing well. But it's a really good holdout for Zulana. Zulana doing a really good movement right now, just try to make sure you have a gap. But at the same time, as much as Uzbekistan is forcing all this team fight, Team Mongolia have a really good range of safety net between them.
And Team Mongolia should try to play this just a little bit more disciplined. Again, hold on, they're trying to burst.
They're trying to burst. Zulana had to flicker away, but at the same time, Nika, as the survivor, making sure that she will not be touched. And that is a really good defense coming up from the Mongolia.
Gotta really say, Yasha has been a very aggressive player on this Lunox thus far, and I actually really like that, knowing who her target is going to be. This Kimi, once they remove her from the equation, the rest of Mongolia burns down quite slowly over to the side of Ellis, and Uzbekistan wants to continue playing for that sort of win condition.
And coming in right now, go for the fight. Anu had to move away as quickly as possible. This is going to be a turtle that is going to be contested out. Traction pulse comes through. Zulana goes in for the base attack, trying to actually hold out, but it's going to be the turtle in the hands of Mongolia right now. Avatar Garden put out, got two people, but at the same time, is it going to be enough though? Anu will be shut down by slowly immediately, and now Kerry in the mix of all, trying to be surviving it out. Managed to actually move away, but it's going to be only one lifeline with the turtle in the hands of Mongolia.
Still a little bit messy overall. Raging comes through. Sogerfly actually goes down in exchange for Nika here. I don't think they're going to get too much more from that, but Team Mongolia is still holding on to the lead since they were able to get a turtle from that previous exchange. We are starting to see some of the weaknesses of this lineup. It is very vulnerable to an export, and Zulana is constantly being kept out of position to not be able to DPS down the members of Uzbekistan. If Mongolia wants to continue for their win condition, they need to make sure they're able to extend this goal lead.
The fact that we are seeing that no matter how much they are trying to pressure out, doing in a little bit of film throw here, but at the same time, Alice has no worry. But Kerry comes in from the back line, gonna push in all out. Alice has a danger zone right here with Anu, shuts down immediately her, and now moving along, it's going to be open for the top turrets to be taken out by the Mongolia. Right at the bottom, Nika sticking together with Psycho, looking forward to see whether or not they can manage it out, because the fact is right now, things are slowing down a little bit.
I think that is to be expected here. So far, Anu7 has been doing a very good job on this Lapu Lapu, even winning out that trade against Export, which is not an easy thing to do, and has basically been responsible for keeping Mongolia in a lot of these fights, despite the lack of damage right now, since Zulana and Mob Psycho still need an item or two before they become as scary as they usually would be. Uzbekistan, though, even though they are behind by a little bit, don't need to worry too much.
Registone comes in, takes down first Hinata, and at the same time now pushing off with the Mountain Shocker. Does manage to get three. Traction falls through, and Anu takes down slowly, as well as Octifly. Yasha shuts down Carry for the trade, but is it going to be enough? Elias will be the one to be the victim in that situation. Unfortunately, only one will be able to steal.
Well, I literally just said that Uzbekistan don't need to worry too much, but that was under the condition that they continue playing this slowly and carefully, since they do have the better late game scaling. Unfortunately, they grouped up a little bit too hard, and that is where Team Mongolia's dive composition comes out on top. Basically 100% of the time. Uzbekistan cannot afford to take fights like that. They should have probably considered just giving up Hinata at that point, because he was just too far out of position, and they're more of a slow burn type of team, especially with this Lunox and Export.
This is going to be the third turtle right here. Both had their own share, but right now, it seems that it's going to be just a free one for Mongolia as Team Uzbekistan losing their tempo, losing their life as well. Anu goes out to fight. Registone comes through, takes down slowly immediately, but the treasure falls also coming off right now. Yasha trying to survive it out, but Zombie Fly unfortunately will be shut down immediately by Mob Psycho, and now leaving only 3 players to fend for themselves.
Excellent initiation right there once again from Anu7. Mongolia is well aware that now at the minute mark. This is the power spike for their team. This is officially and firmly in the mid-game phase when you've got about 2 items near to the third, where fighters are going to be the strongest. Zulana also being able to start picking up assists, which means that if they see anyone isolated on the side of Team Uzbekistan, especially if Ellis is not around, they can just full commit, pick them off, and they usually won't be punished too much.
And the fact that right now we are seeing that Uzbekistan doesn't have much to actually do some of the damage to at least shred a little bit of the sustainability in the hands of Mongolia. This is the question, but Rajisong comes in, doesn't pick up anyone, but at the same time, so much of the damage comes in from Zulana herself, just with the basic attack, but at the same time right here, Anu7 tried to catch up to Yasha, but at the same time, it's going to be the one and only Slowly who will be taken out by Mob Psycho. Now looking forward for Sogdifly as well as Hinata. They're overextending themselves, they're too much trying to defend, but is it going to be enough though? Nope. Team Uzbekistan, they gotta do it a little bit slow this time.
Yeah, Team Uzbekistan is making reactive mistakes right now. Their positioning is being punished because they are playing a little bit slowly. Their response speed is not quite up to the par of Team Mongolia, and they're taking advantage of that. These fights are actually still a little bit messy. I feel like it was definitely possible that Mongolia could have been picked off there.
Ooh, but Yasha, 1v1 with Nika, and Anu comes in. That's not a good situation right there for Yasha. Now it's going to be attacked, immediately been catched, but at the same time, there is a support right here with Russian Pulse, will not be able to do anything. At least they back off easily.
It was good on Yasha to hold on to that flicker until the very last moment there. If it was used too early on, 100% that Lunox would have went down. And Yasha is well aware right now that she is a very important player for Uzbekistan.
Now, trying to go all out to Anu. Goes out for the AOG. Doesn't catch anyone, unfortunately. This is going to be the first lot. Sogdifly, right in the open, will be taken out first of all by Mod Psycho. Now moves in with the last Insanity, but doesn't get anyone. Oh, does get Anu first of all, but at the same time, at what cost at the moment with Nika being taken out by Yasha as well. Now, Carry just down Hinata for the trades. It's going to be 2-2-2. Still, they had to back off, and now it could be a lot for Mongolia to take for the win.
Not a terrible trade considering how far Uzbekistan is behind right now. They end up trading both roamers and EXP laners. Unfortunately, Mongolia is going to be the ones that is able to get the Lord, and looks like they'll lose Slowly as well. And now the X-Borg in trouble.
It lies. I'm not sure why she wanted to actually even contest with Psycho. The fact that she knows that Psycho already had so much of sustainability. Even with the last Insanity, it's not going to be enough damage to pull through. And Yasha looking for a way. A lot of damage been put out right there, but still, it's not going to be enough as she's just trying to actually hold, making sure that this turret does not fall.
Team Uzbekistan so far has largely been depending on independent action from their players. There's not a lot of teamwork happening here, and I think part of it is because of the way that this composition from Team Mongolia plays out. It's a lot easier for them to just throw bodies at their opponents, and Team Uzbekistan are the ones that have to position a little bit more smartly since they have more squishy heroes overall. If they can hold out the game a little bit longer, their scaling can come into play though. So for Team Mongolia, the win condition is to try and close this out in the next couple minutes.
Yep, Lot comes through right now. Trying to make sure that the Lot doesn't break the holy defense. I think they might be able to do so. Yep, finally able to defend it wisely. But at the same time, the mid lane holy defense already been broken out. So still, the rest of the turrets looking like, oh no, they already broke the holy defense from the bottom as well. It's going to be a little bit bearless right now for the side of Uzbekistan. They're holding for their dear life, making sure that their defense will still be surviving. At the same time, right here, looking for a way to find at least a backline so that they can actually push through. But unfortunately, Mongolia sticking together like glue is not making an easy way for Uzbekistan to come in.
Yeah, Mongolia has realized the mistakes they made earlier in the game that made it so that the early game started off a little more slowly, and now they're positioning correctly to make sure that Zulana is always safe. Not to mention Mob Psycho currently 6-0 on the CC. 9k gold lead for Team Mongolia as we approach the 12-minute mark. If they're able to close the game out in the next Lord, that should be the goal for them. Whereas for Team Uzbekistan, if they are able to survive another 2 Lord pushes or so, last the game out until the 17-18 minute mark, then they actually do have a chance of making a comeback.
And the fact that this is the time ticking right here for Team Uzbekistan, holding off from each an angle to make sure that the team of Mongolia doesn't come near their area. They're making sure that at least the minion push will still be able to neutralize things, because the more the pressure that Mongolia puts on, the more that they will have a problem to contain their area. And somehow, they're making sure that every area does not actually have a surprise ambush attack, and that's what they are worried right now. At least slowly, all alone there, they spotted out. Will slowly be actually catch out. This is kind of actually danger zone for her as well. But at the same time, it's looking like Uzbekistan is trying to do a split push right down below. Maybe there's a possibility to try to distract it out, and this could be an opening for Uzbekistan.
Yeah, I like the positioning and awareness here from Uzbekistan. They realize no one's on the bottom side of the map, so slowly is probably in trouble. Don't want to move too far out, and they're not going to be too greedy about pushing the tower either. But they are giving up the small hole they had over the bottom side of the map. So this is going to be another free lord from Mongolia. So that is somewhat to be expected. Uzbekistan needs to hold this one. And one more. If they're able to survive that, then their scaling can actually start kicking in.
And the fact that they are also trying to actually push on for the top, as well as the lot is already been in the hands of Mongolia. But the question is, they have to actually recall back. It's not going to be easy for them to just make that split push, knowing for a fact that lot is coming in as soon as possible. So this is a danger zone again. Like you talked about, Zafar, right now is all about timing. If they can actually survive this out for the second lot, they might have a chance to reverse things around, or at least have a breather for them to reset back as long as they actually have their power back. But at the same time right here, it seems that they're gonna go in for now.
Yeah, a trend that we saw quite often during day one of WEC was teams just brute forcing their way through to end the game when they had a lead, even though it could have been a risky choice. Now with the Lord pushing up top lane, we'll see whether Team Mongolia wants to just rush in and close out the game right here, or if they want to play it a little bit more safely. The base defense in Uzbekistan is not bad.
Uzbekistan's turret might actually be dropped right this instant by the Lord, but they're coming in slowly and surely. Turret's been done already. Quite disciplined coming in. They're not trying to push. They're not going to overextend. But Anu comes in for the backline. Comes through with the last insanity. But does it going to be enough though? Not much of a damage. AOG comes through as well. But still, we are seeing that at least Anu will be taken out first by Yasha. But revive it up by Soul Deply as well by Nika. But now double kick comes through by Yasha with carry. And living along the one and only right here to be surviving Zulana as well as Mob Psycho. So they had to back off. Enough of the pressure been put out.
Yeah, just like what I mentioned, Team Uzbekistan's base defense is not bad. They have an X-Borg that's going to be able to output consistent damage and a Ruby that can punish any overextensions. And while they did play very disciplined in the initial Lord push, I think it was a little greedy to try and force down the mid inhibitor as well. So while they are still going to be able to hold on to their gold lead there, that was an opportunity that, if played a bit more carefully, could have resulted in at least one more tower for Mongolia if they played the long game instead.
The fact now we are seeing they're setting up a little bit for the mid, trying to break every barrier that's coming in from the side of Mongolia itself. Uzbekistan, they're desperate. They know for a fact that no matter what, at least they will try to do at least the push of the minion. The wave itself will be able to help them just a little bit more so that they can push into Mongolia's side. And not only that, they're making sure that at least there's no much of invasion coming through their side.
Right now, we are 20 seconds away from the next Lord spawning. And from what I already mentioned earlier, this Lord is the last safe chance for Mongolia to end the game on their terms. If they're not able to push in and break the crystal down after this objective, the game becomes a lot more difficult for them, because we will reach the point where Slowly and Yasha actually do quite a bit of DPS.
The fact that we are seeing right now, this could be a lot just given out straight to Mongolia, as we see that Slowly just pushing in right at the top freely. And again, it is kind of a critical thinking coming off from the team of Uzbekistan. They're not going to be able to do anything to actually get that lot or try to steal it off. It's just going to be a good zoning coming up from Nika itself to make sure that Uzbekistan doesn't come in. But here on out, Slowly is getting a little bit ambitious, had to pull away, or else might actually be fighting off with Anu itself. But here on out, we are seeing the moment of crucial for Team Uzbekistan. Can they actually survive the next Lord?
So it could have been a little bit cleaner, but I like the coordination from Uzbekistan there. Slowly was deciding whether to keep pushing or to go home there, and she committed to the push at the same time that her team tried to engage on Mongolia to stop them from going home. They unfortunately were unsuccessful in keeping them around the pit, but immediately communicated that information over to Slowly, who changed her mind at the right timing and made sure that no one would be caught out of position. So I like that Uzbekistan is playing this right. They're not trying to contest Lord because they know they're not as good in aggressive position. But that means they are going to need to defend this. And if they're able to do so, this game completely changes. This is Mongolia's last chance to get a clean close on game number 1.
Let's see, let's see. Lord is marching in right now, trying to catch anyone right on the front line. Zone-B5 trying to make sure that no one comes in. A lot of basic attack coming in from Zulana itself. Still, the Lord will be taken out immediately by Uzbekistan. But here's the thing, there will be a push come through. Even Anu doesn't get in, Traction Pulse doesn't go in for the follow-up. Instead, a lot of discipline comes in. A lot of late reflex comes through from the side. But now they're pushing in for the side of the team of Uzbekistan. Can Kerry make it through? Kerry had to pull away at the same time. Uzbekistan denying every entrance. There's a late response comes from Mongolia that gives an opportunity for Uzbekistan for breathing.
There were some slightly awkward plays from Hinata there. Anu 7 getting a massive land shaker, but still not quite enough. Mongolia has failed their timing. They're trying to push in still, but here Uzbekistan can actually start hitting back.
Hitting back to Nika. First of all, last insanity just to make sure that Nika dies immediately with slowly as well. But again, Team Uzbekistan, a lot of effort just to take down one player.
Now, things are actually all on the table. Mongolia still has a 7k gold lead, yes, but Uzbekistan have their items. At this point, the goal difference no longer makes that big of an impact, and it is all about that team execution. Mongolia, that was their last opportunity, and unfortunately, they didn't properly utilize their lineup to split up the map. They didn't sync up the waves, which made it very simple for Uzbekistan to focus on the Lord wave and then make sure the rest of their towers were defended. Because of that, this is now a 50-50 game. Anything can actually happen.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He's already coming in from 20 minutes. Even this is just the first game of the day, and yet we are seeing so much of the hesitant from the side of Mongolia, when the fact that we've already talked about how they could actually end the game if they can actually have a proper formation or a proper positioning to actually pull through with their decision making. But now, Uzbekistan is taking every situation for their own sake. And at the same time, this is going to be an enhanced lot for the team of Mongolia to take. And if they can actually be able to aim it off for themselves, this could be an end for the team of Uzbekistan. And Mongolia cannot make a mistake whatsoever right now.
Yasha going to have to use the Brilliance quite early here, which means that the Lunox doesn't actually have her cooldowns available for this next Lord. Up until now, Uzbekistan has basically been giving up these objectives to Mongolia, which is the smart choice. But now that we're at the 20-minute mark, they should fight, and that's what they're doing.
They're going in for the back first, but at the same time, Yasha had to pull away. Last Insanity comes through, doesn't catch anyone, does get Anu though, but at the same time, Inles having a problem with the Furuga armor, having a little bit more small life, and with the Avatar of Agadir, doesn't even make it through. Now they're going all a little bit of a messiness from the side of mid lane here, and they had to pull away. No one was in the casualty.
We can now see how awkward this is for Team Mongolia. They've been leading, they've been controlling the map for the entire time, but now they cannot even keep themselves in the river. Kyrie still trying to go for it though.
Kyrie going in, pulling off, trying to find a way to go for the big line, but at the same time, losing the life at the moment right now with less insanity, will be pushing through. Nika takes down Yasha first of all. Kyrie will be immediately shut down by Elias, but at the same time right here, pushing on with the Raging Sandstorm, moving on with the rest of the Uzbekistan lifeline already depleted one after another here. Hinata left all alone with Slowly, and Wisdom Defy will be burst down by Zulana.
That is a mistake there from Team Uzbekistan. They had the clear advantage over the Lord Pit, but did not target down this Kimi. This is the issue of this hero. You cannot ignore her at this point. She is the only consistent late game DPS that Team Mongolia had. And if they were able to at least zone Zulana out of the fight, that would have gone completely differently. But now Lord Control is reset. Even with the numbers advantage, it is unlikely that Mongolia will be able to push in for now. So the game is going to get extended.
The game is definitely pushing overtime right now with 22 minutes in the clock already. Team Mongolia still a little bit messy on the team fight itself, but yet great job coming in from Zulana to make sure that she doesn't get caught up by Uzbekistan. And that's what makes a little bit of difference coming in from the fight itself, right? You have your one and only DPS that will be surviving and be able to do so much damage, as well as bursting down the enemy opponent. But now, looking on the side of Mongolia, they're not going to wait any longer. They're going to go all out for this Lord. And Uzbekistan, if they do not stop this, it could be a free lot. Yet again, an objective being covered by them. But here, look at this. Nika doing a great job zoning out Yasha. Will deny it, but Lily's looking for a way. Can she actually break it out? No! She stole the lot! She freaking stole the lot! This is the time for Uzbekistan. Is it going to be enough? Yasha takes down carry first of all. Avatar Guardian going to be strongly primed to go in for Anu. But is it going to be enough? No, Zulana comes in to just burst the damage and we're making sure that Uzbekistan doesn't pull it. But I am forbidden. Hinata comes in to drag Psycho with Eliza, burning her to the ground. And now Uzbekistan making a difference.
A very small mechanical misplay that cost Team Mongolia dearly. They had already completely zoned out slowly from the Lord Pit, but they forgot about the consistent damage of the X-Borg and slightly missed the retry timing. Uzbekistan trying to push in now.
They're trying to push in, pulling off, taking off. Nika takes down by the side, but Zulana did manage to take down Yasha as well. 35 will not be able to survive it out by Zulana's damage. Great comeback comes through from the Uzbekistan, but unfortunately with the forcing of the dit, and it will be the fault of themselves.
That's greedy again. Another mistake, this time by Team Uzbekistan. They grouped themselves up to get mass AoE stunned so that Zulana could do the damage. They were perfectly healthy. They could have definitely pushed in there. But these teams are getting desperate. The finesse is completely lacking. It is now absolute chaos in the land of Dawn, as it all now comes down to execution. Which team is able to keep their wits about them? Who is going to be able to set up the map more effectively? Even though Uzbekistan were able to get the Lord, thanks to that mistake of trying to just brute force their way through the mid lane, they're going to get nothing out of it.
I mean, at least they'd be able to actually clear out the turrets, right? And this is what they needed. A slow push coming through for that minion wave, making sure that they're getting closer and closer to clear out some of the territory of the Mongolia itself. But still, it's a risky move. It's not really like a 50-50 chance that Uzbekistan is definitely going to change it out. But here on out, Mountain Shaka comes through to Anu. But slowly, that is kind of a big mistake. You want to meet up with the one and only who have so much sustainability in their hands. It is not a good move.
I mean, it's perfectly fine to just go for the poke at that point. Yasha trying to commit on Anu, but it's going to be another situation where you don't quite have the lockdown necessary.
Yeah.
But doing that does mean they have slightly better positioning over the riverside. And the next Lord is coming up in 15 seconds.
Next Lord is coming off for 15 seconds. If Team Uzbekistan can make a difference with Eli able to actually steal away that Lord, that's a great, superb mechanism coming in from the team of Uzbekistan. But here's the thing, Team Mongolia, will they allow it? They go into the back line. Nika comes through, spotted out Stog 5 first of all. Goes out for the slash, but Traction Pulse comes through with Eli. Eli's had to back away. Burger Armor doesn't have the opportunity to actually do the well, so they had to pull away from the positioning. But Mongolia as well, they're not really that committed. They had to back away. Curry was spotted out quickly, but now they're pushing in for the skirmish at the moment right now with the side of Eli trying to break every single movement. But Anu was able to zone out Yasha, but at the same time right here, Kerry will be able to survive it. Eli, unfortunately, last insanity doesn't come through. AOG comes in. Will it be enough? No, with Zulana just bursting down, but does manage to take down Nika first of all. And Zulana do it as much as possible to shut down Semifinals for the trade. And at the same time right here, we're slowly finishing down by Boy Psycho. Now pushing on with the last insanity. Doesn't get anyone. What a waste of the skill. And now Hinata left out alone trying to survive it out. Pushing on, moving with the flicker. They're only left with 2 players and will be taken out. Now Hinata left all alone with Yasha to be surviving, but did manage to pull through with Anu to be taken down.
This is absolute chaos right now, and I'm gonna be honest, there's nothing good I can say about it. Both these teams are just playing off of pure instinct. There is no macro sense being put into you. The way they're positioning these fights is just, I see enemy in front of me, I'm going to hit them. And that is not how you're supposed to be playing the game right now. Both sides need to lock in. There needs to be proper strategy going into this. At the very least, I will give Team Uzbekistan props for actually having the macro sense of keeping their lanes shoved out. If not for that, Mongolia would have ended this game a long time ago. And having multiple fighters means that Mongolia should be able to split push. They don't need to be relying on team fighting to win out, especially now that we are at the 27-minute mark. But hey, that's the situation we find ourselves in, and we can only pray and see what is going to happen next.
I think for the record, right, I think this is actually the longest fight we've seen, even from yesterday's series, pre-series that we saw from the group stage. This is the longest one we've come here for, 27 minutes in the game itself. Now, this is going to be the 3rd Lord coming in, actually 4th Lord to push in. And if Team Mongolia or even Uzbekistan leave it out to be open. It could be either side to make sure that they can push into their own turret and get that crystal. But the question is, the upper hand definitely goes out to Mongolia because they keep allowing the minions to push in right at the top. So let's see how they're going to be able to set up for the Lord.
Yeah, Team Uzbekistan so far has still been doing a great job of splitting the fights by getting the side waves pushed out. And Team Mongolia are still not very efficient at responding to it. But they will see. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Yasha pushing on straight to Nika, but doesn't got enough. Traction Pulse will get 2 players, but at the same time, right here, Anu comes in. Religion Storm comes through right here with Hinata having a lifeline, still surviving though, but at the same time, at the quad cost right here with, or even the Lord comes in to fight it off. A little bit of the airborne, and Anu takes down Elas first of all with Zogdifly. Burn to the ground with Zulana just comes through. Does manage to have the Winter Crown though, but will they be able to survive with the 4 players just pushing on with Zogdifly also be terminated?
Massive misplay from Team Uzbekistan. There was no need for them to go for such a rushed dive, especially with one of their squishier members, Yasha, going in and popping both ultimates straight away. That meant that they had no longer any DPS to handle the side of Team Mongolia. So even though they should scale better damage-wise, they just gave it all up. This Lord going to be secured by the Mongolian squad. And now they have one more opportunity to finally close this game out.
29 minutes, 20 seconds in the clock, and Mongolia getting the 4th Lord should secure them already the winning here for our first round of the first series of the day. And Uzbekistan kind of slow. They weren't able to actually defend long enough, but will they be able to do the last defense system so that they can be able to turn things around? It looks a little bit dim right now for the light of them, but somehow if they can make a difference, they can actually switch up and at least take advantage of the mistake, because somehow both of this team have made a couple of mistakes with each other, but yet it is going down to be Mongolia who push in with a lot.
One more opportunity. They already failed to maximize this the last time, but it looks like they have learned from their mistakes. The waves are actually synced up. At the very least, they should be able to take all the inhibitors. Can they close out the crystal?
Let's see. Traction Pulse takes down Yasha, having a problem right here. Still surviving with immortality, but at the same time will be taken out by Anu. Now moving along, trying to go all out with a burst. In last, Insanity will be pulled through, but is it going to be enough to take down Nika and Anu? Nope, not be able to do so. Elas had to survive it out, but did manage to take down by Hinata with Zulana. The burst damage dealer will be shut down, and it's going to be an opening for Uzbekistan to clear things around.
Even with another Lord, a 29-minute empowered Lord, Mongolia were not able to push into the base. And unfortunately, they once again missed position and leave their main DPS in a vulnerable spot where Team Uzbekistan were able to take advantage of it. And this is after they bursted down the Lunox first. They should have had a clear advantage when Yasha was taken out of the fight. But so far, these teams are still making misplays.
Oop, and it seems that overextension coming in from Anu 7 there, but I don't think it will be able to survive though. Last Insanity comes in, does have the burst damage, but Anu 7 still survives. Registon comes through to actually take down Elias with all the skill has already been done. But now, we are seeing that at least they're trying to burst it out and they still survive all those damage now. Moving on, Hinata will be caught off guard. AOG comes through. They want to make sure that this is going to be the last defense. They did manage to actually avoid that casualty, but at the same time, the crystal, the minion will be pushing in. But at least we do see that Yasha comes back to survive it out and clear things out.
And looks like they will be able to keep that alive. Now they're turning the fight around. They've nearly taken out Mob Psycho, but they will be able to back off in time. No more minion wave though. Uzbekistan not going to be able to take a tower off of this. But the timing lines up. They can actually transition over to the Lord, and Mongolia doesn't have their jungler.
They don't have their jungler. This is going to be a free Lord to be taken, and they cannot make any more mistakes. They have a lot of division that they have to be taking care of. Not only they have to be wary of this push that's coming up from the top, but at the same time, Zulana comes in, takes down Sadifa, and still away the Lord in the hands of Mongolia. Yasha takes down Mob Psycho, but is it going to be enough? Comes in with a Thrash and Pulse, and right this instant, Nika will be the next victim to be shut down by Uzbekistan. Who would have thought? The steal comes in, the Thrace comes through with the full squad wiped out.
And that is going to be it right there. A full team wipe onto Team Mongolia, even though they were successful in stealing the Lord away. Team Uzbekistan now have a direct path through the mid lane. They will still have to clear the Lord off though, and it's actually going to take a surprising amount of time since they are lacking a proper marksman. That means that they can't close the game out with this yet.
There's still so much of the potential for Mongolia to think since it's around, right? The fact that, yeah, they still have the push, they got the steal from the Lord itself, but here's the thing. Uzbekistan, they're holding off for the spawn side. The revival that is coming from the 3 players of Mongolia, they can take advantage of this. They leave slowly right behind there, and now they're trying to push in, try to break this mid lane turret. Finally comes in, and let's see if they can actually manage to do so. Burn the ground with Anu. Anu trying to actually zone out. Can he make it through with the crystal? Right here in the crystal moment. Hinata just breaking out with the base outside. Can they actually steal it up? Wow! Uzbekistan will be the first win for the first series.
What a chaotic Game 1 between these two squads here. What a way to kick off day 2 of WEC. A 33-minute slugfest that finally ends with a victory for Team Uzbekistan. In fact, their first game victory of the entire tournament. But let's just say I got a lot of things to say about this one.
Go ahead. I love to hear it because, again, it was messy. It was crazy messy coming out from all the team fight. Do you agree on that?
Oh, yes.
Like, from one end to another end, we do see that there was a lot of plays one after another. It's either like, if you were able to actually catch up, we would be able to actually take down Nika first of all, and then they would... Well, but at the same time, it's just like a... It's like they're taking turn one after another. It's like, I'll take that, you'll take that, I'll take that, you take that. And in the end of it all, who gets to win?
I think the only factor that made the difference here was the macro play.
Yeah.
Of Uzbekistan. It wasn't perfect, but it was there. Compared to Team Mongolia, who basically didn't try split pushing the waves at all. Even though that would have been a very clear win condition for them with the type of draft that they're playing, they could have just kept the pressure up by pushing the side lane.
Yep.
They could have ended the game at the 50th-minute mark if they just synced up the waves with the second Lord push. They could have played so much cleaner throughout the game. I'm gonna be honest, I feel a little bit bad for Anu. Because if I had to pick an MVP, it would have been that Lapu Lapu. She was trying so hard to secure these wins, getting so many multi-land shaker stuns, so many clutch plays with the Raging Slash. The rest of her team was not able to keep up. They had the scaling, they had the lead in the initial stages, but they just didn't fulfill the conditions needed to close the game out with them.
And the fact that you saw how it was, the second lot was already marching in. Yeah, you can definitely see how most of the players of Uzbekistan was making sure that they will shut down the second lot. And they had the opportunity to just break that mid lane, right? That mid turret, that inhibited turret was already prepared for them to just go for the diving composition. They were hesitant. All of them were just hesitant and they fall back straight away and giving so much of the space and time for Team Uzbekistan to come through.
They were actually correct to be hesitant. Like, being hesitant there is the correct choice. The wrong choice was being hesitant first and then deciding, you know what, let's just do it anyway.
Yeah.
That's the issue. They were like, it's not just a Team Mongolia issue as well in this case. It was an issue that was happening with Team Uzbekistan as well, where they overcommitted sometimes, undercommitted at other times, didn't properly position themselves inside team fights. They were able to come out on top in the end because they did have more natural scaling, but if they had approached the fights better, 100%, they could have won at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah. And the fact that, again, I've talked about how a lot of the hero pools, the hero draft itself, I know that probably most of the players are probably on the side of how we see in the paper, right? There's not a problem with the draft between both of this team, especially on the side of how Mongolia decided to have so much of sustained heroes on their side and they pretty much focus more on the DPS on Zulana. And I think Zulana was actually much of the game changer. All the burst damage that was put out by her and even the thresh and calls to make sure that it keeps grounded off the team of Uzbekistan made a lot of difference. But the question is, as much as you hold your whole positioning or you just survive so much of the damage that's been put out by your team opponent, it's still not going to be enough at the end of it all.
Yeah, adaptability was very much missing this game because both sides just decided we're going to keep doing the same thing, right? The definition of insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over again and expecting something to change. And in this case, I think we got to see proof that that's not usually going to be the case. Cleaner gameplay needs to happen. Better execution, micro-wise, needs to happen. Better sense, macro-wise, needs to happen. We gotta give props to Team Uzbekistan for being able to hold out that game long enough, but I also think a lot of it came down to the mistakes being made by their opponents. So it's hard to really say.
And I feel like at the time being that we are seeing from Team Uzbekistan, something that we need to actually address is the fact that they were able to defend very goodly. Even after the second lot, even after the third lot, they were able to actually steal away. And shout out to Elise as well, because she was able to come in. I was looking at her and she's like going all out with the last insanity. That was a steal that Uzbekistan was looking forward, that made things, everything just turn around for Team Uzbekistan to come back to Team Mongolia. But then once they go in for the last lot dance itself, where yeah, they did everything. They pulled all their stunts out to steal away the lot from the hands of Uzbekistan, yet at what cost? With a full team wipeout in the hands of Uzbekistan.
I think when we compare these teams, Mongolia seemed a little bit more solid in terms of like personal gameplay on the micro end, whereas Uzbekistan had better positioning in terms of the macro end. We are going to hand over the MVP of this match to Ellis, which I do not believe was on the Kimmy.
Yeah, no. It was actually Xbox, but it's okay. we do agree on that she deserved that MVP though, because every single decision making, the call out that was done by her, definitely deserving of the acknowledge as well. With 7,316 KDA, damage wise per minute was 5,960. I think that pretty much we did say compared to what it is done by the Team Mongolia is much better. It's just that the fact that they lost this game is unfortunate for Team Mongolia itself.
Actually, I think that was supposed to be Fasha because that was the Lunox's score and item build.
Ah!
So, well, honestly, I would probably give it to Fasha out of anyone because that Lunox played very aggressively, had good burst. I do kind of wish that sometimes she held back a little bit. Because, yes, if you can get a really quick pick off with the Darkening, that's excellent, but you're not going to get that a lot of time, and you are basically the main DPS for your team, so maybe keep yourself a little bit safer. There are a lot of things that can be pointed out here. I think Ellis, unfortunately, didn't look the most comfortable on the X-Borg, actually. I feel like the last Insanity was used too early a lot of the times and put her in really vulnerable positions without her Viraga armor. Hinata also looked a little bit out of whack with the Ruby, sometimes making misses. The flicker hooks were not really landing, but they did have the better scaling. They had the wave management. That's what allowed them to close things out in the end. And we'll see what kind of adjustments these teams will make going into game number 2.
Ooh, our second map is going to be Dangerous Grass. And we talked about how these teams have only one lifeline left. And if Team Uzbekistan can make such a miracle gameplay like that again for this second round, it would mean they are the team to qualify to play off instead of the team of Mongolia. But what if Mongolia learn from the mistake they've done? Because again, you talked about how Mongolia looked a little bit more sturdy compared to Uzbekistan. When we talked about how Uzbekistan winning against Mongolia is only on the fair line because a lot of the execution that was done by Team Mongolia was not at par, that was supposed to be clean enough for them to win that game.
I think Team Mongolia would have been in a much better position if they actually just had a proper late game carry. They were very dependent on the Kimmy, and Kimmy works well late game, but you usually pair her up with someone else. That's usually why she is in the mid lane a lot of time rather than the gold lane. If they had a proper marksman or an assassin in the jungle, I think Mongolia could have easily closed out that game in terms of damage differences. So let's see whether they decide to go for that in terms of the draft now that they are one game down. And once again, to remind everyone of the stakes, these are the play-ins. It's a best of 3 series. The loser ends their journey at WEC.
Let's see. So far for the banning phase number 1, Lunox, Hilda, as well as Chi will be the first one to be taken out by Mongolia. Uzbekistan, on the other note, took out Yves, Alet, as well as Angela. But yet again, Mongolia prioritizing this Baxia.
There's nothing wrong with prioritizing the Baxia. It is still a very solid jungler, but you usually will want to pair it up with a solid amount of damage. And Kimmy alone is not going to be enough, especially now that Uzbekistan is actually stealing it away.
I think pretty much we did saw Uzbekistan with Kimi last yesterday, I think, when they were fought off with Turkiyye, but they didn't actually manage to pull through the fight off, and that's the reason why they weren't the one who actually qualified for the playoff. But they did manage to do a really good damage until 15 minutes in the clock to be fighting with Team Turkey. And we know for a fact that if that kind of game comes down to 50 minutes, it shows how much of a potential that Uzbekistan is kind of actually showing off. But here on out, for the choices of Mongolia, they picked up Granger. Previously, they actually banned off Granger, and now Farsa will be the third pick.
Alright, this makes a lot more sense already on paper. Farsa as well as Granger are going to work very well together. You have a very solid artillery backline. That means that you want a very solid front line that can help protect them. Baxia has already won, but you would want another secondary fighter that's able to hold the line in between, especially now that Hayabusa has shown up as well. That means you want someone who's able to lock him down and prevent him from jumping onto the artillery DPS on the side of Team Mongolia.
Great front line as well as back line execution coming off from Uzbekistan. Now, looking on the side of Uzbekistan, the one that they actually be able to ban off right now is Alice to be added on to the side of the pick list. And somehow, I feel like when the Mongolia, right, the more that they actually can take off the goal lane can actually produce even more effects here to Uzbekistan.
Yeah, getting rid of the Alice is very smart here from Uzbekistan. Kimi is going to be quite vulnerable in the back line, not to mention Mongolia does need one more frontline fighter that can help defend the Granger and Farsa. If they're still going down this line, then getting rid of heroes like Yuzong or Lapu Lapu is probably what they want to eye next. Meanwhile, Team Mongolia getting rid of the Harif is now focusing on making sure that this Granger is going to have a good time in the goal lane. Now that they actually do have some late game scaling, the goal is to have heroes that can delay the game long enough for them to come online.
Yeah, I mean, and we know for a fact that kind of like a direct counter to the side of Granger will have Iritil on that ban list, unless they don't really think that it is necessary on the pool side of Team Uzbekistan, because I do think that Iritil hasn't been played by this team from all the group stage itself, even from the last year as well. We haven't seen Iritil been popping off, if I'm not mistaken. So we are seeing that it's not going to be Iritil, but it is going to be Ruby, because the way how it is used by Hinata previously was a little bit of respect needed to be put out.
And just like that, Iritel going to show up here as a lane counter over the side of the Granger, which means that we are not going to be seeing double fighter side lane on either team for this particular matchup. Means that we are looking at general scaling. Mongolia now has the opportunity to go for combo plays. An early game roamer and EXP laner should allow them to punish having two marksmen and an Hayabusa on the side of Uzbekistan. If the Hilda wasn't already banned out by themselves, this would be a good time to lock it in.
Let's see if that's going to be the case as well as Team Mongolia right now. I think pretty much the only thing that they need more is just at least to have that frontliner that is very capable to actually hold up, and that's why they put out Rock as well as Lapu Lapu. And there's nothing wrong with putting out Lapu Lapu, because we saw how it was when it comes to Anu 7. There's a lot of game call-out decision-making that was done by Anu using this Lapu Lapu was just really pure great fight indeed. And but at the same time, Uzbekistan comes up with Akai for the last pick.
Akai, this is interesting right here. Where is this Akai going to go? Is this EXP lane Akai? Because Hayabusa is definitely going to be jungle. It's probably going to be Akai and Gatot flexed into roam or EXP, and we'll get to confirm that once the game begins. But these are definitely more standard lineups overall. This time around, I like Team Mongolia's team composition. Very classic, got good early mid-game scaling, and then you've got late game built in with the Granger as well, as long as you make sure you play your team fights well during the the first couple minutes. On the opposite side, the Akai going to be a very interesting addition. Depending on where it is going to be put in terms of lanes, it will have a higher impact, but it is a little bit more difficult to execute in comparison.
I think this is very tricky coming out from the side of Uzbekistan. But again, it is up to them because when we come to the fight, it is all in the hands of these two teams. Again, everyone, welcome to the WEC 2025. This is the first series of our second day match for the play-ins. They have only one life to go for them to prove themselves to go to the playoff between the team of Uzbekistan versus Mongolia.
Team Uzbekistan will be able to take one more victory, then they will officially end the journey of Team Mongolia here at WEC, something that Team Mongolia is going to try and avoid at all costs. And now we have a confirmation that this is going to be an EXP lane Akai, but they've actually swapped. It's Hinata in the EXP lane when she was previously the goal laner.
Yeah, and then moving on right now, Yasha just pulling off great damage here with Hinata takes down Carry first of all for the first blood. Great job pulling through. That's the shred damage that we want coming in, and somehow the rapid comes through, but that's not a problem with Sogifly to just move away. Mob Psycho 1v1 with Ellis has no problem to just stand on its own, but so far right now, Uzbekistan, Sogifly, a little bit of overextended here. Mighty Swing comes in, but will be able to survive.
We are seeing Hinata getting a 1v1 win against Anu. And this is on the Lapu Lapu that she popped off with last game as well. This Akai EXP already working out quite well, and a very interesting lane swap as well. Not something you would see very often. But we are seeing a lot of teams just underestimate the level 1 power spike of Kimi. You would think, yes, I am a Baxia, I should be able to tank a lot of things, especially with my teammates backing me up. But I think there was a failure of communication to let them know that Hinata is going to be joining that fight. And that really does swing things around.
Things around indeed with Nika just trying to overlook every single movement that is coming along by Uzbekistan. The turtle, the first turtle is going to actually be contested by Uzbekistan with Nika trying to find a way whether or not she wants to actually take out or try to actually avoid or maybe intrude the equation that was done by Uzbekistan. But it seems that all of the players of Team Mongolia are just focusing on the bottom lane. It gives an opportunity for Uzbekistan to infiltrate their own buff. And now, moving along, Yasha with just a basic attack to just shoo away Nika immediately. And now coming in with the Quark Shadow, seems that it's going to be Zulana to be taken out by Slowly.
Yeah, we can definitely see Team Uzbekistan feeling a lot more comfortable now. Even a flicker forced out from Nika, but now the Kimi in some trouble. AOG comes in, the Saver though, and the Revitalize. Kairi not going to be able to survive. Actually, it is going to be able to survive that, just barely.
Wait! Oh, that was a bigger mistake. I don't think that Mob Psycho realized it, how the movement of Kairi, but at the same time right here, Anu will not be able to do anything.
So far, Team Uzbekistan still doing a great job with their rotations. This Akai actually making a big difference, being able to hit level 4 earlier than usual since she is in the EXP lane. Means that it's harder for Mongolia to walk up. They're still not too far behind in terms of gold right now. And once we hit 5 minutes, it's going to be kind of hard to fight into them since this Farsa will start hitting really hard.
The fact that Urgent Rapid being put out by Nika, gonna do an airborne there, but Elise will be able to survive it out. Such great positioning coming out from Mongolia. They know for a fact they want to do some damage here to Uzbekistan, but still not enough.
Yeah, if that wall was just a little bit closer, they could have guaranteed a kill. But now they're engaging onto Anu up top.
Going in for the shadow kill. Anu, just a little bit more, goes in for the shuriken, and straight away Anu will be taking out another 1 kill in the hands of Uzbekistan, making it 4.
I'm liking the movements of Slowly so far. They can see that there was a gank down bottom, so they instantly go for the top lane instead. And they're well aware that Anu on this Lapu Lapu was actually a bit of a problem in the last game. So if they can already stifle her progress in the earlier stages, it's less of a worry to think about. It also unlocks Hinata from the lane and allows Yasha to get an extra bit of farm.
Now the turtle is going to come in, but the Feather Strike comes through, but did manage to take down Yasha immediately with the last hit from Carry. But at the same time here, turtle is open. They're trying to actually go in for the dance. Mongolia comes in to join the party. Saudi Fly trying to make sure they're doing. Can they actually make it through? Comes through with the bravest fighter. Does manage to take down the turtle in the hands of Slowy, but now comes in with a mighty swing with a tectonic touch, but doesn't manage to actually go in for the follow-up. And now they manage to scur away without any casualty.
That still ends up being kind of a win for Uzbekistan there. They lost Yasha up top, unfortunately, but it's still not that big a deal since there's not a lot of information that she could have used to avoid that situation in the first place. Instead, by taking the turtle and then avoiding the team fight, they made the correct choice there to allow themselves to slowly fill up goal.
Lovely movement, dive composition coming in from Slowly. Goes in for the Quark Shadow as well as with the Shadow kill. Now Zulana just takes out from the portion.
Her name may be Slowly, but she's definitely not moving that way across the map right now. Hayabusa looks to be a comfort pick here for the side of Uzbekistan, and having heroes like the Farsa on the opposite side who are particularly vulnerable to the Ogi Shadow kill is allowing her to really build up these stacks. I don't think you have a Sky Piercer yet on the Hayabusa, so that is one thing that Team Mongolia can feel a little bit happy about. But you're gonna need to play this a little bit more slowly. Look for the better team fights.
So they are start open out. Tectonic charge straight away. Gates down. So they fly immediately. But that's just gonna be one win at least in the hands of Mongolia.
I mean, one win is still better than nothing. Sogdifly definitely went too far with that push out. Not really respecting the possibility of the Earthen Rampart. And even after the Feathered Airstrike has already been used.
And even so, with the Shadow kill comes through, it's not going to be enough to take down Anu. With Hina, Hina will be almost taken down by the Eastern Rapid, but Heavy Spin had to pull away for the survival.
Okay, there we go. Starting to see some slightly more solid rotations from Team Mongolia now, and that has made the difference. Goal lead still in favor of Uzbekistan, but it's not a very big difference. And both sides do have pretty solid scaling into the late game. We are now reaching a very fragile point in the game. Next turtle up in about 10 seconds. Whoever wins out this next exchange is going to have a very solid advantage up until the 10-minute mark.
The fact that right now, the economy-wise, is not as big as deal right here between the team of Mongolia and Uzbekistan. Setting up will be done right here as Nika overlooking every single grass. Make sure that there will be no surprise attack. Doing a little bit of swing here with Hinata. But then again, Crash and Pulse comes through from Yasha. Now gonna push into the side of Carry. Carry trying to be burned to the ground. But Feather side has been open. Takes the turtle in the hands of Slowly. But now, the zoning that was done gives an opportunity to Uzbekistan.
Yeah, the positioning from Team Mongolia was greedy, and because of that, it was a bit too scattered. They were attempting to attack from multiple angles at once, but Team Uzbekistan knew they only needed to focus on one target, which is Kairi on this Baxia. As long as they can keep the jungler away, they can get the turtle for free, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, right now, Slowly trying to make sure that she'll be able to actually have a really good speed push, making sure that they can divide every single attention by the team of Mongolia. Somehow, Slowly goes for the shadow kills. Can he get it carry? A little bit of extension there, but with the Feather X side, it doesn't get anything. It's just pretty much a little bit of picking and poking from Slowly.
Zulana has not been allowed to maximize the usage of this Feathered Airstrike for the entire game. Every time it has been popped, it has been a reaction to Team Uzbekistan rather than some kind of set-up play from Mongolia. And they have a Grok. They should be able to get these big team fights along with the Farsa. It's just that their movements across the map are not quick enough. Having Anu disabled right from the very beginning and Hinata roaming free means that Mongolia just doesn't have enough map control to take things on their own terms.
The fact that 3 turtles already in the hands of Uzbekistan, a lot of the economy-wise definitely goes out to them as the advantage. And Team Mongolia, they're moving around, following the flow of Uzbekistan is not a good move. Now, Mighty Swing comes in, trying to actually pull or push Hinata away. Doesn't do much of the damage, and they're trying to figure out who to actually burst down or break first so that they can have the opening.
Right now, Uzbekistan holding on to a 2k lead. We are 8.5 minutes in, so this goal difference doesn't actually make that big of an impact. And Mob Psycho has still actually been free farming the entire time. 0 deaths so far on this Granger, but also 0 Sky Piercer stacks. If Mongolia can keep this momentum up, they do still have a chance of turning things around the longer the game goes. But it's going to be a lot more difficult since compared to last time, there is no clear team with an early game power spike.
They're going to go in all out for the backline first. Carry was spotted out by Hinata, but then Urchin Rampage coming in, and with the Feather X-Strike comes in. Shadow kills, try to push in. Zulana had to be cancelled out, but Yasha takes an Anu immediately, giving it an opening for 1 kill in the hands of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, the one issue with going for the Grok Lapu Lapu final 2 picks from Team Mongolia is that although they're really good in teamfight situation, they don't really have anyone who can be dedicated to stopping the advent of Slowly on the Hayabusa, which means that every time a teamfight starts, especially when the Feathered Airstrike is popped down, the Ogi Shadow kill just comes out. Even if it doesn't get the kill, it cancels out Mongolia's main DPS at this stage of the game and can even zone out Mob Psycho.
And takes down Zelena indeed by slowly and now pushing on with the Tectonic, trying to actually go in for the Mighty Swing. Doesn't get anyone just yet, but at the same time, Anu7 trying to actually shoo away with Mob Psycho, just trying to span out all the skills, all the attacks to the side of Uzbekistan. It's not doing much favor as still Uzbekistan having a lot of ranging themselves.
Mongolia needs to stay together in order to make team fights happen, but their catch is not quick enough to punish the mobility coming out of Uzbekistan. Oh, here comes the tech
Good
dart.
Tectonic charge, Mighty Swing comes in, Yasha flickers away. But at the same time, Hinata will go in for the heavy spin to survive it out.
Hinata slightly messed up the heavy spin there, actually ended up pushing Nika out of position to allow her to flicker to safety. But it still ends up being a pretty okay trade. The Lord will be able to pick off the top tier 2, they're able to get the mid tier 1, even the bottom wave is pushing. Uzbekistan's macro control is actually really solid based on these two games.
The fact that Uzbekistan, we talked about how they had lost 2 of their games on their group stage. This is a better positioning, a better performance coming in. Shadow Kill comes in right here, just a little bit more. Tried to go in for the bravest fighter, but didn't manage to hit the landing and at least survive it out.
Yeah, Anu got lucky there that it ended up spreading to the minion wave. A wall comes out, it's a good one, but there's no tech charge because it was already used earlier.
Better side is open, try to actually burst down the Uzbekistan, try to shoo away them to make sure that they don't come in clogged. But at the same time here, Curry trying to actually pull out all stuns to make sure that they survive it up. But Saltyfly looking for a way out, trying to push away with the Thorn as well. But now comes in with the Tectonic charge, gets 2 players. Now it's going to be Liles who will be taken out by Anu first of all. Hevizin to be surviving out, had to pull away. Now Uzbekistan making a little bit of slight mistake.
Yeah, that is definitely a mistake from Uzbekistan there. They thought they were safe, but they...
Is that a good... Oh, that was not a good positioning, even though we're slowly trying to pull in our 2 lifeline will be taken out by Mob Psycho.
It was a small mistake. Now it's a huge mistake. Mob Psycho had no kills before this, and now she suddenly got 2 shutdowns and Sky Piercer stacks because slowly tried to go for the greedy Ogi Shadow Kill play. Losing out on Ellis wasn't too bad of an issue, but losing out on the 4 kill streak and feeding it into the Granger, who so far is still not died once this game, is actually the precise ticket that Mongolia needed to put themselves back into this game.
You gotta step back just a little bit. Getting too confident can actually cost you your life. And Carry is spotted out. Traction Falls been put out right here, trying to survive it out. Elax getting all out. Fred Airside has been opened. Something doing it off to all the teams of the team of Uzbekistan. Even though they did manage to actually trap it, in the end, Team Mongolia comes through.
At this point, I am pretty sure that Kairi already has that blade armor. You could see that Yasha was basically killing herself based on the damage on that Baxia. And even after all the time spent wailing on her, they weren't able to take Kairi down. With Mob Psycho now actually starting to scale up, Uzbekistan's lead is slowly dwindling away. They still have good macro play, their scaling is still in place, but Ellis needs to lock in. This Iritel hasn't been able to really position herself in the best places so far.
Been put out, Traction Pulse to carry. Yasha doing as much damage, but it's just going to be sheltering out with Sogdify will be the one to be taken out by Mob Psycho first of all. 1 player down, now 4 players to go. But at the same time, Alice is just going to do a little bit of split push right there at the top all by herself. She's opening the door. Anu comes in, gonna actually deny it off, but the turret has already been dropped.
That's excellently played, and Team Mongolia are now hesitant to actually contest the Lord, even though they could have committed to it after sending Anu back. They've given up the control to Uzbekistan.
Heavy spin comes in from Hinata, trying to actually make sure locked it to the wall of that area, and now pushing in. River Spider comes in for the air strike, but it's going to be Yasha to take down Anu 7, and now it might be an open Lord for the hands of Uzbekistan.
Team Mongolia is a bit too hesitant. They're not willing to take risks, and that in itself is punishing their movements across the map. They could have sent the Lapu home, and then just continued controlling the Lord pit, but they walked backwards just in case Anu wasn't able to do it. Not having that faith in your teammate to get the 1v1 is what ultimately cost them that objective, and now Uzbekistan have been able to regain some of their lost ground.
Now, this is going to be the Lord that can change things around for Team Uzbekistan. Mongolia, however, they gotta make a change here for their own defense. Russian Paul has been put out. Kairi, again, one of the targets in the hands of Yasha, looking for a way for them to go out from the front line so that they can actually pull through. But somehow, Team Mongolia, they're sticking together like glue, making sure that Uzbekistan does not crush their formation.
Mongolia should be able to hold on fairly alright. Again, an artillery composition on the side of Team Mongolia means that their base defense is going to be pretty solid, actually. As long as Mob Psycho and Zulana keep themselves safe, they should be able to clear up minion waves quite well, but it is very synced up.
Ooh, Elise almost caught off with the Feather Extract, but now Lord comes in. They'll be defended by the Mongolia. Treasure Falls pulled out, but there's not going to be any follow-up. Comes in for the Uzbekistan, as well as now they're just overlooking from the side.
This is power, having multiple backline DPSs. They can clear waves very quickly, and oh, that was a mistake from Nika, not able to hit the tech charge. But they won't get too punished from it. The minion waves are being very efficiently cleared out by Mob Psycho.
The fact that Team Mongolia still have a really good defense coming in, but at the same time, River Spider comes through, and now they're trying to pull in. Aaron Airport will be put out for the defense, and with the Feather Extract, had to pull away from that situation.
Good poke, good defense, but also good consistent pressure from Uzbekistan.
Slowly comes in with a shadow kill, takes down Solana, the one who makes the great DPS come through, and now at the same time, Hinata comes in with a heavy speed, locks it to the wall, and they will be able to push her to the side to make sure that carry will be taken out. Now two frontliners is out for the backs, and now they go in for the AOG. Nika in trouble, had to pull in, but at the same time, Anu surviving all by herself, will be able to be taken out by Yasha. Two players still surviving out, but this is going to be a crystal. Yasha just burning to the ground, comes through with a core shadow, but it was merely the crystal in the hands of Uzbekistan.
A beautiful game played by Team Uzbekistan here. They'll keep themselves in the competition and move on from the play-ins. Game 1 was a battle of which team made more mistakes. But Game 2 is where Team Uzbekistan showed the world what they were truly capable of. Really good call, strong micro play, especially from Slowly on that Hayabusa. A well-deserved victory.
And the fact that I feel a lot of the dividing focus coming out from all of the players from Uzbekistan, where Eli's make the decision making to just push that top lane, and then the fact that the moment she was able to be spotted out, a lot of the attention coming up from Mongolia itself was quite aware, and they were actually divided. They were actually in the dilemma whether or not should we go with the Lord, should we actually just maintain here for the Lord, or should we just like go back and help Anu to be surviving out to make sure that the turret will still survive it out.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that were done right here, but that does unfortunately mean it is the end of Team Mongolia's journey here in WEC, and what I think a lot of people might consider as an upset, since this region has shown up multiple times as a dark horse in international tournaments. That just goes to show the level of gameplay has definitely improved here in the women's MLBB ecosystem as well. Either way, as you guys can see up on screen, we're already ready for our interview. So Rose, take it away.
Team Uzbekistan takes the W this time around in a 2-0 sweep up against Team Mongolia. And right now, I am with Hinata and the manager from Team Uzbekistan. First of all, congratulations. Now, I want to ask, how are you guys finding Malaysia so far? Because I didn't get to ask this yesterday.
Ras. Почему они вчера вас видели? Короче, скажи впечатление о Малайзии, почему вчера не удалось?
Вчера были очень командные. То есть мы плюс-минус мы понимаем, как
So yesterday they were expected that all the teams were really strong and it was complicated to play against them. That's why they were preparing for the next matches.
So they were doing a lot of preparation for today. Now, speaking about the preparation for today, after winning your play-ins match, you guys will play another match later on in the afternoon, right? How is the preparation for that like? Because playing 2 games in one day is not that easy. It's very tiring.
Как вы готовились? Ну, учитывая то, что 2 игры подряд играли. Как вы готовились, какие у вас практики? They were discussing a lot of tactical skills and things with other players. They had a lot of meetings, and also that they have a lot of practice with other teams.
Oh, you guys have been screaming with other teams. How is that like? Is it good? Have you met all of the girls here, like made friends with some of the regions?
Exactly.
Oh, I see. Now, maybe this could help the international audience know Team Uzbekistan better, maybe you can share, maybe the manager can share a little bit about the MLBB scene back in your home country. How is it like in Uzbekistan? Is there a lot of players now?
MLBB being popular during this year, because unfortunately last year it wasn't so popular, but now we have a lot of teams. We have open team with the male and female, but as you see, the strongest is female.
Oh, the strongest is female. I like that. Women empowerment. And you know what? It just started getting famous this year, but you guys are actually doing really good. The women's team is moving on later. So I hope to see more from you guys later. Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Hinata. Thank you. And
Thank
that's
you.
going to show it back to the casters to give us a post-match analysis on this game.
Thank you very much, Rose. And once again, congratulations to Team Uzbekistan for making it through the play-ins to the next stage of WEC 2025. And definitely a well-deserved performance as well, like a far cry from what happened in game number 1. It definitely looked like they were more comfortable, which is very shocking since we got to see the Akai EXP for the first time. Their side laners literally swapped the roles. So, really good calls.
I think pretty much we saw how even from the start of the game itself, Team Uzbekistan was much more confident, and they know for a fact that earlier on they'll be able to do so much damage towards the side of Mongolia. So they were roaming around freely, and that's the trust that they have within each other that made it so much good for the second round of the match itself. But compared to what it was on the first round, there was a lot of things that needs to be done, that they do it within that gap between the first and second match. Shows how much of adaptability that was proven out for the team of Uzbekistan itself.
It definitely felt like they identified what went wrong in game number 1, what caused the game to go all the way to 33 minutes long. They stole away the Kimi. That was one of the main issues that was delaying the game for them. They focused down the Lapu Lapu during the laning phase, even specifically picking the Akai against him to try and keep him there as long as possible. And then they also made sure to win out that early phase and position themselves in good positions when it came to team fights. Not to mention they were already the team that seemed to have better wave management skills in game number 1, and that definitely availed them once again in game 2.
That's the thing, when you already be able to actually do all the micro decision, even though we did saw on the first match or the first round itself, they lose a lot of the objective to Mongolia. Now we are finally seeing that Uzbekistan controls every single of the objectives for the second round. 2 slots lane was by them. Turtle was also in the hands of them. No whatsoever contest that was done by Mongolia could be done for the team of Uzbekistan itself. And looking from the economy wise, we did saw even from the mid game itself, Uzbekistan was just leading already with 1k.
They were already building up a very solid lead for themselves early on. Now, both teams actually had pretty okay scaling in this game just based off of a draft. So even though Mongolia was a little bit behind early on, if they made the right moves, they definitely could have made the comeback, especially after the big mistake from Uzbekistan, which gave Mob Psycho the first 2 kills, as well as a shutdown onto the Hayabusa. But the very aggressive movements and the unfortunate reliance on each other that came from Team Mongolia allowed Uzbekistan to slowly claw their way to victory.
I think pretty much that we talked about how slowly every single time we'll be able to caught off guard the players of Mongolia without we even noticing it. It was really fast, and yet making sure that it gives a lot of the advantage on the side of Uzbekistan itself, and how they were able to actually control the movement of Mongolia. Every rotation they've done, they will be there to control it.
Their positionings were great, and again, the macro sense is there. I feel like Uzbekistan has an opportunity to be a bit of a dark horse here in the competition if they are able to clean up their micro mechanics and continue to draft as smartly as they did in this game. Let's go ahead and award our MVP, and this time I definitely agree that it is slowly on this Hayabusa.
The KDA of 5141 was stolen by Mob Psycho, but still, even from the start of the game, she was already popping off with that 3 kills all by herself with 3 PM 692 and 3,827 DPM. Definitely a game maker right here for the team of Uzbekistan to congratulations again to them for making it into the playoff. Unfortunately for the team of Mongolia, this is where we say goodbye, but thank you for being participating and as well as pride of the side of the team or around the players that was able to qualify to the WEC 2025.
And once again, revisit the things that went well for the side of Team Uzbekistan by looking at the highlights here. Once again, a heavy focus onto Anu's side of the map, giving themselves strong EXP lane priority initially, and then taking advantage of the aggression on this Kimi. Allows Yasha to position very closely, consistently do damage, and since you have an Akai and a Gatot standing in front of you as well, you have a solid amount of CC and bulk to punish whenever a mistake is being made. There were some good plays with the tectonic charge being made, but they still couldn't maximize it because you can see how safe Team Mongolia was trying to position themselves.
A lot of the times that we are seeing that Uzbekistan made a couple of mistakes. Actually, one mistake leads to a big mistake that were done, but yet they managed to reset back again and making sure that it will be able to come through for the side of Uzbekistan. And I like the fact that Hinata always caught the team of Mongolia right with the heavy spin to lock on to any kind of walls within the land of Dawn. That makes it really hard. But here, the decision making coming from slowly with the shadow kills was really good diving composition. And here we go, Hinata just lock on anyone she sees and making sure that they can't move at all. And it keeps even more grounded of Team Uzbekistan to come through and just shuts down every defense mechanism here inside the team of Mongolia.
Yeah, I think any team watching this game is now going to realize, okay, maybe we should ban the Hayabusa if we're going up against Uzbekistan in our following matches. There's going to be information that's important to process for everyone else. And the Akai also being a pocket pick. Now it makes you wonder, right? The side laners swapping. Is this going to be a permanent thing? Is it only specifically for the Akai being played? Is it inside Hinata's hero pool? I think it's a very rare case where teams will swap positions when you are on a stage this large. But I welcome a little bit of spice every now and again.
Agree. Spice makes the taste even more better for the serving of the dish itself. So we're looking forward to see what's going to be like for the team of Uzbekistan once they move into the lower bracket playoff. And now we're going to focus on the next game that is going up against for the upper bracket semifinals. And it is going to be between Indonesia, who won against their two teams at their grouping stage, with Cambodia as well.
We are going to be witnessing battles between teams that already did win out their group stages, which is going to mean even higher mechanics, even more intense gameplay, and even more strategic drafts. So if you guys already thought that this first match of the day was entertaining, well, we've got even more coming your way.
Yep. And looking forward to see what's going to be like, because right after this, we don't know which team is going to meet off for the lower bracket finals as well for the playoff. So please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Come back and watch us and support all of our 12 countries here for the MLB Women category.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. It takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Rate 1 Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Rate 1 Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfall, send a wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment.
Welcome back to the Welcome back to the World Esports Championship 2025 live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. You're with me, Fasha Bani, as well as Stafa on the caster desk. This global event is proudly organized by the ISF and MESF with ESI as our strategic partner and is generously supported by our KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital.
And of course, we can't forget our official partners, Red One, Aiku, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and lastly, our official chair partner, Razer. Thank you everyone for joining us once again because we are about to jump into the upper bracket semifinals for the women's MLBB category.
Yes, sir. This is the 4 teams that able to qualify from the group stage. They were able to actually dominate their own division, but now they have to actually do a great start out for their own brackets because now moving on to their own path to actually go to the grand finals, they must meet each other first. Now let's take a look on the bracket first off. We see that Malaysia will be meeting off with Egypt for their upper bracket sections, but on the side of our upper bracket that will be live streaming is going to be Indonesia versus Cambodia. On the side of our lower bracket, we have the teams that was playing for play-ins previously, and the only teams that were able to survive it out is Iran, Turkey, Uzbekistan, who takes down Mongolia just now, with Argentina will be meeting off at the lower bracket. So now the question is, Indonesia versus Cambodia. This is actually a deja vu because in 2024 they've already met each other. But to move along with the schedules even more further, right here we have the Indonesia teams meeting off with Cambodia. While we are going to see this fighting off, the next schedule that we are going to see is the team of Iran versus Turkey, as well as Uzbekistan versus Argentina.
There's going to be plenty more exciting matches, and once again, as a reminder to everyone, the men's category matches are going to be happening at the end of the day, so make sure you guys keep your eyes peeled for that as well. But yes, as you pointed out, this is a bit of a revenge match between Indonesia and Cambodia. In fact, these are the two teams that scored the top 2 positions during WEC 2024, with Indonesia taking championship title and Cambodia ending up in the runner-up place. So that means there's a chance now for Cambodia to show how much they have improved, but Indonesia is still not an easy opponent.
Agree. I mean, again, we talked about how their past achievement have already put a lot of their names on top. And now, coming off from a really good start off from the group stage as well, we know for a fact that they are not looking for a break. They're definitely going to dominate from the get-go to the grand finals. The question is, since this is like a redemption arc that we've been talking about, because some of the teams, they haven't met each other, but this team, Cambodia, they've already faced off Indonesia the first time debuted for the WEC 2024. But 2025, there's a lot of patch notes that's already been done. There's a lot of things that you can learn from the last years. This is the 1-year gap that you have to actually adapt, as well as rotate back and even actually enhance and strengthen the chemistry within your team.
Those of you who joined us for the first match today already saw that it was a little bit chaotic overall.
Yeah.
The teams were still looking for a little bit more stability, that it eventually was found by Team Uzbekistan and allowed them to move on into the next stage of the playoffs. This time around though, these are two very accomplished teams in women's MLBB, which means that they've got a lot more to prove, that's for sure.
Yeah, but without further ado, let us welcome the team that wants to make a difference right this instant. They were denied immediately last year, 2024. They literally had to drop down to the lower bracket of their own playoff. They rise, they fight off Egypt, they fight off Ukraine, and then they ended up to meet off with Indonesia at the grand final. Can this team make a difference here for 2025? Give it up to the team of Cambodia!
Their opponents on the screen right now, walking up on stage with style, with vigor, with aggression, because they have dominated this ecosystem for years on end. Their winning streak continues, and they are not eager to drop it anytime soon. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team Indonesia!
Let's start it off with the salute to each other, the fist bump to commemorate, to say, have a good game. Let's fight fair and square, and let's show everyone in the MLBB scene whereby women should not be looked upon down. We have the team of Indonesia, Fumieko, Vival, Sini, Chell, and Mother of Tanks, Vivian.
This is a team that has already solidified their position in the entirety of the ecosystem, who has proven themselves time and time again throughout the history of not just this competition, but those around the world. Their performance during day one was already impressive, and you can see that they have not lost their touch anytime soon. Their hero pool is solid, their mechanics are intact, and the coordination speaks of a team that has played together for a long time. All of us already are familiar with how this team wants to approach the land of dawn, and it is going to be up to their competitors to see what kind of challenges they'll bring to them.
With the title right now, waiting for the team of Cambodia to find a way to just break off from that runner-up place. Moshi, Tegami, Ilan, Bao Bei, as well as Uwe. Can they make a change? Change off the history record, scrap it off from the 2024 and 2005, making them the year for the Cambodia team.
There's definitely a reason why this team was able to secure the runner-up position during WEC 2024, and they were able to perform admirably during their group stage as well, sharing the same group as Team Mongolia from earlier. They're actually the only team whose victory was marred by a single defeat, dropping a single game in their series up against Team Mongolia during Group C, a team that has already been eliminated after the first match of the day. What have they learned from these experiences, and will it be able to translate into the performance they need to take down these Titans?
I mean, it shows kind of like, how do I say, not to say a big picture of what is going on between these two teams, right? Especially from Cambodia's side. If they could actually lose one map against Mongolia, who actually lost to the side of Uzbekistan, does it mean that Cambodia have some sort of maybe a loophole that Indonesia can actually overthrow them? Or maybe Cambodia still have a lot of things that they need to catch up right here for WEC 2025?
Indeed. I'm definitely looking forward to it because this is also a very notable roster here coming in from the side of Cambodia. You would be familiar with them as members of Team CFU Serendipity, and CFU Gaming is already a lineup that has gained a lot of notoriety both in the men's and women's categories. Therefore, there's a high expectation. But this is probably their most difficult opponent out of the entire competition. Multiple other teams have already kept an eye on Team Indonesia for good reason. And I'm expecting us to stick to pretty meta drafts here because you can't really afford to give up anything less.
Oh, agree, definitely. Now, we did manage to actually see Broken Wall for the first round as well as the Flying Cloud. But now, we're going to go in all the way to Expanding River for our second series of the day. And for me, Expanding River, we've talked about it, how the impact that it has for the players, for the rotation and the strategy, pretty much for the mobility-wise, how you will be able to move around very quickly in the area of the wood side, or at the territory size, you can be able to actually move around, just make a little bit of trouble for your own opponent's sides. And coming off for the team of Cambodia as well as the team of Indonesia, the first pick is going to be Indonesia team, and the batting already started off whereby two of our mid laners has already been taken out from the portion, Jushin as well as Yif. On the side of Cambodia, on the other note, they took out a lot of the sustained hero, the tank heroes such as Baxia as well as Hilda.
I think it is quite interesting the trend we're seeing here because every single match that Indonesia has played on broadcast has actually been on Expanding Rivers. Every single case. So this is a map that worked quite well for them, and they are known to be a fairly aggressive team, wants to make those early game rotations, so it supports them well, which is why Team Cambodia has elected to get rid of heroes like Baxia and Hilda that can take advantage of maps that provide you with more movement speed.
And again, they keep on focusing on all the mid laners. I mean, not to say that Kimi is only known for the mid laners as well. It's pretty much a hero that can be flexed out. But they're focusing much on all the damages, or even those who can be able to provide a lot of the team fight support coming off from Indonesia teams. Now, Cambodia, on the other note, took off Arlet from the equation.
Taking out Arlet is perfectly recognizable. That is a hero that was already played by Team Indonesia prior. I was wondering if the Team Indonesia would want to prioritize a mid laner since they seem to be putting a lot of focus onto that. But they do go for the Grok first, which of course does make sense. One of the best roamers under the current meta. But if a mid laner gets locked in here from Cambodia, which it will, that does limit their choices.
And again, we talked about how Gatot Kaca has been pretty much a popular hero to be picked out as a prioritization, as Grot been taken out by Indonesia. Now Cambodia just picked up Lunox as well as Gatot Kaca.
Lunox and Gatot going to be a safe opening. Lunox particularly worked out very well for most of the teams who picked her during day one of WEC. I'm not surprised to see it getting locked in early, especially with multiple other mages already taken out of the pool. Considering that it was Team Indonesia who did this themselves, I'm wondering what their plan is going forward. Farsa is still open, but it is going to be vulnerable to Gatot, so you might want to lean into something else instead. They go for the Lancelot first, and we already saw this performing incredibly well yesterday alongside the Hare.
I mean, we talked about how Vival was just popping off from one end to another and just using every single diving composition with the usage of Lancelot. And we know for a fact that she's mobility should not be messed around with. Now, looking on the Cambodia side, now they have the opportunity. Maybe they want to actually take out the assassin as well. So Suyo will be picked up before the second phase of ban.
So this is going to be the first time that Suyo actually shows up on the main stage. It was played in a couple of matches during the group stage, which we did not show. In fact, Cambodia themselves played it during their game 1 versus Colombia, and they did end up winning that one. So see whether this is going to be a jungle Suyo as is traditionally played, or a more recent edition of EXP Suyo.
Looking on the side of the Vayne, right now we are seeing that Esmeralda will be taken out from the portion. And we know for a fact that Esmeralda, with the movement, mobility-wise, as well as sustainability, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Cambodia to actually burst down Indonesia. So those are the things that they are required to actually take a look on.
Kind of surprised that Cambodia would ban out the Esme themselves though, since they already have a Lunox that counters it, and they could have actually locked it in for themselves to deal with the Harif. It means that they're already thinking of something else. They're probably leaning into your typical marksman into the gold lane, so we're of course going to be eyeing things like the Granger, for example. Uranus gets banned out by Indonesia instead.
I know the pattern-wise for this, for I think like 2-3 months ago for the patch note, Uranus has been like one of the popular heroes to be picked out, one of the prioritized, right? But then lately after the patch note, it hasn't been one of the top heroes to be picked out. But again, for the last pick for the Cambodia-wise, they are taking out Valentina. They're wondering who are they actually worried that Indonesia might actually steal their ult.
That's really interesting, because right now there isn't a particularly powerful ultimate on the side of Cambodia outside of AOG, and even that is somewhat manageable. So getting rid of this already tells Team Indonesia that Cambodia is planning to get a hero with a notable ultimate. Next could be something like a Yuzong, probably, I'm looking at, since the Esme was already taken out prior. Could also be things like the X-Borg, so I think it's a little less effective now that there's already a Lance and Harif on the Indonesia side.
Even Lapu Lapu has already been taken out. A lot of heroes that you will see from the side of Indonesia, right? There's definitely, they want to make sure that not a lot of the pools hero picks that can be taken out by Cambodia, the one that can actually sustain on the front line, making sure that they can actually guard out every movement that Haris wants to go in, especially with Indonesia having Lancelot, want to move as freely as possible. Now, Sdafa, what are your thoughts? What are the heroes that probably Cambodia can actually grab before they taken out the proportion of themselves right now, with only have one hero to be picked up before that?
They could go into Yuzong here. They can either, if they are looking at EXP or Gold. Gold is already shown on the other side, so Granger is not going to be contested away. Either you lock in the safe Gold, where you already know the counter, or you go for the EXP lane first. And it does look like it's going to be the Phoveus. Now, I will make one surprising observation. CC has been completely ignored.
Oh my god, yeah, I kind of noticed that, yeah. TT, one of the heroes that we've been seeing how is very popular from day number 1, right? Been prioritized, and we talked about how CC is really good when it comes to like having the AoE with the CC as well, the curtain call, but pretty much this is not really particularly been favored by both of the teams. Or is it going to be a surprise factor coming along into this game?
It is possible for Indonesia to grab the CC now. It actually has a good lane into the Phoveus, but looks like they go for the Glue instead. Traditionally, the Phoveus lane counters have been CC, Glue, and Esmeralda. With Esme already banned out, they go for the Glue, completely ignoring the CC. And the Kadita also going to show up here, since the mid lane hero pool has been narrowed by quite a bit. It's not a very good solution into the Lunox, but it can punish everyone else.
I think for the side of Indonesia, most of the grounds, they've already been covered out now. Cambodia, they still need one more hero for their own goal lane. They can be able to actually pick up Granger right now. Can they actually be able to do a little bit of, not to say like spam-wise for their skills, have a really good cooldown for themselves, but is it going to be one of the heroes they are quite accustomed. I think, yeah, pretty much it is inside their signature pose hero. So if they want to pick up Granger, there's not a problem for them.
Could also be Claude. I don't actually like the Granger as much here. I feel like there's a lot that threatens the backline. The Harif can dive, the Lance can dive, the Kadita can dive. I would have actually liked Claude a little bit more, but it does take up the risk of having to play for super late game. So Cambodia doesn't want to go in that direction. It does mean that the goal lane is going to have a bit of difficulty, and you would usually want to keep your last pick on the red side for a more counter-based hero. But nowadays, the marksman hero pool is pretty narrow, so they're just going to go with it.
I mean, talking about how right now Cambodia want to play it a little bit slow. The question is Indonesia going to allow it? Because so far right now, we do see some of the heroes picked from the Indonesia side. They be able to actually have that level 4 extension level to be able to actually just penetrate against the side of Team Cambodia. But the question is Cambodia, they need to slow down that pace and they'll be able to survive it out. And if that can be done here for their first round of the game, it could actually be able to have a really good fight between these two teams. But this is just us saying it on the cast that, again, welcome to the World Esports Championship 2025. This is our second series of the day for the MLBB Women category. Indonesia versus Cambodia.
This is going to be our upper bracket semi-finals. The winner of this best of 3 series will get a ticket directly to the upper bracket finals, one step away from qualifying to the final stage of the playoffs and guaranteeing a top 2 position. So that's going to be a very coveted place for them right now. If we look at both sides, I don't think there's anything too strange when it comes down to the emblem setup, though I am kind of curious about the lethal ignition on Lunox.
Interesting. And we're seeing right now as they are trying to actually have a good rotation-wise, trying to make sure that it doesn't actually go further beyond their own area. This is where the crucial points of how Cambodia needs to control the movement of Indonesia.
So far, so good. In terms of early game pressure, I think both teams have the option of going for it, depending on how they want to play around. I don't think we're going to see major trades in the mid lane, now that there's no Kimmy in the game. So we shouldn't see anything notable happen until the first turtle.
Yeah, and the fact that they're just waiting off, at least by the time that move in for the level 4, that's when we see that at least a little bit of scrimmage, a little bit of pokiness coming in from both sides of the team. So far, we are seeing Shell just a little bit closer to Bao Bei there.
Phantom Execution, nice flicker from Bao Bei. Gets away from Vival just in time.
Just in time before she taken out, and that's the ultimate decision-making that is being needed from the side of Bao Bei. And they know for a fact they can actually punish just a little bit more.
And they're gonna use this space to instantly transition to the turtle. Cambodia in control, Takami secures it, and a nice taunt from Uwe to keep Vival away as well. Brilliance comes out, does some poke damage. Earthen Rampart blocks them aside. Revitalize comes out as well. There's gonna be the Infernal Pursuit. Vival backs out, very low on HP. Cambodia coming out on top so far. They get the knock up into the rough ways. Damage is not quite there yet, but they'll finally finish off Mochi with the Phantom Execution. First blood over to Vival. Indonesia looking for a little bit more. No more Revitalize. They trade over to Elan in the mid lane. Nice stun from the Suyo, finishing off Vivian, actually flickers away. Cambodia dropping low, Indonesia still going for an AOG, a bit too late, away. Goes down and Elan is traded as well.
So much of the overextension that was done by Team Cambodia to a point that Indonesia was just able to back things out. And the fact that we are seeing that Tegami was just able to get the turtle, the retraction that was done by Indonesia to take it off was just fruitful. Not really much of the bargain can be done as the turtle has already been taken away, but still, they were able to back things out.
Yeah, I'm really impressed at how well Indonesia was juggling their players there. Oh, tech charge into 2! Into the rough boys, Elan explodes! And Uwe soon follows the Kadita combo from Indonesia.
Great composition coming off for the team of Indonesia. They keep on pressuring Cambodia to a point that right now, they keep on getting off guard.
Cannot count out Kadita in the hands of Cine here. This is literally one of their national heroes right now. And they were willing to ban out so many mid laners to set up for this position. The moment Vivian spotted the setup, just went straight in for the tectonic charge.
The fact that we are seeing that Cambodia slowly but surely getting slower and slower in their pace. They were supposed to slow down the movement of Indonesia. Ended up Indonesia have the upper hands. Now moving along, it's going to be the second total to be contested off. And so far, Indonesia has already had their own setup right here.
Yeah, it's a very different situation from before, where Indonesia are now clearly the ones in control of the turtle pit. Shell still playing it safe, sees Uwe. Tegami goes down to Cine. There's no jungler on Cambodia. They're still trying to engage, and Pearl Pursuit comes out. Vival gets the turtle, tech charge only lands on 2, but steps up for the Phantom Execution. Brilliance now being used, revitalize as well. Cine comes in from the side, doesn't have the ultimate, but will still do some good poke damage as Vival sets up the kill on Alan and forces Cambodia back.
Great tectonic charge, great Summer Force coming through to just hold off Team Cambodia. Neither of them were able to actually back off as safely as possible, leaving only one player to be taken out by Indonesia. Now, the mid-turret looking for a way for them to just break even more.
This Kadita is a signature pick for Cine. It's only pulled out by Indonesia when they feel like they need it, and this is a game where they are showing proper respect. Tegami being found randomly on the map and bursted instantly, guaranteed the turtle for Indonesia. And Cambodia probably shouldn't have tried contesting.
Not a good situation once you lost your own assassin jungler right now. And the fact that that is one of the things that Cambodia needs to take note. Rotation-wise, it really looks like Indonesia have them in their palm. And moving along as they try to actually defend it off, Team Cambodia need to actually figure out where they're gonna have to open up a way for Indonesia to break those back line. But coming in with the spread.
Oh, the grab, they caught Moshi on the rotation. Going in with the Infernal Pursuit, tech charge gonna be used. Lands on 2, AOG committed as well, trying to save their Phobias. And Moshi is still alive. The Vivian has the flicker out, barely escapes being sniped by the Suyo. Indonesia not able to find their picker.
Oh, such a sad situation. Just one more shot with that arrow. Didn't manage to land it to Fumieko and ended up now Cambodia having so much of the resources to be given out to Indonesia. They didn't even have anything up their name.
Now Cambodia transitioning to the top tower, trying to give a bit more space to Bao Bei. They get the knock-up onto Uwe, but that is a good spot. Revitalize comes out as well, so there'll be no damage done here. So Indonesia is able to keep their tier 1 alive.
They are pushing in, trying to make sure that be able to give a little bit of leeway to Bao Bei so that they can actually push that turret. But again, this is a lot of discipline coming up from Indonesia team, making sure that they be able to cover every ground, whether for the minion push in the mid lane as well as the top turret. But going into the box side, they are trying to invade the situation. Coming along, you do see that Team Cambodia doesn't want to go to the contest, and Team Indonesia just backs off away. But Turtle will be in the hands of Indonesia.
Yeah, really good positioning once again from Team Indonesia. They're testing the waters, poking and prodding to see if they can contest the purple buff. But even if they don't get it, they're already setting up for the turtle instead. Moshi trying to engage here, but Indonesia is not giving them any space.
Yeah, it seems that Mochi trying to find a target that maybe she can actually pull away, drag it, so that they can actually continue out with the follow-up. But here on out, Mochi overlooking to Cine as well as Shell. Backs away very quickly, but here on out, zags into Cine's side, but will be taken out and will be able to cover up with Fumieko on the side.
A tech charge gonna be used though. Alan gonna be the target once again at this Grok, but the Earthen Rampart actually blocks Vivian herself out of position, and Tegami not gonna let that go. A kill goes to Cambodia.
A little bit of overextension from the side of Vivian, but then again, it's not gonna be that much of the trade itself because it's just a little bit of small wins for the side of Cambodia itself. But then again, right here, Team Indonesia, they still have a great solid cover on the ground side of the turret from the middle as well as from the top, and the bottom has already been cleared out.
So far, Indonesia still playing classic Indonesia, playing the traditional game and very disciplined in their approach. Cambodia has been doing a good job of responding, but they've already been put quite behind thanks to those initial aggressive rotations. Right now, they're going to need to focus hard on making sure Bao Bei keeps scaling.
Let's see if they can be able to actually control out, setting up, coming up right here at the bottom lane with Hue right in front. But now, Coming in, Mushi will be able to drag just a little bit there.
Like a tech charge on the Bombay. The Granger goes down, exploded, and the Rough Waves finds a way as well. Moshi trying to buy time. Infernal Pursuit gonna finish off Vivian, but the backline has been dived, and Vival finds A-Line. It's a mega kill for the Lancelot. Phoebe is still trying to buy as much time as possible with Infernal Pursuit, but the grab gonna pull the Phobias back. Tegami, the only survivor left on the side of Cambodia and Indonesia, not even gonna allow him to defend his tower.
The 2 players been traded off, but still, at what cost with 4 players already been shut down? Only Tigami to be surviving, and this is going to be opening a lot of the turrets to be shut down even more by the Indonesia team. Great setup coming in with the AOG as well to just survive it out, but it's still not enough for them to sustain that damage that was done by Indonesia.
You can see Indonesia really starting to ramp up now. Vival is 4-0 on this Lancelot. It's largely gone unpunished because of the lack of direct CC on Cambodia. And they're gonna go in for the Rough Waves once again. Cambodia just can't get anywhere close. It's a free lord for Vival.
Free Lord, and again, so much of the potential that was done, this initiation that was already been put out by Indonesia. Sini comes along with the burst, as well as the fact that the Tectonic Charge was able to actually grab and stun most of the players from Cambodia. That's when they actually have a little bit of faltery coming through. But here on out, they're fighting off.
They're stoning them out again. Not really trying to commit. Grab is possible, but Fumieko doesn't need to commit to it. The wall comes out. That's a dangerous angle for the tech charge, but it was possible. Vivian just decided not to do it because they already got the tier 2.
They're already done a lot of zoning out just to make sure that the Cambodia just backs off and they get turrets one after another. And coming in right now, they push in with the Tectonic Charge. Doesn't get anyone, but Mighty Swings!
Yeah, Vivian missed that completely, and now she's gonna get punished for it. Vivian goes down. Elan, though, gonna be blasted by Shell as the Diamond Force comes out. The rest of Cambodia being completely scattered. Baobei cannot get anywhere close to back up the rest of the team. Tegami gonna fall. It's an unstoppable streak for Vival on the Lancelot. Boshi gonna be grabbed once again by the glue, trying to survive as long as possible and actually doing a very good job of it, but will finally fall. Killing spree to Shell.
Just grabbing into Moshi no matter how much he's tried to survive. That's a really good recognition coming in from the side of Team Cambodia, but then again, so much of the damage that was done by Indonesia, in the end Cambodia just lost the one and only front line.
But it's still not the worst here. Cambodia have been able to hold on. They still have their DPSs alive, and they've actually managed to clear up most of the minion waves. So they will have all of their inhibitors still standing, but Indonesia, their farm is going up real fast.
The fact that right now they're trying to hold on that mid lane holy defense. They're already losing a lot of their lifelines right here as the Team Cambodia putting up early defense right here. Started out with a slide.
The charge misses this time. Good disengage from Cambodia. Nice knockup as well. City gets locked down under the tower. Mochi goes in between Infernal Pursuit. AOG cuts off the retreat as well. But Fumieko is holding up the backline, not allowing them to chase.
A great job coming off from Cambodia, at least able to actually steal away Cine in the midst of it all. But then again, by the time they were actually trying to zone out the top, the bottom lane will be still away by Vival's at the motion. And this is where the fine line, the division that was done by Indonesia to divide the attention of Cambodia, they can actually just spread things around.
It is still possible to punish them. Got a really nice dark wave from Moshi there. 3 people hit under the tower with Cine being the one punished because she was the furthest forward. We're 12 minutes in. Goal lead is 7k in favor of Indonesia. And the scaling is still not too bad for Cambodia, actually.
Scaling-wise, I feel like Cambodia still have a really good setup to defend-wise and to actually respond to every single initiation that was done by Indonesia. But somehow, Indonesia, the discipline that they've already portrayed here, shows how much they know when to back off, when to actually retreat, to not overcommit itself. And here on out, trying to actually grab a little bit to the side of Moshi, trying to actually zone it out so that people will have the time to actually get the Lord.
The zoning is great. This is going to be free Lord again. Cambodia a bit too late to come, and now Moshi is out of position. Uwe going to try and back it off as well. Cambodia a bit scattered right now, and Indonesia trying to punish it. AOG used defensively, revitalize as well. Should get Baobei out of danger range, but Moshi not going to be quite as lucky. Grab on the Phobias once again. Locked down. Elan has to use the Brilliance, and Indonesia might continue chasing. Forces out the Flicker from the Lunox as well.
No, this is not a good situation as the Lord marshalling, and even the fact that right now they're already putting out a target right here for the mid lane as the pushing, the minion wave comes through. They know for a fact this is a way for them to just punish even more the situation of Cambodia.
Moshi is still dead for another 7 seconds. Wall comes out, forces the Flicker from Baobei. but is able to dodge away from Fumi Echo. Lord finally pushes in. Vival secures the tower up top. Zinni does take some poke damage. Hue trying to hold and drag the Lord away. Zinni jumps in, misses the rough waves, but they get the tech charge, and Bombay goes down. It's a mega kill. It's a double kill for Shell. Summon Force on the Harif going insane right now as the grab locks down Moshi once again. It's a triple for Shell, and that advanced the end of game number 1 in favor of Team Indonesia.
In 13 minutes, 44 seconds, Indonesia just closed off the first round with Team Cambodia. And we've talked about how this is actually a redemption arc for the team of Cambodia. They've already met Indonesia last year, 2024, and it seems like Indonesia still have a really good foot against them every single time. But again, the rotation-wise that we saw from the Cambodia team, right? It seems like no matter what they do, they keep on falling into the hands of Indonesia.
And the initiative from Team Indonesia, the shot calling is still very clean. You can tell that every time they move on the map, it is with a purpose. And because of the speed of those communications being made, as well as the execution of it being very particularly clean, even though Cambodia's gameplay was honestly okay and they were trying to do their best to hold on to the game state, it was too difficult to do so.
Yeah, and the fact that Team Cambodia, I think pretty much we saw how there's a little bit of overextension coming from Team Indonesia, where Vivian was caught off guard. Definitely, I think Vivian was trying to actually at least have a good hold with the tectonic charge. Misses out a little bit, but then again, it doesn't really matter because Indonesia was able to fall back very safely without any casualty. And that's where the fine line, where Indonesia, they pretty much prioritize on, if we can't get them, at least we survive.
And I think you could tell there was a strategy going into it as well, because they were specifically focused on mid lane priority, right? Oftentimes you'll want to gank one of your side lanes, especially your EXP lane, to get some extra help when it comes down to those first turtle fights. But they knew that Fumi Echo already had a naturally winning lane as the Glue versus the Phoveus. They didn't need to provide her with any assistance there. Rather, it's Zinni who might have a bit of difficulty trading against the Lunox. So by already focusing hard on Elan and getting mid lane control, it allows Indonesia to control the flow of the river more easily.
And the fact that Tegami was always been caught off guard, always been catch up very quickly in the early of the games, it shows how much that even the jungler was not able to move freely in their own territory. And this is where the fine line that if you're able to caught the enemy opponent's jungler that was supposed to actually move around getting their own buff, this is where Team Cambodia is losing some of their advantage for themselves.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't really blame Cambodia too much for this, but they're going to need to figure something a little bit more efficiently out here, because Team Indonesia still appears to be on another level entirely. We have Vival once again as the Gold Hunter. Nearly 900 GPM on this land slot is a ridiculous number. And Zinni as well. Highlight plays on that Kajita, finding clean pickoffs wherever she goes.
Yeah, the burst damage was just something out of the world, and we know for a fact that that is something that really needs to be taken note by Team Cambodia. And here Moshi as the tanker, 115,705 total damage taken. She was trying to survive. She was always at the front line, making sure that she can zone out properly, but every time she get caught out by the one and only Glue, and the fact that she was grabbed, she survived it out. But what can you do as you don't have much of your team is to back things up, and you're all alone? You will be able to be just shut down by Team Indonesia.
And that is the unfortunate case of Phoveus nowadays. It's a bit difficult to play as well as before because there are a lot of lane counters.
Yeah.
And as a result, we get Fumi Echo as our match MVP of game number 1 here. That Glue was a nuisance because Moshi was honestly doing a good job a lot of the game. Surviving, initiating, having to be like the Swiss Army knife for Team Cambodia. But Fumi Echo just jumps on top of her and instantly disables one of the key targets on the enemy team.
Agree. I'm 100% with the page there, because the fact is, Moshi, I think a lot of the times that they were always depending on Moshi to just survive it out, but at the same time, there was not much of the follow-up that was needed by Team Cambodia at the team fight. That was why most of the Moshi's effort to actually survive it kind of falls down into an empty or waste of resources of themselves. But the tectonic charge coming from Vivian was just really good, even from the start of minute 3.
Positionings were great. You can tell that Team Indonesia works very well together. Even in the moments where Vivian overextended and got punished for it, you can see that the rest of them are already ready to make the difference. And not having the scaling of the Lunox in play already disabled lots of Team Cambodia's damage output. This game also kind of shows why Suyo still isn't very efficient overall as a pick under the current meta, because his damage is very reliant on those CDs, and if he gets caught out of position, it's actually a lot easier to catch him than you would think.
Yeah, I think even the last hit was just not enough to put a stop to Fumieko, and that was what we talked about, how she was only with a lifeline with just already one HP, and there's a possibility that if you get that one hit, could have actually at least goes to the side of Cambodia. But again, if you don't have the enough damage to shut down Fumieko, it's just going to be a waste for the team of Cambodia. But that's just going to be the first round for both of these teams, Indonesia versus Cambodia. Now, if Team Indonesia, who has been doing such a clean record, not just from last year, but coming into this year as well, it's like the same case that we talked about, face off with your old enemy. Will it be the same case for the team of Cambodia? Are they going to be dropped down again to the lower bracket, and we might actually see them again for them to actually fight that long journey to the grand final?
Well, this is unfortunately a very snowball-focused meta, which means that teams that naturally do well in the early laning phase and in the initial turtle fights and river rotations will have a slight advantage, especially if they also have the hero pool that's capable of supporting double fighter gold lane. And right now, I think that Indonesia leans a little bit more into that, but we definitely cannot count out Team Cambodia. They had good foundations in that first game. I think if they had priority banned heroes like the Glue instead, they already got rid of the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
It might have been a little bit easier.
And the fact that we saw how it was like when it comes to the draft wise, do you think that they could have actually done a little bit better on their choosing side, because they actually ended up just picked out Granger on the last pick? And you talked about how it would have been better for Cloud to be picked up, because Cloud on the otherwise, he had a lot of escape mechanism wise. When you actually go for the Blazing Duet, right, there's no problem for you to just burst down with the damage, but at the same time reposition yourself. Do you agree on that?
I think so. I still feel like Claude would have been a slightly better choice, and I can understand why maybe they would go for Granger instead, because Granger relies on less items to come online, but Claude has a better lane matchup into Harif, and is also capable of escaping from heroes like Lance and Kadita. That's why I thought that he would have been the prime decision there. Not to mention that by the end of that draft, Cambodia should have been aware that they didn't really have lane prio in EXP because it was a Phoveus versus Blue. So they needed to make sure they had lane prio in mid and ideally gold to not have their early game fall too far behind. And they kind of gave that up as well.
And the fact that we are keep on saying that the first two heroes that was picked up, Gatot Kaca was prioritized. There's not a much problem with that, because we know for a fact that Gatot Kaca had a really good initiation, but it's a little bit late when we talked about how the AOG comes through by the time that the setup was already done by Indonesia team.
Well, hopefully they can learn from that, right? These are things that we can identify, so I imagine that the players, that the coaches will be able to identify as well going forward into the next game. I am still very curious about that heavy priority towards the mid lane bans. Did Indonesia actually specifically set up the Kadita versus Lunox matchup? It's not usually something you'd consider to be beneficial.
Interesting thought on that. Yeah, I think pretty much that the moment that you actually close off a lot of the hero pools for the mid lane, took out Kimi, took out Yves, and I think pretty much they even spotted out the fight that Cambodia was against with Mongolia, if I'm not mistaken, whereby they were using Yves to actually won against Mongolia for their group stage yesterday on the first day of the group stage WEC 2025. So maybe this is something that the team of Indonesia has a stats against Cambodia that they know that they can play against with.
I think you gotta just stick to the typical meta. I like the experimentation with Suyo, and it did work for them during the group stage, but Indonesia is another beast altogether, and they know how to really punish those flaws. If you want to play a hero like Suyo, you gotta make sure that your mid lane and ideally your EXP lane are very solid and don't get put behind by their direct lane opponent.
And the question is, I kind of wonder, like, why did it actually tried to actually ban off Valentina for the last ban off, right? Because we were asking like, who are they trying to actually...
true.
Right. They were trying to actually make sure that somebody doesn't steal their ultimate. Who was the prioritized that they were wondering like, they focus on to make sure that it doesn't be stolen out?
I can only really think that it would be Ikatot, but AOG alone I don't think is worth spending a ban on Valentina. If they had banned the glue instead of Valentina, again, the game would have probably been a lot smoother for them. But hopefully these are things that they have learned going forward. I think it's best to stick with the classic assassins that we already know work quite well. The Lancelot in the hands of Vival was scary.
Oh, yeah.
Probably try and contest with Hayabusa. I'm still surprised we haven't seen a lot of Nolan actually. I do think that he is a sleeper pick.
Is it because of the patch note itself right now?
Yeah,
Coming out right now?
he got a very small buff.
A small buff that kind of actually affect for the strategy-wise,
In
is
my
it?
opinion, yeah.
Ah, I see. But when you see when it comes to Indonesia, right? 2 of the games when they fought off with Uzbekistan, they kind of prioritize on the Lancelot much more. So this is where the fine line is. Cambodia, do you want to do a little bit of respect ban to that Lancelot? Even though, yeah, Hayabusa can still be flexed because we've already saw Vival on Hayabusa as well. But the question is, Lancelot needs to be stopped for a while though.
I think so. They tried drafting Phoveus to counter the
Yeah.
Lance and the Harif.
Yeah.
They opened themselves up to lane counters. And nowadays, Phoveus actually falls behind in terms of performance compared to like Lapu Lapu, Alice, Zong, and so on. So unless you're really certain that you already know your lane matchup, it's not really worth first picking.
Yeah, that's true though. So coming off right now, we are still waiting for the second round to get started. We're hoping that the players will be able to reset themselves. Hopefully they will learn from the mistake they've done because again, Team Cambodia, yes, they have another lifeline coming up next whereby they are already at the playoff. The question is, I know for a fact some of the teams do not want to be dropped down to the lower bracket, right? So those are the things that needs to be avoided. But if in the end they had to be dropped down, hopefully they will learn at least for this second round because coming up here, we're going to go back to Expanding River.
Really? Expanding River again?
Yeah.
Every single game that Indonesia has played on this stage.
Yeah.
Expanding River. And looks like that's just continuing forward. Perhaps there's just some external force at play right now. But that's gonna feel very good for Team Indonesia. Looks like they are staying on first pick as well. Bans still look to be the same as game number 1.
Shin, Yif taken out. On the side of Cambodia, also the same. They will repeat what is done for the first round. Baxia as well as Alot. The question is, Indonesia, are they going to actually close off even more mid laner as they saw just now? Yep, it seems like, no, it's going to be Hilda to be taken out first.
Getting rid of the Hilda this time. So previously, Indonesia banned the Kimi third in game 1. So there's a chance they might want to go for the Kimi themselves, but the Grok first pick felt perfectly fine. So maybe they're thinking about something else. This is a hero that would give a lot of trouble to Lancelot and Hayabusa, so we can be for certain that Indonesia still wants to play Assassin.
Yeah, and the fact that we talked about how Lancelot can be a little bit of respect band right here, kind of just a little bit of smaller size the pool of the signature heroes coming out from Vival itself, because once you actually leave it out open, it kind of gives an opportunity for Indonesia. But no, they ended up actually banning off Yishan Shin.
Oh, that's interesting. Now I can kind of see why they would do this, because Yisan Shin is also a hero that gets messed up quite hard by a Hilda. So maybe they're thinking Indonesia wants to go for that instead, but I can't help but feel it might be a bit of a bait. Grok gets locked in, but this time Cambodia will steal the Lancelot away.
Right, noted. And the fact that Cambodia having the opportunity to steal away Lancelot in their hands, they've already have a player that can actually move into the backline. On Indonesia, having Grok, we know for a fact that Vivian has a really good initiation, had a really good setup, comes along. The question is, are they going to actually stick with the strategy before this, or are they going to actually change it up here?
That is the question, isn't it? Now Kimmy is open.
Yeah.
Hayabusa is also open. I feel like these are actually very solid picks for Indonesia going forward. Unless they want to grab a hero right now that could help deal with the landslide. Looks like they go for the Lunox instead, but the Hayabusa is definitely going to be the counter pick.
I mean, they don't want to actually go against with the banning phase coming up for second. So there's a possibility Cambodia was already reading up that if you ban off or you steal off Lancelot, Hayabusa is still open. So Indonesia doesn't want to take that risk, take it off for themselves for that jungler. And now coming along for Cambodia. What more can you actually focus on? You want to actually go for the goal lane first of all, or you want to actually get more for your side lanes?
Mid lane is already going to be a bit difficult
Hey,
here,
that
actually, for Cambodia. The only thing really left is Farsa, so I think they do have to just lock it in. But we already know that this is a hero that gets countered by Hayabusa.
Yeah.
And now even more so, the Grok as well. There's so many easy ways to cancel the Feathered Airstrike that I don't really think it's a good pick anymore.
This is actually kind of risky from the side of Cambodia though. I mean, knowing for a fact that there's a lot of heroes in the hands of Indonesia that can counter against Farsa, I feel like they are in a desperate mode right now, so they pick whatever heroes that are suited for the situation. And Esmeralda yet again will be banned off by Cambodia.
Banning out Esme again. Now, I don't think they're gonna go for a Phoveus once more. Perhaps they are actually trying to set up for a Uranus. In the previous game, when Esme was banned, Indonesia instantly banned out the Uranus themselves. So they may already have some forethought about what Cambodia is trying to achieve. Otherwise, I don't really see a reason why you would ban Esme specifically unless you're trying to set up for like Arif. TC gonna finally get banned out for the first time this series.
It got way last time, but at the same time, it didn't actually made it into the pool of draft.
Yeah.
So not really the prioritized coming out from Indonesia as well as Cambodia. But now it seems that Indonesia has something up their sleeve. They don't want anything up against their EXP. So let's see. Are they going to actually pick up Lapu Lapu for themselves instead?
Lapu Lapu is safe enough. It is one of the EXP lane pickups that you can use into basically anything. But you also have to be a little worried about hero picks like Yuzong right now, since Farsa is basically vulnerable to everything. And yeah, they do ban the Yuzong.
They ban off the Yuzong. More of the opportunity for the team of Indonesia to get into the backline, and those are the things that Cambodia are just overlooking, making sure that at least Elan will be safe, secure right at the backline. Now Indonesia got one more slot to be banned off. What do you think, Stafa?
If they really want to focus in on the EXP lane, they can just get rid of Lapu Lapu right now as well. Yeah. But it might be good to spend a ban on the gold lane just to get rid of a potential Harif, because Indonesia doesn't have very hard lockdown right now, and if they need to commit a hero to both Harif and Lancelot, it might be a bit difficult.
This land is our homeland, and it will soon be
Lapu Lapu will be taken off for the ban off, because again, they kind of actually prioritize on the side lane for the EXP. So Team Cambodia picking up Granger yet again. Now again, this is pretty much them just playing off with their comfortable zone.
They're trying to stick to comfort, but I don't really know if I like it. Now Indonesia can go into Harif alongside what would be a good EXP lane. They could honestly even take Uranus themselves. They can go glue a second time. But I think it is probably Harif gold. Unless they go Ruby, Haya and Lunox have a good amount of damage. So they could still go double fighter if they wanted to.
I mean, they done it before when they fought off with Uzbekistan. They might be able to actually pull it off again here for the fight. But looking from the side, they are picking Alice as well as Harith for their last two picks. And now, moving along with Cambodia, they need one more sustained zero that can actually control the situation with Indonesia team.
Yeah, Alice is a really good pickup here, because the remaining EXP lanes that you might go for, Phoveus, Glue, Uranus, all lose lane to Alice. It's just really good drafting coming in here from Indonesia. They already have gold lane prio with the Harif versus Granger. They have almost guaranteed EXP lane prio. There is basically no risk of invades early on, and if they help out the mid lane again, it will be very difficult for Cambodia to play.
really strong draft coming from Indonesia team. Able to actually control not just from the front line to the back line, every single corner and angle that is already been covered up by Indonesia. Now Cambodia, on the other note, booked out that Tamus for the last pick.
I think it's just what you have to do at this
Yeah.
point. Like I mentioned, most of the meta EXP laners get countered by Alice, so you have to go into something that is capable of dueling her in lane, not straight up losing. But in doing this, Cambodia are giving up another source of CC, which means they have 0 lockdown against Lancelot and Harif.
They might have a 0 lockdown. They don't have much of the ground control that they need. But somehow, I kind of feel like with Vivian on the Grok again, they will be able to actually just have a really good moment to actually initiate with the tectonic charge, because we saw it already. It was really successful from the side of Vivian. So that's what we want to actually see again here, fighting off with Cambodia. But the question is for Team Cambodia, they have a way to slip away from every single grabs of Team Indonesia. But if they can slip off, they need to also survive the aftermath of it. The question is, can they do it?
I don't know if it's possible. Lane priority is a little bit lacking here, and we'll see whether this Tamus is actually capable of holding their own. Either way, this is gonna be game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Team Indonesia, one step away from qualifying to the upper bracket finals. Will last year's runner-up, Team Cambodia, finally be able to put a nail in the coffin and come out on top? Let's jump into the... Oh, that was a stolen orange buff!
Very early on, Team Cambodia, unfortunately, just comes in for the infiltration. But is it going to be enough though? So far, we are seeing that Team Cambodia making sure that they have a faster rotation to fight off with Team Indonesia. But Indonesia somehow making sure that they don't have much worry. Like you talked about how laning phase-wise, they can handle by themselves. They don't need to worry much. Solo individual fights can be done on their own. The question is, Cambodia, they're pressuring much and much time again.
Roy being able to steal that first buff is actually huge right here, forcing out a red tree now onto the purple just to make sure it isn't stolen again. But it means that Vival is going to be half a level behind Tegami for the first turtle.
First turtle indeed, and making sure that at least Tegami will have much more movement, much mobility, as well as power against them. That is what Cambodia wants to be assuring now. And at the same time, looking from all the stuns that have been pulled out by Team Cambodia, they're trying to hold off Indonesia's, making sure that they don't have much of rotation.
See now, Cambodia doing a good job of holding the river. Tegami in some trouble, but the damage from Indonesia is not quite there yet. Vival is not level 4, so there's no risk of the Ogi shadow kill. Indonesia knows that there is a EXP gap as well. It's going to be hard to contest this turtle, but not impossible. Revitalize used to keep Tegami topped up. Feathered airstrike to force the mid lane push. Turtle drop low. Tegami secures it. Throne of Ruin a little bit too late. Moshi now in the pit. Pops up that ultimate and forces Indonesia back.
No casualty whatsoever. Just trying to actually contest for that turtle dance. But yet again, it's going to be a win. A little bit of win for Cambodia so far. Even with now, they're able to actually have more leeway, more leverage for their own economy, showing off that Cambodia is trying to turn things around.
Cambodia has already started off pretty good. First turtle in their pocket, 1k lead. Moshi doing a good job of keeping Fumi Echo in lane with this Tamus pickup. As long as Cambodia can maintain the advantage, they should be able to handle not having direct lockdown.
The fact that right now, as much as Moshi trying to actually push in, Fumieko will be able to stand on her own. But mid lane, prioritize it heavily. We do see a lot of the rotation comes in from Bao Bei as well as Wei, making sure that at least Vivian as well as Vival does not come into their rotation or even into their territory. And this is what Cambodia is trying to do. They control every movement of Indonesia.
You can see they're looking a lot more comfortable now,
Yeah.
rotating across the river. They can do it very confidently, very aggressively. And compared to before, Indonesia doesn't have as much freedom of trying to focus down one lane. Elan actually getting to play the game this time around.
And the fact that right now, Team Cambodia, they have 30 seconds on the clock before the second turtle comes in. And Team Indonesia just trying to find a way, just push a little by little the minions, as well as looking for a way of how Cambodia is trying to move around this map.
And Indonesia is going to need to play defense now. their early game isn't particularly strong in the first place. It's just mainly lane priority, and because Vival was put behind, it's going to be hard for them to go for direct 5v5 contestation now that Elan is actually having a score on the board as well. They'll probably want to give up mostly on turtle contests and wait until the mid game when they have some items.
Yeah, looking for a way to just let off the objectives on the side of Cambodia and finding a way so that they can actually level it things with the team of Cambodia. But now, starting off right now with the Moshi trying to push into Vivian as well. But Fumieko comes through!
Rona Ruin into the tectonic charge. Tagami in trouble, actually goes down. Meanwhile, steals the turtle away. Fumieko picks up first blood on the landslide, but now Fumieko in a little bit of trouble. Going to be able to Crimson Gleam out of there. Indonesia turns it around.
Turns it around indeed. Great initiation coming out from Fumieko with that Throne of Ruins to a point that they were able to actually guard out, control the movement of Cambodia and get the turtle for the step. But Bobby!
Deflector forward, darkening blasts right into the face of the Granger, goes down, and now they're aiming for Uwe as well, surrounded by 3 members of Team Indonesia. Have to use the AOG just to escape.
Just to escape using the ulti. A lot of resources just to survive it out. Cambodia started out really good to control the movement of Indonesia. Now they're losing much of their weight.
Sometimes you just need that one play to be the pace breaker.
Yeah.
To just control the tempo and reverse it in your favor. And Indonesia found the angle. Cambodia now going to be scrambling a little bit. They're going to try and swap lanes here to give Baobei an easier time.
And look at how we are seeing that Team Cambodia still moving around together, trying to actually control the movement of Indonesia, yet they're faltering down now. Fumieko trying to find a way to actually break into the turret, but Balde is gonna not allow it. But here on out, Uterepen puts out and Moshi backs away.
And Moshi's not really going to be able to hold this lane, so they're basically sacrificing the Tamas's farm in order to give the Granger a bit more space, which is understandable, but also not ideal considering that Cambodia were initially in control of the map.
And the fact that they're trying to gang up against Fumieko, yet they are not able to do so now. Indonesia smells it and hears the whole commotion, and they're gonna actually try to back things up. Wave with the Mighty Swing doesn't cut off, but at the same time, Baobei just spamming every single skill to push away the team of Indonesia.
Cambodia trying to engage, Federation comes out, and meanwhile, Vival has been hiding in the bush the whole time. Oki Shadow Kill forces him fly away, but Elan still has the Quad Shadow inside. So Vival picks it up, gets the three-man tectonic charge! Tagami is blasted away. Summer Force comes out in the backline. His Shell is diving in. Will lose her own life, but does trade for Baobei. And Vival is still alive. Looking for Uwe now with Fumieko. Secures the kill on the Kacha. They'll find the bot tier 1.
A little bit messy, but yet it is fruitful for the team of Indonesia. Shell just overextended right at the backline, but still, at least they got 4 kills for themselves and making sure that at least this third turtle will be in the hands of Team Indonesia.
So quickly, the game has reversed entirely. I do respect the attempt by Cambodia. For a moment, it did seem like they might be able to initiate, but they just didn't have enough information on the map, completely forgetting that Vival could be hiding anywhere before popping that feathered airstrike. And when it comes down to these big team fights, Indonesia has the clear advantage.
Cambodia, they need to step up just a little bit right now as they know things are getting even more heated up for the team of Indonesia. They're able to actually control the motion. Started out really good with the stealing of the buff, but then now Tagami is caught off guard immediately, making that Team Cambodia can have a little bit of rupture in their own defending.
This is where you can see being forced into Tamas is starting to hurt Cambodia. Again, the lack of direct crowd control, especially reliable lockdown, means that Shell and Vival can just do whatever they want.
And the fact that Moshi couldn't even bear to survive that long with so much damage being put out by Shell itself shows how much of Tamos is barely scrapping to survive for that front line. And that's what they need for Team Cambodia right now. So much of those front line that was supposed to be the defend champions ended up in the favor of Indonesia, just breaking down one wall after another.
We could tell that with the composure they're showing, Team Indonesia was already prepared for this likelihood even before the game started. They were aware that their early game might not go as smoothly, but once the mid-game rolls around, team fights become so easy for them.
See, right now coming through from the backline!
Vival with the Oki Shadow Kill, diving onto Tagami. Phantom Execution gets her out, but the Revitalize has been forced as well. Many cooldowns spent on Cambodia.
a lot of cooldowns been spent off, and the fact that at least Vival was able to actually go in for the backline, and it kind of opens a way for them to just shut down another turret in the hands of Team Indonesia.
And right now, we can see that the aggression is really starting to ramp up. The gold lead is about 3k in favor of Team Indonesia, which is not the worst at this point. Conceal comes in from behind. They go in for the taunt. They're trying to burst down Fumieko. The flicker comes out, but the Alice is not able to escape. Cambodia finally finds one in return.
Great opening coming up for Team Cambodia. A little bit of overextension, and that's the fact that Team Cambodia was able to utilize it. And now Team Cambodia trying to find a foot in the ground so that they can make sure to back things up. But this is going to be the first lot. They come through to actually go for the puncher, but doesn't beat anyone yet.
The Vival also stole the purple buff away from Tegami earlier, so the Lancelot doesn't have it available. Despite that, Cambodia is still attempting to push this Lord down. They saw Vival on the bottom half of the map. They're trying to blitz it, but they know they don't have enough damage for this. Moshi already poked down the half HP Feather Dare Strike, used as well. The taunt comes in, but the Grok flickers into the back tech charge. Uwe has the flicker back to safety, but Elan's not as lucky. Vival already executed the far side in the backline. Uwe gonna go down as well. It's a killing spree for Cine. Cine will eventually get shut down because of going too deep. They got me still trying to position to steal the Lord, but it's killing spree for Vival and a double for the Hayabusa. They pick up the Lord. They find everything. Baofe is the only one left standing, trying to escape. Just barely makes it back into the base.
Barely escaping from the hands of Indonesia, but that's just not the double kill comes in for Vival. But with the Lord being taken out for them now, the game even started even more tougher for Team Cambodia. No matter how much they try to contest it out, this is where the fine line of they need to have the ground to defend the whole lead.
Yeah, this is where the snowball really starts going out of control already. We pointed out the issues in the draft, and I think Cambodia is now officially feeling it. It is only the first Lord of the game, and they do still have holy defenses standing, but Indonesia is splitting up their forces well. We can see that the top inhibitor is already being taken out by Vival, and the bottom one is taking some poke damage from the Lord as well.
The Lord will be taken out immediately. Great defense comes in, but then again, two holy defense already been break by Team Indonesia. And not only that, the buff will be stolen as quickly as possible. Safely, Indonesia has a lot of ground covered up. At the same time, it seems that Shell comes in!
Now Shell dives in with the Salmon Force, nearly takes out Elan. Elan able to fly back into the base thanks to Revitalize. AOG comes in, only gets one knockup. Throne of Ruin also going to be used into the Winter Crown. Fumieko trying to stay alive, Venomous Fusion. Dog with the Flicker Feather, that's why comes out away. Ends up being the first one down as Cine blasts the Gator Kacha in the face. Vival comes in from the mid lane. Cambodia transitions to defending the wave. They will be able to keep their mid tower alive, but the waves are being synced up on the top and bottom, and this was fully intended by Team Indonesia. They'll get 2 inhibitors for free.
So much of the investment was done by Team Cambodia. Even when the fight that comes in with the Feather Airstrike, yet it was not going to be enough to shut down Indonesia's team. They survived it out and they back off very safely to a point that Cambodia was just only able to defend out.
This is calm, calculated, textbook from Team Indonesia right now. The goal lead has grown out of control. Cambodia is too far behind, and their lineup isn't very well suited for defending the base, even with the artillery DPS.
The fact that right now Team Cambodia still trying to find a loophole to fight off with Team Indonesia is not easy. Every time they try to step up, even the AOG just able to caught up one, and in the end it goes backfire with Indonesia comes through to shut them down for good.
It's another case of a team just having too fast execution compared to their peers here. The moment that Cambodia is ready to react, Indonesia is already on the next step of their plans.
And the fact that right now, coming along with the lot, 20 seconds on the clock might actually be contested out by Team Indonesia, just trying to actually zone out, and their Urchin Rapid just kind of actually pulled out way, but they're going in for the dive. A little bit of execution comes through to Baobei, but it's only just to push Team Cambodia back into their baseline.
Baobei got lucky there that the Ogi Shadow Kill bounced the minion wave. Otherwise, the Granger was almost 100% dead. So Cambodia can thank their lucky stars about that one. They still have all 5 members standing. But I don't think they are capable of contesting this Lord. They still try. Moshi's providing vision. The rest of them are coming through with the conceal, but they're all funneling into a single area, and you know that that's exactly what Vivian is waiting for.
Looking from the side of Tegami, trying to find a way to actually clear out the minion wave. Can I actually go in for the backline to open up the door to fight off? But here, Uwe, as much as possible, just giving up the blood, giving up all the defense from the side of Cambodia. It's still not enough, but Observing comes in with a second hit!
Behind the wall! Catches the backline! Vivian! That is way too much! It's already a double kill for Sydney. Cambodia is getting run over. It is an absolute steamrolling! From the side of Team Indonesia, triple kill for Sydney on the Lunox. Tegami trying her best to hold on, but it is a 1v5 and it is a monster kill for Vival! The defending champions of WEC make their presence known on the stage once again.
Such a great, clean execution from the team of Indonesia. Knowing for a fact that they are the reigning champions and they're meeting up with Cambodia yet again this year proves how much that they are not to be messed around. However, for Team Cambodia, they got the idea from the start, but however, when it comes to the late game, it will be the team of Indonesia to get it done.
I think this was clearly a case of the draft being completely dictated by the Team Indonesia side. Team Cambodia tried to respond, tried to pick the best heroes that they could in the situation they were given, but it just wasn't good enough. In fact, it felt like they were being led into certain hero picks that Team Indonesia wanted to play against and knew that they could handle quite easily.
But this is not the end for Team Cambodia. They will be dropped to the lower bracket of our playoff. They will have a chance again to redeem, and it could be another case of history whereby they will be having a struggle for the long journey. But then again, we want to see our champions to talk with Rose. So let's go to the stage to have what they feel after the win.
Thank you very much to our casters. And of course, once again, congratulations to Team Indonesia. Another clean sweep in the bag. And Team Indonesia is heading on to the upper bracket finals. Right now, I'm with Vival and of course, their coach. But first, Vival, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good since we haven't lost a match, so we are still in high spirits.
Yeah, very high spirits indeed. I see you guys on stage. You guys look very chill. Now, Vival, you guys will be heading on to the upper bracket finals, and we are still awaiting who you guys will be meeting. But in your opinion, who do you want to meet? Do you want to meet Egypt or Malaysia?
We're fine with anyone actually, but maybe we want to go against Malaysia.
Oh, okay. Why?
Because they're known to be a strong team.
I do agree with that. Now, in the previous WEC last year, Team Cambodia ended up as your runner-up. Does beating them this time around actually give you guys a boost of confidence that, oh, back-to-back is super easy?
I don't think so. We are just neutral.
Just neutral. Just happy and playing in high spirits and I guess taking everything one step at a time, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And of course, for Coach, we know that this Team Indonesia lineup has existed for quite a while, but you guys have been dominating the female scene really, really well. As a coach of this team, what makes you guys so good, so consistent for so long?
Practice, of course.
Practice.
Commitment.
Just commitment. What's the difference with this female team and other female teams out there?
I think the experience and also the skills, and we always come to compete. We never try in a tournament. You know what I mean, right? If we go into the tournament, we never try anything. We just play what you
guys
can.
practice.
Yeah.
You guys don't come to the tournament and try things for fun.
Yeah.
It's all 100% and full respect for the enemy.
Yes, of course.
I really like that. Thank you so much, Coach. Thank you, Vival. Once again, congratulations. I will see you guys at the upper bracket finals. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to give us a full rundown on what happened in this match. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose, for the interview, and congratulations again to Team Indonesia for making another step into the playoff. They are now at the upper brackets and waiting for the rest of the teams from Malaysia fighting off with their own sections of the bracket itself. But now talking about Team Cambodia, right? Yes, they lost, but they have another chance for that lower bracket, who will be starting off with those teams who are able to survive at their play-ins as well. But those are the teams that we're seeing. We're still waiting to see whether or not is it going to be Turkey versus Iran, as well as the team of Argentina versus Uzbekistan. So these are the 4 teams that might actually end up meeting with the team of Cambodia. But we want to actually dissect even more further the post-match of what has happened between Indonesia versus Cambodia.
Now, the draft already was just not very good, unfortunately, for the side of Team Cambodia. And I think they did try their best to pick up the heroes that they felt would be the most effective for them. But Indonesia had already banned out a lot of the mid lane options, basically forced them into the Farsa, and then seemed to be aware that the gold lane pool for Cambodia sticks to the comfort hero of Granger, which is quite easily handled with heroes like Harith. So you're already losing out on a lot of initial lane priority. The game started off strong, with Uwe actually stealing away the buff, but they weren't really able to translate that into anything.
Yeah, and you talked about how Team Indonesia, right? When it comes to their initiation, there's a bit less compared to how we saw from the first draft. But I've talked about how Vivian, when it comes to the tectonic charge, she will be able to actually pull through and have a really good setup for the players of Indonesia. And that's what made it even more fun to see how Fumieko comes in with the Throne of Ruins on the first turtle itself. Even then, we see how Cambodia, no matter how much they try to control the movement of Indonesia, they will be able to counter back.
I like that Indonesia on paper actually has a lot of team fights set up with the Tectonic Charge and the Throne of Ruin, but you never really saw them comboing it too much because they felt like it wasn't necessary. Rather, holding on to those abilities and keeping the threat of it constant meant that it was very difficult for Cambodia to commit resources or to walk forward, and had to play scared a lot of the time, which can cause errors in movement.
And the key players coming in right here is going to be Vival as the goal hunter, Shell as the GOAT with 52,126, Moshi yet again as the tanker, surviving, started out with Phovius and now even as a Tamus. But even though we talked about how Tamus was the least favorite pick coming off from the team of Cambodia, that she tried her best. She did what she could do, but Fumieko with the best support coming in with 9 total assists.
Just clean gameplay overall from the side of Indonesia. They know the heroes they want to play. They know exactly where they want to play them and how to even force your opponent's draft to be less ideal against them. We are going to once again award match MVP to Fumieko on this Alice. Even if her presence wasn't quite as prevalent as before, having this constant pressure, being able to beat out the lane against the Tamus, and then offering contributions that she did in fighting allowed her team to slowly eke out the victory.
That's the thing, right? When you have that game changer, the one that actually from behind the scene, you don't see much of it, but because the fact that she was actually the bones, the backbones that was needed from Indonesia to make a lot of difference. And we did saw how much of Vival coming in with the Shadow Kill as well, even though it doesn't come through a lot. But I think that pretty much it kind of have that initiation from Fumieko itself as well as Vivian. And that's what makes so much of the potential success for the hands of Indonesia team.
If we look at the highlights here once again to witness what happened initially, the game started off strong in favor of Team Cambodia because they actually got the first steal and they were setting up well for Turtle, but then they messed up with their positioning once. And that's all the momentum that Indonesia needed to put themselves back in the game.
Yeah, I think pretty much a lot of the infiltration that comes on from Cambodia can be actually praised off a little bit for their own efforts. They were able to try to make sure at least not much of the invasive effort that was done by Indonesia can be countered by Cambodia, right? Because Cambodia was making sure that nope, you're not going to come into our territory. But here's the thing, no matter how much you try to control the movement of Indonesia, they comes in out of the surprise moment or factor to a point that they really backfire it back to Team Cambodia.
Yeah, I think Team Cambodia definitely has the foundations, and we've
Yeah.
already seen that they are capable of playing at a fairly high level. It's just here the draft was not doing them any favors, and compared to Team Indonesia, decision making is a little bit slower, as well as their overall game adaptability. If they're able to work on those particular factors, we can see them being a genuine threat moving forward. But the first thing that I think they gotta work on is ensuring that they have lane priority during the draft.
Lane priority, the right part to actually figure out which hero can actually pull through. And I think this is pretty much, we saw how they were trying to actually control the movement, but then ended up being backfired by Team Indonesia. So this is where, again, Team Indonesia keeping it very clean from the start of our WEC 2025 until the upper bracket. So they're moving forward with such beautiful records in their hands. No one has ever break them yet, but somehow coming off into our lower brackets, we have a question for those who are able to qualify after their play-ins. Can Team Turkey as well as Iran and Argentina as well as Uzbekistan come forward to meet those who already been dropped down from the upper bracket?
In fact, we don't actually know the result yet of what has occurred in the other upper bracket semifinal.
Yeah.
Right? So keep your eyes peeled, everyone. We'll be able to find out very, very soon, because our third match of the day is going to be coming up after this. It is going to be a lower bracket match, which means that the loser will once again be eliminated from WEC contention. So you can really see, even on day 2, the competition is already starting to lock in.
Okay, Mustafa, I just want to hear your thoughts about what is going on with the draws, right? So far, we are saying that Team Indonesia, the reigning champions, are kind of straightforward with what they have right now. The rest of the teams so far, they're playing off a little bit too risk for their own draft. Do you think that from now on, some of the teams need to be a little bit honest with their own picking?
No, I think they weren't honest. That's the issue. They were too honest with the way that they needed to play this draft, and they got figured out by their opponents.
Yeah, this is something that kind of need to have like a mind games, right?
Yes, like it looks like on paper Team Indonesia is going very like basic, traditional, but there's actually a lot of mind games happening with the way they're picking these heroes.
And this is something that needs to be taken note as well for those who are at the lower bracket. We talked about how this is going to be 4 teams to meet off so that they can have lifelines still continue on into this playoff of WEC 2025. But the teams that are going to be highlighted here is going to be Turkey versus Iran. But not only that, we are going to also see another lower bracket right after Turkey versus Iran, because Lafel and Husky is going to cover that up between the Argentina versus Uzbekistan.
That's gonna be very, very interesting. Hopefully you guys keep yourselves tuned. But as per usual, we're gonna jump into a short break. So when we come back, make sure you guys are here with your popcorn ready. We'll see you guys in just a couple moments.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfall, send a wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, bitch, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in
Look alive, people, because the World Esports Championship 2025 is back on your screens right now, live all the way from Kuala Lumpur. And you're back watching us once again for the third match of the day. My name is Stafa, along with Fasha, to tell you that this global event is proudly organized by the IESF and MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner, and is also generously supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital.
And not to forget our official partners. Where would we be without them? We got the red one, IQ, Solos merch, Monster Energy to give you energy every day to game, as well as CK Music, and the most comfortable with the lumbar support chair right here, the Razer chair official partner. So right now, we've done all of the deeds of what has happened throughout the play-ins, and now we're pushing in to actually see the lower bracket finals. And apparently, we're actually going to see again Iran in the live stream. Previously, we saw them fighting off with Team Malaysia, right? And they didn't had a smooth start itself, especially it was the first day, it was the first series. Definitely is a lot of tension there, and especially we talked about how this is the first time Iran coming into ISF WEC. 2025.
Still a very fresh team overall, but they've already demonstrated that they are capable of playing on the same playing field since they have managed to qualify here into the play-ins. But the journey is still not going to be simple because they are going to need to face off against Turkiyye, who also is a team with some experience here on the international level. This is going to be the play-in stage, lower brackets. Once again, the loser goes home, their journey ends, and the winner will move on to face off against Team Cambodia, which earlier in the stream ended up losing their series against Team Indonesia.
Yeah, and we have another lower bracket coming off right after Team Iran versus the team of Turkey. But the fact is, we're going to close off already our lower bracket finals for our women category. And after that, we're going to cover a little bit of two series from our MLBB men category. But that's going to be covered by Lafel as well as Husky right after this. Now, going back to the two teams right now in the spotlight, because before we end our shift, right, Stafa, we still need to talk about these two teams. Okay, Iran, they had a really rough start with Team Malaysia, but then once they meet off with South Africa, who would have thought they actually able to beat with such a clean sweep 2-0. So that's why it shows how much potential here for Team Iran. And now they're meeting off with Team Turkey. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's not going to be simple. At the very least, we can see that Team Iran has been able to learn from their previous exchange facing off against Team Malaysia, and were able to use that to make sure that they were at least able to see the playoff stage once again. But with only one life left remaining, will the pressure get to them? Will they be used to this sort of situation on a stage as large as this? And on the opposite side, Turkiyye as well, who ended up facing off against Indonesia previously, will have a lot to show to the world. So let's go ahead and bring them along with their opponents up onto the stage.
Let's go as we see the walk. They know for a fact that they still have that chance, that momentum right here to survive at the WEC 2025. Can they make a difference right here in the lower bracket round? Because if they don't, this could be the end for the team. Give it up to the one and only Team Turkey as well as Iran.
Speaking of Team Iran, here they are right now, walking up onto the stage, heads held high with pride. Despite having a lesser experience level across the board, that doesn't mean that they're not here to compete. Their competitive spirit on another level entirely, eager to continue their journey. Team Iran!
This is the last chance both of these teams have in their hands. They have to make it or break it right this instant. Only one of them will be moving on to the lower bracket quarterfinals to meet Cambodia. And if they do, they still have a chance to survive at the WEC 2025. Looking good as ever, looking smarter as ever, because they have learned from every mistake they've done from the group stage to the play-ins, and now here at the playoff lower bracket round, we invite the team of Iran, Neil, Jerry, Nirvana, Kana, Lisishka.
Now, we've already gotten the chance to witness this roster in play during day one of WEC. As Basha mentioned, it was up against Team Malaysia, where unfortunately the score ended up in the favor of MY 2-0. Iran seems to have learned from that experience, but will it be sufficient to take on a team on the level of Turkiyye, consisting of Unohana, Kujo, Zendaya, Mieko, and Nora?
Pretty much we know for a fact that when it comes to the statistics wise, on the books, we see that Iran taking down South Africa as well as Nepal right after that group stage shows how much potential they can bring here to fight off with Turkey. But here's the thing, Turkiyye was having a lot of struggle times when they met off with our reigning champion Indonesia. That shows how much potential they could bring out right here for their lower bracket.
Yeah, it is definitely a not ideal situation for any team here
Right.
to be put in the same group as the reigning champions. But if you want to have a chance of competing for that title yourselves, then that is an obstacle you're going to need to overcome eventually. Turkey has been able to learn from that as well, and they were able to make it into the playoffs by defeating Colombia during the play-ins. But with only one life left standing, will either of these two teams be able to make the lower bracket run a reality, or will their journey be cut short right here and now?
Now let's talk about strategy-wise, okay? Because we actually kind of see the patterns that had been put out by Team Iran versus Malaysia yesterday, where the fact is Malaysia as a team, they love to go on the macro skills. Compared to how Iran was, they keep on being divided by Team Malaysia, and that's what causes a little bit of the damage or even mistakes that was taken by Team Malaysia causes them that first win. But at the same time, once they met off with South Africa, which we really wanted to actually see what was the potential because it wasn't actually live streamed inside our WEC 2025. But looking on the draft side, I feel like that's where we see how much potential they put out with South Africa, whereby we can see the draft-wise. We got Esmeralda, Lancelot, Kimi, Xbox, and Gatot Kaca. It seems as if they had a lot of good response towards South Africa's team.
Yeah, I think that they are a squad that is already more than capable of holding their own. It's just, let's say, in the case of Team Iran, they still lack a little bit of experience on a global scale.
Yeah.
That's why they fell a little bit behind, because they still had to work on their foundations overall. On the side of Team Turkiyye, we know that they have the foundations. We know that they've been able to perform already in the past. It's just that they were up against a top-level contender. So in this particular matchup, I think a lot of us are expecting Team Turkiyye to be the favorites, but we've already had expectations shattered in this tournament so far, which means we gotta keep our eyes open and figure out what exactly is ticking between both of these teams.
Is it an ironic that two of these teams, right, Iran as well as Turkiyye, both of them had to meet off in their own groupings with two giants names in MLBB scenes, right? Between Malaysia as well as Indonesia. These are the two competitors that you don't want to miss out very, very soon into the game. But coming along for our first round map is going to be the map of Dangerous Grass. Finally, we keep on saying expanding river, or even flying clouds. But now we are going to actually go into the first map between our third series. It is Dangerous Grass.
That already means we're going to be putting higher priority onto heroes like the Hilda and even enabling heroes like the Rome Assassins, which so far have not actually made an appearance here in the women's side of the bracket. It is definitely a strategy that requires a bit of finesse to execute and ends up with you playing the game slightly different than usual, which is probably why a lot of teams are just buying away from it. But you do have to be a little bit more cautious here. On one hand, playing assassin jungles feels comfortable because you can set up ambushes, but you yourself can be threatened, especially in those first few levels.
Oh, that's kind of true though. That's a really good note to actually take in and be aware of, especially when it comes to draft-wise. So far, I do think that pretty much throughout our two series that we saw between Indonesia is a lot of straightforward, really direct to the point that they were able to actually spot out and read their opponent's movement as well as their own draft. And this is where the fine line that how do you want to actually control that away before someone's able to actually spot which hero they're going to actually pick up, or how you're going to actually counter the enemy's opponent picks.
And all of this comes down to experience, right? And both these teams are still looking for a little bit more of that under their belts, which means it would be very unfortunate for them to end their journey here. They want to get more exposure, more opportunities to learn, to grow, to really show their stuff here on this stage. So let's start things off with the very first draft. Team Turkiyye going to be on blue side with Team Iran on red. CC going to be the first ban, but also the Esmeralda by Iran.
I think we talked about it, how TG is actually really prioritized on the quality side of how we want to avoid it. One of the best flags coming in from EXP as well as a fighter as well for the side lane. And even though we didn't actually see much of the CC ban previously, but it's still been prioritized to be taken out into the proportion. Now, Esmeralda, on the other note, we saw how much of the sustainability that Esmeralda can provide, to a point that I think we probably feel like it kind of actually exerts so much of the potential into the draft wise. But at the same time, Xborg has been taken out.
Xborg is being taken out instantly. You'll know that Team Turkey probably wants to play a tank jungle. Probably wants to play a mainly bulky lineup, actually. So that is information that Team Iran might be able to utilize. And they already got rid of one of those heroes themselves earlier. So they can't continue down that line, but you also have to worry about the meta assassins currently. The Hayabusa and the Lancelot, the former of which has now been banned.
I think pretty much we know for a fact that when it comes to assassin jungler, does not need to be messed around between the Lancelot as well as Hayabusa. And we did see that Iran was able to actually have a good potential when it comes to Lancelot. If it can be released or given an opportunity to be open, they might actually snatch up straight away that assassin jungler if it kinds of mixed up or actually comfort zone into the side of Iran's drafting. Now, one more draft ban needs to be put out by Team Turkey. Do you think, is there any heroes that should be particularly focused on right now by Turkey?
Well, they already banned out the Xborg, so they're probably going to be looking at things like the Baxia to start things off. Yeah, they even get rid of the Lancelot themselves, so it's a high chance that they'll go Baxia if they want to first pick their tank jungler. Otherwise, we've already seen first picks of Grok, Gatot, as you pointed out earlier.
Yeah.
Those will probably be the high priority ones.
And somehow we do see that a lot of times, if we check out on the stats, right, most of the times the teams that were able to pick out, let's just focus more a little bit about mid lane on the other note. Kimi is actually a really good high priorities wise for the heroes, right? Because it gives so much of an opportunity to just break down the mid lane, having a great mobility to move around from the side lane as well, whether it's on top or bottom, and the damage burst that can be given and support. This is what is a great opportunity or even choice into the draft wise. But here on out, since that Iran has already spotted out the gameplays of Turkey after betting off a lot of not just Xborg but also assassin jungler, which is Lancelot. They take off Baxia as well for the tool.
Now this is going to be a little bit more awkward because Fredrin is the only remaining tank jungler that is viable, but not typically a hero you want to first pick on blue side. But at the same time, if Team Turkey don't take the Fredrin now, there's always a chance of it being stolen away, since Team Iran will have 2 picks once it comes down to their turn. Do they want to still prioritize onto the Fredrin being picked up early, or do they want to go back to the picks we pointed out earlier, like Grok as Gatot?
Is that Grok will be the first ultimate priority for the side of Turkey. Iran, on the other note, if they can actually already read up the idea that is being portrayed by Turkey, they can actually just snatch up the Fredrin for themselves as well to deny even more entrance or even opportunity for Turkey itself. But at the same time, again, we talked about how mid laner also has been prioritized. Lunox has been a little bit popular right here for our MLBB women category.
Yeah, Lunox was fairly popular on both these teams actually, so it might be worth grabbing early, but Kimi is still a very, very annoying level 1 mid laner that you might have to worry about, since there is already a Grok being paired up on the side of Turkey as well. Looks like it's going to be the Yisun Shin, but also the Angela. This was a specialty of Iran even on day 1.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to actually win against South Africa as well with the combo of Yisun Shin with Angela shows how much of the confidence they have in this combination. The question is, team of Iran, they had a lot of sustained heroes, which is Grok to actually hold out the front line with Alice on the side. So the question is, can Iran find a way to make sure that this strategy can be repeated against Turkey? On the side of Turkey, they picked up Harith immediately with ease.
All right, very solid conclusion here from Team Turkey. We've already seen them play with the Grok Eve combination. Very strong team fighting, and this is a squad that likes to go for those 5v5s. And then you lock in the Harif as well, because then you can start focusing down the gold laners, and you can force Iran into a situation where they either go for the Granger right now, or they'll have to flex into it later. But Iran does have the Sun Shin, so the double fighter side lane is a possibility. The only thing that they need to be worried about is going to be that mid lane prio, because you will have an Angela versus Eve matchup, and that's heavily favoring Eve.
Far we are seeing that Iran is prioritizing on Gatot Kaca yet again. Pretty much Gatot Kaca is, I think, the pick-wise rate right now between every heroes that we have. Gatot Kaca will be the top priorities inside our MLB women category, and we know for a fact that Gatot Kaca with the AOD might be able to actually just punch into the line of the bag for the side of Yves itself. But the question is, looking on the side of Turkey, right, we do see a lot of the control are much more on their side. Now going into the ban phase right now, as Lapu Lapu been taken out by Iran, Turkey can just shut down even more further of the mid laner if they think that there's a possibility that Iran wants to take another gold lane. But I don't think that's
I think so.
yeah, right?
And they already have Angela and Gatot. You don't really have a slot for a different mid laner unless you want to put Lunox in the gold lane, which is possible, but not the most ideal. Though it's also actually not too bad, since the Esme has already been taken out, and you might want something that can handle the Harif. The Ruby does get banned out, so Turkey is already looking at the double fighter side lane combo, and you want to get rid of the sustain heroes that work particularly well with Angela. So this is going to be Ruby, Yuzong, Alice.
That could be one of the top priority-wise to ban off and take out from the pool itself from Turkey. On the side of Team Iran, they can actually just drag off a little bit more for the side lanes heroes. What are the particular heroes that you're looking for right now, Stafa?
I'm actually surprised that Iran banned the Lapu Lapu themselves. I feel like they could have gone for it perfectly fine, but they'll also get rid of the Fredrin. So now, basically all of the meta junglers have been taken out of the pool, and Turkey is going to need to make a decision as to how they want to approach the rest of it. Akai is still open, so I think that's probably going to be the fallback, since I'm currently not a big fan of the Joy. I think Turkey should continue banning out Angela combos. It's just whether they're more afraid of Alice or Yuzong.
Is it really viable to actually have Joy there? As you talked about how you're not really in the favor of Joy to be picked out right here.
A lot of teams still pick Joy, but I don't really like it very much personally.
Why?
I just think she's not that strong anymore.
Ah, I see. Even with the mobility-wise, you feel like it's just not enough to pull through
like her
for
burst
the team
damage
fight.
is insufficient and takes too long to scale.
I see. But then you talked about how Turkey can definitely just drag out either Yuzong or even Alice, so they prioritize on Alice to be taken out from the pool. Now, Iran, you still need a lot of your side lane to be given out more. So what are the teams that what are the heroes that you feel like might probably be popping off right now?
If Ruby was not banned, Ruby 100% gets picked here because you want to keep things as flexible as possible. You could go Yuzong just to make sure it doesn't get stolen, but then you can get counteracted on the opposite side, so that is not the most ideal. That's why I thought they should have kept Lapu Lapu for themselves. Would have been one of the safer EXP laners. They'll go into the Phoveus, which I guess is fine since the Esme is already taken out. But we saw Phoveus get wrecked pretty hard earlier today with the glue, so I'm eyeing that for Turkey.
And the fact that I feel like there is also a possibility of Arlet popping up. Do you think that Arlet is actually a good choice as well to be picking up right here for Turkey?
Arlet for Turkey is actually not bad at all.
Right?
It doesn't have the best laning phase into Phoveus, but you can actually outplay the matchup with skill, and works particularly well with the Eve, with the final slash into the RWM combo. So that's actually not bad at all. Blue or Arlet would both be very solid for EXP lane. For jungle, it could be Akai if they still want to go tank, but they actually lock in the Suyo.
They lock in the Suyo. I mean, pretty much we talked about how a lot of the tank junglers have already been picked off already, and we thought that they were going to go into that kind of path. Probably Akai was already open, but ended up they picking up Suyo into their hands now. Last option coming up from Iran itself. Again, I feel like pretty much on the side of Iran, they are going to actually focus more on how Yi Sun-shin is going to actually portray more for the defense. Oh, no, sorry, for the damage-wise. But is it going to be enough, though? They need one more hero to have that kind of countability, but it's going to be Benedetta to be picked up right there.
Benedetta gold? Is that what we're looking at here? Now this is very interesting. This is not something I've actually seen at all, even with all the experimentation that teams are doing. Certainly a fighter hero that could work well with the Angela. Can be built in very flexible ways, though I do think you want to ideally get at least bruiser type because you do need damage right now on the side of Team Iran. Very interesting final pick coming in here, and not too bad all things considered, but it is a high execution ceiling.
I feel like on the side of Draft Rise, it feels like when it covered up to the side of Team Turkey, they kind of actually control all the angles. They'll be able to actually have that momentum fighting off with Team Iran. On the side of Team Iran though, they need to slow down a little bit of the pace of Turkey. If they can do that, they might be able to actually counterattack all of the initiation that will be done.
This is a double fighter side lane comp coming in from Team Iran, so normally they would need to be the ones creating the tempo, creating the momentum.
Yeah.
The issue is they have an Angela mid, and that means that your mid lane priority is going to fall behind compared to that of an Eve, especially paired with the Grok as well. So they want to get the tempo, but it's going to be difficult to do so unless they get a little bit more assistance in the mid lane from their jungler.
Alright, that's just us analyzing, but this is all up to these two teams. Yet again, we are here for the WEC 2025. Let's take a look for the lower bracket between Turkey versus Iran.
Alright, let's get things started. Having a look already at the emblem setup, this is indeed a gold lane Benedetta going lethal ignition, so I wouldn't be surprised if Kana goes for a full damage build. Does have that petrify as well.
Thoughts coming through from the side of Sherry to Nora, but they're definitely going to actually just zone out a little bit for the mid lane. Great move comes through, but Neil on the other node, a lot of damage soaking up to the side of Uno Hana. Not a bad decision making coming in, but I think that Neil will be fine on her own. Not to worry whatsoever, just to zone out things. And even Kana having herself just a little bit into deep.
Yeah, this Benedetta is not the best fighter for handling a Harif, unfortunately. So that means that Team Iran is actually losing lane prio on both of the side lanes and the mid lane as well. So it's going to be very difficult for them to actually make any movements happen on the map, and their scaling is not the best.
But coming up for the Mountain Shaka, missed it out, but then again they come through for Sherry's side. Still not enough though. Now they're pushing in with Kujo, joining along with the team fight. Neutralize just a little bit for now.
Alright, good movements there. The Revitalize being able to keep Sherry alive. Otherwise, that would have been a very punishing dive coming in from Iran.
Coming out right now, still Red Rapid comes through. Lishika just trying to zone out, trying to make sure that all the creeps will not be stolen, but unfortunately it's just all lost for the side of Iran.
That's a good transition too. They specifically target the EXP lane to set up for the turtle, and they're able to get the bonus of poking out Sherry. This should be a free first objective for Team Turkey, but we are starting to see Kana exert a bit more pressure over this Harif.
Hana just trying to pull through. Neil is not having a good time right at the top, especially the fact that even at the moment they're trying to go in, RWM put out. At the same time, Lishika trying to survive all alone. Heartguards pulls out to the Sherry side, but at the same time, what cost? Because at the end, they were able to take down. Now come through to the fight with Nora right now, surviving it all out. They drags it up, but Kana gets the first blood right here to Kujo, and moving along, the Neil will shut down Nora for the side of 2 kills in the hands of Iran.
Here we can already see the value of the Benedetta in the side lane, being able to rotate and join fights a lot more easily compared to other heroes. I like the invade. They actually did manage to steal the purple buff away from Sherry, but hold on.
Woo! Sherry with the last hit takes down Zendaya. One more. Uno Hana just tried to survive it out, but unfortunately, it's going to be a good win for Iran.
I have to say, this is probably one of the most effective uses of Angela that we've seen the entire tournament so far, being able to save people on a tiny sliver of HP and actually enabling earlier rotations. We said on paper that Nirvana might have difficulty getting lane prio against Zendaya because of the hero matchup. But looks like they've been able to handle that thanks to Sherry's intervention. They're being very active on the map right now, and that's exactly what Team Iran needs to be doing.
A lot of invasive move coming up from Turkey, and now it comes back to fight them because of how Iran was able to back it up to their side. And this is where overextension will be punished, and Turkey needs to be a little bit disciplined more. Yes, they did do a lot of pressure just now, but Iran finally falls through and had momentum. But at the same time, Kana is not doing well at their own lane, but not to worry, Nirvana is just on the lookout. But at the same time, right here, goes in for the tectonic charge with the urgent rapid, just holding out. Neil surviving it all with the hard guard been put out. Neil has no worry, but RWM has already been put out. Neil will not be able to survive it all. Unona takes her down immediately. Lishika tried to go all out with the AOG, but it will not do anything as one kill is enough for Turkey to get it.
It sure did take quite a while though, that hard guard keeping Nil topped up, but once again, Turkey aiming for the turtle timing.
And comes in along with the air turn rampage. Kana trying to go all out to Nora, but at the same time, zoning comes through with Kujo as well. Lishika will be able to take down Nora immediately. Now pushing on right now. Sherry having a little bit fun right here with Zendaya shutting her down, but at the same time, it's already a good trade coming along by Iran with Turkey.
Unohana finding the right target there, specifically the enemy jungle. Unfortunately, Kujo did take quite a bit of poke previously, so not able to muscle their way through the turtle, since the rest of the frontliners from Iran are still alive. They're gonna continue zoning them out. By the time they restart the turtle, Sherry will actually be able to rejoin the fray. Does Iran actually still want to contest this or not?
See, a lot of zoning coming in from Nora's side. Be sure that they don't come through. Kujo will be able to get the turtle because of such a control comes in from Turkiyye. Iran, on the other note, losing Sherry kind of put them a little bit step back, but it's okay. They might be able to breathe just a little bit. Unohana, a lot of pressure to Neil yet again. A lot of focus comes into EXP.
Now, I think we have to highlight a little bit about the win conditions here, especially for Team Iran. They are playing double fight their side lane with an Angela mid. This means that a lot of their power spike is in the mid game. The ideal is to get ahead by the 10-minute mark.
No one to be caught up by the AOG, but Mount Sure comes through right here. Nora had to pull away with the tectonic charge just to survive it out. But we can actually see that the whole entire fallbacks had to be pulled away for neutralization.
I kind of feel like Nora could have actually committed for that, used the tectonic charge aggressively instead, because the rest of her team was quite nearby.
But RWM been put out right here. Lishika trying to go all those out, but Zaman Force comes through right here. Lishika tries to survive it out, but can he do it with the hard guard comes through? Lishika still have managed to survive, but will be taken out by Mirko. Now moving along, go for the infinite pursuit. Never down will be taken out by Zandaya. Now moving along, trying to pull it up, but Turkey just doing so much damage until Iran could not do anything. Left it off with the tectonic charge. Kana comes through with the Mieko shutting down. Now 1, 2, 3 teams. No, make it a 4 players just shut down, wiped out in the hands of Turkey.
I like the idea of Team Iran to try and make use of the grab on top of Lisichka to dive onto Mieko instead, but it took them way too long and too many resources to do so, which scattered their forces. Only with Kana coming in all the way from the other side of the map were they finally able to take down this Harif, and by then it was a 1-for-4 trade.
Coming off for a fight again. Tectonic charge comes through. Monster Shock try to pull into Nora's side. Zendaya will be taken out by Kana first of all. Enough damage, but now they're chasing for Nora as well. They want to make sure they can be able to do so. Zaman Force be put out by Mieko, but it will not stop any movement coming from Iran.
Alright, there we go. That's what Team Iran is looking for. Those off-tempo plays. Turkiyye was not expecting a fight there, but the AOG right into the tri-bush got an excellent choke point. We can see that Kana is actually being quite annoying here on this Benedetta, now unstoppable.
Unstoppable indeed. All the slash comes through. Kujo shuts down immediately. Great win comes through with Jungler been wiped out by Team Iran. Now this turtle is going to be a free kill for the side of Iran.
They'll be able to scare it easily. Now Unohana might get punished a little bit. Actually gets stunned in. This glue gonna jump back in actually.
Wrap straight away to Neil, but is it going to be a condition that is going to be good? RWM been put out by Zendaya. At the same time, Neil just grabbing it through and through. But at the same time, it's going to give an opportunity for Mirko to just shut her down immediately.
We're seeing a lot of action right now. It didn't happen on screen, but Mieko actually won a 1v1 against Kana as well. Picked the Benedetta off before the fight even started. So we can see that Mieko doing good on this Hari.
Hot guard immediately putting out to Sherry, making sure that nobody actually gets away easily. But again, they were trying to invade into the side of Team Iran. A lot of back and forth comes through from these two teams.
And now Team Turkey, they're aware that Mieko is going to be their win condition. This Harif doing a very good job so far. And it does come down to that gold lane duel and whether or not Kana is able to find the angles when it comes down to the team fights. We're at the 8-minute, nearly 9-minute mark. Gold lead still just a little under 3K in favor of Turkey, which is definitely a deficit that you can make up on. The Team Iran will need to make that happen sooner than later.
The fact that they're just trying to figure out which way can they actually pull through. A little bit of bullying can be done so that they can actually have that turn things around for the side of Team Iran. Turkey, so far, they had a really good control from the start, but now Iran is finding answers from one another. Putting out the Urchin Rampage, Lisika could not move, could not find a way, had to use the AOG just to run.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to do that there. Better to keep yourself alive, especially since the Lord is going to be up in another 15 seconds or so. Turkey does have the slightly better late game scaling overall, and that's basically why I said Iran needed to be the ones making use of the mid-game power spike. Since if they're not in the lead, the later the game goes, the harder it's going to be for them to keep up. So with Kana around, there is always going to be a win condition as long as this Benedetta is able to find the cat onto the Harry.
Already moving into the Lord dance right here by Team Turkey. Iran, unfortunately, was a little bit too late, but they're moving on right here to the side of Neil. Neil had to pull away straight away before they became casualty, but Kujo does not allow it. Hardguard had to be put out to Neil to survive it out, but at the same time, Kana making a great decision, but Earthen Rapid be put out. They deny it. RWM put it out as well so that they cannot move away. AWG trying to put it out. Can they actually survive? They make it sure that they will be able to survive. Nora will be taken out by Kana immediately, but at the same time, they fight for Mieko by Sherry itself, and now leaving only Unohana to fend for herself. 3 players in the hands of Iran.
A total reversal from Team Iran, and now Unohana, the only one left, trying to buy as much time as possible, and honestly doing a great job of it. But Heartguard will be used to get the Angela away. Turkey made a mistake. They stayed for too long. They underestimated the healing coming out of this Angela. But Unohana will finally fall as the Lord shoves down the bot lane.
Good job coming in from Iran. Great zoning from Una to survive it out. 4 players just try to ram her to make sure that she will be not taken down that fight easily. But at the same time, Iran still have it in their bag because the fact is they were able to turn things around for themselves. Now Turkey, even though they got the lot, now they still need to make sure that push comes through so that they can make sure that Iran loses a lot of the defense. Here on out, Klishika will be able to move away very quickly. No casualty.
I feel like at this point, multiple members of Iran have to have Oracle because that healing is actually adding up to a lot more than you would ordinarily expect. And Team Turkey is actually running into some issues where even though they have really good scaling damage, the consistency of it is not enough to actually whittle down their opponents. And so, the later the game goes, the more my initial predictions may actually fall incorrectly. No oracles at all, simply the flask alone from Nirvana actually keeping Team Iran topped up.
Very, very risky from the side of Iran, but then again, Kujo, little bit of overextension. Kana comes in for the diving as well as with the help of that hard guard. But here on out, because of their invasiveness, they might actually fall down. And right now, Nirvana just trying to secure to survive it out will not be allowed at all, giving Turkey that 2 kills for themselves.
That was definitely a bit too greedy there. Kana saw what could have been an easy kill on Kujo, but neglected to think about where the rest of Team Turkey would be on the map. Lisicka was not really having a vision on anyone, so they will at least trade her life for the bottom tier 2.
And even then, we do see that a little bit of steal comes in from the side of Team Iran. They will try to make sure they have the objective, the minor objective that they needed so that they can control the movement of the minions. And this is what we want to see, the diversion that they want to have, as well as the macro, as well as the micro skills we needed into the hands of Team Iran. So far, they have been backing off from the side of Team Turkey, even though they lost a couple of life. Now, Lord is coming in right here, and there's trying to set things up with Lisicka, try to make it through, making sure that he can spot out any movement or even any ambush that will be put out by Team Turkey.
I think setting up for this, Team Turkey have to play a little bit more disciplined. They're well aware of how tanky hard guard makes Team Iran at this point. It might be good to try and play a slower fight, wait until the duration runs out.
Yeah, with AOD going right to the mid, as well as Mieko going all out to push out to Lishika. Can they make it through it? They go with a tectonic charge, gets 2 players, but at the same time, Lishika will be the one, the victim, to be fall down. But at the same time, they push it to Kana! Will be shut down by Kujo, and now Neil trying to survive it off, but unfortunately, Infinite Pursuit just to be able to survive will not be able to do so as Kujo shuts down Neil with 3-piece in the hands of Turkiyye.
That was excellently played right there from Team Turkey, specifically targeting Sherry first to force the Heart Guard out onto the Yisun Shin, but that's not actually the target it gets the maximum value from. You want the Angela on the Benedetta or even the Phobius in this case, since they will be able to keep sustaining and walking in the front line. Since Sherry had to play it safe and stand behind, it meant that Team Turkey basically didn't have to contend with a Heart Guard at all throughout that entire battle, and then were able to slowly dismantle Team Iran one by one. I gotta give a shout out especially to Zendaya, popping that RWM perfectly at the edge of the dash from Kana, locking her in place just long enough for Kujo's burst to come true.
Yeah, exactly. The momentum, how they control, how Kana comes in. They want to make sure that they know the positioning of what Iran's about to do. And now, pushing on straight to the bottom turret that has been already dropped down. Looking for the top as well. RWM being picked out. Moving on with the tectonic charge. Putting on a rampage as well. They're pushing in to survive, but Hard got put out by Lishika. Can they survive that? Kana comes in with the slash, but then it's not going to be enough damage. Now they will be punishing to the side of Team Iran as they lost Neil. And moving on with the Zaman force by Mieko. Mieko, overextension can be expected to be side of Nirvana, shutting him down. But at the same time, right here, Team Turkiyye, they know that lot of damage already been done as they already stolen Neil as well as Kana.
So far, we're seeing good discipline from Team Turkey. They're basically doing what I said they needed to. Wait until the Heart Guard runs out to recommit onto the team fight. It's just unfortunate that Mieko walked a little bit too far forward and got punished for it. Otherwise, this is a guaranteed game win. But for now, Iran should be able to hold on to the base. They will have to deal with having no inhibitors left though.
Back off for discipline-wise, the respect that is needed to be given. They cannot take any risk. Waiting off for Mieko as they know that pretty much all of the damage they are going to focus more by Mieko herself. And this is what Team Turkiyye is doing. Having that much time can actually set up a really good team fight against Team Iran. But the question is, Team Iran, with a little breather that has been given by Turkiyye, can they actually put out a really good defense for their own base?
I think their defensive capabilities are not too bad, especially since Kana's Electo final blow should be able to get wave clear in quite efficiently. But we know that the later the game goes, the more the scaling is going to kick in for Team Turkiyye. Even though the goal lead is not all that big as of right now, a lot of heroes on the side of Team Iran are going to start falling off in overall utility. Especially this Phobius is just no longer as tanky as he needs to be.
Ooh, a little bit too late with that Electro Ball, but at the same time, right here, it might actually come to bite it off. Kujo comes in with the tectonic charge by the side, takes down Nirvana immediately. Kana all by herself will be shut down, and this is going to open even more doors for Turkiyye.
That was beautifully done by Kujo, baiting out the Electro final blow and the Petrify. Even the Heart Guard committed meant that 2 members of Iran were now completely out of position for basically nothing.
Zaman Force would put out Sherry in the loose, but at the same time managed to back off. But at the same time, right here, tectonic charge comes through with the Lishika, trying to survive it out, pushing on straight away. AOG had to be pulled out for the survival, but Neil all alone to defend for the frosting side will be shut down by Kujo. Now Lishika trying to fend for the crystal. Can they do so with the Cherry as well on the side? Let the weapon be put out, trying to do some damage right here, making sure that they will still survive it out. And Turkey somehow, Mount Shaka put out. Is it going to be enough damage? Nope, not at all. Turkey backs off as quickly as possible.
But Mieko keeps making this mistake of diving way too far forward. Again, that was a guaranteed base push if Team Turkey had their gold laner. But for some reason, the Harit just decided to Zaman Force all the way into the other side of the base, where the rest of her team was not close enough to be able to support her. Because of that, Turkey has to back off. They have to go for the Lord instead, and that gives Iran time to regroup. They still have to contend with the waves pushing into the base, but they do have an Angela to be able to handle that at least.
With Angela still holding off their positioning, they know for a fact that they just have to play with time, but it comes in with a tectonic charge. AOG comes through, but unfortunately losing a lot of lifeline. Lishika had to back away. Haga comes in with the Electro Blast, comes through. Can they actually manage to do a damage? No, they actually have a little bit of struggle. They had to pull away with the RW. They're going takes down Sherry immediately now, leaving one more player to be taken out by Kujo himself with Neil. Now they're pushing it straight away to Lishika as well as Nirvana. Kujo just looking from the sideline. They know for a fact that they can just take down immediately. Enter Rapid to shut down Lishika immediately. This is a crystal for Turkey to get the first win.
And a triple kill from Kujo on the Suyo jungle claims the victory in game number 1 for Team Turkey. While there were certainly some mistakes made, overall the game was clean, the calls were solid, and they knew exactly what they wanted to achieve with this lineup.
I think pretty much we saw a little bit of overextension coming in from Turkey, but it doesn't really matter because they already know they had a really good setup to go in. That tectonic charge, getting a lot of the players of Iran out of place. Why that we are seeing that Team Iran started a really good from the get-go, but then they kind of lost their tempo. They didn't know how to control the movement of Team Turkey at the end of it all.
I already mentioned that this draft from Team Iran is a little bit more high execution overall, because not only are you playing a double fighter side lane, which is more of a cheese strategy that requires you to have a lead or end the game early ideally, you're also trying to put in a Benedetta gold lane. This could work in favor against the Harith, but after that you gotta make sure that you land your abilities correctly. And while Kana was a threat for most of the early to mid stages, I think Team Turkey started figuring out, hey, this Benedetta is going to be trying to split push a lot of the time. We can bait out abilities. If we can get the hard guard in as well, we can basically get 2 free kills on the map.
Agree, because 2 times that we are seeing that the final blow was not able to land properly. It was kind of a waste of usage of the resources itself that was done by Kana. It ended up in the favor of Team Turkey. But looking on 18 minute 40 seconds of the playtime, started out with Iran was able to control the movement, but now Team Turkey, they found the answers by the mid game, and it showed so much of the hard guard that was given by the side of Sherry, and even the side that we know that Nirvana was just trying to make sure that at least the front line will still survive, but it doesn't do much of the damage that was needed to take down Turkey.
And Nirvana honestly did a very good job, even though she wouldn't have had very good mid lane priority actually on an Angela, keeping the team alive and just Jeff balling their way through Turkey in the earlier stages. But once the itemization really started blocking in, once Mieko got full build, once Kujo got full build, you could really see that damage adding up. And here I think is a great show of why Suyo could still be solid in the right situations.
And the fact that we have our Kujo as the key player right here as the goal hunter with 811 GPM. The goat is going to be Zendaya. I mean, with that RWM right on time, right on the spot. Even from that, I think it was the first Lord dance itself where she was able to caught Kana off guard and couldn't actually able to allow Iran to back off quickly, and that's where you find a way to conquer the movement of Iran. And this is where Turkey just comes off at the top a bit better. Lishika on the other note as the tanker with 257,000. She did her best. I do feel like there was a couple of times that the AOG that she put out did manage to caught up a couple of players of Turkey, but it didn't have that follow-up that was needed from the side of Iran.
Yeah, I like the aggressive initiation that they were using this AOG with, but there was a lot of backline being threatened. And Iran also needs to be diving against Team Turkey, which means that their composition, their lineup, their positioning is naturally a little bit chaotic and requires you to adjust on the fly. And honestly, I think they did a pretty okay job of that. I'm especially impressed by Kana's performance on the gold lane Benedetta. Not an easy hero to play, but they still falter in the face of our match MVP Uno Hana on the glue this time.
Blue with 3,114 KDA. I think pretty much we saw a lot of the game changer whereby how Uno Hana was just grab, moving into the hands of Iran so that they, no matter how much that they were able to actually pull all the stunts out to shut down Uno Hana, that zoning all by herself was just showing how much the resources that is needed to be done by Iran to shut her down.
Yep, they tried, but this glue is still very, very annoying. And this is why I was once again worried by the Fovea showing up as the 4th pick, because that's exactly what happened earlier in the day. Glue is such a good solution to this, and it is a counter to the Angela as well, because the grab can get a 2-for-1 deal if you land on the right target. Without the burst damage that a marksman would ordinarily offer, it was very difficult to actually remove Unohana from the board. You could actually see it from that one play where Unohana survived 1v5 for an extended period even after the rest of her team was taken out.
I mean, this is pretty much how we have to actually go back to the square part, right? Because the fact is, we need to figure out whether or not that decision making of picking up that Benedetta, even though, yeah, we do see from the execution, it was good from the start. But it was still, at the same time, they were playing off into the hands of Team Turkiyye to a point that they keep on losing the grounds for them to survive all of those team fights.
I think what happened here specifically is that Team Iran tried to play a little bit too hard, too fast. And they know that they need to play heavy dive, try and get bursts out as soon as possible because they lose out overall in consistent DPS. But by doing so, you sometimes see the Electro Final Low being used too early. You see the Heart Guard being used when the fight starts on the wrong target, just try and save someone instead of being maximized on a fighter instead. So those small, minute calls can make a big difference because it's not as if Team Turkiyye was playing perfectly either.
I feel like the best way that we can say is that every single setup that was done by Turkiyye was just perfect. To be honest, you had that Urcha Rampage. You deny any mobility of Iran to actually back away. Even if you actually try to survive with the Heart Guard, it's not gonna be enough because now you put that Urchin Rampage and then you go for the Tectonic Charge that was done by Team Turkiyye. And you put RWM to even give more slowness effect to the side of Team Iran. What can you do? You can't even get out of that trap that was already been put up perfectly by Turkiyye.
That's why sometimes it's just good to fall back to the basics, right? You get yourself a really solid team fight composition, specialized in 5v5ing, and then you just naturally play the game the way it's intended to be. Double fighter side lane is a strong meta strat right now, but you gotta make sure that you're winning out those lane priors. You gotta make sure that you're leading early, that you know how to execute and maximize this kind of strategy, because otherwise the cheese just does not work.
And the fact that we talked about how this is actually a lifeline at stake because Team Iran as well as Turkey, they had a long journey, but only one team can move up to this upper bracket or lower bracket on the next stage, which will be meeting Cambodia right after this. So the question is, can Turkey maintain their positioning as they've already been participating from last year compared to Iran, who just debuted for 2025?
Honestly, despite just debuting, I'm seeing some really solid foundations right here. While that Benedetta could have been a little bit cleaner, the fact that it was brought out and the fact that it did cause Team Turkey a bit of trouble in the earlier stages is already very, very impressive. And I actually got a direct DM from one of the viewers where they said, okay, Benedetta Gold is not new. It was actually used during the MPL Indonesia playoff. So there is a precedent for this. This is actually a pickup that is used against Harif sometimes.
I see. Interesting. If it actually comes to a point that we've seen already in the past, that could actually be a really good counter. But again, when it comes to execution, this is the problem. If you cannot actually land those shots properly, it has a problem to actually fight off with Harif, because we talked about how Harif, mobility-wise, especially with that Zaman Force, we saw how many times Mieko land that Zaman Force, it really locked on into any movement of Iran to a point that they cannot get out of it.
Yeah, I think Mieko did come close to throwing the game a couple times there at the very end because of going too far away from the rest of her team. But in the end, they were still able to close things out. So what I want to see going into the next game here is planar gameplay from both sides. The drafts honestly are pretty solid on paper, so keep that up going forward and just adjust in terms of execution.
Yeah, I think we can see that the fact that the teams right now, they are at stake. We are playing best of 3. This is where the fine line that if they messed up again for this second map, which is going to be the Dangerous Grass. And we talked about how Dangerous Grass is one of the maps that has the biggest impact in MLBB. You can play around to go for a passive hero that can survive in the grass, or even can play around with an ambush hero that has an ultimate that can survive it out, or probably even give so much damage and give a surprise factor to the team. So the question is, players from the side of Turkey, they had a lot of consideration during the first draft whereby they banned off a lot of jungle heroes. And not only that, assassin heroes are also one of the priorities they've been banned off, which is Lancelot, even though they actually had a good run when they fought off with Team Turkey. I think we did saw how Team Turkey was prioritizing Lancelot, fighting off at Dangerous Grass as well. So let's see if that's going to be the tail. But it seems that Iran kinda actually noticed it already from the yesterday's fight. So they take off Lancelot immediately because we saw the success that was done by Turkey using this Lancelot. So they want to make sure that that will be avoided. But at the same time, the Harif Respect ban comes along by Team Iran. From the side of Turkey, they ban off Baxia.
I think so far everything does make sense here. Getting rid of Harif, of course, since this is still probably one of the best typical gold laners in the meta right now, and it was played pretty well, very aggressively in the previous game. You just want to take that off the board because basically every other gold laner in the meta right now is easier to handle. Then we see the CC also being taken out by Team Turkey here.
I think we already saw it. Even previously, they actually kind of prioritized to bat off Chi-Chi. It's not really to be messed around. If you kind of open that opportunity to be picked up, you will have a really tough time at the EXP lane if you want to put CC. But again, CC is actually a really good flex hero, so there's a possibility they want to make sure that it doesn't come through in the end.
So they're still sticking over to that. Now, previously we did see Team Turkey ban out the X-Borg, and that seemed to specifically be setting up for a tank jungler, which may have been a bait at the very end. Now that they are on the red side, it's probably a little more difficult to try and go for draft strategies like that. Arlit going to be the final ban on the side of Team Iran.
Arlit. We talked about how Arlit could actually be a good choice to be made for the first draft, right? Because if, for example, like they don't have much of a choice for the EXP because a lot of it has already been taken out. Alice, Yuzong, Arlit is still a viable choice to be, even though it's not really the best option, but it can be picked out. But Iran, on the other note, feeling like Arlit being taken out. What are your thoughts on this, Tafa?
Still thinking a little bit about it because the Arlit was actually better for Team Turkey's lineup. That's why Team Iran went for the full VS to try and directly counter it, but then kind of forgetting about the glue. Hayabusa now going to be banned out, so heavy focus towards the jungle aspect during this particular matchup. That does mean though Esmeralda is led through the draft and is gonna be picked up straight away.
I like the idea because we did saw that how Esmeralda was banned off quite a couple of times here for the MLBB women category, and I feel like one of the heroes that is also prioritized, whether it's Kacha or Broad, Esmeralda is actually a really good viable choice. But at the same time, Turkey say like, hey, since Grok is open, might as well we take it out, as well as Eve. Again, these are the two heroes that was really doing a lot of the key plays whereby they take a really good setup with that tectonic charge, even with the ultimatums of making sure that there's not much of a mobility here by Team Iran.
These two are basically the backbone of Turkey's previous lineup, and in my opinion, one of the best duo team fights in the game right now. It's just so much AoE, so much control. Eve is actually countered by Esmeralda on paper, but it is still something you can manage. So the X-Borg is going to be locked in by Iran. That means that Team Turkey can't really afford to go into hyper tanky lineups. They ideally need good burst damage, especially in their gold laner. Isan Shin also going to be picked up by Team Iran.
Interesting. I think pretty much we are saying that Iran, we did saw how a great job coming in from Iran, right? Using that Isan Shin with a mountain shocker. A little bit of overextension that was not really necessary from their side, but they know for a fact that it was a really good move coming from them. But on the side of Turkey, one more heroes prioritized. They taking off Granger immediately.
Going for the Granger, we already knew that there was a pretty good chance that Team Turkey is going for a more classic lineup here, since the X-Borg basically denies Double Fighter's side lane. So they will lock in the Granger now that Har has been taken out. And now the other side, Team Iran, not going to be too worried about this because they've already revealed both Esme and X-Borg. So these are going to be their side laners for sure. And they're using this X-Borg as a way to pre-counter the glue. You can no longer go into heroes like that because X-Borg naturally does very well against them.
I mean, with the last insanity, just to give a lot of the explosion and as well as damage, breaking off every single rotation or even trying to go for the setup, right? This is where Iran can disturb every single positioning of Turkey. And now they're trying to make sure that at least a lot of the potential of their assassins jungler will be taken out as well, whereas they took out Suyo from the pool.
Yeah, taking out Suyo, you already know that it's not ideal for Team Turkey to go into Fredrin, so Team Iran probably doesn't need to ban Fredrin, so we're looking at other assassins that they might need to be worried about. Meta-wise, Joy is still somewhat popular. I personally am not a big fan, and we didn't see it picked up earlier in favor of Suyo either. We've already talked a little bit about Nolan in the past. I'm not sure if we're going to see Nolan here yet. Akai is also probably a little less ideal when you're up against the Xborg. So I'm actually wondering if Team Turkey can play Fanny.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I kind of agree on that because we barely see... No, not barely. We haven't seen Joy at all from day number 1. It's not really the priority pick for the side of jungler itself. So this is where the fine line is. Are they going to actually come out with Fanny? Even though with the nerf comes with the steel cable, it still be a good option here. But Glue giving a respect ban right here. Even though, yeah, you have that Xbox in their hands, I feel like Iran just trying to shut down even more the signature heroes of Turkey.
I think Turkey can go into their EXP laner here first and keep their jungler for the very last, since there's no way of it being contested anymore. If you want to keep it safe, Lapu Lapu is probably the best bet at this point. You can still go into Yuzong, but it has a slightly tougher time into Xborg, so Lapu is probably the safest.
Lapu Lapu having a really good composition as well as going to the back line, but at the same time, finally making an appearance right here.
All right.
Our MLBB woman category is going to be Joy to be picked by Turkey.
Joy is still okay. If you're able to maximize her towards the mid phase, can actually do quite a lot. I'm just worried about the heavy cooldown base of it. But we already know that both side laners have been revealed on Team Iran. So the only major role that can actually CC Joy at this point is going to be the roamer. They're going to need something that has very solid lockdown. If you're wanting to draft something that works with the Eve as well, it might be good to go for Kaja here, since the suppress will actually be able to deny the real-world manipulation.
Oh, that's kind of true though. Yeah, definitely one of the viable choice coming up for Team Iran. But at the same time, we are seeing that Team Iran had a really good vital lane for the gold, but now they're pushing it with Farsa to be picked as well as the side of Team Iran. I feel like...
Carmilla.
Yeah, Carmilla, is it okay?
That's very interesting. Carmilla has natural synergy with Xborg, because this is a hero that slows down the enemy team quite a lot and ties them together, so that the more AoE damage you do, the more damage you just do in total. Which means that Iran is trying to go for a slower team fight set around the Curse of Blood into the Flamethrower, and then you can actually go for some burst pickoff with the Farsa as well. Unfortunately, it means that you have no direct lockdown.
Yeah.
There's no hero that can reliably catch the Joy, and it is up to whether or not Go makes a mistake in movement. This means that the Yuzong can actually now come out, since that is one of the best heroes for diving and cancelling Feathered Airstrike.
This is tough. I still think that pretty much on the draft-wise, Turkey looks a little bit more sturdy compared to Iran. I know for a fact that Iran is trying to find a little bit of unorthodox way to fight against Turkey, but I feel like it's not going to be enough though.
It could be a surprise pick, because Carmilla's Curse of Blood actually genuinely makes you take a lot of damage if it hits like the entire team, and then you have good AoE like Feathered Airstrike, like the fire missiles. But it's a very heavy condition, and once again, no solid lockdown for heroes like the Joy. Your backline dive is also a bit lacking. You're very front to back. Even though you're playing double fighter side lane, you'd usually want at least one hero that can threaten Granger more easily. And the only way they can do that is maybe through Feathered Airstrike. So it's, once again, a draft that has a bit of an execution ceiling.
I feel like at the same time, when it comes to the setup, right, Stava, you gotta agree on me on this, because the fact is, right now, a lot of the sites that Iran is actually prioritizing more. They want to actually have a lot of mobility, but is that mobility going to be enough though? Because like we talked about, this is the last chance for both of this team. If they don't make it right here, we have to say goodbye to them. And one of them will move into the lower bracket final, meeting off with Cambodia. Welcome to WEC. This is Turkey versus Iran.
You can already see Nirvana getting poked out quite hard, but that means Zendaya has to flicker away from Yi Sun Shin. Nice early gank coming in from Sherry.
And the fact that right now pushing on Ilishika, a little bit too close call to be taken out, but managed to move away as quickly as possible, will be able to survive it out. So much extension has already been done, but Neil is passing through this 1v1 with Unohana, will have no problem.
Team Iran is going to once again have a bit of a difficult time getting mid lane prio, but at least this time around their side lanes are a lot stronger. Oh, Nora actually gets the full reset on the orange buff, so that's gonna slow down Sherry a bit. Even needs to pull over Kana just to make sure that this Grok isn't causing too much chaos.
Even Nora right now doing a lot of invasive move to point out it kind of actually controls the movement of Team Iran. Turkey knows what it needs to be done right here and showing a lot of movement, a lot of control. But at the same time, Ilishika will be stunning Zendaya just for the sake of trying to move around.
First turtle is going to be up very, very soon. Unlike the previous game, we're not seeing very heavy emphasis towards the EXP lane here on either team. So there's not going to be a side that has an obvious advantage over the first turtle pit.
Kujo coming along to the mid side, going all out straight away with electrifying beats, takes down Sherry immediately by Zendaya. Great move comes along with Turkey just pushing out at the mid lane.
The reactionary movement from Team Iran still needs a little bit of work in terms of its speed, because they did try to go for a mid lane gank onto Zendaya. Not a bad idea, but failed to mention that Kujo was dashing in from the top side. So that's the first turtle over to Turkey.
First turtle, great job securing it, especially the fact that they were able to control the movement of Iran itself for that skirmish. And now moving along, it seems that they will be able to invade even more territory of Iran.
Right now, we're already looking at the obvious flaws of Team Iran's lineup. No lockdown that can punish Kujo for dashing too far forward. And even though their side lanes are able to get priority, that is only in a direct laning state. They don't really offer a lot of utility when it comes out to straight up team fights. And that allows Turkey to play very aggressively.
Now just pushing on right here at the bottom lane. Mountain Shocker just to clear things out. Not gonna do so much, but it seems that Turkey overlooking to the side of Team Iran, finding a way to go in. Kujo comes through to Sherry's side, but this is not going to be a little bit of overextension, but they still goes to Polishika instead. Again, this is just a back and forth between the two teams.
Really nice rotations here. Team Turkey is aware of their advantage on the map right now, especially around the mid lane, and they're using it to deprive Sherry of as much farm as possible, since this is basically the only scaling damage on Team Iran's side. And now the snowball is already starting to build up.
A lot of things to be catching up right here for Team Iran. Turkey, every movement they make is very calculated to a point that Iran is just being put stop immediately. Lishika will be able to actually just move away. It seems that Kujo is running freely, getting the buff from the territory side as well as not being stopped at all. But here comes on with the tectonic charge. Muriko takes down Sherry, but their side has been opened. Mieko in danger zone will be shut down by the one and only Nirvana.
Mieko is a scary gold laner, actually. The fact that she's flickering aggressively in that position, she knows I'm not getting out of here alive, so I'm gonna try and take someone with me. That is the mindset of a particular type of gold lane player. Team Turkey, even with the loss of their Granger, not gonna shy away from taking another turtle.
Not a problem for them, as they know this is just pretty much a place for them to just take a lot of the objective for themselves. And Team Iran, on the other note, it's a little bit of a win for them to just get at least Mieko, but at the same time, the movement are still being controlled by Turkey.
Even though they did lose Mieko, picking off Sherry was much more valuable for Turkey there, because that denies Iran any chance of contesting the turtle. and allowing Turkey to get even more farm at this point. The longer the game goes, the worse it's going to be for them.
Look at this, Cujo just coming in for the diving position, but Mountain Shotgun does not help it. At the same time, Cujo unfortunately will be traded off by Nirvana.
Yeah, that maybe was a little bit unnecessarily aggressive, but I can respect it. And it looks like they'll go for the gank on Kana as well, punishing the Export for remaining in lane even after they dive the tier 2.
A lot of diving composition from the side of Turkey. Risky move, but yet it is a great zoning coming from them. And the fact that right here, Unohana putting a lot of pressure on her own lane, showing how they can't even move away.
Once again, the rotations from Turkey this game are very clean. They know how many people they need to rotate in order to get an objective, in order to get a kill. And they know how they need to play to make it successful. Unfortunately, once again, the draft of Iran not really helping them.
Comes in with the ultra rapid fire. It's open a bit too late. Unfortunately, Ilishika will be the victim of that cause.
This Carmilla not really working out so far. It works the best when you're in a direct 5v5, but Team Turkey is specifically avoiding positioning themselves for that. They're actually taking very separated ganks around the map with 2 or 3 split man cells. And that is denying Team Iran any chance of getting the fight they want.
A lot of the setup has been done by Turkey, denying the movement of Team Iran. And here on out, let's see if Team Iran can actually answer properly. A lot of the feather set has been opened, comes in with a fallen star, but at the same time, right here doing their best to just flick around Neil. Having a little bit of difficulty, had to move away, but now comes along with Unohana just crushing in as a dragon. Will be able to take a little bit, but comes along with a mighty swing. Feather that will be cancelled immediately. Mirko takes down Nirvana, comes through with Neil just shutting down immediately to make sure that they will survive. But Unohana, a lot of an overextension. Last Insanity doesn't get anyone. Instead, will be able to give Cujo the turtle in the hands.
Unohana definitely stayed a little longer than necessary, but that was an excellent play. The Furious dive into the bush with the Petrify, knowing that people are going to be hiding in there. Very worthy trade since they're able to get another turtle on top of it. And now Neil will go down with Nora tanking the tower for Mieko. Mega kill streak on this Granger.
The right side open. Nora will have no casualty, will be able to back away easily. But this ganking that was done by Turkey, success after success. And even so, Team Iran, they have been able to control just a little bit, but still not going to be enough.
Iran needs to buy a little bit more time, and they need to start funneling gold into Sherry and Nirvana, but they're not really given the space on the map to do so. If they try to split push, Cujo pops out of nowhere. If they try to stay together, then they're not farming as efficiently, and the map control is not allowing them to walk up safely either.
But Cujo a bit caught off guard all by herself. Can she actually manage to survive? She managed to survive, but comes along Unohana just saying to back off from my jungler.
Yeah, I think that it was good of Iran to try and punish Cujo for walking into the bush without vision, but it might have been better if they tried to bait out the dashes from the Joy beforehand. I'm not too sure if they have what it takes to do so, though. There's not a lot of resources they can make use of.
Comes in along with electrifying bees. At the moment, Feather side has been opened. Is it going to be enough damage? Neil will be taken out by Mirko first of all. Kana had to back away. All the fires, all the burning grounds will not be enough as Neil will be immediately shut down.
All things considered, only losing the Esmeralda there is actually not too bad for Iran, but the longer the game goes, the more we can see that they are in a terribly uncomfortable position. We're at the 9-minute mark. The goal lead is 7k for Turkey, one of the bigger snowballs that we've seen so far in WEC 2025, and they are not letting up on the pressure.
I mean, if you were them right now, right, Safa, like, what are the things that needs to be prioritized for Team Iran? Because the fact is, they haven't found a backdoor to make sure they can actually open an opportunity to just shut down Team Turkey. So, in your position right now, what can you do?
The ideal is to try and bait Turkey into a full 5-man fight into the base. Like you basically need Turkey to make a really aggressive call, almost unnecessarily so that you can set up the Curse of Blood into the flamethrower. But so far, Turkey has been clean.
They are being clean, especially the fact that Turkey, a lot of time, Earthen Rapid being put out, that wall just guards out every mobility that is done by Team Iran. They're denying the movement, and that's what makes Turkey just rise to the top. And even more so, giving a lot of the turrets in their hands.
Slowly but surely, the vice grip is closing. Once again, as a reminder to the stakes here, ladies and gentlemen, this is the lower brackets. And Turkey is already one game up. If they're able to claim victory here, that means that Iran's journey at WEC is about to end. And while it is an impressive performance so far, any team would want to stay longer.
Oh, Rampage! It spells a tectonic charge comes through, but goes back again. Further aside, try to peel away. But RWM able to switch on things on Kana. Vichika will be shut down by Mieko with Zendaya. Will be able to trade off with Neil, but unfortunately, this is going to be the only one left. Sherry as the defending of Team Iran. They break the turret for the bottom, and now they're pushing in for the mid as well. Sherry, there's no way out from here as the Lord is marching in. Team Turkey knows for a fact this crystal is for them to win. Comes along Unohana to say, Sherry, back off. This crystal is for us to take. No one is going to take away from the hands of Turkey.
Team Turkey successfully clean sweeps their opponent. They will eliminate Team Iran from contention in a very, very clean performance, where it almost seemed like it wasn't even a contest. Clean gameplay, solid drafts, and perfect execution. You can tell that they are prepared for the next level of the tournament.
Again, we have to give a lot of credits to all the setup that was done by Turkey. With the fact that that tectonic charge came just right on time, as well as how the RWM just give a lot of the movement for the team of Iran, could not get out of the setup that was done by Turkey.
It was basically putting Team Iran through a blender, basically.
Yeah.
This big stun into the electrifying beats and the Death Sonata sniping from afar. They melted so quickly. And with the lead that Team Turkey had already built up, it basically became impossible to make any hope of a reversal happen. So while it is unfortunately the end of the journey, we gotta give props over to Team Iran, one of their first appearances here, and already putting up and showing us their potential.
Oh, agree, definitely. As a debut itself, for you to just not just survive for the group stage, you were able to actually come back from the play-ins and now going into the lower brackets. It shows how much potential they have. But again, this is a props to the side of Turkey because they are the one who will be moving on to the lower bracket upper, leading off with Cambodia. And now we're gonna have a little bit of talk with our host, Rose. So let's hear it out after their win. What do they feel about it?
Sweep continues on the main stage of WEC 2025. And right now, I am with Team Turkey after a 2-0 clean sweep. Congratulations, girls.
Thank you.
How are you feeling after that win?
We are so excited. We are so happy also because we are so good.
Yes, that is very good. Now, we were just chatting a little bit just now and how the last time we met was over at EWC earlier in this year. Now, how is Malaysia like? Is it your first time in Malaysia?
No, we came here before Riyadh tournament for the boot camp.
I see. So how is it like to be back? Do you guys like Malaysia?
Yes, also like very much. I'm not like that. She's very like the food.
Oh, what food do you like?
Love it. Especially seafoods.
Oh, the seafood, probably like ikan bakar and all that kind of stuff. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game because in game 1, Team Iran played Benedetta Gold Lane. Did that surprise you guys? Were you guys shocked a little bit?
Unana is a Benedetta main also. She have 1,000 matches in Benedetta. So we are not that so much surprised. We expected, yeah.
Oh, but it did seem like it gave you guys kind of a hard time in the gold lane. So how did you guys manage to beat the Benedetta? Is it because Unohana is a very good Benedetta player?
She is the best Benedetta player for us.
So she knows how to counter the hero since it came out. Now tomorrow you guys will be heading on to the playoffs, playing another do or die match. So what is the preparation like for tomorrow's match?
We plan to best top 3.
Wow, best top 3 at least. So how are you guys going to prepare for that? Screams tonight?
Yes, we did screams a lot. I think 2 per day.
Oh, 2 a day, 2 screams a day. I have a question. Since you guys have been to Malaysia before as well, have you guys played Malaysian ranked games on ML? Is it good?
Yes, we did, and I think Malaysia's rank games is more better than Turkey.
Oh, I see, I see. I think she hasn't met all the dark systems yet. But yeah, thank you so much to Team Turkey. Congratulations on the win. I will see you girls tomorrow. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to break down what happened on this match.
Big props to saying that how Malaysia rank is really fun. I like that. I really feel happy to hear that from the Turkey representative. But again, we really want to congratulate to Turkey because still maintaining to be surviving here at WEC 2025. But this is going to be a goodbye to Team Iran. And we want to actually break down even more of what has happened for this round number 2 against these two teams. Because the fact is, I feel like what Uno Hana said just now makes sense because the fact that they kind of actually, yes, they are a little bit surprised when Benedetta comes off as the goal lane, but she was already well experienced using Benedetta in her own experience. So this is where the fine line, how if players are already experienced, have already been playing the same characters or playing heroes in their own rank or in their own gameplay, it shows how much they know how to counter it, right?
Yeah, definitely, right? When you have a mastery over a hero, you know its weaknesses, you know its strengths, and so when it's on the opposite side, you do have a slightly innate knowledge, like a subconscious feeling of, okay, this is how I need to play against it. Obviously, you still want to be able to practice, ideally, but having that understanding already is the first step towards making it work in the first place. We can see here the game stats. This was a very short game number 2, not even hitting the 11-minute mark, but it was a 14,000 gold difference at the very end there, with Kujo and Mieko both getting massive amounts of farm. And I'm gonna sound a little bit like a broken record at this point, but this was also a draft issue, unfortunately. The Carmilla, as well as the X-Borg being picked up, not having enough crowd control, the burst damage being easily cancelled on Nirvana. Team Iran didn't have the tools for success here.
Oh, I do agree on that because there was a lot of things that they need to actually patch up right here, as the fact that you don't have any of the, how do I say, catch factor, the pickup heroes that can be actually put out into the draft itself, even though you know for a fact it's not gonna be easy. But once Kujo comes along, or once Joy was been picked up right here for the draft itself, you have to have someone that you can actually crowd control the movement, because the mobility wise of Joy itself, it can be a little bit of sleepy and tricky, but still, with the fact that we know Team Turkey, they keep on putting up a really good setup with the Grok as well as Zendaya having Geef in there.
And that's why I was saying maybe the Kaja would have been good instead at the very end. At least you have some way of catching the Joy. Yes, you ideally want some AoE, since if you only catch one, then you might have to deal with the rest, but at least you can catch one. At least you can make your opponents a little bit more wary about just diving straight into your face. So that is a bit of an unfortunate case, but as a result, we see Mieko this time being the Gold Hunter and the GOAT, this Granger basically having free reign and free farm throughout the entirety of the game. Neil trying to do her best to tank for the rest of the squad, but without sufficient damage, Zendaya can come in as the best support and secure assists with that RWM once again.
I mean, again, we talked about how Uno Hana 1v1 with Neil, right? They won't have any issue whatsoever, but when it comes to the team fight, this is where the problem starts for Team Iran. Even though no matter how much you want to actually focus on the individual fights, team fights what makes things actually fruitful for Team Turkey. Once they actually be able to cover the grounds, especially the fact that every backline was trying to be secure. We saw how Kana tried to go from the backside, end up being tag off or being catch straight away because of the RWM that was put out by Unohana. But now we're moving on to our MVP for our match today, whereby Mieko giving a lot of damage with this Granger.
8-1 and 2 on the Granger, 866 GPM. We already can tell just from the game itself that Mieko was basically undisturbed throughout the entirety of it. There was that one death when she tried to aggressively flicker forward to take someone with her, but even that was on her own terms, right? So the control was there. Clearly, she had nearly max stack Sky Piercer by the time the game ended, and that's just such a difficult thing to handle when you're up against a Granger, even managing to get that Sea Halberd in to help deal with the sustain heroes on the opposite side. So just a clean performance from Team Turkiyye.
Oh yeah, we gotta say actually this is one of the best cleanest performance that we've seen from Turkiyye, especially the fact that we saw how it was when they were fighting off with Team Indonesia. It wasn't really a good smooth ride for them, but this is like a really good build up after that defeat for their own side, and coming along right now, it might actually even set up a really good standard moving to meet with the team of Cambodia.
And now that we are starting to enter the later stages of the competition, it just means that gameplay will just go up even higher. Unohana as well, once again, showing why she is an EXP laner to keep an eye on here, going for that side dive into the bush. Actually set up the kill onto Nirvana and denied most of the damage coming in. And in here, we can see the final attempt, the final play, the big blender action coming in from the electrifying beats. That's how you can tell the goal difference is just insurmountable.
And the fact that you talked about is how every single time Kana comes in with the last insanity, it's a little bit too earlier on. That kind of actually portrays how much that Team Iran waste a little bit of the resources too earlier on. If you actually come into a bait that Team Turkiyye has already served or probably already set up, this is where the fine line, they see all your skills already been used up, they will come back to punish you. And unfortunately, Iran is just on the lower end of the hand itself, but it's okay. You will be able to pull yourself because again, this is just end of 2025. There will be more to come, and hopefully it will be a better opportunity coming along for Team Iran on 2026. But great job on debuting here for the second year.
It's the first time that they've been able to make it here.
Yeah.
And they're in the playoffs as well, right?
Yeah.
It's the first stage of the playoffs, so it's still a bit sad to end their journey so early on. But the fact that they were able to make it all this way is something to be proud of. And we can look forward to their growth moving on into the years coming up. That means that we are going to be able to end one of our lower bracket matches here. We've still got one more coming after this.
Yes, sir. Uzbekistan versus Argentina. They haven't had a really good start as well for their own group stage, but can they make a change here? Because both of them also have a lifeline at stake. They only have one more chance to survive here at WEC 2025. This will be taken over by Lafel and Husky after this. I am Fasha Bani as well as Starfra signing off, but please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned right here for the next matchup, not only for women category, but also for man category.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Rate 1 Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Rate 1 Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. true ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look at my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look at my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really need acting to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tip that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world stage as together we are about to witness the lower bracket run here for the female MLBB division. My name is Fel, alongside with me is Husky.
Good day to everyone out there. We have witnessed some amazing games earlier on. We've seen some upper bracket runs and we even had concurrent matches that were playing off screen. But this is all for the marbles. No more second chances. The teams, unfortunately, who ended up in the lower bracket in the first place will now have to play for the tournament lives.
And now I would like to have the opportunity where, again, I would like to say thank you to you guys for watching the World Esports Championship 2025 live here from Kuala Lumpur. The global event is proudly organized by IESF and MESF with ESI as our strategic partner and is generally supported by KBS, Rakamuda, and Rakan Digital. And of course, our official partners, Red One, IQ, Solo Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and lastly, our official gaming chat partner, Razer.
Yeah, a lot of these people.
Thank you for all your support, by the way. This is amazing.
Without you guys, this would have been possible, right? To be able to be the host of WEC 2025, coming off of a trophy lift last year as well. It's definitely a huge honor to have it here in the heart of Malaysia. And we have been blessed with great games so far. We see different metas, different variations from the countries themselves, whether you're from Central Asia, whether you're from Southeast Asia, and even regions that we
South America.
South America as well, right? That we don't see to get to see often on the international stage. They have shown us what's possible in the game.
I like that it's only been 2 days, and we were looking at the hero pool. It's quite a lot. We even saw Benedetta goal lane. Sure, it did not win the game, but you got to admit, for the first, say, 15 to 17 minutes, it was impressive. Generally could have won the game, but again, this is how MLBB goes. The longer it gets, the more just one mistake can really cost you the game. Speaking of which, like you said, this is going to be the lower brackets here, where for the teams that made it to the up bracket are looking good. But for the lower bracket run here, you really don't have much chances. There's not a lot of room for experimentation. You just got to win. And for now, we got to talk about the prize pool to see what they are fighting for here. It's not just the pride of the country, nation. It's also about the money.
Yeah, and for the champion, they will walk away with $17,500, $10,500 for the second place, and bronze medalists get $7,500. Of course, this is just for the women category. We have a separate prize pool for the male division, which we'll talk about when the time comes. But for now, even when we started the WEC Grand Final, the WEC playoffs, I'd say, in Kuala Lumpur, we had some countries that we look at them and we're like, these are the powerhouses, these are the underdogs. But even the underdogs or the perceived underdogs, have shown us some great gameplay, right? Like we saw powerhouses like Turkiyye earlier on getting a 2-0, but we also saw what teams like Egypt can do. They just beat Team Malaysia 2-1 off screen.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. It's off screen, so we don't know what happened. But now we got to talk about the brackets here to see the movement. And as we were talking about it, Malaysia did lose against Egypt 2-1. Indonesia was able to win against Cambodia. So later on in the final upper bracket is going to be Egypt going up against Indonesia. But now we're looking at the day 1 BO3. This is the lower bracket. We're going to see Uzbekistan going up against Argentina. And whoever wins this one will be going up against Malaysia. Loser, unfortunately, goes home. Speaking of which, we just saw the match just now. Turkey going up against Iran. Turkey will be going up against Cambodia, but that's it for the run of Iran.
Yeah, and that is very unfortunate. But again, we thank them for being a part of this. I mean, Iran also, we saw them taking on Team Malaysia yesterday in the men's division in the opening series as well. We took them down 2-0, but that is just the group stage, right? It's definitely not the end of the road just yet. I think overall, it has been a great treat just to see the variety that we've been presented. Like you mentioned, the Benedetta Gold Lane, which did give us some major surprises. We've seen some stellar Fanny gameplay, which is always a rare treat regardless of what stage of the tournament we're at. Now I'm just excited to see what this lower bracket between Uzbekistan and Argentina has in store.
Yeah, speaking of which, we're going to look at the schedule here for today, because as of now, we're looking at Uzbekistan going up against Argentina. Later on, not sure if this is correct, Malaysia going against Turkey. It's the men's division. Yeah, this is the schedule. We'll see how it wraps up later on.
Yeah, I personally am super excited. I think Malaysia against Turkey later on as well is also a highlight, right? This is one of the long-standing rivalries, even prior to WEC. Indonesia against Romania is also, I think, quite treat as well. I don't think we see these two regions clash often on the international stage. Today's schedule is really shaping it up to be a wonderful day, and just means that more surprises for the rest of us.
I mean, hey, I gotta tell you, man, Indonesia surprised me in a lot of different ways. Like, they won their match yesterday. It wasn't so clean, and it looks like they're able to even perceive boundaries, even moving in front of the camera. So, hey, a lot of things can happen today.
They became our stinger.
Hey,
right? Great job. Whoever did that, you just made our day. That was the money shot, right? You deserve $13,500 from the prize pool alone. You could claim royalty for that stinger. That is actually a dope stinger.
But now we got to talk about the lower bracket run here, because again, this is do or die. It's still best of 3. Uzbekistan going up against Argentina, and I feel like at this point it will be quite a treat if somehow they still pull off something that we haven't seen yet, because we've seen Leo Mort, right?
Oh yes.
We've seen Tamos. We've seen Alice is meta, so we've seen that earlier as well. Like at this point, it comes to the question, unless I see a Martis, I don't know if I can be surprised anymore.
What else? I mean, we've seen double marksman, right? We've seen some teams go back to the traditional marksman gold lane matchup. We've seen like the fighter, the export gold lane also has been quite popular in some of these matches.
We've even seen Kaja.
The Kaja too. I mean, I personally am surprised that we are not seeing more Alice, but the Yuzong has been pretty popular in most of the games that we have witnessed.
I mean, like, I feel like in the EXP lane, there's almost really no bad choice, right? If you pick up a Lapu, you're not fair. You pick up a Yuzong, you're not good. You pick up an Alice, amazing.
Yeah, I think
seeing like even the Gatot earlier, it was also pretty good having the Akai and Rome position.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I love the creativity that we're seeing here in the WEC 25.
And it's definitely a blast to the past, right? You look at some of these drafts and you get reminded of actually how effective they were maybe, a couple months ago. But sometimes it's these creativities, these innovations that the teams, they look at the current state of the game and they think to themselves, wait a minute, there was a solution to this maybe a couple patches ago. They bring it back, it plays out, and that's what makes every single tournament so unique, especially WEC. Because you did say yesterday, eventually we are going to settle down with a WEC meta. I think we are almost there.
I mean, speaking of which, this is something that it's good that Staffa is not here, so he's not going to hear this. But hey, Estes, we haven't seen that one just yet.
Oh.
Estes will get buffed later on, not during this competition. But I feel like it's a pretty solid meta if you do want to try that, especially when heroes like the Baxia is open for you. Going into this game, I feel like when it comes to the draft, it's going to be a bit tricky here because we also have to put into consideration like the upper limits of what they can use when it comes to the heroes that they've been played. Because even for the men's team yesterday, we saw an optimal draft, but looks very uncomfortable when being played.
Yeah, I think, I feel like, for some of the teams, especially the ones in the lower bracket, right? If you just look back at the little references that is available throughout the group stage, but a lot of these losses were probably caused by those small errors, right, in that post 12-minute state of the game. And I think it's also a topic that we sort of went through yesterday, where more experienced teams know how to stay composed during these high-stakes situations. And sometimes teams start to get jittery, right? Like you see your enemies on the map, you instantly flinch, you press a crucial ultimate, and then for the next 30 seconds, you cannot participate in any big objective fights, and it kind of snowballs. You start losing lore, you start losing turrets, and then you lose the game. And it's a form of composure that teams, especially in this lower bracket, need to dig deep and find in them, because you can't just flinch, out of nowhere, because the later the game goes, the longer your death timers are, the harder it is to recover.
And I feel like that's where a new way of playing MLBB exists, right? We have all of this split push, we have team fight, but now we have a different style where it's basically a draft that can fight at any time and a draft that is very ult dependent, Heroes like the Kimi, like the Cho, making it so that it doesn't matter what timing it is, you can always go for a fight. So I think that's also something that we do have to check out for Uzbekistan as well as Argentina, if they will build a lineup that is more ult dependent, skill dependent, or they can basically fight at any moment. In that case, I do want to see more Kimi. It's just sometimes it just gets banned, so you don't
even like Baxia and Fredrin, right? That's why even
Eve. Yeah.
And Eve has been a staple pick, right? Yesterday, we both agree that Eve is such a powerful mid laner. We saw Turkiyye play it 2 games in a row, and Eve was essentially the kryptonite for Iran. Unfortunately, in their series, I think there definitely is a power hierarchy, right? There's certain heroes that are just way too good to let through, and when they do get let through, the win rate is in the positive end. I wonder what the Eve win rate is. I have a feeling that Eve probably has like a 80% win rate from the picks that she's been involved in.
I mean, here's the thing: you don't always see Eve getting picked up as well, because some teams, they just want to pick up the Eve in the second stage of the draft, and by that point, sometimes it does get banned out, and that's where we see more Valentinas. We even saw Kagura, which, by the way, Valentina for WEC 25 actually looks pretty good, even in losing games. It's actually pretty solid, right? And I'm looking at the EXP lane. I wonder if there's going to be a specific pick for certain teams, especially against team that has a very strong jungler. You just pick a very defensive EXP, something like a Terizla, right? Where your job isn't to go to the back of the fight, not fighting the mages, not fighting the marksmen, because at this point there's not enough marksmen to really merit that.
Yep.
Just pick up the Terizla and say we're gonna win every turtle and lord, and then we see where we go from there.
And there's one matchup that I want to see. I'm not sure if it's even possible because of the meta. I want to see the Terizla Arlott matchup. It's been a matchup that I personally am a fan of if I'm the Terizla, right? Because on paper, you shouldn't care too much about the Arlott, but it's very interesting to see how these two heroes interact, because they are so different in terms of nature. One is just a meat shoe, but he has decent setup. Arlott also sets up pretty well, but he has a very different way of approaching these fights. And it's a matchup that I feel like can really give us that full 5v5, 10-man team fight. but it's a tough ask. I think we don't see much Terizla nowadays.
But that's the thing. I kind of feel like for most players playing the game, the comfort is team fight, right? Because that's kind of how you learn how to play the game, right? How do you play 5v5 against each other? So I'm looking forward to see for the female teams that's playing to go for more team fight based strategies where it's easier to execute, because sometimes we see where people overthink, right? Make their draft look pretty cool, but the execution is so hard to do. You open up yourselves to make a lot of mistakes, you know, use heroes like the Selena and try to go for more macro, but that might not be the best way to approach the game when you're at the lower brackets.
Ease of execution is something that I'm a big fan of, right? You give me a draft that's easy to execute, I don't have to think too much. I have a lot of...
High loss, give me high loss.
That's one thing. High loss is a bad example, right? It's a bad enabler. So I would say that I got to shout out to the Argentinians who are at the venue. We saw a couple of them even yesterday on day one. The energy that they bring, even in games that we know that they are putting up a good fight, right? Sure, they're in the lower bracket now, but even in these games, the support there has been amazing. So shout out to the Argentinians who are in Kuala Lumpur right now and probably watching from the comforts of your home. You guys are great.
Hey, maybe they got some monster energy, man. That's why they're fired up. Yes. Speaking of which, in this matchup, like we talked about the composition, right? Going for those team fights, we talk about the mids as well as the EXP. We've seen a lot of assassins in the jungle. I kind of miss tank
junglers.
Yeah, because I feel like if tank junglers become more prominent, then there is a chance we might see more fighters. Because haven't seen Alpha for a while. I want to see Martis. But then again, even in rank, we keep beating Martises. So at the same time,
I mean, we did that yesterday too.
Yep. And now, before we start the fight here between Uzbekistan against Argentina, we're gonna check out the trailer for the match.
Всем хорошей игры, чтобы никто не титовал и все было хорошо. She wished everyone to have a good game, so no one will be upset and everything gonna be good. Y me siento feliz, igualmente también estoy nerviosa por los siguientes matches, pero también segura de que podemos seguir ganando.
I'm very happy and also very nervous for the upcoming match, but we're pretty sure that we can overcome it.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the land of passion, energy, and world-class esports fire, give it up for Team Argentina!
From the crossroads of Central Asia, they are the storm that does not break. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands up for the Valkyries of Team Uzbekistan!
And now we would like to welcome everyone to the World Esports Championship lower bracket match here between Argentina and Uzbekistan. We would like to invite both teams to go for a fist bump before we start the match.
Last point of contact is a physical contact before we head into the land of dawn. And this is do or die, one best of three to see who will move on forward in the gauntlet and who will unfortunately have to wave goodbye to WEC25. Here is the lineup for Uzbekistan with Hinata, Twilly, Yasha, Illis, and Sogdifly in your main five.
Yes, we saw them play earlier, and again, they are amazing. But now, going into the lower brackets here, hopefully they have, I would say, warmed up enough to make sure that when they get into the game, they have the right mindset to be able to execute their draft well. Because we saw in their plays earlier, They do play with confidence. At the same time, there were moments where there were lapses in judgment.
Yeah, I think one of the stand-up or the person I'm looking at is the XP laner, right? I think Hinata has shown some great moments of brilliance in her individual gameplay, and I just want to see how Neo is going to fare up against her.
Speaking of which, this is the lineup from Argentina: Neo, Miyuki, Naval, Riza, as well as Miz. And in this matchup, again, it is a 5v5, but like you said, going up in the EXP really sets it up amazingly for the jungler. So it's nice to see that we are in a meta where multiple countries, nations is able to provide different style of MLBB, and it's still working out quite well. But we gotta start looking at the EXP, because if the EXP starts falling, that's your pillar. When your pillar is not there, it's gonna be so hard for you to actually contest for those neutral objectives.
And funnily enough, this has been the case not just in recent times leading up to WEC, but I think even in the year of 2024, right? In 2023, I would go as far back as that, but the XP laner has always been pivotal. They just don't get talked about enough, right? A lot of times when we look at a team success, we look at the flashy plays of the junglers, we look at how the marksman is dropping, positive KD, but a lot of this is because the XP laner was a solid backbone. But this current meta really puts that XP role under the spotlight. You really see the impact that they bring when they have a good game, and the impact that they lose when they start having a more unpleasant experience.
Yeah, this time the heroes are a bit more flashy, right? They got the Arlets, the Lapus, because before, they don't have the highest damage. They don't take the most damage. Even the KD.
What it took was, for example, just give Lapu Lapu a good old stacking damage reduction.
Yeah.
And suddenly he becomes so good, right? It's one of these, I want to say minor changes, but in the grand scheme of things, it's pretty busted overall for the fact that it stacks and its percentage reduction, anything percentage is too much, because it also means that you effectively block true damage, which theoretically is impossible to block.
Yeah. And Moonton is still pushing it through, because they recently just changed the fighter emblem as well for instead of spell vamp. A lower percentage, but giving a hybrid lifesteal, right? So I don't think it's enough time for any team, any players to experiment with basic attack heroes in the EXP. But hey, maybe time will tell. We'll see things change. But now it is gonna be broken walls here, where we saw even from yesterday, when it comes to the broken walls, winning that mid is gonna be pivotal, because the jungle is gonna live and breathe depending on how good or bad your mid duo is doing.
And it also puts priority on certain hero bans in the jungle, like right off the bat. Assassins aside, we're looking at Fredrin and Baxia, right? The big two utility junglers right now. Akai being the third, that once you get a decent start in your mid lane with, for example, like Gatot Kimmy, rather than classic, you can just call your jungler, go for level 2 invade. If that works out well, the game is essentially won in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah. Something that we saw earlier as well in the matches is that when it comes to the late game, that's where it gets a bit tricky, because we know that in the late game is where your discipline is really going to be tested in the way that you manage the waves. And unfortunately, we still see some teams just not managing those waves really well. So it might be something that we have to look into past 18 minutes. Speaking of which, Argentina is going to be first pick, Uzbekistan is going to be second pick, and Uzbekistan already banning out unique heroes here. Banning out the Eve, the Gatot, as well as the Arlet. Again, team fighty heroes. And then if we're looking at Argentina, the Lunox, the Haya, and the Kimi. Basically all heroes that we've been talking about.
And I think this screams one thing, right? This screams, I want mid priority.
Exactly.
I want mid priority, but at the same time, I want it to be fair, right? I don't want to pick a mid hero, the enemy shows up with the Gatot, and it doesn't matter what I have. And no Kimi, no Eve, no Gatot. Mid priority is now an open topic.
I kind of want to see a Valentina here being able to steal the tectonic charge. That's going to be huge.
Hilda pickup is good. I'm looking at Baxia and Fredrin right now. They both look so juicy. Just in the opening picks, right? You could go for the trade, the Baxia going over to Uzbekistan, and this already is a very solid sequence. You have a lot of control, a lot of mobility, great early game presence, great turtle taking presence, and now, I want to see if Team Argentina can kind of keep up, right? Because this Hilda can be a flex.
Here's the thing: if Argentina is able to get a prio mid here, something like a Farsa, it actually enables them so that if they want, they can still go for those assassins. But instead, I completely forgot about Jushin. Still a very strong opener alongside with the CC. And the thing is, Uzbekistan's opening here with the Baxia as well as the Hilda creates problems where if you do want to use a damage dealer in the jungle, there's a lot of ways to punish that. But at the same time, there's not a lot of crowd control. There's not a lot of lockdowns here. So with the Harf pickup, I'm even thinking, what if Argentina plays around with the draft a bit and see if it's possible for an export later on?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility, but I feel like the fact that they put the CC out in the open, it can be a flex pick. We've seen CC go too, but it gives enough info for Uzbekistan to be like, okay, we don't know where the CC is going. She doesn't want to interact with the Hilda. She can go, but certain conditions need to be fulfilled for the CC go to be possible, right? And condition one is a YSS jungle.
Yep.
YSS is not picked yet. Uzbekistan can go for the YSS ban. You protect the Harif, you disable that gold lane, the double fighter comp, and then you just, if the Hilda does end up in the XP lane, you generally do not care too much about the CC.
Yeah, I agree. But they're gonna ban out the Lancelot as well. I kind of feel like in general, if you take out the assassins, it's still gonna be good because even though you have a lot of pressure, you don't have a lot of catch. You don't have a lot of single target lock here. So maybe even go for a Hayabusa ban. Okay, Hayabusa is already banned. So yeah, it's Yusin Shin. We saw Suyo earlier. I don't know if Argentina will be able to execute a Suyo in this kind of draft. So yeah, I guess Yusin Shin is the safest ban here for Uzbekistan. And for Argentina, probably ban out the mids.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not a bad for Valentina as well as Farsa.
I think Farsa, Valentina, Farsa has to go because as much as Dusin does give you a very stable mid control, right? She doesn't interact actively, but if you try to interact with her, you just lose the trade. Taking out Farsa is always good. I'm thinking that right now what Argentina lacks is burst damage, right?
Yeah.
A ton of sustained damage. You can fight forever, but if you want to get things done with quickly, they don't have that tool just yet. It is not available in the mid lane anymore. So XP laners usually don't have that capacity unless you are running like a Lapu or Yuzong, someone with big burst. So now I'm looking at the jungler to get that job done, and that means it has to be an assassin.
Nolan has been buffed recently.
Yeah.
Not sure if they have practiced it just yet because in terms of the change, it's really just the cooldown, which is a big enough change, increases your DPS, makes it harder for you to catch. But again, you kind of have to get used to it.
Yep.
Here, Argentina, I still feel like banning out the Valentina would be good because as a Jushin, you just don't want to fight someone with range. Not saying that Valentina has a lot of range. It looks like they're banning out the Joyce, or they're thinking this Baxia is not going to be jungle here. So maybe in their minds, it's Baxia, EXP or Rome, and Hilda, EXP or Rome. Very interesting here.
But Baxia XP wouldn't make any sense because it's a matchup lost, right, against into CC. What was I thinking again? I was thinking like,
oh, they're right.
Wow, okay, so they know something we don't. Wow, okay, so, but this does make it even harder, I think, for Argentina, so because you locked you out of Yishun Shin already.
Here's the thing. I did say Alpha might be a bit difficult to deal with the Yishun Shin, but against the Hilda, in case the Hilda wants to invade, you can hold your ground.
Yeah, it's an anti-tank, right?
Not saying that is going to be the pick, but like I said, not a lot of options here.
But now that they have Yishun Shin, they already solved the physical damage part. I don't mind if a Sicilian comes through for Uzbekistan in that mid lane. I think, and especially with lower mana cost for your bat impact in early levels, easier to stack up, you don't run dry as fast. That means you could participate in these early skirmishes a bit more. You did call the Suyo earlier on, and the Esmeralda comes through. So we still end up getting a double fighter comp with Suyo as sort of one of the main breadwinners of the team.
Yeah, and again, Suyo, now that has been buffed up with the cooldown, does feel more Yi Sun-shin-esque, where they are like one of the junglers that actually has a way to attack from far away, right? Using the bow. Well, funnily enough, from both junglers here. So Uzbekistan, I kind of feel like when it comes to the... Yeah, Sicilian comes out.
Well, on the money.
Kind of good at this, huh?
Kind of good at this. I mean, I had a feeling since yesterday we're doing decent, but now I'm sure we're pretty good at this job.
Yeah.
Now with this Suyo, only 2 heroes come online at level 3. One is Suyo, one is Julian. I mean, part of me is happy to see Suyo back. You know, I remember when he was first released, I hated that hero because how strong he is. But yesterday we did talk about Suyo when you brought up Bauman and the security objectives. I'm like, Suyo does it pretty well too, and now he's here.
Speaking of which, now I would like to say that the opening, it did seem like Uzbekistan had a pretty strong opening, and by the end of the draft, I would say both drafts are pretty even, because when it comes to the win condition, they have multiple win conditions coming in from both teams, where if we start from the early game, Hilda as well as Baxia is already pretty strong, but then the answer coming in from Argentina with the Grok, with the Suyo, with the Jushin, it does mean that whenever either team wants to fight, the firepower is going to be there, again, for both teams.
Yeah, I think even if you switch the junglers around, right, they are still pretty solid overall in terms of lineup and tempo. That makes the first 4 to 5 minutes even more important. Let's kind of find out which of these teams will draw first blood as we enter the land of dawn. It's Argentina against Uzbekistan in this lower bracket. Game 1, Argentina on the blue side, Uzbekistan on red.
Something that we do have to look out for is really how they're going to manage the waves earlier on, because when it comes to this double fighter setup here, I'm really looking at Argentina being the first to have a 5-person rotation towards the first turtle and start to snowball from there.
Yeah.
Compared to the Harif, he might want to stay in lane just a little bit longer.
You know what? Something that I feel like it's a blessing in disguise for Uzbekistan.
Ooh.
Because of the last 2 picks of Argentina, they completely dodged a CC Baxia matchup, which I felt like is very disadvantageous, but still, mid lane gang early on, first blood going over to Argentina as they take out Yasia, and that is the aggression that we want to see.
That is beautiful coming in from Argentina. So what they did was that they froze the lane, making it so that Yasha, if one gets stacks, wants to get a farm, has to move up front. And as a Sicilian, you don't have a dash, you don't have a movement speed increase, allowing for that gank to happen. So that was clever coming in from Naval, making sure that she controls the minion wave so that Yasha is basically, free for a gank.
And that's the strength of the Jusin that we talked about. And it also reveals a bit of that weakness of Hilda. Sure, she's pretty good at, dealing with your man-to-man, but if you're dealing with Jusin Grok, then suddenly the tables turn, right? You cannot get close, they alter your movement forcefully, and with the turtle spawning and the first blood early on going to Miyuki, Argentina should have free control over the objective, and make it worse, Miss is just making Hinata's life miserable in this XP lane. Even if right now she has a turtle persona, she just does not have the health to participate.
Yeah, but look at that. So Defly is going to see Naval as well as Miz, but they're just going to push her away. Miyuki gets the turtle for free, and looks like Argentina, they want more.
They're going to go in, but it's just a level 2 Hilda. She hits level 3, but it really doesn't matter. Miyuki picks up a second body.
I would say Uzbekistan, the mistake was in early. Well, number one, yes, the manipulation of the minion wave made it so that they were opt for a gank. And look at this, Miz is slowing down the purple buff take here, and
she got it. She got it with a tectonic charge. What a beautiful movement from the support, the Roma of Argentina. Miz will give up her life. Surely, right? Hinata bumps into her and finally picks up the kill, but it took a 5-man gang squad from Uzbekistan to make that happen.
That was so worth it. You slow down really on this Yisun Shin. You slow down everyone's farm by forcing them to chase after Grog. The Grog gets the purple buff.
That's great.
That's a buy 1 free 3, Husky.
It's buy 1 free 5.
Free 5.
That's worth it.
Now that's a bargain.
Put it on your coupon. You're gonna get some pretty decent offer. Something that Uzbekistan needs to realize, if they haven't yet, is that this comp might struggle, or maybe they are struggling now, but eventually they're gonna start hurting. And now, that falls onto Yasia.
We're looking at the gold lane here. Ellis might be in trouble just a bit, but look at his Neo. 1v1 Hinata.
Okay, he's gonna try and power through this with the Revitalize. Bring in some help. There's the Mountain Shocker, Turtle Bolt in hand, Purify, forced out, and now the Crash. They juggle it pretty good, and they find the punish.
Yeah, looks like down bot. Looks like Elias has not been taken down, and this is good coming in from Uzbekistan, because what they need to do here, Husky, is that they gotta give room for Hinata as well as Sugdifly to get some level, because they're the front lines. If the front line is not there, it's gonna be very difficult for especially Yisun Shin and the Sicilian to do work. If they get bursted down so fast, they're not gonna have any team fight.
Worst case scenario, just let Yasia stack a bad impact, right? Eventually she's gonna get enough stacks to really hurt. Sugdify with the axe jumps onto Naval. Get the Sanguine Claws. Miyuki caught in it, has the Blaze Surge to safety. As Neo jumps in, Elias chases the jungler down. Miyuki is out of the fight. Vengeance gets popped by Riza. He tries to hop onto Yasia, who gets out, but Elias just found a double kill in the backline, and now she is isolated. Good Earth on Rampart into a mighty swing. Elias tries to dash away with the enhanced attack. The chrono dash doesn't buy enough distance, as eventually Riza picks up that kill.
We see the potential here coming in from Uzbekistan, where Elias has shown that able to carry, dealing damage to the proper targets, but that's going to be a problem here for both teams because we see a very split team fight.
But if Argentina tunnel visions and give Elias those opportunities, that is good news for her, right? I mean, she did went down, but 2 kills earlier on, you sort of negate whatever lead that Argentina has gotten in the early game. They are still 2k ahead. They got both turtles. But all things considered, Uzbekistan has been able to weather the storm. 3 assists for Yasia. Definitely got a couple of bad impact stacks from that skirmish too.
Yeah, but again, this is just going to give a lot of pressure to the damage dealers here because, again, they're very strong, but very susceptible to getting punished. Because, again, Sicilian doesn't have a lot of ways to protect himself. And Elias, once the Zaman Force is down, you have no sustain, you have just 1 dash every 2.5 seconds. Makes it so that there's more than enough time for you to get bursted down. Speaking of which, another rotation towards Elias.
Still has to purify, so should be safe. And we saw the starting site being purchased as well. Great Mountain Shocker. So you see that 4-man gang squad in the bottom lane, allowing Uzbekistan to plan around. And Yasia, though, has to be careful of that pathing. Shouldn't really walk there. Doesn't have to flicker for another 30 seconds. She is most likely going to go down, lifted up into her depth. And that is kind of a fatal mistake from Uzbekistan. The pathing was too dangerous, and they lose Soklify too.
Yeah, that was very honest, considering that you know the rotation. But hold on, Hinata goes in, takes a lot of damage. It looks like it's going to get taken down by Miyuki, and now as well as they're in between 3 members, and it's going to get taken down by Neo. Uzbekistan, they're going in for the fight when they really shouldn't.
And they try and put it onto Elisa's hand, and she's going to purify out of that. The sole survivor of the earlier team fight. Yasia flickers, doesn't get the bad impact, needs one more. Miyuki plays around the minimum range of the bad impact, and that is good enough. Miyuki is out, Naval gets jumped on by Soklify, and they just did not have the damage. Soklify tried to chase down Naval, but couldn't find a finisher, and ends up losing her life. Argentina gets away with daylight takedowns.
Yeah, right now Uzbekistan needs to calm down a little bit because they're playing with a lot of, I would say, excitement here because they're going in for fights when you're not ready just yet because you got to play as a team here, and Argentina is playing as a team, punishing anyone from Uzbekistan that is overextending. There's a lot of overextensions here. They got to get some farm first, get the levels, get maybe 2 items from Elias, and then see what you can do from there. No, you need 3 from Elias.
And then you can start cutting your losses because Elias is going to get run down by Neo. Neo just got the Oracle too. Oh boy, here comes the Grok. Elias somehow still gets out, thankfully. I thought Miss would permit the tectonic charge, but it's okay. They still walk away with the 3rd and final turtle of the game. Bottom tier 1 goes down. Uzbekistan are in a very tough spot, 5k behind.
Yeah, you can see here the Eastern Shin trying to get the purple buff, able to get one, but still only level 10 here is still pretty strong in the grand scheme of things. Around 5,000 gold lead here for Argentina. Miyuki now having that War Axe, making it so that they can fight for quite a while here. And the damage is there coming in from Elias. It's just that the front line is not there. Feather of Heaven has been purchased. Uzbekistan, they should use the fact that they have a Sicilian and just protect the turrets, right?
Yeah.
Don't go for the fights just yet. You can be stronger later.
I mean, even just now, we saw that Yasia's bad impact actually does some decent damage. And now just have to keep that in mind. Protect the Sicilian. I mean, you are getting massive stacks from these kind of pokes. You're not getting takedowns, that's for sure, but at least you're defending your structures, you're starting the game, but you're also helping yourself scale later into the game. Hinata will be forced to use the Revitalize, go to Tectonic Charge only onto the backside. Hinata brought back, but should be able to get out of this. Not a problem there, so Uzbekistan definitely fine-tuning the approach, and they are holding up well so far.
Although I do have to say, Hinata kind of made a small mistake there where when she was retreating, she kind of retreated towards Elias, and that gave Riza an idea that someone is waiting there. Yep. But Elias was able to recall in time. That was almost a costly mistake because right now they just need to reset because losing 5,000 is pretty bad. But you can make things happen, but Hinata gets caught again. I don't think that's how you're going to make it happen.
Yeah, and with Hinata down, Soklify is not going to be able to do too much, so we have to flicker to safety. Argentina want to continue to chase though. They don't have the Tectonic Charge. Soklify gets lifted up, and that is the Sky Piercer for Naval. doing work. Ellis still gets chased down. Rizza on top of her as the Synchro Fissure is starting to hurt from Ellis. They will have to use the Crimson Beacon to disengage from the bow, and I don't think you want to be there as a YSS, so Uzbekistan calls it off.
And the Lord has been spawned here, and I feel like at 10 minutes, the Lord shouldn't be that big of a problem considering that you do have a Sicilian Yusin as well as a Hive, so it's fine for you to let this one go. It's just that you have to have this mindset, we're just going to turtle up for a while, make sure that no one dies in the next engage, and if someone has to die, it just has to be a front line, right? At this point, the Hilda 0-4-1 is not giving much to the team, just being a mid-shield, so, you know, if anyone has to be sacrificed, it has to be her.
I think the internal monologue is just, we'll eventually outskill them.
Exactly.
We will eventually do more damage, and then we'll eventually be able to overpower them. Now, the only resource that Uzbekistan really needs is time.
Yep.
And if they can survive this first lord without losing an inhibitor, I think that's more than enough. In fact, it might even get more. Miss use the Tectonic Charge and the Flicker. That is great.
That is amazing. Neo jumps in all alone, taking a bit of damage, but still it's fine because Argentina, this is not the easiest comp for you to siege those minions. There's really not enough range.
Yep.
The longest range is Naval, and you know, Jushin is not known to take down turrets fast, so this is doable, right? This is defendable.
Very defendable.
This is geekable.
Very, very geekable. I mean, they are trying to stall out the Lord in the bottom lane, and the Lord still gets the crash in. Oh, Neo actually, with the help of Naval, finds a takedown. That's on the Alice. That's not the person that you want to lose. Tectonic comes in, and it's going to be a two-man knockup. Miss. Getting the setup done. Yasia getting ran down by Neo, but they were able to keep Yasia alive. Bad Impact are starting to hurt, but Stocklify is gone. 3 members of Uzbekistan in the grave, but thankfully, Argentina does not have the resources to end the game, so Uzbekistan will keep on playing.
But still, around 11 minutes with almost 9,000 gold lead, it's a good position for Argentina here, especially looking at the damage coming in from Neo as well as Miyuki. We're looking at itemization here. Neo is, you know, the only offensive item is that Enchanted Talisman, but that does mean that you can keep generating those shields, making it almost impossible for Uzbekistan to actually get the kill. And looking at the Suyo already investing in some defense after having the Hunter Strike, the War Axe, as well as the Malefic Roar, makes it so that Uzbekistan, their front line is already non-existent.
Yep.
More so now that there's a lot of penetration on Argentina.
Makes it very, very hard to itemize against too. Though again, if there's any consolation prize, Yasia will be the person that can turn this around. Alongside Illis, definitely harder for the Harry to maneuver around Argentina in those team fights, even with the Purify, just because you have a Jusin on you. Like Jusin's, the Lantern Flare, it's very hard to time your Purify around it, right? If she lifts you up, it's lights out, but if you use it before she lifts you up, you cancel all the previous stacks, but you also open yourself up for harder crowd control. So it's definitely a fine line that they have to tread on. The second Lord spawning in 10 seconds, Argentina will be looking for the coup de grace.
Yeah, I would say one of the troubles for Uzbekistan here is target locking, because the targets for Argentina is actually quite difficult to get on, especially when you have that Grok, where getting Miyuki is difficult. Suyo has so many dashes. It's disgusting after the buff to the cooldowns.
Yep.
And then if you're trying to get onto Naval, you know, Jushin is not the easiest mage to kill, and then having a Grok there to protect as well. That's, I would say, the biggest problem for Uzbekistan is just that they want their targets to stand still for you know, long enough that Yasha and Alice is able to deal enough damage. Well, good news, Holy Crystal has been completed by Harif, so they should have damage at this point.
Honestly, that looked pretty scary because Yasia was trying to almost face check the bush. Some rookie mistakes that could cost the game at this point. Good dodge on Blink Surge. And we talk about the Sanguine Claws. They get the Turbo, Neo has the Purify out, they crash it! And that is a shutdown. Very needed. The YSS might end up going down though. It's time to cut your losses as they lose their jungler. And the Void with Tectonic Charge, great flicker from Yasia to avoid that. And now they will try to defend the base. Hinata able to escape. And this Sicilian is starting to hit hard.
Yeah, but again, they got to be careful as well. Trading 1-for-1 at this stage is honestly worth it, but you got to be careful because Yasha now does not have that flicker and looks like getting caught again.
And they don't have the Tectonic Charge though. They get a mighty swing, but it's Ellis and Miss The cores of Uzbekistan trying to really hold the fort. Naval had to flicker to safety as Riza deals with the mid inhibitor, tries to go for the end game, but the Lord has just gone down. Yasia trying to save it. Riza will be taken down. Uzbekistan holds the fort again.
And they're just getting stronger here, Husky, because Alice now has the penetration with the Divine Glaive, and Yasha with that Wishing a Lantern makes it so that now your front line will actually die getting hit by Uzbekistan. That was an amazing way for them to defend, but also Argentina. This is where you see the weakness of this kind of draft. You don't have a lot of range. You don't have a good way to siege. You just got to win a clean team fight and then let the minions go in and then take your time taking down the base.
And we know the keys to victory. Miss, if he gets a tectonic charge onto Yasia, that is going to be lights out, right? But Yasia played that perfectly, the whole sequence, able to preemptively flicker away from an incoming tectonic charge, save herself, and then defend the base alongside Ellis. I think Argentina now needs to realize that whatever goalie they have, sure the stats say that they're 5,000 ahead, but it honestly does not matter at this point. The core members of Uzbekistan are already online. It is as good as even. So Argentina now is back to square one. They've done all the heavy lifting, barring one low health inhibitor in the top lane. Let's see if they can finish the job.
I would say at this point, Argentina might have to consider let one person do the hero play, right? Either Neo or Riza go straight onto Yasha and use anything that you can just to make sure that the Sicilian is no longer in the fight, and then proceed forward, because I feel like that's the biggest problem. If the Sicilian is no longer there, trading 1-for-1 for your fighter for that mage, that's gonna be enough, because Miyuki can just sweep up everyone else.
And Neo is not immortal anymore. We saw how she got picked off early on. Uzbekistan half the damage to cut through this Esmeralda. And that also puts the Baxia's passive into the picture too. Reduction on healing and shield. Let's see if Miz can make it happen for the team. They used the Crimson Beacon very early on as a zoning tool, just so that they could secure the third Lord of the game. And I think that is good enough. They still are in control of the game, and this third Lord might just be what they need to end it.
Yeah, but again, like, how many times has Yasha been caught by the Earthen Rampant? Right, at that point, it's good that Miyuki was not there, focusing on the Lord, and they were just on zoning duty, right? Not actually trying to get the kill. That was actually a good opportunity for them to get the kill.
Dude, yeah, you have a Flicker Tectonic Charge that's probably Sicilian gone. Ooh, Soglify sees this. That's a very, very dangerous spot to be in. It's safe to say that the last inhibitor is going to go down, and it's not going to be an easy defense. Even with Harif and Sicilian, no flicker on Yasia for 70 seconds. They use the Mountain Chocolate first, so they get vision. Hinata early revitalize. Tectonic Charge only hits on the one, but it's the YSS. And that is one of the cores down already. Argentina try to brute force through. They find that it's double kill for Naval, and the job is done. Miyuki picks up the third, and Yasia can't do it alone. Argentina scores the first point in this lower bracket.
It was not an easy victory, but it was quite decisive. Having a very good early game, transitioning into the mid, and then sure, some hiccups in the late when the Sicilian starts to become a problem, but still, Argentina got game number one.
And it all started with just some very minor errors from Uzbekistan in how they approached that early game. We talked about how important it is to really figure out what the game plan was, right? Especially the first 4 to 5 minutes. And the first 4 to 5 minutes was exactly where Argentina got a huge lead, and they didn't have to look back from that point onward. Some iffy moments, you know, the second Lord push was pretty scary, seeing how Sicilian was on the other side, but they just had too big of a lead to lose that game.
Yeah, we got to talk about Argentina here, because even their macro is quite impressive how even in the early game, they made sure that they manipulate the wave in the mid, allowing for a gank happening onto mid. And the way that Yasha has been playing, that might be something that they have been pre-planning. They understand where Yasha is willing to deal the damage, but that does mean that she can take damage herself. So that's something that I feel like Uzbekistan has to start being careful coming into game number 2, because even watching later on the highlights, the team fight is always quite split, and the positioning, everyone was just a little bit off.
Yeah, and I personally don't think it's even a draft issue, right? It really came down to just the execution of the draft in the macro sense. And even the
pathing as
well. We probably might see in the highlights. That one was a pretty weird one, considering that you literally have a 2-second map hack and you still made a pretty weird movement. either way, it is sort of a bummer for Uzbekistan, but it's just the first game. If there's any takeaway, is that they have a good idea.
Yeah.
Now it's to polish on it.
And I guess something that they do have to consider is that they need a way to really punish whoever moves forward, Miyuki here, because they have pretty sturdy front lines, but like I said, not a lot of ways to lock someone down, right? Not enough crowd control. Even in the late game, we saw Sogdifly finally going for Miyuki, and that's your job as a Hilda for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But after that, you kind of don't interact against an assassin that has, what about, 3 items that penetrate defense, right? So I feel like Uzbekistan, they gotta go back to basics.
Yeah.
Like when you pick a hero, what is the hero supposed to do?
And I'm not really, well, more so I'm curious in what the communication was during the draft, because we saw the Hilda in the first 2 picks, right?
Yes.
We saw Baksa Hilda, and afterwards this Hilda we knew it was a flex, but we didn't expect it to end up in the roam role with the YSS4 pick. And that's what got me weirded out, because then you look at Argentina's draft, who is the Hilda going to affect? And you can't really match the Grok, can't really threaten the CC nor the Esmeralda. Very awkward position to be in. But the Hall of Famers we have, Miyuki as our Goat Hunter, Yastia as the GOAT, of course, on the Sicilian. Hinata unfortunately had to tank the most damage and missed the best support on the Grok.
Yeah, a lot of engages coming in from Miz, really making it easier for her team to go for any kind of fights. Even if the Tectonic Charge is not there, the Earthen Rampart is more than enough to separate the fight. And I feel like that's the biggest thing for Argentina, which is manipulate the position of Uzbekistan so that whoever is far away, Miyuki is going to be the one chasing and eventually get that kill. Right now, we got to introduce the MVP for this one. The MVP is going to Naval, 8-1 and 11 on that Jushin, controlling, again, like being the mastermind of the game just now.
Yeah. I mean, Naval and Mist have been the 2 crucial pillars in this entire game 1. We have Dusin, who naturally has priority, infinite crowd control, you know, and then you have a Grok that's literally manipulating terrain. I gotta say, the draft of Uzbekistan, they don't have a way to stop the Grok from walking forward. Every time he puts up an Earthen Rampart, someone has to blow a flicker. And that is also a challenge that I think Uzbekistan have no answer to, even though it is a Grok first pick. It was literally shown, the cards were shown, but the solution was not there. And this was, I think, in the mid lane, it was like a 4-man takedown for Argentina, and it was only Alice trying to save the game. But Uzbekistan was forced to play behind the entire time.
Yeah, actually, now that I look back into the game, as a Grok player, I love going up against this kind of draft. Because the only one that has a dash is Harif. And I guess the Yisun Shin, but other than that, if I catch a Baxia, Box is dead.
But even then, if you put up the Rampart and they use their dash to get out, they can't get back in.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Right.
So, like, as a Grok player, you love when you have opponents that once you put up the wall, they're like, well, I guess I gotta walk around it.
Yeah, it's like, I guess that's it for me, you know?
Yeah.
This is the only like net positive fight for Uzbekistan. They cash out Neo at the cost of their YSS, and Yastia, great preemptive flicker to get out the Tectonic Charge, because that was surely a game-ending out from Mist, but still, they were just too far behind to have any positive impact once the third Lord was taken by Argentina.
Yeah, because I gotta say, playing Grok, the one that I really don't like to fight against, Lancelot, Valentina, Chose.
I think like 9 out of 10 assassins.
Exactly, like again, like I did brought up the Valentina because not only can you take the Tectonic Charge, but if you get caught, are you really caught? Right, you have a double dash.
Not just that, she steals your Tectonic Charge, and it actually hurts more than your Tectonic Charge.
Again, like, even though we do say a few heroes could have been adjusted, but again, it was not a draft problem.
No,
it was really the fundamentals, because even as a mid laner, it's very rare for you to see pathing that just cuts straight.
Yeah.
Usually you got to take the long route, go behind the buff area, go to the second a bush around tier 2 turrets, and then you join going straight there. Now that's a boss move.
Honestly, it would be more forgivable if there was no vision.
Yeah.
So it's some of these moments. Sometimes you just tunnel vision. You want to get to the destination as fast as possible, and it also requires some, I think, communication, right? You gotta relay the info to your cores. Yassia was dealt a good hand, but unfortunately wasn't able to play it the way that they intended to. That's why we say the mid priority was so important. Even from the banning phase, we saw like Eve, Gatot, Kimmy ban, and I was like, wow, they really opened up the pool. And clearly the Rock Duel scene was just better.
Yeah, it was a little bit too strong. But again, Argentina is looking pretty good. Again, just to remind everyone, this is the lower bracket. This is round 1. So whoever loses this match here will get eliminated. And whoever wins will be playing tomorrow against Malaysia in the lower bracket as well. So lower bracket, much longer road, but sometimes it's better because you get more practice here. And hey, you spend like 1-2 days traveling. Maybe more games is better for the teams.
Yeah, you know, you get to enjoy the stage a bit more.
Yeah, exactly.
You get to just get your games in, right? You're here, might as well enjoy it to the fullest extent. Again, we saw on the cameras just now, the Argentina fans are just amazing. The energy is great. So, and they are one step away from moving forward in this lower bracket to really show that they've got what it takes in them. Because even yesterday, I think they put up pretty great showing. Even though it ended up in a loss, we already knew that there was some potential in them. Take a look at the match selections though. We go back to Broken Wall, so we run it back a second time.
Okay, ban Grok.
Ban Grok, yes.
Right? I mean, like, Jushin is a problem, but at the same time, as long as you pick a hero with range, I was even considering what if they just want to get cheeky and pick up like a Novaria, which is not good. Like, because even if you do hit, like, there's a space, right? So
it's more of like, what is the true problem, right? Is it the Jusin or is it the Grok? And I think it's the Grok.
It is the Grok.
Right? You gotta take out enablers. Grok is the... I mean, the rework Grok is so good.
Yeah. It's so good that it's bad.
It's so good that it's...
Yeah. Like, as a roamer, I love it.
Yes.
As a non-roamer, I do not like it.
What are the heroes that, like, you pick and you're the only one having fun? Are there any heroes that...
Yes, there is at least one. Jawhead.
Yes.
I'm having fun. I don't know about you.
No one else is having fun.
No one else is having fun. But now, Uzbekistan is going to be first pick. Argentina will be on the second pick. Argentina banning out the Lunox as well as the Hayabusa. And there you go. You don't just ban the Grok. You ban the Grok and the Jushin and the CC. So Argentina, they should ban a Kimmy here, I believe.
Not only that, these heroes are all banned by the blue side, right?
Yes.
So
they should have picked it up first.
I think that also means that Uzbekistan have no intention of playing any of them.
Already got him lined
They
up
do
and
ban
ready
Akimi,
for
like you said.
your
Yve is open now.
Yeah.
But we did say yesterday that not many teams go for the Yve in the early phase. Certainly not first pick. But if push comes to shove, it could be an option. The Gatot Kacha is also a good shout as well. This could be an Yve angle for Argentina if they are confident in Naval to pull that off and get that mid priority. Because clearly giving Gatot and Yve onto the same side would be a bit too much.
Yeah, it is too much. I do agree. Pick up the Eve here. And I would go for a priority jungle. They pick up the Lancelot, which is pretty scary to me. By how fast that Lancelot was picked shows confidence. Shows I've been waiting for this time. I'm waiting for my moment. I wanted to shine in WEC 25 with a Lancelot.
This is Miyuki's moment. Lancelot was like banned out like 4th, I think, in the previous game. We did say the Yve has to be picked up. There we go, we get the Yve. This is in the mid lane. There is the Barca left. Sicilian, if they want to go back to it. The Arla now comes out for Uzbekistan, which echoes what you say earlier on. A lot of teams love the team fights.
Yeah, they really love the team fights. Come to the question, do they want to have a damage dealer or a tank? A Fredrin would combo well with Uzbekistan, but does not so well against an Eve.
Yeah, I like past 12 minutes, the Eve is going to damage them. I mean, even against the Arla, it's not the easiest one to deal with the Eve, even though you have a way to stop the Eve, you have the Gatot as well. Sure, there's the dive, but that's on paper, right? But in most situations, the Eve wears you out before you really are able to make an impact in the later stages of the game. And that's excluding Winter Crown. Joy is also not a bad option, so we have 2 high-tempo assassins.
I'm looking if Argentina is thinking about the Yuzong here because it has a good laning phase going up against the Arlet, and Uzbekistan, they're very melee based. It's going to be pretty easy for you to hit that Furious Dive, and if you don't, just hit the Petrify and allow the Eve as well as Lancelot to deal free damage. If not for that, maybe pick up your roamer here before things get banned out. We haven't seen the Badang for a while.
Kalea also, I mean,
we haven't seen that in general.
Yeah.
At least in the games we've casted.
We saw like Kalea once yesterday, but that was pretty much... It was Kazakhstan against Indonesia in the male division. I think it was
yeah, that was
like game 1 or something. But yeah, I think
My mission is to
we'll go fall back to the
lives.
Hylos, more generic, more staple, safe pick. But Hylos
annoying.
Eve is quite a headache to deal with.
Yeah, you open up the highway, making them slow already, and then you just use the reward manipulation. Again, both teams are looking for team fights here, so I wonder now that they have assassins in the jungle, do they still want to go for a double fighter? Or if they're thinking the game might drag out like the previous one, invest in some kind of marksman.
Oh, I just thought of a pick. But I want the Phovius. Phovius for Argentina.
Ah, yes,
That
yes,
looks pretty
yes.
juicy. Actually, it looks insanely good.
Yeah, going up against the Joy as well as the Arlet, so we should expect Uzbekistan to ban it out. Yeah, I was thinking of the...
Light me up and watch.
And they banned the export too.
Which does show that they're willing to go for double fighter as well.
This land is our
Who else
homeland,
do you?
and it
Who
will
else?
soon be your burial
Who else is
ground.
in the? Let's see. You have CC's banned out. So Esmeralda, Ruby.
Yeah, Ruby.
Now the-
I feel like Ruby is the most annoying here.
I mean, Ruby is also quite a headache, honestly.
If Uzbekistan has got taught Arlet Ruby, you go in, you don't go out.
Even Argentina, if they take a Ruby or a Phovius, right, it sort of makes life for Uzbekistan hard too. So the Farsa gets banned out. That means you are going down the list of the mid laners, which Phovius banned there. Uzbekistan read it like a book. At least they're leaving room for themselves, right? Because I feel like the Phovius would be a death sentence for Uzbekistan. If that goes through, your lineup falls apart. Your cores don't get to do their job.
Yeah, so I'm really looking at either a Yuzong or Ruby, something very safe to open up. Ruby is the safest because you can still make the decision to put it in EXP or the gold. Other than that, because I'm just looking for just a little bit more crowd control, just to make sure that Joy doesn't have free reign over the terrain.
Yeah, I think they could go for Yuzong. I want to look for like powerful XP laners that want to fight that are still available.
You
Yuzong
can also
is the
pick
next.
Ranger, I guess.
That too, but you have to be very mechanically sound into Joy, Gatot, Arlet.
Hey,
want to be safe, just play Claude, right? Play the Kabuki special. There we go. That's the Yuzong. I mean, Neo has had a fantastic game 1. Like we did kind of put that head to head. Neo versus Hinata, and Neo took the dub. That's 1-0 for her so far. They played a great Esmeralda in game 1, and Esmeralda is still possible.
Yeah. Because right now, honestly, the mid is going to be pretty important here. Because you can see that Argentina, they have a lot of ways to go for mid. Eve with the range can already abuse you in lane, and the Yuzong can chase after you, same as Hylos as well as the Lancelot. So whatever the mid pick is going to be, has to be basically self-sufficient, right? If someone chases after you, you kind of have to take care of yourself. You have a lot of CCs, but I don't know. You just got to have a pick that has dashes at least.
Oh.
Let's go.
Brazilian is a safe one. Even Novaria, Kagura. Wow, Kagura, Irithel. We saw Kagura yesterday. I think Irithel was also picked yesterday in one of the games too. But it definitely is a relic in the goal lane. Thanks to the recent patches. It completely nullify her damage. Takes too long to come online. And against a draft like what Argentina has, it is going to be a rough game for Ellis.
Yeah, it is going to be quite difficult. Even the Kagura hitting the Yin Yang overturn, not super hard. The Eve doesn't move a lot. The Hylos moves, but you should be able to catch up to him. And again, you need dashes, right? Dashes, so makes it so that you don't get caught that easily. And finishing up, Argentina does get that Ruby. So again, both teams does look like they want to go for more team fight. But personally for me, Argentina has the much simpler draft to use. The more, I would say, mechanically like difficulties is the Lancelot as well as the Yuzong. Other than that, a lot of point and clicks.
I agree. I think, unlike game 1, the draft for game 2 has a lot. It's a bit more one-sided. Right? In game 1, it came down to the execution, but this game 2 draft, I personally am siding with Argentina's draft. I think it's a lot more sound in terms of foundation. Like I said, it's harder to make errors, it's easier to execute, the spells are easier to land, and it covers a lot of bases. And also deals with the issues that Uzbekistan is trying to pose with their draft. even in terms of scaling as well, I worry that Uzbekistan, so many things have to go right. Iritel needs time, Kagura needs like pixel perfect catches with her abilities, and Joy needs to get ahead. The setup from Arla is not easy to pull off too.
Yeah, at this point, Uzbekistan, if they really want to start moving ahead, they gotta abuse the strength of Gatot as well as Arlit together, right? These are the heroes that don't need items, and yet they can deal a lot of damage, they can tank a lot. So I want to see the rotations coming in from Uzbekistan go towards EXP and basically bully him out.
In the previous game, the hero plays were expected from Ellis and Yassia, but this game, it has to come from Hinata. Right? This Arlet has such an important task, but the caveat is you cannot lose early to Neo. They themselves call in an early gang, but they are going to Solidify instead. Gato was in the wrong position, and it's Miyuki that comes out on top, and that is bad news because the jungle now gets invaded. Miyuki easily gets out of this without any issues at all, and they get the Law and Order onto the Joy. Miyuki finds a second body, and things have gone from bad to worse.
And this is where the true value of using a simple hero in the draft really shows, where you saw what the Gato was trying to do was trying to set up. But hold on, Hinata is fighting back and doing quite a bit of damage here.
Random execution. That's a flicker out from Hinata. And Miyuki is living in the jungle and the lane of Uzbekistan. You could not have asked for a better start for Lancelot of all heroes.
Yeah, we can see that Uzbekistan, they understand that Miyuki is going to gank the mid. That's why we saw an early rotation coming in from the Joy. But again, what the Gata was trying to do was set up for a taunt against multiple targets. But look at Hylos. Skill 1, walks around, basic attack, boom, stuns.
Yep, Law and Order. I punish you to death.
And death you shall receive.
And who else went down? Yeah, Joy. Here's a ticket. It's a speeding ticket. You're moving too fast. Go down.
And look at this, Riza dealing quite a lot of damage onto Alice and trying to get it back. If the level 4 hits there.
If that was a level 4, that was an instant solo kill.
Yeah.
Still, they will get a turtle there. Level 4 already. Oh boy, level 6 for Miyuki. Joy is 2 levels behind. Honestly, if I'm Argentina, I would give all my waves to Miyuki.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. And now look at this, Yasha is taking quite a lot of damage from Naval as well as Miz. And in this current rotation, they gotta give something over to the Joy because you cannot have your jungler being 2 levels behind.
This is not good. They even called Hinata to rotate all the way to the top lane and they didn't get anything in return. So this is just a bad spot for them to be in. Solidify barely gets out. This Gatot is not even 4 yet. An attempted pullback from Riza, didn't get it, but it's fine.
Unfortunate timing for the Observer to check you out.
Yeah, and they will still find Ellis though, not a problem. Blast him with the Void Crystal. Riza surely goes down here. They finally pick it up. Yassia, with the help of Solidify, gets the collection. Still Argentina, almost 2,000 go ahead. There is some backup there. Hinata is hiding in the bush. He's completely abandoned the XP lane. I'm not really sure if that's the choice. The AOG from Solidify to get out of the situation. Phantom execution on a tree. Miyuki is dangerous. As Yassia is going to take a puncture to the face, Miyuki comes back, swings right in, gets the reset, but the taunt now he's going to Solidify. Finally gets the shutdown for her goal lane.
Yeah, right now Argentina, they're giving the advantage over to Uzbekistan because even though they do have gold advantage, but look at the kill score. It's 4-3 right now, and from 2,000 gold to 1,000. Basically, Uzbekistan, they just cut down the advantage by half in one play, and now, look at this, even Clearly is having a little bit more confident here to go for the trades against the mid.
All things considered, not too bad for Uzbekistan. Getting a big bounty onto Miyuki, and especially it was Ellis that picked it up, right? Like we talk about this Iritel really needing a lot more to come online thanks to the recent nerf that she received, and that shutdown goal is so important.
Yeah, and if the game drags on like the previous game, a team with the marksman should perform quite well here. So now for Uzbekistan, if they win this turtle fight, Argentina is gonna lose a lot here. But the fact that they have a Yuzong, Argentina should be the one commanding this turtle. They should have a clear advantage, and Ellis is moving quite far ahead.
Like Dragon Form, Hinata is so out of position, and they're gonna jump onto him first. Great call from Argentina. Petrify onto Ellis. Ellis is now stuck. The AOG comes in, trying to save Ellis, but the RWM is dead. The box! Ellis Hurley makes it out with her life, and they come in with electrifying beast, and that's 10,000 volts of joy right on top of Argentina, and slowly gets out of that as well. The Tower of Sacrifice results in a kill. Yasia picks that up, gives her life away, but Uzbekistan, they're fighting back.
Overall, I gotta say Argentina still wins that out, but Uzbekistan, they didn't didn't get it. They didn't lose everything, right? The fact that Alice was somehow able to survive, that's a miracle over there. And now they want to go on to Naval, already using the flicker. It looks like Naval trying to escape Alice here. Alice still doing 3 damage. All the while, Miz gets hit by Hinata. No one is there to back it up. But here comes Miyuki trying to chase after Alice and actually gets the kill. Goes back in onto Hinata, and Hinata kills Miyuki.
Another time the Lancelot finds a double kill and gets slain. And if I am Uzbekistan, I'm happy with that trade. This 2K gold lead has not increased in the past 2 to 3 minutes. And now Uzbekistan gets command of the turtle. They should be able to get it to help catch up in terms of gold and experience. Could not have asked for a better chain of events. RWM is not doing enough to take this joy down. Argentina needs to start paying a bit more attention to how these fights are playing out. These ultimates are good, but Uzbekistan, they have the resources to power through it.
I would say Argentina is playing Uzbekistan game because they're like, how do we slow it down? Okay, how about we fight and then just don't lose everything? And that's what they're doing. They're fight, but instead of losing, they're trading, right? That makes it so that the game extends. And when the game extends, eventually you get the items. Speaking of which, Holy Crystal now on the Joy.
And they take down Yasia. AOG, good defense, Stoglify, the savior, Naval getting ran down, doesn't get a kill! Oh, Alice really tried her best, and Naval gets away. The passive shield was more than enough, and Miyuki should be able to clean up the rest. Destroy, able to dash to safety. Argentina gets away and scrapes by with a kill.
Yeah, and all the while, Arlet is pushing mid, but looks like is going to recall. Alice needs to be careful here because the timing is very different for Uritel now, because before this, 2 items is more than enough for you to go aggressive. Now, not really. And all the while, Miyuki solo kills Yasha.
I would say that really makes Iritel look very, very bad. That's 2 times in a row that she failed to get a kill onto an Eve, which should have been the case 2 patches ago. Now that lead for Argentina has definitely increased. Miyuki in the 1v1 against Hinata. Hinata final slash. Can they stop Miyuki though? Sadly, they didn't have the control. Red carpet laid down. Hinata is deep in enemy lines. On to Miyuki. One last dash should do it. Miyuki by the skin of her teeth gets out.
A valiant effort. If you can get that, I would say that's pretty worth it. Trading an EXP for a jungler. Miyuki right now 8-2-3. Argentina with almost 4,000 gold with the Lord spawning in 10 seconds. They're in a very good position to control that. And look at this, even slowly has to recall here. Looks, no, she's staying.
Oh no.
She might get caught. No, they don't know where she is yet. They see her, but they don't have ways to catch her. So not gonna get punished for that one.
Yeah. Credits to Uzbekistan for all the events that have transpired. Sacrifice, AOG has been pretty good in using a defensive manner. We saw a couple of skirmishes, even though Argentina still ended up with the minor victory thanks to Miyuki's participation. The AOG to stall out these fights have been on point. Maybe that could just be what they need, right? This Lord fight is going to happen eventually, and if Uzbekistan can get that sort of a counter engaged, or you know, you have Hinata really jumping onto Miyuki, giving room for Edis to run down the Vow, that could be the turning point for Uzbekistan to really crawl back into the game.
This is the game where you can really see the effects of what happens when the gold in the gold lane has been severely decreased, because the relationship of that and your opponents was that before, when Iritel had 2 items, relatively there's no armor on the opposing side. Yeah. But now, not only do the gold laner make less gold, the roamer makes more gold. So by the time you do have your offensive items, the roamer now with the improved dominance ice probably has some armor, making it so that the relationship now is much different. There's defense when there is offense. So that makes it so that you're never ahead. You're always at most the same. Yeah. And that's where you don't want to be as a worse marksman.
I'm just sad that, you know, watching the Iritel can't even run down and Yves, right? I feel for Ellis in those situations. Again, Argentina, they are the ones in the lead, 3.5k goal lead and counting. And if all goes well, Of course, I think they will be able to close out this game. I think the mechanical prowess from Miyuki, she has been stellar so far. This Lancelot is paying off big time.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, this is the lower bracket here, folks, where if Argentina wins one more game, they'll be playing again tomorrow, going up against Malaysia. And unfortunately for Uzbekistan, if they lose here, that's going to be the end of their run in WEC 2025. We are in a pause here. We're going to make sure that everything is settled on stage before we get back into the game, because again, the stakes are high.
Yeah. Seems like we've gotten the green light and everything is back in order. We're going to head back into game number 2. And I want to see a game 3, right? Again, we know that Uzbekistan has shown us some potential. Obviously, there are things that needed to be fine-tuned. They are put in the same position as game 1, where they need to play from behind. But they have the tools this time. It's not like I have a Hilda and a Baxia, I have Arla and Baton. Those are good tools. Toglify will have to be sacrificed, unfortunately. But at least to get to top tier 1, the Lord will spawn in the next 4 seconds. Argentina will try to push this goal lead.
It was unfortunate. It looks like he was trying to manipulate the wave, but look at this. The Joy tries to go in, gets tunned up, takes a lot of damage, but the Ying overturn gets Neo able to connect onto 3 people there, Husky.
Beautiful stuff from Soli and Yastia. That is what we've been talking about. The confidence has not been extinguished in any form. They play a distraction. Yastia watches as her jungler clears the wave and goes in for the finishing blow. This should allow Uzbekistan to deal with the Lord even more comfortably now that the mid wave has been cleared out, so there's no synced out wave for Argentina anymore. I honestly thought that Rizza was able to stop it, right? We have a Ruby in the mist and still, slowly, you gotta be very careful. Venom execution, good dodge. Toglify again, here to keep her jungler safe.
Now, almost able to get that taunt as well. So right now, looks like Argentina is still gonna be able to get the tier 2. Their base should be okay here, but look at top. Looks like Alice is getting caught again by Naval on the real world manipulation. Down bot here, looks like Miyuki gets killed on the Sognify. But look at that, the Joy is going to be the next target. And Miyuki gets a double kill. But Yasha has arrived. Yasha is going for Miyuki, and Miyuki gets taken down by Alice. And now Miz is on the chopping board. Double kill for Alice. And now even the Black Dragon form is being used, but looks like it's just going to secure the mid tier 2.
Oh, good movement from Hinata. What a dodge with the flicker. The confidence is showing, and at least she's starting to hurt. She has some items. These shutdowns that they gave to this Irithel might come and bite them in the back. And now there truly is a chance for Uzbekistan to crawl their way back into this game. The goalie for Argentina, close to 5,000, but you honestly would have expected a bit more from what they've gotten earlier on. This Kagura is paying off. This Soglify, Gato Kacha, is starting to be the hero of the game, and even Hinata as well has some insanely fancy footwork.
Yeah, like I'm impressed by the Kagura, man. Managing to use the Yin-Yang overturn on multiple targets, giving time, giving space for her teammates to actually follow up with the damage. As we saw, Ellis does have the damage, but we also saw the damage coming in from the Eve.
Yep.
And that's the weird thing about the Eve. The damage isn't splashy. It doesn't look like a Feather S-Strike. It looks small, but the damage is huge. Looking at the items here, having the Enchanted Talisman, Glowing Wand, and the Divine Glaive for Naval, already dealing quite a lot of damage. The question is, what is going to be next year? Are you going for... Looks like not going for the Wishing Lantern, might just be more defensive with the Blood Wings, making sure that you don't actually get caught, which honestly is a pretty good idea that you're 4 and 6.
Oh, see the high-lows. Unfortunately, I don't think Rizza can do anything there, so Uzbekistan making sure that they at least keep one of the lanes intact. That also gives Argentina room to start the second Lord. Yasha doesn't get the Yin-Yang overturn connect onto Rizza, sadly. So Argentina should get this objective without any problem. Ellis is going for Malefic Gun too, so no Winds of Nature. Gotta keep tabs on that. So no defensive items for Ellis. She's going full throttle, full damage, and just try to contribute to these team fights.
I think that's the call, right? Like
I agree.
We just gotta win a team fight, and defense doesn't win those team fights. You just need a lot of offense. At that point, you're just like, okay, if it works out, it works out. Great, great.
And I think for Uzbekistan, this second Lord is definitely going to be slightly harder to defend against, right? No holy defense. Let's see how many inhibitors they will keep. I think if they can keep at least 2 inhibitors alive, that would be great. All the waves are synced up from Argentina. They're ready to go for this siege. They have all the big ultimates to make it happen. No flicker for Rizza, but still, it's not going to be easy.
And the Lord marching in down mid. Naval is looking for an opportunity for the real one division, using it, hitting on 3.
Illis able to dash away with the heavy crossbow. Here comes Leo with the Petrify. Furious dive, and it's gone on. He goes down, Sockify late with the AOG. To get a 2-for-1 trade, Miyuki actually ends up going down. They didn't get the mid-inhibitor. Oh, misses trap underneath the structure, but blows it up in time. And Naval with the flicker takes out Yasia, but slowly takes out Miss in the process. All things considered, Uzbekistan hosts the fort again.
Yeah, it looks like Naval is actually going for the Wishing Lantern, and fair. Looks like Argentina, they might need a little bit more damage, considering that what we're seeing here, where Miyuki and Neo might feel a little bit, I don't know, too overzealous, trying to end the game pretty fast, diving in quite deep. I kind of feel like Miyuki, yes, is going to be a pretty flashy play, but when Tournament Live is on the spot, maybe it's better to have your either fighters, doesn't matter, Neo or Rizza, to take away some crucial crowd control, and then you actually go in.
I have a feeling that they probably got hit by Yin Yang Overturn or something, because Hinata and Yasia, they were able to do what they want. Yasia didn't have going down. That could be too, because Sockify slightly late on the AOG, but nonetheless was able to get the shutdown onto Neo. Well, by the way, most of the damage dealt that eventually resulted in Ellis going down was from Naval, and I think that's what, 1 RWM and 2 pops of the RWM Void Blast. Only gonna get even more painful. You might even need a Rose Gold at one point.
Yeah. It looks like going for the Wind of Nature instead, fearing the damage coming in from Miyuki as well as Neo. But yeah, the damage coming in from the Eve is no joke here. Hinata finds Neo!
Oh, yo, Neo, that's an important kill! Massive setup from Yasia and Hinata again to make this happen.
And all before the Lord spawns here. But that only becomes a big deal if they're able to basically use that advantage now. If they wait for another 20 seconds, speaking of which, Hinata gets caught.
AOG, Soglify, again hits on the tree. They find taunt onto Naval. Oh, Ellis, not in the right spot, but there is the Umbrella. Be careful though. Miyuki trying to jump in to fight Ellis. There's the Wisdom of Nature, but he runs out in time. Miyuki with the most important takedown of that fight. And I swear I thought Uzbekistan had it, but now Argentina have wrestled back control.
Yeah, we can see that Alice was in her headspace. I want this 1v1. I want to deal with Miyuki. But again, Miyuki able to wait out long enough until the Wind of Nature is done. And all the while, man, Naval having help from Neo, from Miz, was able to deal the damage while running away, even securing the Lord for herself. Gee, I wonder who's going to be the MVP for this one.
It must feel pretty horrible because I think Hinata and Soglify, they did everything in their power. A 3-man AOG, they stole out the RWM, they isolated Miyuki, but the comms were just not there. They were both, I mean, Ellis and the rest of the team pretty distracted with what they were doing. I feel like they have the tools to pull off one last base defense, but it has to be perfect.
They just got to figure out, okay, how do we deal with this Eve, man? Because the problem is, win condition for Uzbekistan, Alice. She's the first one to die. That's not how you protect your win condition here.
You get out of a damage range. That's one way to do it. Can't happen if you lose Soglify here. Not in the right position. Oh, Soglify, she is the important piece of the puzzle. Alice now gets jumped on. And with the Lord crashing in, Alice forced to go back to the base. The Lord still very healthy. As it starts pounding onto the crystal, Argentina will look for the final blow. Uzbekistan's best efforts just is not enough. Argentina proceeds to the lower bracket.
Congratulations to Argentina. A clean sweep here, 2-0. An amazing performance coming in, especially from the mid trio. Really making it look super solid. But again, their fight is not over just yet. They have more games to play tomorrow going up against Malaysia. But if they win that one, they just keep on moving forward, and putting Argentina's name on the MLBB map.
Yeah, you can hear the excitement in the crowd. They have been energetic since day number 1. Argentina, you guys have been amazing so far at WEC. So much more to give. I don't know. We might have an MVP on hand, but I gotta say, Miss, Miyuki, Naval, you slay queens.
Amazing, Husky. I could not have executed that one better myself. I feel like Rose can though, so we're gonna see how Rose will be slaying onto the stage alongside with the winners here, which is Argentina. So, Rose, it's your time to shine. Let's see what they have to say on stage.
Team Argentina clinching another clean sweep on the second day of WEC 2025. And right now from Team Argentina, I am with Ms. Hello, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
¿Cómo te estás sintiendo ahora?
Muy feliz con el equipo.
I'm very happy for the team and the whole crew that is with us.
Yes, I see that a lot of Argentinians are supporting you guys. And I heard that this is actually your second 2-0 of the day. Earlier on, you guys actually beat South Africa in the side stage. So did that win actually help your momentum in this win against Team Uzbekistan?
No, like she's really anxious right now.
I understand. It's okay. You guys did a really, really good job. But was it hard though, like playing 2 matches in a day? Because under such tight schedule, you know, you might feel tired. Do you guys feel anything wrong? Or do you guys think it's completely fine playing 2 matches in a day?
¿Te sentís cansada o nada, normal haber jugado 2 partidos?
Cansada, estoy en la final. Bueno, es un
Well, yeah, like, yeah, so she feels really tired because she was also the one doing the draft for the team. So she's really stressed after 2 matches. So her head for being starting 2 teams in just 1 day, she's overwhelmed and really happy.
Oh, wow. Aside from being the roamer of the team, you're the one drafting. That is definitely amazing. And yeah, I can assure you that is definitely tiring as well. Now, last question. What are the preparations that you guys are doing for your match tomorrow?
¿Cómo se van a preparar para el partido de mañana? ¿Qué van a hacer?
Lo mismo que siempre, tratando de analizar.
We will do as usual. We'll be analyzing our rival and do the best of us to overcome our rival, which, well, it will be pretty tough.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough day tomorrow. It's another do or die situation. But other than that, once again, congratulations to Team Argentina. Thank you for chatting with me. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to actually break down what happened in this clean sweep series. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose. And again, congratulations to Argentina. Looking at the performance here, again, absolutely incredible because the draft that they have, again, is very straightforward how to execute. But again, they showed mechanical prowess here, making it so that able to dodge, I would say, critical skill shots and still getting onto the targets. Again, Miyuki, Naval, as well as Miz, outstanding performance as a mid trio here.
Yeah, and I think if there's a common theme for this entire series is that Uzbekistan had a chance when the game went late.
Yes.
But it was the compounding interest from the early game that really made it hard for them because just like game 1, they started coming online. Like Hinata started hitting some crazy final slashes. Socklevi's AOG was on point. Yasia was getting some great yin-yang overturns. And then when you start going down to the more minor of details, it's those minor mistakes that started really costing them the game. But all this considered, I think Uzbekistan also deserves their flowers as well, right? They gave us a great showing and really appreciate them for being here. Even though the journey for them has ended, they have shown us some very, very great potential.
Yeah, Miyuki is the goal hunter as well as the GOAT here, dealing the most amount of damage and getting the most gold. Sockify being the one to take a lot of damage here coming in from Uzbekistan, and Miss being the best support, 19 total assists. And this is not good for Irtel mains. Because in the I'm gonna make it worse, Husky.
Yeah.
For the side of Argentina, they barely had armor. So even with honestly only one guy has armor, and that's the roamer, right?
Yeah.
But other than that, it means that even when your opponent is not itemizing against you, you're still not doing enough damage.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very hard game for Irithel, which was one of the things that was one of our major concerns going into the game. Like, how much does it take for this Irithel to be effective? And when she actually became effective, it was that tunnel vision 1v1 that sort of shut the story down. But I think overall, you know, the mid trio for Argentina has been stellar. Like, miss on this support. We saw the Grok game 1, the Hylos game 2. If you want someone to frontline for you and get the job done, that's her. And once again, setting up Naval in the mid lane for success.
Dude, 9-0 and 8, 5,000 damage per minute. Very high for a mid laner here and almost impossible to kill. And it's not for the lack of effort. There's many times Uzbekistan try to get onto Naval and she has 1 HP. All of a sudden, RWM gives you that shield, surviving. Speaking of which, we're going to probably see her quite a lot in the highlights here, having a lot of kill participation. Naval has been absolutely amazing for today.
If anyone still doubts the minor changes to Yi's passive, like, oh, what is the shield going to do for her? Well, it helped Naval escape some pretty tight situations. This was, again, another shaky start for Uzbekistan, and Miyuki came in, got a free double kill, took 2 camps, stayed in the XP lane, took the full wave away from her own XP laner, and it did get dicey a little bit, right? We did see Miyuki getting excited, you know, giving a couple of shutdowns away to Uzbekistan, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just so much harder for Uzbekistan to execute the draft that they have compared to Argentina, which is why we get moments like these, just personal flair.
Yeah, and we can definitely see why Eve was banned quite early, because Naval on the Eve is a problem. But again, if you're a team that's willing to pick up your mid early with the Jushin, with the Eve, I think it is going to be quite difficult to actually fight against Argentina when you know Naval is a monster in mid. So banning against them might be a little bit tricky moving forward for the rest of the teams here.
Yeah, this was, I feel like, the best opportunity for Uzbekistan to stage a comeback, right? Like, Alias was about to join the fight. They were able to stall out the backline, but their main damage dealer, this Irithel, was not able to overcome that 1v1. That was the hurdle that really stopped Uzbekistan dead in their tracks, allowing Team Argentina to eventually take that 2-0.
At that point, Naval is basically saying, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Like, you came to me, you're giving me your HP for me to take out.
Yeah, it's like, how many times you want to try that?
Yeah, exactly. And again, congratulations to Argentina, saying, you know, in the interview, a bit overwhelmed having to have 2 matches for today. And I get it, right? Like, playing at home and then playing on a stage, much different experience. But at least they got the win, but they got to reset because they got more games for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, even for some of us, when we play the in-game client, the tournament, the mock tournament, even that feels overwhelming. Imagine when the stakes are this high, representing your own country, flying out to, you know, the halfway across the globe and having to play 2 series in a row in a lower bracket setting. That has got to be anxious, right? So again, mad respect for Team Argentina for pulling through today. Like you said, more games come tomorrow.
And probably with the help of the support coming in, right?
Oh, yes.
Physically being here, supporting them is going to help a lot. Speaking of which, for the upcoming match, we have Team Malaysia there, where should have a lot of support going up against Team Turkey. And this is the open division, or the male division for MLBB, and that's going to be exciting because both teams honestly does have a history with each other, especially in the international stage in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, on MSC, where essentially Turkey almost eliminated Malaysia.
Yeah, it came close, a 5-game slugfest too. And I think it's also a good time to put certain doubts to rest. I know there are a lot of online discussions where, oh, this roster, this WEC roster of Malaysia, sure, is 4 out of 5 from last year, but it's not the full roster of the best team we have locally. And some people are asking questions, right? Are they good enough? Because we barely overcame Turkey, but it was with that full roster.
Yep.
This is just 3 out of 5. Well, now we have a chance to prove it, or they have a chance to prove it in the upcoming series.
Yep, it's going to be pretty crucial here. And personally for me, I'm excited as an MLBB fan because Turkey, like, their lineup hasn't changed for years. So almost every single international tournament, when it comes to experience, they are not lacking here.
Yeah, we've seen the rise and fall of this team too. Them at their heights, They have taken on previous world champions, right? They've drawn blood from that. We've seen them climb back from the depths of defeat as well. But that's all a story for the upcoming series. For now, we're gonna go for a very, very short break. And when we come back, it's time for the open division for WEC MLBB. Malaysia against Turkey. We'll be back in just a little bit.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment. To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form. To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, bitch, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfall, send a wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaining form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys are as ready as we are because we're about to start the MLBB Open Division for the males team here. Malaysia going up against Turkiyye. It's going to be an amazing match. Welcome, my name is Afel. Alongside with me is Husky.
A rivalry that has spanned more than just the WEC stage. We've seen them going up against each other for years in a row, and officially 2 encounters before WEC 2025, but we've known both teams like the back of our hands, and this time we get another shot of seeing what they both can bring to the stage.
And with that, we'd like to welcome you guys to the World Esports Championship 2025 here live from Kuala Lumpur. This global event is proudly organized by IESF as well as MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner. And of course, the generous support by KBS, Raka Muda, and Rakan Digital, and our official partners, Red One, IQ, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, and of course, the official gaming chair, Razer, as well as CK Music.
Yeah, and without you guys, this would not have been possible. We wouldn't have the opportunity to be the proud host of WEC 2025. So thank you very much for giving us that honor. It's a luxury, it's a prideful thing, but for all of these competitors, something that matters more than just the pride of a country is also the prize pool. Winner walks away with $32.5K.
Yep, and second place, 19,500. Third place, 13,500. And here's the thing, folks, if you research about Malaysia as well as Turkey, they've been here for quite a while. So the players playing on stage, they've made quite a career here in MLBB, like playing for quite a while. Like even for me, my boy Stormy as well as Rosa, born in the same year, and they have accomplished so much.
They have accomplished a lot more at their age. When I was at their age, I didn't even get a fraction of what they've had, but the hard work has paid off. And even for Team Turkey's roster, they haven't changed for the longest time ever. And if you guys didn't catch up with the schedule, here is it on your screen. We are done with the first 2 best of 3. Now we're at the third one, Malaysia against Team Turkiyye. And I think this is the highlight of the day. Personally, for me, I'm expecting 3 games, no less.
Yep, for sure, because this is where both teams are really going to be tested here, because even when the groupings were announced, even though Malaysia is the defending champion for WEC 2024, even people were like, wait, hold on, Turkey is there.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to be an easy group here for Malaysia. And like you said, in the previous match, a lot of questions came in for the lineup for Malaysia here. This is going to be the test, because the difference is only 3 parts of Selangor Red Giants compared to Turkey. This is basically a full team coming in from Aurora, which also was known as Fireflux, which also was known as Insignia Supremacy.
And even one of their players has beaten our roster like a year ago, and that was from Supermassive as well, Sigiboom. So pretty scary thought, I think, for Team Malaysia, but you can see even behind us, right? The local support is here. Everyone has gathered just for this very series to support Team Malaysia in the conquest in hopefully taking down Team Turkey and advancing to have a chance for that back-to-back. But this, I think, is one of the highlight series and the most important series in Group A itself.
I mean, like, here's the thing. If you're an MLBB fan,
you should know this.
This is just a game you want to see in general. I mean, like, you don't have to be Malaysian, you don't have to be Turkish, because, again, Turkey, like, MLBB has been known quite a lot in Southeast Asia.
Yes.
But Turkey, man, like, they've been in, you know, of course, WEC, but also the M Series, MSC, SPS, everything. Every international tournament Turkey has come in, and every single time, they keep surprising us.
And this has been a team that, the strongest team from their country, from their region. They have not been, they are rarely defeated, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they went on undefeated streaks, but most of the time when you look at the victors, it is this roster. This has been a gem in the making. I feel like for the next couple of years, they are going to be irreplaceable. And considering that most of these players have still such a long career ahead of them, you can be sure that Team Turkey is going to be sticking around for a long, long time.
And they're only like 20 years old, 19 years
Yeah.
old. Makes me feel old.
Makes me feel old, and I'm younger than you. I think.
I mean, you are, but, you know, secret.
I lost track.
Either ways, this is going to be an amazing showcase where I feel like this is where we're about to see the real meta coming in from both Turkey as well as Malaysia, because, again, going up against this team, I remember the last time they fought against each other in 2024, going 5 games. In game number 5, Humes, the roamer that's playing here in Malaysia, had to pick a roam, and he picked up the Flory, which has not even been trained by them, and then that gave them the W, the victory. So I really feel like this should really push both teams to see, you know, what they have under their sleeves.
Yeah, and it's gonna be quite a challenge, but that's what makes it exciting, right? As much as, you know, I'm Malaysian, you know, I bleed Malaysia, but I want to see what Team Turkey has in store, right? If they can upset Team Malaysia, that is going to set us up for an even more exciting, you know, day 3 and onwards like this. And it's a good chance for Team Malaysia to answer those questions as well.
I mean, if you are that excited, we're going to be seeing the trailer here. Malaysia going up against Turkey as we're about to invite both teams onto the stage to finally start the Open Division MLBB here in WEC.
Dan sebelum kita orang tadi pun kita orang scrim, so hopefully preparation kita orang cukup lah.
We're gonna play against Malaysia today, and I am thinking that we prepared well against them. We're gonna play, and I'm thinking that we are gonna beat them.
Actually ada hero-hero yang kita orang nak bawa, tapi depends on enemy punya draft lah. Kalau okay, kita orang akan bawa lah apa yang kita orang nak bawa tu.
We didn't prepare something special against them. We're gonna play our own game and we're gonna beat them.
From the heart of Anatolia, they ride the thunder and bring the storm to the WEC stage. Gladiators of unbroken might tremble before the march of the Crescent Warriors of Team Turkey!
And now defending the 2024 WEC title here in their own backyards, the birthplace where they are raised and born. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Malaysia! And now for the match we've all been waiting for here in the World Esports Championship. Malaysia will be going up against Turkey. For now, they will go for a fist bump before we start the match.
A rivalry forged in time, destiny unavoidable, and this is a date between two countries that has been in the making and will continue to be as time progresses in the history books. Check out the lineups for those who might need a bit of refresher or are unfamiliar with who they are, starting with Team Turkey, with Lunar, with Tianzi, Rosa, Sigeboom, and Apex 47.
And here's the thing, they've been playing for a while. When it comes to the draft, I am not worried at all because every single member has used different style of each role here. Rosa can be the carry, but can also be the support. TNZ, I've never seen him fumble on an assassin or a tank, a jungler, and Apex 47, man. He's been here for quite a while. Sigeboom, though, I do have to see how he can play because I remember his Ruby being quite cracked. What else does he have?
I mean, I remember him taking us down in the Swiss stage last year, so that scares me as well. Even Apex 47 on his own rogue is what Hilda is one of the heroes that he has been playing even 2-3 years ago. And Hilda is in the picture, but they are up against the defending champions.
Yep, right now we're going to talk about Team Malaysia here, folks. We got Momo, Sakai, Stormy, Loliel, as well as Yumes. And again, defending the title here in their own hometown. Stormy, the Mage Prodigy, going up against Rosa. Again, born in the same year. They've had, I would say, similar paths, but Stormy has been really showing up in the international stage, winning quite a lot of competition in his career.
Mage Prodigy against the Thorn Queen, that is one matchup that I don't think anyone would want to miss. Again, I think this is going to be a very good testament, regardless of which fence you're sitting on, whether you're a supporter of Malaysia or Turkey, to see who has what it takes to take it further, right? Even you look at last year's result, aside from Malaysia taking a trophy, Philippines came in second, Indonesia I think came in third and fourth, Turkey didn't really make it as far, right? But we know that they have the potential to do it, and what better way to do it than to do it in Malaysia itself?
And like I said, this is going to be a test for the side lanes here for Team Malaysia, Momo as well as Loliel, coming in from different teams. And even Cram is there, probably helping out Momo. Shout outs to Cram here, making his appearance here in WEC. So I'm really looking forward to see how Momo will go up against Lunar and how Loliel will deal with Sigeboom in the gold lane.
I mean, shout out to Uni too in the crowd.
Shout out to Uni,
Ozoraveki, Winter, they're all here united on one goal and seeing us beat Team Turkey. Oh, this could be a prelude to a best of 5 in the playoffs, right? I'm pretty sure we will get this matchup again. This is just kind of the opening statement, kind of the bragging rights of saying, hey, beat you in the group stage. Let's hope we meet again.
Yep. And both teams, they've already played here, so they should be comfortable enough. They should have adjusted to, playing times, being on stage with the phone. So I'm really looking forward to see chaos, but in a disciplined way. Whenever they go for a fight, there has to be a purpose, and more importantly, there has to be an outcome. And it's going to be expanding river here. So there's going to be a lot of fights, maybe there in mid, because the faster rotation really helps out, especially for the gold lane.
I was, a part of me was thinking, when are we going to get expanding rivers? And no better time to do it. And also, gotta give a quick shout out to the coach of Team Turkey as well, because he's not only helping out the open division of Team Turkey, he's also helping out the women's division, right? It's a lot on one person's shoulder, but he's been able to pull it through time and time again. Let's head into the draft of game number 1 between Team Malaysia and Team Turkey.
Yeah, shout outs to Coach Bagelsouth, man. I mean, in terms of his success in his career as a coach, there is quite a lot here. So this is a big advantage, honestly, for Turkey, for both the women division as well as the open division, having the same coach. I'm pretty sure he's experienced enough to basically have time for both teams and have a very good understanding of how the meta is really shaping up.
Even when you look at the results earlier on in the women division, they did get a 2-0 win. So all in all, things are looking great for Team Turkey so far. Let's see if they get the translation here, right? Because the day has just begun, at least for the coach. Fanny Yuzong banned by Malaysia, CC Lapu Lapu banned by Turkey, and this is what I like. We literally had this discussion about XP laners, fighters being a priority, and we know that Lapu Lapu and CC has been quite of a staple in the meta itself, especially, you look at more experienced team like Malaysia. Turkey comes in with the Harif third ban.
But then comes to the question, will Momo be allowed to use the Arlet here? Right? CZ Ben and Lapu, sure, but the Arlet is going to be open unless Turkey is willing to pick it up first pick. But I feel like with Baxia still open, Lancelot still open, Yisun Shin still open, I kind of feel like there even Gato Kacha, there's a lot of good first pick options here. Momo might actually get it.
Every single time I see, Team Malaysia get challenged, the first thing I think about is how much can their enemies push them in the draft, right? How comfortable can Team Malaysia get? Are they comfortable enough to be like, hey, we'll just run Kimi Gatot until you find a way to stop us? Or are you really going to find a way in the draft to make us feel uncomfortable and then pose that challenge? That's something I'm looking for in Team Turkey, and I'm 100% confident that they have a way to kind of circumvent that.
As of right now, opening Lancelot and Hayabusa is a good way to open up the draft, but there is a chance with TNZ's wide hero pool, they may be able to wait it out a bit, because historically, one of his highlight heroes was the Nolan, which has been buffed. Not sure if it's enough. So it looks like they are keeping it open a little bit. They're picking up the Jushin here first. Malaysia, they still have the option of Kimi or Eve, which I feel both will do quite well against the Jushin.
And there's also the Gatot left open. It has been a very staple pick, not just for Team Malaysia, but for majority of the teams today in WEC.
Arlet, don't forget about that.
Arlet is also there. You want to talk about Nolan? I mean, Suyu is also back in the picture,
true.
right? That could be an option that either teams can pivot towards to if they so wish. We haven't seen Malaysia get pushed just yet. Yesterday they took on Team Iran, and Iran put up a decent fight, but not enough to pose that that conundrum. We did talk about the Gatot goes through YSS for Sakai's.
Yep. So it looks like they're going to look at what else is there before heavily committing onto Momo's hero or Stormy's hero, because both are basically good soldiers for the coach, saying like, okay, what can I use to counter the opponent's draft? And then they pick it up. So good idea to let them have a bit of room to see what's on the table before committing to a pick.
I can see it's like Coach Ark's just giving orders, right? Momo, you do this. He's like, yes sir, I'll do it. Now we did mention about the Hilda being a potential for Turkey, and out she comes.
Yep. Dealing with the Yisun Shin is going to be pretty strong. So Malaysia, they got to make sure whatever mid laner they pick up is going to be strong enough to deal with the pressure that both the Jushin as well as the Hilda can provide, because this is already a pretty scary mid duo if the Hilda is going roam. We still don't know. It could still be going to the EXP, but the Hayabusa does get picked up here for TNZ.
Yeah.
So Malaysia, either the Arlet or pick up a mid, something like Eve, something like Kimi.
We did talk about the lane priority as well, which was the focal point in the previous series that we witnessed between Team Uzbekistan and Argentina. With that being said, I think for Stormy too, even yesterday when they went up against Team Iran, we saw his pick getting put in the 4th and 5th when needed. In this case, they're going to stick with the classic Gatot Kimi, not that we didn't see it from a mile away.
Yep.
So again, lane priority is what Team Malaysia wants, and they have the perfect recipe.
Yeah, so for Turkey, I kind of feel like of all the bans, they might try to consider banning out fighter gold lanes, because they have a draft that can enter the jungle, right? If you give your if your opponent has a pretty strong EXP and gold laner, which are fighters, it's going to be very difficult for you to actually enter the jungle, which with the opening of your draft, that's kind of what you want to do, right? Having Hilda be the front line, Jushin with the lantern, opening up the map as well, and Hayabusa, in case anything goes wrong, just quad shadows out.
That could be the setup that Turkey has already set in motion in the first banning phase with the CC ban and the Lapu Lapu, right? So that's technically 3 gold laners, but make it 4. No more Ruby option for Team Malaysia. I mean, not that they are going to pick marksman, not that I feel like it's going to be the case since they already have, YSS and Kimi.
Yep.
What's the other choice? It could be, I mean, there's still Export, Esmeralda is still there.
Honestly, Export is looking quite good here because there's not a lot of bursts here, Husky.
Yeah, it does. It does look pretty good.
And if they want to go cheeky with it, Uranus, and now with the Lunong's ban, Uranus and Esme both are looking pretty attractive here for Malaysia.
Even with Turkey, if you want to ban a fighter, Esmeralda, I guess. You still have...
I almost feel Uranus because
hold on a minute.
Whatever they have right now, they can't deal with the Uranus.
Yeah, I agree. I think they already picked their mid laner, so no burst in the mid. Hilda can't really provide that the later the game goes on. You're looking at Go and XP laner. It could be the same situation as we saw in the previous series, where a lot of that damage profile now falls onto the gold lane for Sigiboom to carry out. Esmeralda gets banned out. So Uranus, like you said, is open if Malaysia wishes to take it.
Your team
Yep.
is picked.
So there you go. They do pick up the Uranus. Pretty good at our jobs. Feeling pretty proud here. So now for Turkey, do they want something scaling here? Because the Harv is there, even the Granger is there. Again, Sigiboom is very flexible here. A lot of...
Harv's banned out by Turkey.
Oh, yeah.
Granger is there. Yeah, I agree. What else? I mean, safest one is always Claude. We saw the Nathan by Kabuki yesterday from Team Indonesia. That's another option you can go down. Definitely no Iratel. That's a no-go.
But what if?
What if? Please
I'm guessing not. I really feel like their damage is honestly not bad. They have a lot of heal here. It is pretty safe for them to pick up a marksman. Granger is the safest. It looks like they are going to go for the Claude as well as the Arlet.
What do you say? Pretty good at our jobs. Yeah. Now that, I mean, the Uranus has been taken by Team Malaysia, there's no reason for an Arlet pick anyway. So this is most likely an Apex 47 Hilda. So a blast to the past to 2 years ago in the M5, where his Hilda was the reason that one of our representatives, Team SMG, got knocked out from the group stage.
Yep.
Oh, bad flashbacks. See, what's gonna be in the goal lane? Kimmy Go? I mean, it's not the best.
Yeah. Granger is there, but it's not
Granger's
a good.
there, yeah.
It's not a good matchup against the Claude. It's gonna be very difficult for Loliel here. Natan, I would say, is still on the table, but really not all that safe.
Not even export feels good because of the plot there, but probably the only choice left.
Yep.
We don't get to see this matchup often. He does have his merits, but I look at the scaling. I personally like Turkey's scaling a bit more.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I kind of feel like for Malaysia, their scaling is going to be a little bit different here, Husky, where their scaling is not to deal the most amount of damage, but to have the most amount of zone priority, because the X-Borg is going to have a tough time in lane going up against the Claude. But eventually, after building up the War Axe, you're just trying to stay inside the Lord Pit for as long as you can. And between a Yisun Shin and a Hayabusa, I feel like once you get the Ogi Shadow kill out, it's going to be more priority for Team Malaysia to handle that objective. So I kind of feel like Malaysia's draft is really about turtles, really about lords, really about controlling that river. Compared to Turkey, this is a pretty standard draft that is, I would say, a jack of all trades.
Yeah,
you can do all.
I agree. I think just to kind of expand on what you brought up, even you look at the recent match history of Team Malaysia and how these players, how Coach Ark have been drafting, you're right? The zone control, right? The Tokaja, you have the export, and most importantly, something that only the YSS can provide in totality is global vision, right? Even though it has been cut down in duration, but knowing where your opponents are, even for a fraction of a second, could be very helpful. So let's hop into game one, the line of Dawn. Team Turkey on the blue side, and Team Malaysia on red.
Yeah, we can see already quite a lot of trade here coming in from the mid. Basically, everyone received some damage here. Rosa, Yoom, Stormy, as well as Apex 47. Now we got to see how they're going to be contesting the jungle here, because we can already see Malaysia prime position to protect their own jungle, and Turkey just looking for opportunity. So both really understanding what each other are trying to do.
Now Stormy does get lifted back though. That is so dangerous. Stormy barely makes it out with help of Yooms. And that's the priority that we've been talking about. And first blood actually attained in the gold lane. Lolia with the solo kill on the Sigiboom.
Lolia must be quite upset. It was not shown on screen with all the, I would say, pressure is got from the netizens.
Man,
but
how did that happen?
How did that happen? I mean,
that hurts.
Sigiboom already used up the Purify, so I'm guessing Lolia just went all in, and Sigiboom just did not realize X-Borg did that much damage, I guess?
I mean, Lolia didn't even have to use his flicker, right? Rosa is gonna eat the turtle boat in the face. Sakai's with a pickup. Tianzi is in though, has the shadow kill. Sakai's gonna use the heal. And actually, Tianzi not able to pick up anyone. Team Malaysia gets away with no casualties.
Yep, this is the experienced mid trio here coming in from SRGOG, making it so that able to bounce around the Ogi shadow kill, not to get all of it onto Sakai's. And even if it does, Yooms is there with the Revitalize. So honestly, Team Turkey could have turned things around if TNZ was able to get a couple of kills there.
Luna gets zoned away from the objective. Lo Liao just scouted out TNZ at the purple buff. Team Malaysia have full priority over the turtle. Apex 47 not going to be able to make too much of an impact without level 4. Same as Yumes, but I think in terms of agency, you prefer Yumes a lot more, as Momo will just soak up all the pressure from Lunar. Has the final slash, TNZ, quad shadow. Tries to find an opening, but Yi Shin just better with the retribution.
Yep, Sakai is able to secure that. But good on TNZ as well, waiting up for the unbreakable. But hold on, something's happening in mid.
Wait, Siggy was gonna die again!
Lolia gets a kill somehow, and now Momo looks like the duo laner here. EXP and gold.
For 2 times in a row, Lo Liao didn't have to use the flicker for the solo kill. It makes you wonder what happened in the gold lane.
I mean, hey, doubts for Momo and Lo Liao should be answered here. Both basically soloing the opposing laner. Looking quite good opening up here. Malaysia up by 2,000 gold. But again, we gotta wait on TNZ because we've seen Hayabusa coming back from behind. It's definitely possible, but the problem is gonna be that Uranus, right? Someone has to deal with that.
Yeah, and the person that is good at dealing with it is falling pretty far behind. And Apex 47 goes down. I think you need to call for help if you are Siggy Boom. Someone needs to free him from that lane. Not to free him from that lane, but you lift that pressure a bit, right?
Yep.
Because they're gonna call me for a gank.
2 level difference.
Shocker, no Purify, Siggy Boom. One last effort, Blazing Duet, eat all the AOG. That's a killing spree for Sakai. This gold lane has completely gone to dust.
I mean, we talk about how difficult it is to play a marksman in gold right now because there's a lot of gold being nerfed on the minions, where Claude is viable because he can double wave, right? Get on gold as well as mid. Now he doesn't even get gold.
I'm just shocked, right? It took was a level 1, level 2 solo kill to really set it in motion. We just say that, you know, eventually he's going to be able to shred through the X-Borg. He's going to be able to scale to the late game. But dying 3 times in under 4 minutes, that is disastrous.
Yeah, even Momo is having an EXP lead here going up against Lunar. And now the turtle is going to spawn. Sigibum does have that first item. But look at this, trying to fight back. Lunar already using the final slash, and Rosa flickers in.
Comes in and tries to grab a target, taunted. There's nothing that Rosa could do in that situation, and TNZ will have to fall back as Team Malaysia so far up 6-0, 3.3k goal advantage, and that lead will keep on expanding as they work on the second turtle.
And Momo doing the most annoying thing, 1v3 here, and now EOG goes in!
Don't even give them the orange buff. TNZ was to cure it in the end. Final slash from Lunar. TNZ cannot re-engage Lunar. We just have to dash around with the Vengeance. He himself flickers away. And we are seeing a bit of the problem right now. Turkiyye don't really have that big burst that they need to finish off targets.
And again, this is just how Malaysia plays. They even catch TNZ! Oh, the burn is there, but not gonna kill TNZ. But yeah, Malaysia, they like to draft where they can zone people away. And look at this, they're doing it quite well. They're basically drafted where we don't have to fight, but if you do want to, hey, we welcome you.
Yume's reaction is out of this world. Get some pixel perfect reflexes. Lunar forced out of his own lane. Bottom tier 1 gone already. And I'm struggling to look for a comeback plan for Turkiyye. In this situation, it looks so tough.
Yeah, because they have a lot of crowd control, but at this point, you don't have a lot of damage. And Rosa was just hit once.
Yeah.
Not pull back, just hit once, and that was like 20, maybe the minimum 50% HP loss. The traction pulse right now coming in from Stormy is not just a threat of starting a fight, but just the damage itself. Right now, the turtle will spawn in roughly about 40 seconds. And TNZ, this is the problem where 1, 2 fighters, 1 tank, it's going to be difficult for him to use the Oki Shadow Kill to really get a kill. Because even Stormy was able to use the Stardom to stun him up. Well, you know, make sure that he doesn't move and just take free damage from the Kimi.
Yeah. Makes it worse that your goal lane is essentially a null factor, right? So the expert wants to move into your jungle. He sure as heck can do that. Brute Force Breastplate for Lo Liao. TNZ starved out of resources. Team Malaysia 5.3k up. Traction Pulse used early on. No, they know where Lunar is. But how is Turkiyye going to cut through this front line? Can't do it without Siggy Boom. The Siggy Boom needs time. And he needs a lot more than he would have bargained for, honestly.
Yeah. And the problem is, even if you do go for a team fight with Lolia, the lead that he has, the last Insanity, even if he doesn't kill, it's going to deal quite a lot of damage. So
wait a minute.
Even Tifa is going to be difficult.
Apex is dead. Not really sure what the idea was. He was cutting through the mid wave. Even if you're trying to get vision, I don't think you need to go that far. Not at this state of the game. That control is not going to be utilized anyway, since the rest of your teammates don't really have priority at all.
Yeah. Basically, Apex wants to do what Momo is doing right now.
Cut the wave?
He's going anywhere he wants, right? Like, there doesn't need to be a reason for him to be there. I mean, like, there is, right? Vision as well as slowing down the rotation, but he's not punishable. That's the thing here compared to Apex 47. Apex is punishable. Momo, not really. He's literally healing everything up.
Look at that. 3 ultimates in a row. They only find Lunar, but better than nothing. Lift up onto Yums. And with the OG Shadow kill, no way Yums survives this, right? Eventually goes down. Rosa finds the shutdown, but now they have low Liao to deal with. And Team Malaysia still ends up getting mid-tier 1. Despite all that effort from Team Turkey, get the root on Sigiboom, and Sigiboom will have to fall back, and Rosa cannot do this alone. Not with the Jusin.
Right now, Malaysia, 6.7k goalie. Turkey is able to get a kill. And TNZ, this is very interesting. He's getting the Sky Piercer, which honestly is not that bad of an idea, because at least if they somehow can get a kill, it could snowball, because at this point, you need some kind of miracle. So you need to make that play. You need to make that choice.
They have what means to do a setup. That's the good thing. The bad thing is that they are so far behind. Apex will provide vision, but you just cannot shake Momo off.
Yeah.
Momo is just sticking onto you.
Right now, Momo is just being a bit too annoying, because this Uranus was the one that got MVP yesterday.
Yeah.
And also unkillable, right? So this is the problem that we talked about in draft. We already see the heroes. We saw the Hayabusa, the Jushin, as well as the Hilda, and we know that that lineup doesn't kill Uranus that fast. So I think the answer was supposed to be the Claude. But the fact that Lolia closed that problem quite early on, this is trouble for Turkey, because they got to deal with Momo first.
Yeah, Lolia shut that down so quick. Still am wondering how that happened, but we'll have time to deliberate the post-game. Team Malaysia continues to spearhead that lead. Easy board 1 in under 10 minutes.
Yep. And so far, Malaysia, this is probably the cleanest we've seen them play so far. Yesterday against Iran, they really showed up, but I don't know. Going up against Turkey, you can feel like they put in quite the effort here to deal with them.
This is the actual full power, right? Action pulse that doesn't connect to anyone. Can see. No way in. That's one hit from Sakai's.
Yep. This is trouble, because Turkey, they have to turtle up, but again, they don't have enough damage. So even if Malaysia makes a mistake, I don't know if they have enough damage to really punish that Husky. Speaking of damage, one hit, man.
I mean, the Soul Lord Defender, Lord Killer, is not ready, not remotely ready. Even the final slash, I don't think is gonna save them. Not from this predicament. Top inhibitor goes down. That is so clean, Apex. I don't know what's the plan for Apex. There's really nothing much he could do. Now Turkey gets some breathing room to work on the Lord. Final slash onto Low Liao. He's gonna last Insanity. Ifraga armor breaks. TNZ, again, no opening for him. Apex 47 can only watch as Team Malaysia breaks down the mid inhibitor. And not done this yet though. Momo taking some considerable output from Turkey, but still not enough to go down.
And look at Apex 47, been flanking for quite a while, try to find an opening. Looks like he's just gonna buy some time, but Sakai's is chasing after him.
Apex 47 will try, but try to see Might Yums. The Metal Gauntlet will find it, and now Momo right in the midst of things with Low Liao. Last Insanity is a barbecue season. As Stormy finds Lunar. Turkey down to 3, and that is gonna make it 2. Sigiboom have no chance. Rosa with the flicker to safety. Apex 47 back in 10. TNZ last-ditch effort. Try to roll the dice. Finds Sakai with the Sky Piercer, but it's still a disadvantaged defense. Apex is now back. Minion wave to be dealt with. TNZ will need a bit of help, and they will clear it out in time. Rosa with the lift back onto you. TNZ back into it. Gets the taunt. Apex 47 holds the front. TNZ doesn't have the ult, and Turkey lives to fight another day.
Yeah, again, looks like Momo, even though get caught, hold on.
Try again.
Looks like they're not going to do anything. That's just to make sure that Turkey cannot re-engage. Sakai's got shut down, but still, he's playing an amazing Yi and Shin game. The damage that he's outputting, honestly, Sigibum tried to go in because he did have the golden staff, so the damage, now you do have to respect it, but the damage that they dealt to Sigibum,
yeah,
that was nasty. That was a lot.
I feel like Sakai can face tank the Blazing Duet and still solo kill Sigibum until the Winds of Nature come out. It's gonna take a while. I don't know if Turkey have that time now that the second Lord is up.
Yeah, but now look at Momo finding two and all by himself, making TNZ as well as Sigibum suffer quite a bit. Even in terms of damage, this Uranus is not just a wall, man. It's a wall that can fight back. And now the Lord has been started up by Team Malaysia. TNZ is looking for an opportunity, but Yums is there to stop him.
That's a conceal. Bit late to the party, TNZ couldn't get there in time. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out though. Sigibum wants to get into the fight, but just could not find a space to do so. Maybe with the help of Rosa, they can find some space, but Rosa is going to get chased down, so Kai's actually burns. Apex 47 finds Stormy. A 2-for-2 trade so far as Loliao gets gone on by TNZ. Immortality is going to be out. Momo flickers on top of Rosa. Rosa trying to run away, but Momo should be able to get the finisher. And Team Malaysia still comes out on top. 10 seconds for Luna to come back.
I gotta say, Momo is being relentless here. I kind of feel like he's missing the international stage here, Husky.
Yes.
He really wants to show up here for Malaysia. All the while, we got to shout outs to Turkey because they created chaos so that Stormy and Sakai's were uncomfortable in that fight and they got that kill. They only got two, but that's quite a big two that they got.
Yeah, this guy's going down a second time, and TNZ also doing a fantastic job taking out the immortality of Loliao. Momo gets gone on too. Won't commit the shadow kill. They take care of the Lord, so the last inhibitor still stands for Turkey. They have successfully weathered the storm a second time.
But Malaysia, they gotta be careful. 14 minutes in at this point, Sigibum, even though 0-5 and 2 is gonna be a threat. So they gotta be careful whenever you do see a possible BMI coming up.
Yep.
Sakai's is gonna be the main damage dealer to just burst him out that fast. Speaking of which, Sakai's does have that Winter Crown, so he understands that he's the main target now. So he needs to be prepared to make an outplay, essentially.
The Winter Crown is gonna solve a lot of that problem too. The Ogi Shadow Q, also very ineffective against the Winter Crown. This goalie still 5k for Team Malaysia, sure. Next Lord up in 70 seconds on the top quadrant of the map. Turkey should be able to handle the waves no problem. They have Sigibum online after gruesome 5 deaths this game. But we are seeing the dividend being paid off.
Yep. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So Team Turkey, they're still in the match here because they have the advantage of having that Claude. And TNZ, we got to give it respect. He bought the Sky Piercer. He only got 1 kill, but he hasn't died at all. Considering the amount of pressure that Malaysia has been putting on, he still got 10,000 gold with 0 death.
And the shutdown that he got earlier on was onto Sakai's, of all people too. So Sky Piercer well utilized. I mean, even Apex 47, we saw him jump on the Stormy earlier on to get the solo takedown. So he is starting to be a threat, even though he's not the most durable hero out there, but the axe, it hurts.
Yep. Looking forward to see the Chastised Pauldron being built by Malaysia here because they still need to deal with Sigibum. It's a great item not only just to reduce the attack speed, but also getting some heal whenever you are low enough to trigger it. Turkey, they have a lot of ways to start a fight, especially Lunar, but I kind of feel like Apex 47 might have to throw his body a little bit just to be able to clump Malaysia up close enough so that you can have maximum value on that final slash.
Team Turkey has shown their confidence and composure in even attempting to contest the second Lord. I wouldn't fault them if they attempt this. From multiple angles it is. Doom's hiding in the top bush. I don't think Turkey knows about this, so an AOG could be the surprise factor that Malaysia is looking for. That's why they will pull off the Lord.
Yeah, look at that. It's not just Yums, it was Sakai's as well. They found one! They found Lunar!
Oh, and that's a key member. Just caught Luna sleeping at the wheel. He didn't want to use the flicker, and now he's punished with a 30-second death timer.
And look at this, Rosa trying to zone people out. Sigibum does have that winter crown, so he has an opportunity to make a play here. Will Turkey take it?
So Liao loses. Defura got armor. Good attempt for Tianzi. Yum stops him in the spot. So Sakai's gets the retribution. Apex, you have to throw his body as he goes down. AOG connects on the Rosa. Yum's on the chase. Brings No Liao in. Tianzi can't really get much done as Sakai's just solo kills Sigibum in the back line. And the turtle board on the Tianzi. Sakai's with a triple kill.
Dude, Sakai's having an amazing game, man. 11, 2, and 4. Rosa trying to buy as much time as possible. Mid against mid. Stormy against Rosa. And Yums is dead. Rosa gets a kill, but look at the base. Team Malaysia, they're on it. Final slash from Lunar. Rosa actually gets a kill onto Stormy, but looks like Malaysia is going to be taking game number 1.
Clean as a whistle from the local heroes. Team Malaysia takes game number 1 in this best of 3. And puts Team Turkey in their place. A rude awakening of what seemed to be a close matchup turned disastrous in the first 5 minutes. I mean, that goal lane, that needs to be addressed.
That, honestly, is a very good opening game for this matchup because we have to talk about Turkey. Despite having a pretty rough early game, they did come back a little bit come mid as well as late game. There were opportunities. It's just that looks like Team Malaysia was able to basically bait them out using the bushes for the positioning that they can actually catch Lunar off, separating Rosa from the team, separating Apex 47 from the team. So looks like Team Malaysia is well prepared dealing with the draft that Turkey brought out in game number 1.
Yeah, it felt like Team Turkey was, they felt a bit uncomfortable, right? Not really fully the Team Turkey that we know, because there were definitely some moments that made you question what was the thought process. I think Luna getting caught out before the third Lord fight was essentially what ended the game. Had the flicker available, didn't want to use it, but I feel like sometimes you just have to take the L.
Honestly, don't know what happened because it was off screen, but Rosa was still able to kill off Yums and Stormy.
I mean,
did he have the Sky Piercer?
No, he just went full magic. Like glowing one.
Killing Yums is fine, but killing Stormy as well.
Yes, like glowing one, I think Clock of Destiny, Blood Wings, I think. Probably Divine Glaive at one point.
Hey, Wishing Lantern.
Yeah, he's not able to go home though, sadly.
Well, we'll see the itemization being built by both teams because that was a very, I would say, clean game coming in from Malaysia. Yes, they gave over quite a few kills. It went 18 minutes, but that's more on Turkey finding opportunities to punish Malaysia. But speaking of punish, Momo was not.
Yeah, Momo just goes where he pleases, does what he wants. This game, I think Team Malaysia, they were so far ahead that it really didn't matter too much if some guys get shut down or they lose a skirmish because they just had such a big advantage. Like it's hard if you tell me that it's a 6-19 scoreline, it's almost a 7K differential, and it's these two teams. I would find it pretty hard to believe, but at the same time, the second Lord fight that Team Turkey attempted to take and sort of come out with a decent return, that one was impressive, right? They got some of the key ingredients down right. It's just the same issue that we saw in our earlier series where the team is just put too far behind to have an impact.
I gotta be real here. If choosing an MVP, pick your poison, man. Momo did well, Sakai's did well, and Lolia, we don't see him on screen that lot. But dude, he's doing a lot for the team. Speaking of which, look at this Rosa. The one dealing the most amount of damage to go, 86,000 damage dealt. Sakai is being the goal hunter, has the most amount of goal taken, and Momo, no surprise here, took the most amount of punishment from Turkey.
Yeah, he takes it and he dishes it back twofold. I would say, if you look at Lodiel KD, he's 3-0-7. Guess where those 3 kills came from? It was all kills onto Sigibum in that goalie in the first 4 minutes of the game. Definitely a tragic way to lose the lane. But it's not the end, it's just game 1. Turkey looking for them to bounce back in game 2. But for now, Team Malaysia, they've shown us a very strong opening statement, right? Answer some of the doubters out there. Now it's about closing it out.
Yeah. How rare is it to see Jushin being the most damage dealt when there's a Kimi, there's a Haya, there's a Claude, there's a Yi Sun Shin with 11 kills.
Yeah.
But Momo is the MVP, the unkillable Momo, man. 2-0-8, still doing 3,000 damage per minute in an almost 18-minute game.
I mean, at one point he could single-handedly solo kill Lunar and Sigibum together. We actually saw that play out where he was like in a 1v2 and he was still winning out. This Uranus, massive problem. You call that 4th pick for Team Malaysia, and it was the ender of the game.
Now we gotta look at the highlights, man, because honestly, quite a lot happened in the game. But most importantly, Husky, most of the important parts is not gonna be in the highlight because we need to know what happened in Gold Lane.
Okay, so this is the first. Okay, the Sigibum already went down once. This is his third. So we didn't skip the second one because, you know, yeah, this is rough, man.
Yeah. Either ways, this is good coming in from Team Malaysia, but also we see the potential here. Rosa, again, doing quite a lot of damage, and TNZ, despite being quite behind, able to get more gold than Sakai's at one point in the game, despite Sakai's having 8 kills at that point, and he only has 1 to his name. So they still have very good fundamentals of the game. They understand the basics and what they need to do at points of the game. It's just that maybe even they were quite surprised by the positioning of Malaysia, where they felt pretty safe in certain situations.
Yep.
But then all of a sudden, wait, why is there 3 people on me?
Like, this was the best possible fight that they could have gotten for Team Turkiyye. But in the grand scheme of things, it's the best that they could have asked for.
Yep.
Right? Like this trade, even though at the end it's still Team Malaysia getting more kills and the objective, I think Team Turkiyye put up a valiant effort considering how far behind they were. This was where we saw the disengage, and I was liking it, but Lunar got caught out before that, and without Lunar, it was just very hard to stop the front line of Team Malaysia of just continuously moving forward.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's like Caster Curse, because we did say, okay, the export might have difficult time, and all of a sudden, he literally popped off.
He solo killed the Claude twice. I don't know how that happened. I have a feeling that he walks up, he starts punishing Lo Liao. No, not Sigibum. Sigibum hits BMI, hits level 2, uses BMI aggressively, and the rest is history.
Perhaps, but either way, that was game number 1, and we know Team Turkiyye to be a very experienced team, like for 2 to 3 years at this point, right? And I feel like they understood what went wrong in game number 1, right? I feel like Lunar had a tough time, Sigibum had a tough time, as well as honestly Apex 47. So I feel like the side lanes were pressured a little bit when their idea was controlling that mid. So maybe we'll see a shift in principle when it comes to how they play the next game.
I think one of the key points was also the roam by Apex 47 on the Hilda. We saw a lot of presence in helping out Rosa, helping out Lunar a little bit. But I think at one point you need to go to the Claude.
Yeah.
You're not gonna threaten the Xbox too much, but you want to get the Claude out of that position. And it never really happened, right? Like Sigibum, 2 devs got ganked the 3rd time, and Apex 47 just was not providing the support that was needed. Something that I think needs to be fine-tuned a little bit, especially when you are running a Hilda. She might be mobile, but she hates helping everyone at once. She needs to pick someone to stick to and, you know, just speed that Guardian Angel.
We gotta talk about Marksman's win condition in the current meta, right? Ranger is only viable because of Skypiercer, right? You need 3 to 4 stacks and then you start becoming a monster. Claude is there because he can double wave, right?
Yeah.
Get gold as well as mid, so you don't feel that much pain when it comes to the nerf in terms of the gold. Harv is amazing because in the team fight, you know, AoE slow and then you just keep on dashing around, very hard to catch. So shutting down Claude, making him unable to go for that double wave, basically imitates what happened in the previous series with Irithel. You just don't get what you need.
Yeah, and in this comparison, if it was an Irithel, that game would have been even worse, right? Because it takes way longer. Even for Harif, another thing that he brings to the table alongside with great scaling and, you know, his low cooldowns is the fact that he has a good passive, right? The key insight. Spell Vamp, I remember, right? With increasing stacks.
Shields as well.
Shields as well. So it's pretty crazy for a passive, and that's the reason why we are seeing Harif fight tooth and nail. So, I don't know, for game 2, I definitely, again, it's another case of not a draft problem.
Don't let Momo get Uranus. Or if you do let him get it, try to get something like a Lunox.
I mean, they have an answer, it's just that answer was shut down very, very quickly. Not even a chance.
Yep. Shout outs to Lolio doing quite well, despite us not knowing what he did. maybe Rose can ask him, right?
It will remain a mystery forever. You know what? That makes it hard. It makes it harder for their future opponents. They have no idea what he did. And I can assure you, Lolia probably doesn't remember either.
So maybe they prefer it, right? Or he was like, oh, I don't know. Happens.
I don't know, watch the boss. You know, like, it doesn't show you.
Yep. Well, Dangerous Grass has been selected here. So I feel like for both teams it is quite neutral because I feel like Team Malaysia, they're pretty strong at zoning. They're going to have enough discipline to make sure they check all the bushes. As well as Team Turkey, based on what happened just now, they do want to go for more team fighty and use heroes that can farm up quite well because they have pretty good farmers. So I think Dangerous Grass is pretty neutral for both Turkey as well as Malaysia.
And Turkey decides to take first pick again. So
Let them play the
Lusin,
hero.
Lapu ban,
I will be the truth
Fanny and
this
Yuzong as the
world
response of Team
desperately
Malaysia, who
needs.
didn't have to change anything just yet. Again, we're looking for if Team Turkey can push the envelope in terms of the draft, right? How much can you create that environment where Team Malaysia feels uncomfortable in the draft because comfort picks have been a staple. Sometimes it feels a bit frustrating as an opponent because it's the picks that you know is going to come out, but there's not really much of an answer.
I like that it looks like for both bands are really protecting the mid here because basically all the heroes can really threaten that mid lane. And we saw Turkey, they first picked the Jushin, so they themselves ban it out. Comes to the question, what is going to be the early pick? Like, do you want to take that Yi Sun Shin away? Do you want to early pick and Eve?
Wow.
They even ban out the Hilda, which I think is showing that they do want to get like a Lancelot, like a Yi Sun Shin early.
Something that makes Kenzie very comfortable. Think about it.
They call me a
Lapu
hero
ban. I mean,
because I
we know that
saved my
Rosa
nation
is
from
sort
falling
of a
apart.
cornerstone of the team Turkey, and just in general, right? When in his in the tenure of the professional career, I'm thinking Valentina is one of those two signature picks. I wonder if we'll get a chance to see it. CC first pick by Team Turkey that was banned out by them in game 1. Grok is now open too.
Yeah, but still, the Gatot is still a pretty good choice.
Yep.
Honestly, for both teams, a good combination with the CC. Malaysia can take that away, but honestly, with how CC feels right now, I feel like it's not that scary. And I wonder if Malaysia, they want to wait for the jungle pick just a little bit because both Hayabusa and Lancelot are still open, and I feel like both can be piloted quite well by Sakai's. So I kind of like Eve Grok.
Kimi Grok was a pretty
Yeah, Kimi Grok as well, yeah.
Hayabusa
Hayabusa, yeah.
And just a Grok +1.
So
you know, one of the heroes I miss for Sakai's is the Ling.
Mm-hmm.
You will see anytime soon.
I just wait a little bit. Maybe like, I don't know,
Like
6 months.
6 months time we get Ling back in
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh, not Turkey has...
Ling isn't even that prevalent in Magic Chess.
No.
Other commanders are really starting to show up.
Yeah.
So Turkey, do they take away that Kimi?
They take Lancelot for sure.
Yep. Before he gets banned out, you need priority in mid. Either Kimi or Eve, both is gonna be amazing. If you're willing, I want to see a Kalia here, something that can answer the Hayabusa, because I feel like Rosa has a lot of tools in his pocket, but looks like they might pick the mid. Oh no, they do pick up the Gatot.
I was thinking it's either or, right? If you take there's definitely a slightly bigger mid lane pool. If they take a mid laner, I think the Gatot high chance is gonna get banned out. But if you want priority, you want someone that has good zone control, durable, trade early, get you priority, and can support a losing lane. Gatot is that hero.
Yep. So Team Malaysia, they have options here. If they want to pick up a gold lane, the Harif is still open, not getting banned out this time. Stormy has been super comfortable with the Kimi. Wouldn't be surprised if he picks it up here. And then later on, ban out heroes like the Farsa, Eve, or just Eve, Lunox, to have that Uranus threat, or at least force Turkey to ban out that Uranus. But instead, they want to show off that Ruby first. So maybe they ignore mid and just take out other gold leaders.
Now this is interesting. High chance is a Lolia Ruby, but who's to say that it's not gonna go to Momo? I don't know. I mean, Uranus is still up. Is it still a good option?
I think Malaysia will just ban out Lunox just in case. Yeah. And then just
It will be a 5th ban Lunox.
Exactly.
you know?
And then Turkey be like, come on, man. Now I gotta ban out the because again, I would say that CC okay-ish, but not the best.
Ban Angela first.
Okay.
Understandable.
I mean, I don't like Angela, so
I mean, if they want to ban Lunox, it's probably a 5th. Angela almost won the game early on. Almost.
Yeah.
It was also against Team Turkey. Funnily enough.
Light me up and
Well,
watch
ban.
the world
We did see Benedetta gold lane. Not that I think this will, it will be the case this game, but
I mean, Malaysia, if they're willing to let Momo use the Ruby, Lolio does have a pretty mean gold Chow. So
yeah, that too. He did close out his recent season with Chogo.
So that could also give headache a bit for the Lancelot. But again, this is how Malaysia has been drafting. They create a lot of opportunities. If Malaysia bans out the Lunox here,
I didn't cure the pain.
it looks like not. They're gonna ban out the Valentina, which honestly, considering you have a Grok, good option.
Have a Grog, you have a Ruby, you know, and Rosa known for Valentina. You can respect that. And I just like the way that Team Malaysia drafts. Even when you look at Red side, Red 3 has always been a very powerful pick because you get to protect that pick. But not only that, it creates pivot points for your draft, right?
Your team is
Arla getting banned out too, so now they are reading it into a low. They are reading the Ruby as a low layout pick.
So this should be a mid lane pick, and then you can figure out what kind of last pick do you want. Because if it's a good Uranus game, I think they would be pretty okay with picking that up again. So I feel like between Kimi and Eve really enables another fighter in the lineup.
Oh, they could actually just go for Selena 5th pick again if they want to, right? Like knowing how they sometimes like to function.
Reporting for duty.
It is a possibility, but keep it simple. So the Kimi comes out. They just say Kimi Grog, Kimi Gatot is one of the few staples out there. Now it's Team Turkey's time to figure out a mid lane. I mean, Eve is there.
Or Lunox, because again, it's always in the back of your mind. You need some kind of shredder. I kind of feel like Eve can be a shredder once she does have that wishing lantern.
Yeah.
You may not be able to kill the Uranus, but at least you make him a bit scared.
Yeah. Eventually, you will be too much of a threat for him. A good enough deterrent. If we take Lunox though, that means that you have your range when it comes to your threat radius when it comes to these team fights is actually pretty small.
Yep.
And the health bar isn't really as much either without the brilliance. This is gonna be a tough choice.
Born with
Guinevere and the Farsa.
Okay, so it looks like they are gonna go for more of a pick-off comp here.
Wait, it's a Guinevere XP, right? Guinevere.
So CC gold, or we did see Gato the XP as well.
I mean, what if it's a Lancelot go? I don't.
hey.
Gwyn jungle, you know?
Okay.
Dot support.
Yes.
Easy XP. Or summon.
As long as it's not Farsa jungle, I'm okay.
Technically, we have like 3-4 flex picks in a single draft.
Yeah. So they're trying to confuse Malaysia as well, because hey, even as casters, we don't know what's going on. But Esmeralda does get picked up here, so either way, this is a pretty brawly draft coming in from both teams. But I would say Turkey, it's a little bit more surprising coming in from the Guinevere. But the thing is, you're picking a Guinevere against a Ruby, right? So don't run away, Wolf King. It's pretty good to kind of stop the initiation coming in from the Guinevere. So where's this Guinevere going?
I mean, last we saw is a Guinevere gold. I guess there's only one way to find out. Although I would say that as brawly as it is, we did come to an agreement that we prefer easier to execute draft, and it's sort of obvious that Malaysia's draft is slightly easier to execute. It is a goal, Guinevere.
Okay, so
wow,
maybe they're like, okay, Sigibum, you want to win a 1v1, right? It's like, yeah, okay.
Are you tired of Lolia solo killing you?
Let me get level 2, get inside of a bush, and then I'm gonna go ham. But again, the interaction between the Ruby as well as the Guinevere.
No, wait, it's a Esmeralda.
Oh wait, oh yeah. Okay, so
now it's different.
A little bit different, but I feel like this time, if you start to see the health bars going down a bit, let's go to the side lane, see what's going on.
Okay, observers will help you out. Here we go, Interlandon game 2. It's Team Turkey against Team Malaysia. Same size, this is game 1. Turkey on 2, Team Malaysia on red side. Let's see if it's going to be any different, right? It's a bit of an oopsie for Turkey in game 1. The early game was basically a pitfall for them, but game 2 they will have slightly better priority. As I say that, Rosa, dangerous place to be in. Saved by the Bell with the Revitalize.
Yeah, but that's quite a good battle spell that Team Malaysia is able to get, and this would allow them to actually start invading inside of jungle. First things first, they're going to get that little Wanderer, but you look at the positioning coming in from Apex 47, he's already anticipating some kind of aggression coming in from Malaysia. Looks like Malaysia is not going to go that deep just yet.
And we saw Sigibum win his first 1v1 against Lo Liao. Liao will queue up to almost full health, 80% at that, but at least there's the 1v1 capabilities there. Apex 47 trying to get out of this, doesn't have the Revitalize to work with, so guys will just go into the shadow kill, and that's first blood. Stormy gets punctured by the Phantom Execution of TNZ. His Junes will be forced to flicker away. TNZ finds a double kill.
Yep, good moves coming in from Turkey. Unfortunately, Stormy basically walked into the puncture, getting killed there, but still, Turkey TNZ is already having a big advantage here with a 2-0. Sakai's 1-0. But still, this will help a lot because the Lancelot is much better at securing turtles compared to the Hayabusa.
It instantly helps proxy the top wave 2, freeze up Lunar, make sure that no one from Team Malaysia can run interference, so this will be the first turtle for Team Turkey in game number 2. Let's see how they want to push this envelope. We saw a visit from Sakai to the bottom lane on the Sigibum. He did have to go his flicker. Sigibum ends up going down again.
So again, looks like they are trading. Team Turkey is trying to get this orange buff, and Malaysia, they are trying to stall it as much as they can. All the while, Sakai is using the time to actually get the beetle down bottom. So being able to protect your farm as well as giving time for your jungler to get it, this kind of equals it out. Both are having relatively maybe 100 difference of gold.
Turn on to Lunar too. Will be the Vengeance out. Burn Call actually connecting. But Lunar will be pulled back. Now has to get out. Here comes Doom. Rampart into a charge. Lunar gets put to sleep.
Yep, they make sure that all the resources actually gets its value back, getting a kill onto Lunar, which does look like Team Malaysia, their strategy is also just to make sure that the side lanes don't get to do much. Both Lunar as well as Sigibum already got early kills by getting ganked.
So the side lanes, just like a bit of a repetition from game 1, the side lanes is focused for Team Malaysia. But the core difference is that there's not a substantial goal lead at 3.5 minutes in, which is good. Turkey at TNZ with 2-0, same as Sakai, so both junglers having a stellar time so far.
I'm wondering what the build that Sigibum is going for. The way that he's been playing kind of feels like damagey, so maybe a Genius 1 first.
He has Lethal Ignition, he sure as hell wants to go for the full all-in. But that means that he is pretty fragile. Oh, Sakai gets spawned out by TNZ. Oh, solo kill opportunity almost obtained. Sakai is forced to back off just as the second turtle spawns.
Yeah, but this should give enough time because the turtle is spawning in 8, and by that time, Sakai will be in the vicinity. And Team Malaysia, I think they should go for the kill here because Turkey has a lot of ways to all of a sudden initiate a fight, especially with Sigibum here. So I kind of feel like if they're too focused on grabbing the turtle, they might actually get caught.
Concentrated energy done for Sigibum. The same can be said for Yums with the Flicker Tectonic charge. Mentioned that he can keep resetting turtle as long as he has the Earthen Rampart. It will be a slow dance. Find Lunar, he hops away. The traction pulse is out already from Stormy, so there's one ultimate out. Rosa getting gone by Sakai, blasted the shadow on into the shadow kill. Sakai with a solo kill mid.
Yep. And look at that, they want to continue. Momo catches one.
Lunar most likely will go down. Slain. Lunar slain by Momo.
Yep, and this is what Malaysia has to do. They gotta go for the kills because Team Turkey can turn things around. So they made sure that all the checklists are done, and now they're gonna get the turtle for free. And this gives me flashback all the way M4 in Jakarta, where I still remember Rosa on the Farsa being able to deal with Gary on that Hayabusa. And this time Sakai's be like, nope, I'm gonna win this matchup.
And Yums is dangerous enough, just his presence. As Team Malaysia looks to take that bottom tier 1, Apex 47 will stop it with the help of Sigibum and Lunar. Still, cannot really shake off this rock.
All the while we can see both assassins trying to farm up as much as they can. Sakai is getting the top wave. And now basically TNZ is alternating top wave as well as mid wave. And I don't blame them, considering the amount of damage, and every single time they're in a fight, someone is going down. This is going to be a good opportunity. I'm just worried a little bit for Rosa if he doesn't get enough farm. Even if he does hit the feather airstrike, I'm just worried it's not going to be enough damage.
It's going to take a while. The guy has been proving time and time again that he's very hard to navigate around. Right? Those shadows has been on point. Apex 47 up quadrant of the map. Might have seen Sukai's crossing by. Team Malaysia will get the bottom tier 1 already.
Turret has been destroyed.
2.2k gold advantage. Next turtle up in less than 50 seconds.
Yep. So it has been relatively quiet coming in from both teams. Probably understanding it's not the time to fight, especially for Team Turkey, because Sigibum is going to build damage. So maybe he does want 2 to 3 items. And having that concentrated energy first, probably not going to go for too much big wombo combo. It's more about sustained fights, using a lot more basic attacks. So maybe down the line, either a Starlium Scythe or the Wishing... sorry, hold on. Rosa gets caught again by Sakai's.
Again, able to stick his shadow onto Thorn Queen. Mid tier 1 now goes down for Turkey. And something worth mentioning is also that in Turkey's sieging capabilities are close to non-existent. Sieging structures with this lineup is going to be a pain. Even more so when you are behind.
Conceal being used. Loliel trying to find targets here. He sees 3 members of Team Turkey. Doesn't see Sigibum just yet. Looks like Sigibum is going to get caught out by Stormy. Team Malaysia, they're looking for an opportunity. Loliel just keeps showing up.
Watch out for Yums. And he's gonna flicker forward instantly into a Rampart Tectonic Charge. Not the best setup he's been looking for to get the taunt on the guys. Turkey with the punish. And Turtle will be secured.
Malaysia, good attempt, but again, not the cleanest. Coming in from Humes. And because of that, Sakai's was caught. That was a shutdown, getting over to Turkey. And now Stormy as well is getting chased.
Gonna try and swing on him with the Yo-Yo Sigibum, tired of the shenanigans. Slays him right underneath his turret. And Tianzi now gets to freestyle a little bit in the mid lane too. Turkey has definitely cut down the goal disadvantage. Loliel can't really stop him. Just needs to get to the puncture range, and there he is. Tianzi is out.
And it looks like Team Turkey, they're pretty focused on making sure that Sakai's and Stormy don't have a good time. Even from game number 1, these are the prime targets. Everyone else, you know, if the opportunity's there, we're gonna take it.
Yeah, they shut down the YSS trio, as you call it. Take away the crucial components. Some semblance of control for Team Turkey. The flicker will be back up for Yums in 50 seconds. We can make another big play, which will be around the Lord pin most likely, as Lunaf cashes in on the Brute Force breastplate. Rosa sees Stormy. Team Malaysia now moves together in a 4-1 formation.
Yeah, and all the while, Tianzi is still farming up, level 13. Sakai's is only level 12 here. And Tianzi, I kind of feel like he might have an item advantage over Sakai. Stormy now does have the Bloodwing, so able to survive just a little bit more. And Tianzi just finished up the Endless Battle, so the damage of the basic attack is going to be much more now. So Team Turkey, Tianzi only has 2 kills. So even if Malaysia is able to take him down, he's not going to give over a shutdown gold.
Plus point for Tianzi right now is that he is ahead in experience. If it comes down to a Lord fight, Tianzi will have a better chance on rolling that Retribution secure. Sakai is forced away from top tier 1, so no objective for him. Yums also scouted out. Now the game plan for Team Malaysia has shifted a little bit. It's not like the previous game when it's easy to catch a target and finish them off. This time Team Turkey have learned their lesson, and in dangerous grass, having that awareness is going to be the difference maker between life and death.
And again, we talk about how the draft is very brawly for both teams. Team Turkey, unless they get a kill, it's going to be hard to get objectives. Speaking of which, holy crystal on Sigibum.
Yeah, they tried to set up an ambush on Team Malaysia's side to catch Sigibum, but he was aware enough. I feel like he threw a projectile into the bush. So no secure on the dash. Stormy did use the traction pulse earlier on too. Guinevere is not the easiest to catch. And you have Apex 47 in the wings. They don't know where he is.
Oh, look at that. Apex 47 trying to go for the flanks here. Both Lunar and Apex 47 might try to go for a combo play. Apex 47 now having the dominance ice. Team Malaysia, they're going to go for the long lane, making sure that all the minions are properly taken care of. It looks like Team Turkey, they're basically doing the same thing.
Yeah. And Rosa even face checked the bush with the wings by wings too. This is starting to feel a bit uneasy for both teams. Liao on a big flank. Again, Sigibum spots him out. Action pulse committed from Stormy. It's going to be a long, drawn-out tangle between both teams.
And all the while, Malaysia is just playing the macro game because look at that. Sakai's pushed it once, and now the Minions has gotten the turret, and Loliel is stopping anyone from Team Turkey to go and clean up the lane. So they could just wait it out, and the Minions can do all the dirty work. Like, look at that, the stacking down on bottom. That is huge, and Loliel is preventing anyone from answering that wave.
Turkey hasn't flinched yet, but they might reach that breaking point very soon. A full combo onto Loliel, but the damage and melt though. Loliel easily walks away without expending much. Purify is still out. Team Malaysia turns onto the Lord. No Violent Requiem for Sigibum. A key spell in his arsenal, and Sugais gets the Lord. Sigibum out of the fight. Apex 47 would just have to take the punishment as Luna hops to safety. Uses the flicker forward on a Rosa. AOG in. Apex disengages, and Tianzi is out. Team Malaysia get the objective, but no casualties on Turkey's side.
This is beautiful coming in from Malaysia. The moment they understand it's very risky to go for a fight, they start playing the macro, and Loliel really showing up his willingness for the team. Understanding, I don't have to be a part of the fight, I just need to stop people from moving, and he did it so well. They were able to get a tier 2 for free, able to distract 2 members of Team Turkey, not die, making it into a 4v3, and Malaysia just won it all because Loliel helped out.
And they caught Tianzi. Oh, perfect crowd control chain. First death of the Lancelot this game, and at a crucial moment too. 30 seconds for him to come back, and that's 30 seconds without him. We did say that this draft from Turkey is pretty bad at sieging. Well, guess what? Defending isn't their strong suit either. They need Rosa and Tianzi isn't around. Rosa with a feather airstrike, trying to play with Sukai. The Sukai just gets the finisher. That was very ambitious from the Thorn Queen. Turkey now down 2 men. Lord still relatively healthy. Tianzi will be back in 5, but 5 seconds might be too long. As Loliel finds the finisher, Luna pops the vengeance. They get the shutdown onto Apex 47, and Team Malaysia finds another clean sweep over Team Turkey.
In 13 minutes, Team Malaysia, even though it had problems in the mid game, but still they were able to come back using the macro. And you can imagine Arcadia just looking at Skies and be like, you have one job. Make sure Rosa doesn't get to play the game, and that's it, man. Like, the Malaysian team, every single player had their jobs, and every single one of them executed to the T.
And I think it's fair to say that, you know, it definitely didn't live up fully to the expectations of what this series could have entailed, but in the grand scheme of things, Team Malaysia did a fantastic job. Clean as a whistle. I don't think there's any room for complaints after that display in this Group A bout, most likely guaranteeing a first place finish in the group. But for now, let's hand it over to our lovely host, Rose, on the stage to talk to Team Malaysia about their 2-0 victory over Team Turkey.
Another 2-0 for Team Malaysia. This WEC 2025 one step closer to clinching that back-to-back championship. And with me here right now from Team Malaysia, we have Yums and Stormy. Hello, boys. Congratulations on that win.
Hello. Thank you.
How are you feeling today?
Yeah, good.
What about you, Stormy? How are you feeling today?
Yeah, very good.
Very good. Now, we could see from the game that you guys are actually feeling good. A pretty dominatingly 2-0. Did you actually expect that clean sweep? Or did you expect something more?
Yeah, we expect clean sweep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we prepare very well.
Oh, since you say you prepared very well, what was the preparation that went into the games today? Because I know you guys are actually very packed. You have a lot of tournaments coming up. What have you guys been preparing and how?
I think we just take it step by step, you know. Yeah.
Wow. Somebody's stepping up on his PR skills. I love that. Stormy, what about you? How are you guys juggling with your schedule? How are you guys juggling your schedule? Juggling your schedule. How do you do 2 things at once? How do you multitask, Stormy?
Kenapa?
You have a lot of tournaments lined up. So how are you multitasking? How are you guys juggling with the stress and the pressure that comes with representing Malaysia?
I think we kind of used to it, so I think it's normal for us. Yeah.
Normal only.
Normal,
You
yeah.
guys are totally used to this kind of schedule. And now another question would be, going in deeper into the competition, what country do you guys actually want to meet really badly? Especially since there's no Philippines this time around.
In this tournament?
Yes.
For sure, Indo.
Indonesia. Why Indonesia?
Because we lost to them, right? TLID in the M series.
Oh, yes! I totally forgot about that. So are you guys coming in with your like revenge storyline
Yeah.
against Team Indonesia?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure everybody is excited for that matchup. You know what, Stormy? Pretty much a full house today. Is there anything you want to say to the Malaysian fans supporting your journey?
Thank you so much for coming today, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right, we will be seeing Team Malaysia tomorrow. That is it from us. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to give us a rundown on what happened in this amazing series.
Thank you very much, Rose. And again, congratulations to Team Malaysia. And looking forward to see Team Turkey coming back in their upcoming matches. But now we gotta talk about this. Team Malaysia 13-minute game. It started quite well, especially for TNZ. But then after that, Malaysia was like, okay, we're not gonna fight.
Yeah, it's like, oh wow, the Lancer got 2 kills, but plan B, contingency plan. Where we instantly nip the problem in the bud. We don't let Turkey get any advantage, and we shut it down. This is a very interesting approach from Team Turkey. I think this Guinevere goal lane has her merits, but in this situation, ease of execution is all we're looking for. And I think for Team Turkey, they had an idea, they tried to execute it. It was a good try, right? All things considered, was a good try, but Esmeralda sort of fixed that problem. I think Liao has had a fantastic series today in his goal lane matchup. Sigiboom, if you take his collective KD from both games, he is 1-8 thanks to Team Malaysia.
Well, not great, right? Not amazing, but yeah. Basically, Team Malaysia is like, okay, TNZ is doing well, so how about we fight away from him, right? Wherever, so it's like, okay, let's go to the side lane, right? Lancelot's not gonna be there, so we take the fight somewhere else. And now we gotta talk about the Hall of Famers here. Sakai still being the goal hunter, generating the most amount of gold. And this time, Lolia is like, okay, you know what? Even if the camera's not on me, I'm gonna be there in stats. The GOAT as well as the tanker, taking the most and dealing the most.
I'm gonna extend the fight so long, and I'm gonna flank to make sure that they have to watch me on cam. Still, I mean, I feel like he probably said, hey guys, TNZ just got double kill. You know what? Let's come and take Sigiboom down again for the 10th time.
I'm really feeling like Loliel and Momo be like, we're not gonna have too much opportunities like this.
Yep.
We're not gonna be playing with Yum, Stormy, and Sakai's all the time, so we're gonna take that opportunity. Speaking of which, Sakai's is the MVP here coming in from Malaysia. And honestly, the damage per minute isn't that high because he doesn't need to deal that much damage. He just goes in, bursts you out, and then hey.
I think another explanation why his DPM is not as high as as the average. His targets die too fast.
Yeah.
They don't live long enough for him to do damage. Have you seen how fast Rosa went down?
Oh yeah. And basically that's his primary target, right?
Yeah. So with all consideration, it's pretty high DPM.
Pretty high DPM. We gotta go over to the highlights here to see what really progressed in the game, because again, Team Turkey had a very strong early game when TNZ gets the double kill, and then afterwards there was one botch engage coming in from Malaysia, and that's basically both where Turkey was able to do well, and Malaysia just don't do the same mistake again.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious though. Stormy used the jetpack right into the Phantom execution, but the rest is as we saw, right? Like the pickoffs from Team Malaysia, we obviously also saw the this one. It was kind of weird. Can see the idea, but the whole sequence does take quite a while. So Team Turkey was able to respond to that in time. The only oopsie I feel like from Team Malaysia was that moment, and for the rest of the game, it was Team Malaysia basically bringing it back.
Essentially using the map to their advantage, because I really feel like they understood that the Guinevere as well as the CC, even if they get to the lane, they don't really clear it that fast.
Yeah.
That's the problem between both heroes, right? So as long as Lolia makes sure that they don't get there, even if they do get there, it's gonna be so long for them to clear it out. that basically they can do things everywhere else, like the Lord that they secured.
Yeah, like by the time the crystal blew up, only the Lord went down. So again, they are not good at sieging, but they're also pretty horrible at defending against a Lord push. All things considered, there were definitely some holes that need to be plugged. But good news is that Team Turkey still have chances, right? This is still the group stage. I personally am looking forward to Team Turkey in the playoffs and see where we meet them. But for now, Team Malaysia up 2-0 in Group A.
And they are the defending champions, man. So it looks like they are showing up, especially playing here in their hometown. But after this, we do have one more match. It's going to be Indonesia going up against Romania. And Indonesia, I do want to see, after Malaysia, day one, it's okay. Day two, super clean. I wonder how Indonesia is going to respond to that as well. Day one, iffy performance. Day two, hey, maybe, boom, more explosive.
Yeah, I mean, both teams had I wouldn't say a shaky start, but it's like a slow warm-up, right, on day one. Even yesterday against Kazakhstan.
Wobbly, just a little bit.
Yeah, some speed bump. Indonesia, they did get 2 over Kazakhstan yesterday. Almost got dropped by Leomor Jungle.
Yep.
Maybe Team Romania
Pretty
also
scary.
has some secret up their sleeves that can spice things up a little bit.
So the secrets of it that we saw today, Iritel didn't work out. The Guinevere didn't work out, at least in gold. I feel like Jungle's still pretty solid.
We saw Benedetta go once.
We see the
Worked
Leomor.
out well until a point, and then it just imploded.
Well, with that being said, again, congratulations to Malaysia, but it's not over for Turkey just yet. They got to battle it out until eventually going to the lower bracket, and then, hey, you just got to survive up until that point. But again, we do have one more match here in the WEC25. Indonesia going up against Romania. And again, this is all to determine basically where they survive inside of that group. We're going for a very short break here, but after this, it will be the final match of today for WEC 2025. So we'll see you guys in a bit.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like me to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Aiku. Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking at really me, that you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of today. It's going to be Indonesia going up against Romania here in the World Esports Championship. My name is Fel. Alongside with me is Husky. We had an amazing day so far, so hopefully this matchup can close it out nicely.
Yeah, we had definitely quite a shocker just now after Team Malaysia took down Team Turkey in a very sweeping 2-0 fashion. But coming up is another one that I personally feel like is a blind box opening. We have Team Indonesia against Team Romania.
And we would like to say thank you to everyone watching the World Esports Championship 2025 live from Kuala Lumpur. And the global event is proudly organized by IESF as well as MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner and generously supported by KBS, Raka Muda, and Rakan Digital, and our official partners Red One, EQ, as well as Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and of course, our official chair partner, Razor. Thank you very much, because this event so far has been absolutely amazing, Husky.
Yep.
And now going up Indonesia, going against Romania. Southeast Asia is, again, I would say the home of MLBB, but I feel like this meta makes it so that basically anyone can play it.
If I remember correctly, today Iran also had to play their game as well. They got a 2-0 win earlier on, and we did say yesterday after we saw them up against Team Malaysia that they are potential. So as much as we are in the heart and soul of Mobile Legends here in SEA, we still have to give respect to all the other teams from different countries that we don't get to see often, because they have shown their flair. We have seen concepts that work, concepts that can be worked on, and concepts that have been tried and tested but failed. But either way, it's the versatility that makes it enjoyable.
And honestly, the players here have been amazing. They've been very nice, talking to fans. Even able to meet Super Light and Super Shady outside, I believe, from South Africa. Couldn't talk too much with them because we had to prepare for this one. But hey, shout outs to you guys. And now, speaking of which, in this matchup, we've seen quite different flares, because we see Malaysia more of a zoning team. We see that in terms of the fastest game time as well, we heard that Mongolia going up against Bolivia and sorry, Myanmar or Mongolia, but either way, it ended around 8 minutes. So we had, I would say, quite short game times here in the World Esports Championship.
Yeah,
8 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes.
Like 8 minutes, like basically before the lore spawns, right? So we had, I think the longest game was by far was today, that it went past like half an hour in the.
It was Mongolia, by the way. Mongolia going up against Bolivia.
Bolivia, yeah.
8 minutes, 24 seconds.
Yeah, so we had the longest game so far, like half an hour, and the shortest game so far today, which was off screen. But for those who want a quick refresher on the matches that we have today, we are in our final best of 3. Indonesia up against Romania. And like I say, it's like a blind box opening. I don't know what to expect from Romania, and that's what makes it exciting.
I just want them to be able to either shut down Ezekiel or able to punish the front line that is protecting him, because it is very clear for Indonesia, Ezekiel is the reliable carry for the team, and either shut him down directly or make sure that the other members around him aren't able to protect him that well.
Yeah, and even yesterday we saw Kazakhstan, they had a very interesting approach to their game 2 against Indonesia with that Leomord jungle, and we also saw, you know, the moments where Indonesia sort of start getting a bit sloppy on the housekeeping, right? Like, it ended up it being quite a slugfest in game 2, but they themselves also have shown some of their pocket picks. The Kabuki Claw, the Natan also got picked in the gold lane as well. So this is going to be pretty interesting. I'm looking for some surprises from Romania. Maybe they also have some secret recipe that we haven't seen.
I mean, that's probably how you deal with powerhouses, right? Where you get a pick that they aren't too entirely sure how it functions, when's the power spike, and then you surprise them. But I kind of feel like Indonesia, they should not be surprised anymore, because I feel like day one is like, okay, the competition is there, so we gotta lock in. And I feel like going up against Romania, they gotta lock in.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia even yesterday, Indonesia as a team is also a roster that has a lot of their own surprise picks.
Yes, of course.
Right? So if they are already good at putting out surprises, I think being caught off guard is probably a second nature to them. They probably don't feel too stressed out.
Yep. And now looks like for everyone waiting, you guys don't have to wait for that much longer, because now we're inviting both teams onto the stage of WEC.
A team with the heart of heroes and a team that fight as one. For the heart of a nation, for the pride of its people, the world will welcome their newest hero tonight. Put your hands up for Team Romania!
And now from the heart of Southeast Asia, a team known for explosive aggression, lightning fast rotations, and unmatched synergy. Give it up for Team Indonesia! And now with both teams on stage, ready to perform in the final match of the day here in the World Esports Championship, we invite both of them to do a fist bump before we officially start the match.
Last point of physical contact before we hit into the land of dawn. Another exciting series coming up. The odds in favor of Team Indonesia by public opinion, but I'm always looking for an upset. But before we head into the draft and even the map selection, let's take a look at the main five of our competitors, starting with Team Indonesia. We have Aran, Joe, Yehescu, Kabuki, and Witty.
I gotta say, Joe as well really surprised us yesterday with both the Fanny as well as the Lancelot. More on the Lancelot, man. Seems basically uncatchable. Fanny sure had a bit of trouble because, again, the Leo mode all of a sudden became a problem, and there was Kalia in the mix as well. So I think it is going to be pretty difficult for Romania to target ban Indonesia here because they got a lot of power picks.
If there's any member on the side of Team Indonesia I'm looking at to step up a little bit, it's definitely Aran. You know, yesterday, even though they got the 2-0 win, Aran definitely had a couple of moments that made you question kind of the thoughts behind it. Let's take a look at Team Romania's lineup. And Aran's going to be going up against Karti alongside Danzo, Skylove, Nikki, and Taki.
Yeah, here again, going up against Indonesia is just that you gotta be aware that aggression is the name of the game coming in from Indonesia. So I feel like, especially for Romania, the draft is gonna be very important, where not only do you have to have picks that can survive, but also maybe you have to take away from Indonesia, right? I'm looking at the Grok, I'm looking at Eve coming in from Ezekiel, and the thing is, Jushin, Lancelot, Yisun-Shin, Hayabusa. The thing is, the list goes on and on and on and on. Kalia, Cho. There's too much, man.
Teams have tried to challenge Indonesia, and one of their favorite playstyle, you know, the all brawl it out, just brawl knuckles, you know, all fists, no weapons. But let's
Gloves
see.
are off.
Gloves are off. I want to see if Team Romania wants to head down that path, right? Are they willing to take Indonesia on with that playstyle, directly challenge them in these small but spontaneous skirmishes, or will they go a different route?
Something specifically I want to see is a lot of wave clear as well as scaling. Doesn't matter if it's coming from mid, jungle, or the gold lane, because I feel like going up against Indonesia, very explosive. They tend to end the game pretty fast. If you're able to survive earlier on, it's kind of like growing your hair out, right? There'll be a point where it's a bit awkward, but hey, after a while, it looks pretty good. So I kind of feel like that's a route that Romania can go through, but again, it is pretty risky trying to hold out against a powerhouse like Indonesia.
And we have seen Indonesia yesterday go for two very different approaches. They have played, actually, now that I think about it, both their games, they play a traditional marksman, right?
Yep.
Both games were late game scaling marksman, Claude and Nathan, but they also have very fast-paced heroes like Fanny, Lancelot, a great priority mid with the Grok and the Eve, and they are one of the few teams that is willing to pick the Eve in the very early phases of the game. So if there's any takeaway, we just say get rid of the Eve or make her uncomfortable. See if Team Romania will heed that advice and maybe just force Yehescu onto another hero.
I mean, if we see them giving Ezekiel the Eve, I'm looking forward to see if they're willing to go for a dive, right? Because I feel like a hero that could potentially deal with Indonesia is the Yuzong.
Oh yeah.
The Lapu might struggle just a little bit because he himself is self-sustaining, but Yuzong enables the team to actually go for the fight because that AoE Furious Dive can really change a team fight where Lapu is more of a distraction that could actually kill you.
I mean, Iran did prove that earlier on too, and even I think Team Argentina in the women's division also did it as well. The Yuzong has been quite a staple pick in some of the games we've seen. Not so much in SCA, but also because it has been banned out, right? We saw Team Malaysia ban the Yuzong twice against Turkiyye in our previous best of 3. But if there's one thing we know, that is that the Indonesia, that country, they were one of the first few countries that really brought the Yuzong back into the XP lane.
Yeah, bringing Cho in the gold as well.
Yeah.
In terms of bans, I'm thinking they might still ban the Kimi. That is definitely a notable ban that Indonesia does not want any other team to have. So yeah, I just don't know when it comes to what Romania has in store for us. because it's either go crazy early or crazy late. It looks like playing for the mid game is a bit tougher in this patch compared to the previous ones.
An observation I actually made was also if you don't have enough information about your opponents, and in this case, you might not expect the more simpler approach to the game, the Angela +1, right? It was attempted earlier on. It didn't result in a win, sadly. We saw it was like Angela Benedetta goal. Didn't result in a win, but it was able to bring that game to a state where it was even. And that could be a direction.
Yeah, I would say it was not the Benedetta and Angela fault in terms of the picks, right? It was more on the decision making where we saw Benedetta try to 1v5.
Yeah.
And the thing about Angela is after 11 minutes, the shield is negligible. Even a Grok basic attack can destroy the shield. So your timing with Angela is trying to end the game by 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that could be that could be a secret recipe, right? You speed up the game. I remember specifically like this roster, Team Indonesia, one of their playstyles is also they love very fast early game, right? Level 2, level 3 ganks. You've seen Yo do it basically every single time he has the opportunity to. If you can stop the agency from Team Indonesia and you can limit the amount of window that they sometimes try to forcefully create and just drag it to an even state before the first hurdle fight, I think it will put Team Romania in a more comfortable position.
Well, right now we got to look at the map that's going to be played here. It's going to be dangerous grass, and I really feel like Indonesia is going to be liking this map quite a lot because Witty as a roamer, he basically can use it all. We've seen him use Agatha, which is great, but in the previous World Series, using picks like the Cho, and I'm pretty sure he might still be able to use the chip. So there's many different ways that makes Weedy gonna be quite a threat here in Dangerous Grass.
He's also a Kali player, so that's something that he could whip out if push comes to shove. They don't call him Weedy the Wise for no reason. He's one of like the bigger brains on.
Plus his actual name.
Yeah, and it's like their historical run 2 years ago, right? From basically an academy, a Division 2 team to the world's second best team. Doesn't come easy.
Yep. And now we're just waiting on the draft here. So I feel like looking at the experience of the players, looks like both teams are looking pretty comfortable here.
Yeah.
Probably had a lot of warm-up time leading up to this match here.
Yeah. My biggest, I don't know what concern, but it's just like, wonder how much of the food they provide, right? We had some good recommendations yesterday. Let's go into the drafting phase. Hayabusa first pick instantly for Indonesia. The bans are also pretty interesting because it's Indonesia themselves that bans out the Yves, Gatot, and Suyo. First we get the YSS Lancelot and Baxia banned from Romania, so that leaves Joy as one of the final Prime Assassins.
Yep. So, is there something else we're missing? Yeah, probably not. Probably it's just Joy. Other than that, it's more fighter-ish, right?
I mean, Grok is open.
Yeah, Hayabusa picked up here. Grok. Jushin, I think, is fine because there's not a lot of mid laners that can deal with the Hayabusa. So, yeah, Grok, Jushin picked up. So, Indonesia, I'm thinking they want to reply by picking up if they want, they can pick up a Harif now before it gets banned out if they still want to go for that traditional marksman. And then maybe pick up...
Calm and cool, just like us.
Oh, they pick up quite early here. The Uranus and Kimi.
Kimi and Uranus. So...
I think Romania, if they can play a Lunox Gold, might not be a bad time to pick it up now.
Yeah, you can take Lunox Gold, you could ban Harif. I mean, even then, unless we go back to basics again, just traditional marksman, late game scaling marksman, that could be an approach. I mean, we haven't really seen much answers to the Uranus. The Esmeralda is another one.
Oh yeah, true.
Could expect if you want setup, there's the Arlet, but then you essentially have to put your damage in the goal lane jungler basket. Go for the Yuzong, not really the direct solution, but does give you that backline dive. Quite a headache to deal with as a Kimi, even with the Purify. As proven by yesterday's matchup by Stormy.
Yep. Going up against Enders.
Enders, yes.
Shout out to Enders coming in from Iran. Amazing Yuzong player. So yeah, Romania looks like they're going for more dive here, Husky. Having the Grok, having the Yuzong, and honestly, even the Jushin, one of the tankier mages in the game, able to survive against a Hayabusa, but also a pretty good follow-up in case your frontliners do want to go for a fight. So it does seem like they're going to try as hard as they can to deal with Ezekiel. It's just that they need a shredder. That's the thing that their draft does not have right now. They have initiation. They don't have a shred.
Malaya ban. I get. Zero has sort of fallen off out the spotlight for quite considerably. Sometimes not even picked or banned. Banny banned by Indonesia. Okay.
So really respecting the jungler here coming in from Romania, because at this point, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 junglers have been banned out.
So now it's between Joy and Frederick.
Or Leomord.
Leomord.
Hey, I'm just saying.
It could be, could be.
Almost won the game.
Could be the Danzo special here.
What other heroes that has? Oh wait, we also have to consider Guinevere inside of the jungle.
Yes.
Right, Guinevere.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, I'm thinking of Shred, so it has to be their gold laner. And if it's gonna be a fighter, the CC is still up, but I feel like it's not gonna be enough.
Even then, you have like a Kai, right? If you run to say tank jungler,
yes,
Kai left. You need a more like consistent shredder into the Uranus. Because anti-heal is not a problem.
Wait, what if they go crazy and pick up a buff Nolan right now?
Suyo is still up actually.
No, Suyo banned. So yeah,
Suyo's banned, yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
1,
Nolan,
2, 3,
okay.
4, 5, 6. 6 total bans here. I feel like they can pick up the gold laner and then really think about their jungler.
Yeah, I agree. Pick the gold laner now. Give yourself a good. I mean, even the Granger isn't too bad, I guess, right? Sky Piercer holder.
Fight range with range. Yeah, make Yuzong get the shot residue and then you just finish it up.
Yeah. You get as long as you get a decent game. I mean, the Harry is still not too bad. It's either or. So that's your damage into the Uranus. Although it does function slightly differently compared to the Granger. And it takes a bit longer to come online.
So far, Kabuki has been using strictly marksmen here. The Natan is still up. He did use it against the Harry before, and I think it's still a pretty good matchup. If they want to go for a double fighter, Esmeralda is still available and probably pretty good going up against the draft that Romania has.
There's also Lunox as a tier reach choice, but I agree. I think the
land is our home.
What is it?
Oh, Lapu go
Wait,
and win.
It's a witty win. Okay. Theoretically, they already have a marksman, right? So you technically solve the problem. Traditional, well, it's just traditional as it gets. But that means that they really want to fight.
Yeah, I think Romania honestly still needs just a little bit more damage. It doesn't have to be the main carry, but at least something, because Fire still needs time to scale up, and you need time. You need to fight off against the Kimi as well as the Hayabusa.
Wow!
Okay!
Alright, why not just bring the late game specialist out?
Yeah, picking up the Hanzo at this point, which, looking at the draft, it is pretty scary because Gwen, the Lapo, as well as the Hayabusa can find the real body of the Hanzo, and then that can become a problem. But we did talk about they need some form of wave clear, and if by the time Indonesia gets to your base, the Hanzo has 3 items, can clear from afar, so hey, maybe there is a chance.
And also, if they want to play fast with the Yuzong, with the Grok, you want a cleanup crew, the Hanzo is your man. Wow, the last time I saw this pick was...
I don't even see him in ranked games. That's how long he has been.
Yeah, it's been so long ago. Last time I remember seeing it in pro play was... Now it's 2025, right?
Yes.
2022. 2022.
3 seasons ago. 3 to 4 seasons ago.
4 seasons ago when Sakai's brought it out.
Yeah.
That was
so that's
long.
2 years.
But before Sakai's, it's in the current championship team. Well, it's with the current championship roster, as I would say it. Yeah, so it has been quite a long time. Though, the caveat is that as a Hanzo, you need plenty of time to farm up.
And we did say, you gotta have a crazy pick. You gotta throw in a surprise.
Yeah.
Maybe it's enough. We'll see whether the Hanzo coming in from Romania is enough to take down Indonesia from the heart of Southeast Asia here. And look at this. Danzo as well as Joe here starting on the same part of the map. So they're both going to be rotating towards the Litho. They're already doing quite a lot of damage onto Skylove.
We did talk about this where Joe loves those early level 2 gangs, and the way to make it happen is just to get mid priority first and have a very mobile jungler. Hayabusa is one of the easiest heroes to make it happen. into getting these early ganks, instantly converts it to the bottom side of the map. They get a knockout from Witty. Skylar forced to flicker, and this mid lane is now in Indonesia's control.
Yeah, they're denying the minion wave here, and that's not great because we saw Taki basically just moving around with Danzo, making sure that he's safe, and honestly, a pretty good call because at any point, Joe can invade against him, but that does mean Skylove is gonna hurt a little bit. I'm just worried if Saki has more gold than Skylove, because then that's just gonna slow down everyone.
I wonder if they lost track of Danzo too, because Witty checked the bush 2 times, didn't see it. Now he's gonna get jumped on. Spatial migration to get away, and Danzo is ready for that. Trying to chafe off the real body. Very patient with the abilities. And Witty will be forced to flicker away, and real body's protected. Witty's actually still getting chased down, and a chomp. First blood for the Danzo Hanzo.
Can I just say, I can't even remember Hanakage being that long.
Yeah.
Right? Having like, what, 2 soul snatch?
That is insane.
Danzo Hanzo, man.
That's the Danzo Hanzo. That's Romania special. It's off to a good start. They'll start working on the turtle first. Joe blocked off by the Earthen Rampart. Skylar doesn't hit 4 yet, sadly. No more traction pulse. Let's see what the idea is. This dance is going to be pretty tough. When he goes this spatial migration, a 2-man knockup. Cardi easily takes that fight, turns into the Black Dragon, and Hanzo forces Witty away. Aran wants to be a part of this, but Cardi is on top of him. They get another mighty swing for Saki. Skylove now, level 4, has Crimson Beacon available. They get the lift back. Witty gets petrified in the face, but space for Joe to get the turtle. And Danzo now looking to disengage. Joe on top of him, blasted the shadow, and Joe instantly goes for the cleanup. Cardi tries to survive, but cannot Furious dive away fast enough. A double kill for Joe. And Indonesia in the prolonged fight have won.
That honestly looks good coming in from both teams, but the fact that Joe is able to get the kills and now even stealing away the purple buff and Skylove being pushed behind even more. This got level 4, but look at this traction pulse onto him.
Does not have the Crimson Beacon, and Joe finds a killing spree.
Yeah, right now Indonesia, they're winning based on just slowing down Skylove. Look at Ezekiel, he's not even attacking the minions, forcing the denial, making sure that Skylove gets far behind, and Saki is not having any pressure at all. I'm worried he has more gold than Skylove.
Yeah, they found Danzo again. Witty is quick with the movements, precise with his instincts. Danzo able to barely escape, but that will put him 2 levels behind Joe.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I feel like if Romania is able to just wait a little bit, don't die too much. Cardi's being a wish. Joe gets another one, 4-0-0 in under 4 minutes.
An average of 1 kill per minute at this point. This is already looking to be out of control as Danzo late to his jungle. So that camp is gone. There's no way he can take on Joe on his own as well. He does need items. So it's not going to have the luxury for quite a while. Still stuck at level 5. And his entire jungle has been cleared out. Danzo is starving.
Oh, that's gotta feel bad as a jungler, man. And we did talk about you need mid prio. Cardi getting gecked again. Force out the Black Dragon form just to survive. Joe needs to calm down. He's a problem.
I feel like even if he didn't use the Black Dragon form, he will die, right? So damn if you do, damn if you don't. If you are Kati, no Black Dragon form means no way that they can contest the next turtle. We saw Kabuki also basically manhandling Nikki in the gold lane. Danzo really wants his camp, but he needs help from his teammate because Witty is holding his camp hostage.
This is a bad feeling as a Grok, a bad feeling as a roamer in general because everyone needs your help.
Yeah.
So any choice you make feels like the wrong one.
And Danzo has to return to his mortal body because they could easily jump in there. Again, the jungler cleared up. Nikki, the 1v1 against Kabuki, and Witty makes it a 2v1. Nikki will not survive. No way, Joe. So accurate with the shadow placements.
Dude, if you told me he had a Sky Piercer, I would believe you, man, because he just goes in and deletes everyone. At this point, I think even his considering is like, wait, maybe I should have just bought a Sky Piercer.
Maybe I should have just bought first item Sky Piercer.
Yeah.
Did have the Hunter Strike.
Yeah, right now having 5 kills here, Romania, they need to scale up. Losing 3,000 gold, honestly, is not that bad considering how difficult the game has been, especially for mid, and Cardi's not having a good time either.
Yeah, gotta finish with Black Dragon form. That's the only way out of this. So far, these Black Dragon forms have been defensive more than they have been offensive. But the Rampart Tectonic charge, the Flicker committed. Go under the Witty, so Witty is gone. Danzo again late to the party, but they don't need him yet. We'll have to surrender that mid farm to him though. I think Skylove will unfortunately had to take a back seat in terms of farm, traction post, a pullback onto Danzo, and Joe comes out of nowhere. And that will be your head skill with the pickup.
I mean, like, good decisiveness coming in from Romania, but again, the jungle is unguarded. And as we talk about it, Joe is like, you know what? Feels like a Sky Piercer game. Doesn't look like anyone can really stop me here. And you can't blame the guy. There's no instant stun. There's no, I mean, like, sure, you have the Petrify, but other than that, I don't think he's gonna get caught.
I think to make it worse, the crowd control, like you say, isn't exactly the easiest to land on Hayabusa. But more so, the fact that he came from the purple buff area of Romania for that mid gang, when the bot tier one is still up, really says a lot. Violet Requiem, Hardy ends up going down. That's your head skill with his second kill of the game. Kabuki just got his Oracle, and Indonesia a 5k a hit.
Yeah, speaking of which, at 6 minutes, going to 7, Joe is already level 11, Hanzo is level 9, and now the Turtle is up. And yeah, I don't know, the fastest game so far has been 8 minutes and 24 seconds. I don't think Indonesia is in position to beat that, but still, looking pretty good. At 7 minutes in, they're dominating the game.
Yeah, this game, I think one more bad fight for Romania, and it's pretty safe to call it. I mean, I think they got solo killed by Joe too.
At this point, everyone will get solo killed by Joe here. Joe just free farming everywhere, and Ezekiel, the timing on the traction pulse is good as well. Joe hits the shadow on Skylove, but looks like just gonna tap the shurikens for now.
Not sure if how long they can defend this though. Another Violet Requiem, and Kabuki just commits his Brave Spider. Cardi is gone. Skylove getting gone on Joe, cuts into pieces. Double kill for Kabuki, got life for Joe. 11-2 in favor of Indonesia, and the goal lead keeps on climbing.
Yep. At about 8 minutes here, Indonesia, Joe goes in, tries to get on Nikki and gets a legendary solo kill there. Looks like at this point, this Hayabusa is just unstoppable. Like, literally, you can't stop him. 8-0-2, grabbing all the buffs. This is not a game that Hanzo likes.
This is not fun.
This is not fun.
Not fun at all.
Exactly.
Not fun if you are Team Romania. Really isn't a way back into the game. I think that's the scary part. Because your way back hinges on Danzo, and he is far away from it being that critical mass. Is Ara not taking damage at all from Nikki? It sure as heck isn't. Kabuki now takes liberty. Traction Pulse does end up missing, but the Lord does go over to Indonesia. Taki is trying his very best. Danzo just got assassinated off screen, and Iran holds the front.
This is the biggest problem, where Romania, they just don't have enough damage. And that's what happens when you lose 8,000 gold at 8 minutes, 9,000 gold now at 9 minutes, and looks like they're gonna destroy the holy shields here up top. Witty missed it, but again,
wow. Look at how fast Skylove flinched. Instant Crimson Beacon. That's the scary part when you're put in an uncomfortable spot. You don't have the tools to keep you alive. You start pressing your big ultimate. And that's only going to compound into an even worse state. Traction Pulse does get committed. The Hanekage gets used by Danzo, who is going to be chasing, trying to go for any sort of resources. Clear out the waves of something.
Yep. I mean, like at this point, they're waiting for the minions to come in. They need some kind of farm. 10,000 gold. Again, almost hitting 10 minutes. And look at this, Kabuki moves forward. Nikki has to use the Zaman Force, but the damage is not there just yet. The Lord is still marching down bot. Indonesia at this point, Joe does have the Ogi Shadow Kill. He's just waiting for a target.
Wave clear is going to be so hard. Danzo goes into the Hanekage. Again, they finally deal with the Lord. Inhibitors all stay up. Because of the Holy Shield, actually it saved Nikki because Joe was about to go into his shadows.
Unfortunately, unable to save Danzo there. Has to sacrifice his life. Kabuki goes in though. Unable to hit anyone with the stun.
Black Dragon form, Kabuki swings away with the Raging Slash. Gets knocked up with the Tectonic, and that might be the opening. But Joe is in. And all of them go down. The Sky Piercer stacks doing too much work. Now Skylove and Saki, can they keep this game in control? Danzo will be back in 5. Saki forced to flicker away. Joe with the execution with Sky Piercer. He is legendary, 12-0-2. Here comes Danzo, back in action, but Joe is just toying with his foot right now. Kabuki gladly tanks the Snow Soul Snatcher, and Indonesia takes a quick and decisive game 1.
Yep, ending it in 10-52, probably for that one. Indonesia This time looking much, much cleaner compared to yesterday. And merciless, I would like to add. Showing absolutely no mercy there. Getting one good trade in mid and then just giving everything to Joe.
Yeah, just brutal. The savages, these Indonesians. In a good way, in game.
Yeah, in game, yeah.
In
a good
game,
way, yeah.
you know, just completely showing total control and dominance in this game one. We did talk about some of the habits, the tendencies that they like to bring out. You know, the very aggressive play style, like to fight a lot, early gangs. Everything went according to the playbook.
Yeah. Joe, man. I mean, like, who's the MVP, do you think?
I don't know. I think...
I mean, like, let's talk about this, right? So, Furious dive, catching tree, right? And then they're close to a wall inside the base, so tectonic charge goes in.
Yep.
Everyone's like 30%, maybe 40% HP, and then you're like, hey, maybe we can get some kills here. Joe comes in, barely does anything, gets a double kill, and then you're like, what else can we do?
He was like,
at that point, what can you do?
Before 4 minutes, he got 4 kills, right? That should say a lot about the state of the game. Again, we just say that they like those level 2 gangs that shows up at level 2, gets the double kill casually. I think before he hit level 4.
Yeah.
Then the turtle fight, he gets a couple more. The rest of the game was just history. It was impossible to deal with him.
They got a 1,000 gold lead every minute, and the Hayabusa has more than 1 kill per minute.
Yes.
Right?
And yes.
The game was like 10 minutes,
50
something,
seconds,
something like that, and then he had like
12 kills.
Exactly. So a little bit too much, but I think it really is about that early game, right? Skylove didn't have protection, but I'm not gonna say it's the fault of the Grok, man, because if every single lane is losing, where do you go?
Yeah, as a roamer, it's a
Dude, when I solo queue as a roamer, I see my EXP losing, my gold losing, my jungle's getting invaded. I'm like, get me out of this game.
Yeah.
Like, what can I do?
You just pray. you just pray. You get a shutdown. Someone flips the lord, and then you come back into the game. That's usually the state. We've seen a couple of examples earlier on too, like Apex 47 on the Hilda. That was so the same thing when all of your lanes are basically on fire. Then you only have so much that you can do. So
just like, this is fine.
This is fine.
This is okay.
What can I do, right? Yeah, tough loss.
Honestly, I think that's why most roamers use Florin now.
And that's why I banned Florin.
Hey, there you go. It's like, hey, I can help everyone. A better Rafaela. This is really healing for everybody.
It's a cheap cop-out, so no, it's illegal. They're not allowed to play Florin.
Well, either way, we haven't seen any Florins here, so you're all good. Every single caster, they have that one pet peeve. Right?
So what's yours? What's the hero you don't like?
Hold on. Staffa is Estes.
Right.
Gideon is Uranus.
Yeah.
You are Florin.
Yep.
So, like, it changes, but I do have one.
Okay.
Which is Franco.
Franco.
Because I don't know why. Every single time the opponent is using Franco, the hooks keep on hitting. And then as a roamer, I'm like, guys, stop getting hooked.
Yeah, I think the problem wasn't in the Franco. I just think the teammates that you get sometimes, walk into the hook. That's what I like to think.
Just like Stormy walking into the dash of Lancelot.
Yes, that's what I like to think. I don't think the mindset is always my enemies are never as good as me.
Yeah.
If I lose, that's on me.
And now we gotta look at the goal hunter here. Joe, 912 gold per minute. I feel like you have to blame the team here because everyone else earned a lot of gold as well and not feeding everything to him.
That's one way to look at it. But Yehesku is the best support on the Kimi, mind you.
Yeah, Kabuki took a lot of damage as a gold lane.
Did they switch roles?
Hey, might as well, right?
Look, Kabuki is listed as an XP laner here, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, he switched role with Aran.
Hey, you know what? EXP and gold laner is subjective.
I actually don't even remember what Aran was playing. That's how dominant. I think it was playing Uranus. Okay.
Uranus, yeah. Joe dealing the most amount of damage. So whenever they have about 1,000 gold per minute, most of it is just on Joe. I mean, like, if he takes everything in the jungle, then yeah.
I mean, if my jungler is that a hit, take it. Take my wave. Take my jungle.
If my jungler is having that kind of game, I'm opening up YouTube.
Yeah. If my jungler is farming the enemy jungle, I will just farm my own jungle. Right.
And that's why he doesn't have 1,000 gold per minute, Husky.
I'm surprised he doesn't have 1,000 gold per minute. I honestly thought that he would have 1,000 gold per minute.
Yeah, but either way, congratulations for game number 1 in Indonesia here. So Romania, there is a lot of ground to cover, and I feel like let's start with no one necessarily needing the roamer's help, so that the roamer can help just one person, either the jungle or the mid, preferably not both.
And honestly, this start was as good as it can get, right? Like Danzo was incredibly patient with his ability usage. 2 soul snatches, getting a first blood onto Witty, and I thought that okay, they have a decent idea. This was also quite a decent approach from Romania, but it was Witty, man. Witty and Joe, they keep catching the targets. I don't think Romania was really necessarily prepared for how spontaneous Indonesia can starting the fight, and they got caught off guard, and it was just a chain reaction of it continuously happening again and again and again. And then you have Joe, who just look at this, he's not even in the fight, and then he shows up for a flank, and then he ganks everyone, and then he gets free kills.
Like, honestly, a lot of the plays Indonesia make, your opponents will be like, there's no way to go for this, right? I mean, like, it's too early. Like, they're not going to go for a fight now, right? Like, and they just go for it.
Like, oh, they just use the spells, they have nothing left, and boom, someone shows up. And yeah, rest is history. How much kills did Indonesia have as a collective? That's what I want to know. In the end, so 14 now.
Okay, look at this. How demoralizing. This is one of the best scenarios you can have, and then Joe just comes in.
I'm telling you, man, that damage reduction addition on the Lapu Lapu is a game changer.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, it's not a draft here, Husky. At least, you know, Hanzo aside, right? Imagine having a Grok and Jushin, and then losing the mid. The Kimi is there, yes, but then you're going up against the Guinevere. And the fact that Guinevere was able to hop onto the Jushin early, probably just thinking like he's not gonna hit me. I think that's the big game changer, right?
Yeah, hitting Jushin, you get the Hayabusa in for a gank, you force the flicker out early, you lose mid control, and then you lose the turtle fight. Again, it's compounding interest. That's why it's so scary to go up against a team Indonesia, because they are so good at doing this. I even remember back then when the Team Malaysia lineup went up against them in previous tournaments. We didn't have a good track record against them because they just play so fast we couldn't keep up.
Here's the thing, Husky. Whenever we duo, as mid duo, Romer and mid, if we were having that game, I think we'd just look at each other as like, thanks, huh?
Yeah, it's like that game is pretty much over, right?
Yeah.
Like there's nothing much we can do.
So what now? Like maybe pick up your jungler way earlier, but that becomes worse if Hanzo was the intended pick, right? 6 junglers altogether got banned. The Baxia, Lance, Season Shin, Suyo, Fanny, Joy, and then the early pick of the Haya. Basically 7 picks are off the board. His Hanzo looked pretty good, so we know that he has been practicing it, but the problem is the Grok has to protect your jungle.
Yeah, honestly, I thought that the Joy would have been a choice at one point. Right?
Like 3rd pick, yeah?
Probably, right? Just considering how many junglers were banned out. Even the Fredrin, I think, was left open. That could have been a direction that they could go towards. We did pose the question of whether they would lean into Team Indonesia's playstyle and just play very brawly, and well, they got KO'd in game 1.
So now we got to focus on game number 2. So this is going to be a test for Romania mentally, right? Like, you just had a pretty rough game. How do you reset? Right? This is the real test for professional players. It's one thing to feeling good about winning, but that's a true sign of a pro whenever you lose, especially when you lose hard. You just go into game number 2 like it never happened.
What is tougher to recover from, you think? Losing a game where you get steamrolled, or losing a game where it's dead even 20 minutes in and you lose because of one mistake?
The second one. It's very easy for me to recover from a steamroll because I gave up way early. The second one, you're fighting for your life and you still lost. Right? So like,
understandable.
Right? Like, I gave it my best, 20, 30 minutes
of my life.
It's now wasted because I lost.
I lost that 1 star.
Exactly. So, like, quick 8-minute games, like, what can I do?
Yeah. And the best I get is break even. I don't even get a net positive.
Yeah, so
that's fair.
Personally, for me, I'd rather lose early. Like, lose very fast.
I mean, I would say, I think, like you said, just forget about game 1. they'll kind of reset for game 2. Let's see, broken walls for game 2. This is playing into Team Indonesia's playground. If they already played that fast with normal walls, broken walls will be quite the challenge. Again, the Eve was banned out by Indonesia themselves in game 1.
Well, broken walls, so I think regardless of the map, pick a strong mid duo and then go from there. Because I feel like the pick is good. But then just add on a self-sustaining jungler and then we're in business.
You know what worries me?
What?
You hear the definition of strong mid duo, and then the high-lows gets picked. And then we might see the reenactment of... Was it Team Kazakhstan yesterday? With the high-lows that got punished? I feel like it was Kazakhstan.
Yes. Game number 1.
And it was against Indonesia too.
Yeah. Well, Indonesia banned out the Eve, the Gatot, as well as the Grok here. So already thinking, okay, let's not give strong roamers. And then Romania banning out the Baxia and the Kimi. But again, against the Ezekiel, kind of doesn't matter, man. His pockets are deep.
I have a feeling that they are drafting the bans is basically them telling Widdy, hey Widdy, we take out the Grok and the Gatot, you can play whatever you want now. Quinavir.
And then he was like, bet.
Yeah, like no one's gonna stop you.
Now the final bans here coming in from Romania, betting out the Uranus, and honestly, pretty good pick. Probably pretty difficult for Cardi to deal with it, but now Indonesia, very early first pick on that Kalia. So, Weedy, what do you want to play, Kalia? All right, first pick, let's go.
Kalia Farsa, I guess. There's so many possibilities right now with the Kalia pick. Let's see. I mean, you could still go for... Oh man, without the Gatot. What is that? I mean, Jushin is still there technically.
I think Jushin is still honestly pretty safe.
Or you go like YSS +1.
Or Lancelot, whatever you're comfortable with.
Lead the charge.
Looks like they're picking up a Hilda here as well as a Jushin. And the thing is, Hilda has been very not great so far in WEC. The hero itself is great, but you just find ways to make sure that the early game you don't get stomped, and then come mid and late game, the Hilda is a walking minion that can do a little bit more damage than a minion, but kind of dies faster.
I think there's also like this misconception about Hilda as a hero that people see what she's good at, but you sort of forget about a lot of her glaring weaknesses. I mean, what did we just say? The Kalia enabling these fast game.
Okay.
If they want to break their own record from the qualifiers, I think this is them making that attempt.
Yeah. Burst from Lunox and Fanny being enabled by the Kalia.
Oh god.
At this point, even if I'm Romania, I'm like, wait, hold on. If we pick up something squishy, we're gonna die to the Fanny. We pick up something tanky, we're gonna die to the Lunox.
Honestly, I'll mechanic them, right? I think this is a pure mechanic test.
Yep.
This is a stat check from Indonesia. They're like, okay, we have gone through like fundamentals in game 1. Now we're gonna play mechanical. How well can you keep up?
So now
I mean, look at these people. Look, come on, Widdy, take it seriously.
Let them play the
Yuzong gets banned out. Like, take out any divers, and I feel like Indonesia, you ban out a Ruby, and then ban out, say, what other thing can punish here?
I mean, Orion's gonna take like a Lapu or like a Arlet too, right?
Like, I feel like Indonesia, okay, ban Ruby, ban Cho, and then, alright, that's it. What else is there to stop the Fanny? A Saber?
Oh, Kaja. But there's already a Hilda. If the Hilda goes XP, it's like whatever. CC is still up. Well, I think Indonesia's draft is a lot more flexible. There you go, the Ruby ban. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. I was thinking Ovius might not be a bad option for Romania, and then there's a Lunox. So.
Yeah, like I said, it's like if you pick up something squishy, Fanny's there. Pick up something tanky, Lunox is there. It's a lose-lose.
They will both shred you, one way or the other.
And it's enabled by a Kalia first pick.
And also supported by a Grok and Gatot ban.
Yeah. So Indonesia, they were well prepared for this one. And they're really not showing any mercy here. So Romania, what is going to be the final bans here? They're already banned out the Uranus as well as the Yuzong as the EXP. Do you ban out the Lapu? Do you ban out a Alice? It looks like they're banning out a Harv, making sure that the goal lane is going to have a pretty okay time.
And Alice would be a decent pick, but then damage profile-wise is
the only one
in the jungler and the goal lane. So Indonesia still bans the Phobias, even though they have solutions to it. Respectable.
So Romania at this point, it's unfortunate that Moscow isn't that great right now.
Yeah.
Because maybe can deal with the Kalia as well as the Fanny. In terms of fighters in the gold, I feel like the problem is you're just not gonna have enough damage.
What if you just take Claude, right? Like the universal safe pick.
At least he can have a Purify, right? Because I think that's the biggest problem. You need someone that can escape, like have a dash and a Purify.
That is
honestly, 1-1 would be great if they can use it.
Yeah, but then there's a Fanny that just jumps you.
No matter what you pick, it's not great against a Fanny or a Lunox. They pick up a Granger. It's still pretty dangerous. It's good, but it's not without its risk.
Purify is a must because of the Kalea. But taking Purify also means that
there's no flicker.
Yeah.
So when Lunox is there, you can't run away.
yeah. You have to pick a poison.
It's a catch-22, man.
It is.
Tanky or squishy, you're gonna get punished. Flicker or Purify, you're gonna get punished.
Like death by 1,000 cuts. Choose your way. Okay. Last two picks for Indonesia. I wonder what that's gonna be.
If they put like Lunox goal and then Farsa in mid, that's a lot of damage.
They could.
Ooh, they pick up a Glue and a Beatrix here. And Beatrix Kalia is pretty nasty as well.
Yeah, I actually forgot about the Beatrix because we haven't seen Kalea Beatrix for so long.
Yeah, like we usually see it from Humes and Innocent in SRGOG from Malaysia, but whew. Damage, range, chase.
Not just that, how are you going to win your XP matchup now? I don't see any solutions. CC, but you are limiting yourself to a 1v1. Hilda is a no-go unless you don't interact.
But Export is not going to be great against the Luminox.
If Kalea grabs you back, you're as good as dead.
I think, honestly, you need a Khalid roam here to at least win out the mid. They go for a Bada, which honestly, not a bad choice. It's just...
It's not bad into the Fanny.
Yeah.
Not only the Fanny. Oh, but Kalea is actually not too bad too.
It's essentially Romania is like, okay, we need a comebackable hero. And Badag is one of those, right? Where the opponents overextend, which Indonesia, high chances they will, right? High chances they will overextend. Fist crack, fist break, and then hope at that point you don't lose that many gold so that you have enough damage for a comeback.
We need a Tigreal out, but not Tigreal.
Exactly.
Something like that. It is going to be hard. Which reminds me, wasn't there like a very short period where Atlas was a thing?
1 week.
We tried. Well, everyone tried.
Just playoffs. And then that's it. People are like, hey, Atlas is good. But there's like, but there's other things.
And then the team lost and they're like, yeah, he's not that good.
It's not that great, guys. I mean, like in rank, it was good. But either ways, Romania going up against Indonesia. Indonesia is 1 point here. And Romania, if they're able to win this out, they can extend. But Indonesia is looking pretty good at probably ending the series with a clean 2-0 here, Husky.
Yeah. I mean, even for Indonesia...
Shout out to Argentina, man.
Yeah, Argentina 3-0ing themselves. That's great stuff. Jokes aside, let's end the game number 2. Wow, Danzo is pretty far ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, they clear. How much of a lead did he get? Oh, I mean, they had a juice in. He's on the Suyo. Okay, let's see if we can avoid that level 2 gang. We have seen this before.
Or Danzo after clearing, like, see how careful the mid duo is right now, because they're like, okay, they're gonna freeze the wave 100%. Look at that gank, and Skylove gets taken down.
You let your guard down just for a fraction of a second, and this happens. Oh, please! Oh, that scared me for a while.
Right, he didn't get it.
Yeah, Joe had to...
Shoutouts Danzo.
Had the retribution up too.
Okay, Danzo survived that one, but at this point, Skylove is not getting any love. And probably is getting slightly frustrated with the attention it's getting from Team Indonesia.
I mean, good luck trying to lift the Fanny up. You'll never have enough stacks to get her. Yesku did have to flicker to safety. Attempted gank from Danzo. They get something out from the Lunox, which is good, right? Prior to level 4, no brilliance. So a gank is slightly easier to pull off. Danzo will now get the liberty of taking the gold crab for himself too.
Okay, so Romanian with the jungler that they have honestly pretty good chance to get the turtle. So if possible, go in, get turtle, get out, and don't interact that much unless you can kill Ezekiel. He doesn't have a flicker right now. If they can kill Ezekiel, hey, that's huge.
Yeah. If you can just catch Joe, you could actually burst him down, right? Like, they have a lot of damage. The Blade Surge stun from this immortal form as well. Kabuki with a solo kill top. As Romania tries to work on the turtle, Witty is going to be dead. The Tidal Strike will be available. No 4 for both the Romans. Aran flickers in, is going to try and keep them in place. Danzo gets knocked up, Blade Surge to safety, but they get pulled back. The grab. Revitalize on Cardi, trying to keep him alive. Danzo receiving help, but Joe will finish him off. And Cardi now runs away, but Joe is on the case. Double kill given over to Yesku.
Dude, right now Indonesia, they are relentless because they want to make sure that they get Danzo. Danzo had to dash out of the way so that he doesn't take any more damage. And then at that point, killing spree for Joe, getting onto the Badang. And this is getting pretty close to a repeat of what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, having Retribution is overrated. Joe's Retribution was on 20-second cooldown, and they're like, yeah, let's take out Badang first, and then we take the turtle. 2.4k gold lead, 3 minutes in. And look at this. You know you're in deep trouble when you need 4 members to secure a buff for you. And you're Suyo. Danzo does not feel safe at all, and I can understand that because that's the kidnap. And Saki goes down again.
Too much damage. Lunox, Fanny, alongside with the Kalia. We don't see this a lot because there are ways to fight around it, which is essentially just don't fight. And then they just feel like, why did we pick up this mid trio? But the execution here, especially coming in from Weedy, always getting those catches.
Weedy's gonna go like first item fleeting time for sure. Okay, Nikki avoided death. Joe will get out, no problem. Skylab actually is a beacon. Oh, changes target to Witty. So Joe gets out at the cost of Witty, given to Danzo.
And again, this is why we don't see this mid trio that often, because once you miss, it's pretty easy to punish, especially a Fanny. If she doesn't hit you, you don't get the energy back. Danzo gets onto Kabuki, but Kabuki clears the lane so fast. Romania, they can't stay.
Yeah, Benner's Rage taking out half of Nicky's health bar too. Well, at least there is some reply from Romania, but I think going after the turtle would be close to an impossible task. Nothing that Cardi can do against Aran. I don't think they can do anything against Aran.
They're just spaghetti noodle fight.
I think they call it a wet noodle fight.
That one.
That one.
Gotta still be going like that. So the fight around the turtle here, I kind of feel like Romania, they cannot be honest with their engage.
Yeah.
Like, meet someone like Cardi just to show his face, try to get a catch coming in from Witty, and then everyone just dives in, right? Because another thing about the draft coming in from Indonesia is that it's very easy for you to go all in and then have nothing left for anyone else.
I would like to believe that is the first item Sky Piercer for Nikki. Just got it. So let's see. I mean, if it pays off, it actually could be a very big deal. Second turtle up. Indonesia doesn't really care too much to be on it. They will do it at their own convenience, and after taking down the bot tier 1, Joe is on the case. They see a clear rotation from Romania through that mid lane. Aran will hold that tri-bush. Nothing they can do. Saki, and an attempt control Joe, but he still gets the kill on the turtle, and now Indonesia will instantly fight back with Witty and Kabuki, who gets a solo kill onto Nikki off screen.
Honestly, respectable, man. If everyone was close enough to follow up, they could have done something there because he managed to catch Joe. It's just that, you know, still getting that turtle and everyone was so far away. So the only question is, was that communicated well? Because it could be a solo play. If that was a Farsa instead of a Jushin, the Feta Airstrike might actually be able to get 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, even Danzo wasn't ready for that play, right? Because there was definitely a fraction of a second where it would have been in favor of Romania. Speaking of which, Aran is now being quite the nuisance. Mr. Blazer stun, and here comes Cardi getting knocked up. Aran sticking on him, decides to dismount. And Joe showing up, forces a 1v1, Danzo disengages, kidnap into Banner's race, Saki is gone. Killing spree for Yehescu. Witty continues to follow up. Skylove used the Purify, Cardi now tanks up the damage. Nikki trying to dish out his own but does not have the item just yet. And Cardi tries to run away, the snipe misses but Witty cleans it up. And Yehescu continues on the Skylove, Romania are forced back.
Indonesia is not allowing Romania to breathe, and we can see that Nikki does not have damage just yet. And again, as a Granger, you need at least 3 stacks of Sky Piercer. 4 is where you can feel a little bit more comfortable, but Romania, they're being forced here. Like Indonesia, they're taking fights where Romania is like, bro, could you chill? Like, it's still 7 minutes.
Yeah,
you don't have to go in that hard.
It's like in the octagon, Romania is tapping out. Indonesia kept going, referee comes in, Indonesia is like pushes the referee away, keeps on going. It's already a knockout punch. It's
Yeah.
a 6.5k advantage, and that's only gonna extend a little bit as Danzo gets literally executed by a 5-man gang squad.
5 seconds in, and the final turtle will spawn. That is if Indonesia wants it. They can just wait for a few seconds, and then the Lord will come up, and then maybe try to end it there. Because look at this. They are already triggering the holy shields here. In terms of the gold difference in the EXP, it's a 1,000 difference. In terms of the jungle, it's about a lot.
2k gold lead.
And then Nikki gets taken out, so it's going to extend even further. And then one shot. Because Kabuki does have the Sky Piercer, so there's 2 Sky Piercers on Team Indonesia.
Yep, I think Yehescu should also get a Sky Piercer because he's the Luna.
At this point, you know, 4 Sky Piercers, man. Like, why not?
You know what makes it harder for Romania to play is that the Badang went for Thunderbolt.
Yeah, and you don't get stacks quite easy
Yeah,
now.
so it's basically wasted value, sadly. Man, Kabuki is on the Wesker. When was the last time you see a Wesker being used?
I mean, when's the last time you see Beatrix?
Earlier this year.
Hey, it's December. So quite a long time.
Quite a long time.
Quite a long time. So the Lord looks like is going to be taken by Indonesia here. Ezekiel having that lightning truncheon should be able to deal quite a lot of damage. Didn't notice the Cardi was there.
I mean, they just stopped checking the bush actively because what could Romania do?
What's the worst that can happen?
What's the worst that can happen? There's no Leon Mort, so that's the saving grace. How are you going to defend against this Lord?
Okay, Indonesia overextends.
Uh-huh.
Saki gets 3 people at least.
Okay. They got him.
All right, never mind then. I'm out of options here.
He will be back in time for the Lord push.
Okay, so he will set up 3 people.
Uh-huh.
And then hopefully Danzo and Skylove make them low enough that Nikki can get a triple kill. And then Romania can fight back.
Then we have a chance.
Then we have a chance. Get 3 stacks of Sky Piercer. Skylove already using the Crimson Beacon. And the Lord is not close yet.
I think this is where, you know, teams that are behind, they flinch a lot easier. Really need a Crimson Beacon for this fight. It's okay, let's see if Saki can get that engage off. Preferably not in the presence of the Lord. Because Witty is ready to grab someone. They pull a run back. That's the least desirable target. The Lord will be instantly taken care of. So Romania actually keeps all the inhibitors alive. Not too shabby.
Because all the while, Joe is taking the purple buff, so unable to really join. But now he's on his way.
Okay, that's the lift back. Oh, a lot of damage. Witty's down. That's the first guy versus stack. Nikki getting gone on. Joe dancing him around. He just freestyling. Saki a bit late on the counter. And Joe is legendary.
And now Skylove is just trying to push them away. Like, at least they got something and they were able to defend. It's just sad that Nikki only has, you know, 5, not 55 Sky Piercer stack here.
And without Nikki, there's no chance of fighting.
Pretty hard to get 3 kills back-to-back when you're 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and then you have a Fanny in the back line.
And you can't blame his team for not protecting him. What can they do?
Nothing much, right? Like, the thing about Fanny till today that I still find slightly ridiculous is that you cannot stop her mid-cable animation. Unless you are a Kaja or a Franco.
Not even.
Oh yeah, right, she keeps on
she keeps on flying.
Those cables are made of like vibranium or something.
I have so many words that's not good for broadcast. Imagining every single time I thought I caught a Fanny, and she's still flying.
I get you.
Yeah. At that point, there's one time I was using a Kaja. I used the ult and Fanny. I was flying.
I saw the fist crack on Saki. Joe still completed the animation.
Well, the Lord is up right now. I don't think with a 10,000 difference, Romania can do much unless...
I think you send Danzo, he steals the Lord, and then you defend. But that's not even going to happen.
Because in my head, the only possible way something could happen if is Nikki grabs it with a random shot, you know? Death Sonata is like, oh, I got it. Great for us.
He'll be dead before he gets close to the pit.
True.
With Widdy around.
Yeah. It's hard to be optimistic at this point because I'm running out of options of what Romania can really do unless Indonesia is the one that
drops the ball.
Exactly. Like, this is their game to lose.
Yeah, it is. Haven't seen much of that, I think, in WEC. We've gone close to it, but it hasn't really happened yet where a team...
No full throws.
Yeah, no full... Yeah, exactly. No one has ever attempted like a half-court shot, missed it, and lose the game, you know?
Well, right now the Lord is inside the base.
Oh, an attempt for Saki, but misses the engage. Now gets grabbed back. Joe is in the base, man. They gotta take care of the Lord because Saki is straight up dead. Kabuki finds to pick up the Lord, almost solo to Crystal. So Romania are down one man for 25 seconds. They work on the second inhibitor. Kabuki finds a double kill from downtown. Aran is in the midst of things. The mid inhibitor goes down. Aran sticks on the Cardi, brings him back to the rest of his team. And that is a triple kill for Kabuki with the Sky Piercer. Nikki tries to run away. Yehescu gets a mega kill. And it is clean up for Team Indonesia. A full team wipe and a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, usually we talk about the game time, but that was 22-4. And I don't know, man. Indonesia just came in here today showing absolutely no mercy towards Romania. And honestly, like, Romania showed spirit, but against the non-stop aggression coming in from Indonesia, like, what can you do?
This is a full cardio workout that Romania is not ready for, right? It's like, it feels like a setup. You know, the Indonesia tells them, hey, we're gonna go on a 400-meter sprint.
And then all of a sudden it became a hit workout.
Yeah, and then you have to go like some high roll swords, some farmer lunges, and Romania is like, man, we're not ready for this. We can't take it. But Indonesia kept on going. Spirit's still nice on the stage. It is a tough opponent to go up against, but it's still enjoyable nonetheless. Pretty sure a very great learning experience through and throughout.
Saw a lot of promise. Honestly, Danzo is pretty good mechanically, but now we're going to be throwing it over onto the stage with Rose alongside the winners of Team Indonesia to see what they have to say with the win.
Maintaining the clean sweep on the main stage, Team Indonesia once again gets a convincing, dominating 2-0 for themselves. And right now I am with Coach and of course Kabuki from Team Indonesia. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, good.
Kabuki, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yes, I think you guys are definitely good after that game. I think this one I could ask the coach. Coach, yesterday's game and today's game is actually very different. So disciplined, so in sync. What's the difference with today and yesterday?
I think like the first day is always normal, like playing like that. And then we fix some things, we fix the communication, and then yeah, some things happen and then we playing good today.
Are your boys confident in this WEC?
Yeah, very confident.
Very confident. What about you, Coach? You also confident?
What?
Are you confident in them?
Sorry?
Are you confident in your team?
Of course.
Yes, that's what we like. So far, they've been very, very convincing. Now, Kabuki, your next match tomorrow, we actually don't know yet who you will be facing, but it could be either Cambodia, Dominican Republic, or Nepal. Kabuki, in your opinion, who do you want to face? Mau lawan siapa? Daripada Cambodia, Dominican Republic, and Nepal.
Mau lawan Kamboja.
Kenapa? Why?
Karena Kamboja salah satu tim yang kuat di IESF ini.
Yes, I actually agree. He said that he wants to meet Cambodia tomorrow because Cambodia is actually one of the teams that is considered strong this WEC 2025. Coach, do you agree with that? You want to meet Cambodia tomorrow?
Yes, yeah.
Will you bring something special to the table if you guys were to meet Cambodia?
I think just play normal.
Just play normal.
Yeah.
One last thing before I send you guys off. just now in my post-match interview with Team Malaysia, they mentioned that the team they really are looking forward to meet this WEC is actually Indonesia. Because, and I quote, they want to get their revenge from M6 because you guys sent them home.
Who?
Malaysia.
Oh, Malaysia.
So, do you want to meet them?
Yeah, of course.
And if you meet them, will you send them home once again?
I think they're already home, right?
Yeah, they're already home. So, will you send them home?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about Kabuki? Team Malaysia said they want to meet Team Indonesia.
Ya, mau ngirim Malaysia pulang.
Oh, wow. Okay. This is going to be an interesting match if it were to happen. And since this is the last match of the day, Coach or Kabuki, is there anything you guys want to say to the fans?
Thank you for supporting us. Keep supporting us until Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations to Team Indonesia. That is it from me today. And with that, I'm throwing you guys over back to the casters to give you guys a full rundown on tomorrow's schedule and, of course, the post-match analysis of this game. Once again, this is Rose, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Throwing it to the casters.
Thank you very much, Rose. And shout outs to Indonesia's coach. It's like, will you send them home? It's like, I mean, they're already home, so...
Oh man, SPL.
I'm not a driver.
That was nice. I have no comeback for that.
Yeah.
Good on you.
You know what? I'm waiting for that moment so that I can use that line. Never will happen to us, but eventually.
Eventually, when we meet.
Exactly.
I mean, they both have.
Let's become professional players so that the host can ask us that and then we can answer that.
They both have a clean record so far.
Yep.
So it feels inevitable that we will meet at one point.
Plus the room point, you know, it's bound to happen.
Yeah, it's a friendly rivalry. We've done this regarding everything, right? Not just MLBB, you know.
The MLBB has been like, what, 6-7 years?
Yeah, like the food we like, you know, the name of the food that we like.
A pattern on shirts. You know, that one.
Oh, that's a touchy
subject. That's a tough one, isn't it?
That's a touchy subject.
Yeah, but now looking at the game, 30 minutes and 20, but the kill score, 22-4.
This is a public excellence.
This is not Romania's fault.
No, it's not.
Right?
Indonesia is just they're outclassed. They're up against a good team.
Yeah.
They're up against a team that is just too good.
This is basically like you're preparing for an exam, and then basically the lecturer said like, okay, you only have 2 questions. You're allowed to have cooperation. You're allowed to go check the internet. And there's like, wait, hold on. You're allowed to have 2 weeks to answer this question.
You know what this reminds me of? There was this clip circulating online quite a while ago. Basically, they invite a kid that loves to play chess.
Okay.
Right, and the kid is pretty good at chess, right? So the kid was like, okay, I'm gonna play. They told him that you're gonna play against an opponent. We won't tell who he is. And then the chess grandmaster shows up, and then the kid starts crying. It's the wrong weight class.
Yeah.
But it was a good show nonetheless.
Imagine Magnus Carlsen just comes in and is like, what's up, kid? Going to the boxing match, like, oh, who am I going to fight? Mike Tyson? It's not your fault.
It's not your fault.
You just need time, right?
It's a learning experience for sure. Even the Hall of Famers, it tells you everything. Kabuki, Sky Piercer, Beatrix, sure. Put that in that resume. MVP is Yehescu on this Lunox.
The silent MVP. Not gonna lie, he was there, right?
Didn't need to do much.
Yeah, he was present in most of the fights.
He was there to finish the job that Joe couldn't finish.
Or Kabuki. And he was the reason why Kabuki could not get a Maniac on WEC. Because he's like, nah, fam. He doesn't need a Sky Piercer. Take a kill away from a Beatrix Sky Piercer.
Exactly. They can talk about it at the hotel.
I think they're not talking about it. Kabuki is just giving him a side eye. It's like, I know what you did, and he's like, what? I'm playing the game.
I feel like maybe in the future, right? There's an incentive. There's a way to give incentive for players to get these these chain kills.
Yep.
Which is, you get extra pocket money. Like every savage, you get like an amount of bonus on top. Wouldn't that be fun?
No, that's how you get 4 Sky Piercers, Husky.
Yeah, but it was fun, right? So your teammate will try to sabotage you, but when you get it, you work for it.
You know what? As a fun match, that's actually a pretty good idea.
Right.
Yeah. But either ways, looking at the highlights, I'm not even sure if we're allowed to talk about this.
This is, for the lack of a better word, a montage of Indonesia basically just showing us a masterclass on Mobile Legends, right? They had the right hero picks, they had answers to every question, solutions to every problem. And don't get me wrong, as dominant as this is, it's undeniable. There were some moments where you can see Romania, they tried, right? They have the mechanical prowess, they are taking the fights the best possible way, but it was all offsetted by the fact that they were 9,000, 10,000 behind.
The highlights can be in a MLBB class where you're teaching everyone what is leashing, what is split pushing, and then someone asked the question, what does burst mean? What does one shot mean? And then just show this as like, that's what burst damage looks like. That's what one-shotting someone looks like.
Or sometimes you could teach the fundamentals. I've had the privilege to teach some high school students ML before. And then the question that comes out that it's hard to answer is, what happens? Like, okay, we learn all these fundamentals, right? You know what to do. But the one thing that is very hard to answer is, what happens if the enemy are significantly ahead? Suddenly the normal playbook doesn't work exactly the way it should, right? And we saw like some good engages, good counter engages and team fights, but just the lack of resources.
At that point, I just say like, there's no such thing as 100% win rate. Just go next. Sometimes in life, it's easier to let go.
That's why the surrender button is. Not in tournaments though. Not in tournaments.
Not in tournaments.
This
is more for us folks. Like professional players, different realm of understanding. But for the casuals, for the pubs, we just go rank. Like we get pummeled in the first 5 minutes. Let's just go out and have dinner.
Yeah, I've seen people ask, why aren't pro players allowed to surrender? Because it goes against the competitive spirit and integrity. Either way, with today's matches done, let's look at tomorrow's schedule. Starting with women category, the lower bracket quarter, we have Cambodia against Turkiyye, Malaysia against Argentina, and then we have 2 more matches that we have to see the winners / losers of the other bracket. For the open category, we are on the board again.
And we're going to see Malaysia again as well as Cambodia. So again, looks like Cambodia as well as Malaysia is looking to have a pretty good run so far. And at this point, again, defending champs of WEC, they have been showing up. But I'm personally interested to see Malaysia going up against Argentina, the female category, because again, Malaysia did lose against Egypt.
Yep.
And I like the work ethic of Egypt, because even while we're casting, I see them discussing and reviewing their game. So I'm like, that's good professional work ethic.
And it's Malaysia's last game in the group stage for the open category, right? Against South Africa, and then Cambodia takes on the Dominican Republic. Again, 2 regions that 2 countries that we don't get to see often. And again, it's another different spice of life that I am looking forward to. And we get to also witness the players that you interacted with earlier on playing against Team Malaysia.
Well, overall, Husky, it has been an amazing game today. A lot of longer fights, but end up ending 2-0s. Congratulations to all the winners. Unfortunately, we did see some teams dropping out from WEC 25, but that is it for today. But for tomorrow, there's going to be more matches for both the women category as well as the open or men category. So looking forward for tomorrow. We're going to start a little bit earlier here, Husky.
Yeah, we have 6 best of 3s. Can you believe it? 6 best of 3s, and the women category, we are already in the playoff realm as well. So things are speeding up, and that's the nature of the tournament. The first 2 days felt very slow, and then it starts speeding up, and then we are at terminal velocity, and then we crown a champion.
Well, with that being said, again, I would just like to say thank you to everyone watching. Thank you, Husky. It has been amazing. And I also would like to say thank you to our sponsors as well, where the global event is proudly organized by IESF, MESF, ESI as our strategic partner, and again, supported by KBS, Rakamuda, Rakan Digital, and our official partners, Red One, EQ, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and lastly, our official chair partner, which is Razer. So, hope to see you guys around for tomorrow for more WEC 2025 action. Well, tomorrow, Friday. Bye-bye.